Upon awakening, the nationwide survival game had descended upon the world. While others found themselves among a cohort of 1,000, Jiang Chen was distinctly alone. Upon inspecting the player count in his region, he discovered that he was the sole participant. Jiang Chen. Oh no, I've landed on a ghost server. *** Chapter 1. The Nationwide Survival Game. Welcome to the Nationwide Survival Game. 50 billion players aged between 16 and 60 have been selected to participate in this game. To ensure a relatively equitable gaming environment at the outset, the system has thoughtfully provided game patches for selected players, including but not limited to limb regeneration, disease eradication, and restoring the physical age of players over 36 to that of a 36-year-old. The game currently offers 3 maps: the Mysterious Sea, the Misty Forest, and the Land of the Dead. Each player will be randomly deployed to one of these maps alongside 999 others to engage in the survival game. At the beginning of the game, each player will receive a randomly assigned shelter. Collecting materials will allow for upgrades, enhancing the sense of security. The sole objective of the game is clear: survive. Enjoy the adventure to the fullest. Best of luck to you all. P.S. To address language barriers, the system provides a complimentary multi-language translation feature. In a dimly lit room, Jiang Chen gradually regained consciousness. The walls were constructed of timber, and aside from the stone platform at the center, the only other furnishings were a wooden bed strewn with straw beneath him. Soon, he heard a mechanical voice in his mind, devoid of gender. After a moment of disorientation, Jiang Chen comprehended his current predicament. Rising from the straw-laden bed, he surveyed his healthy body with a flicker of astonishment. Not long ago, he had been grappling with cancer, and the sensation of well-being was a luxury he had not experienced in quite some time. Suppressing the surge of excitement within, Jiang Chen endeavored to maintain his composure. Having been granted a second chance at life, he could not afford to squander it so easily. From his interpretation of the system's messages, it became evident that survival within the game would not be a trivial endeavor. Jiang Chen glanced around, seeking to extract useful information. Identification. Hidden cabin. Level 1 structure. Players who take refuge within will vanish from the sight of monsters. Without the owner's permission, other players are unable to enter. Durability. 200/200 materials required for upgrading to the next level. Stone 200, wood 100, fabric 50. Attention players. The concealment effect will be nullified on nights of the full moon. Exercise caution at that time. Identification. Synthesis table. Materials from the backpack can be deposited here to create desired items. Durability. Permanent. Having merely glanced at the information, 2 prompts popped up in rapid succession, startling Jiang Chen. It seems the notifications originate from here, he noted, spotting a small red dot in his field of vision. He attempted to summon it, resulting in the appearance of a transparent interface reminiscent of a role-playing game's attribute panel. It documented Jiang Chen's physical attributes, along with features such as his inventory and chat channels. Name: Jiang Chen. Age: 24. Strength: 40/500. The average baseline for a normal human is 5, with 10 being the absolute limit. The figures in parentheses denote experience required for leveling up. Constitution: 30/400. Agility: 50/1000. Encompassing movement speed and reaction time. Perception: 6/0 out of 2000. Mentality: 80/8000. Sanity: 100. Constant vigilance is necessary. When sanity drops below 70, disorientation occurs. Below 50, a negative status may randomly manifest. Below 30 leads to madness and hallucinations, and below May 10th result in unpredictable bodily mutations that are irreversible. Energy: 100. Feeling fatigue below 50, fainting possible below 10. Life: 100. Death occurs when it reaches 0. Talent: survival.note. Daily training can accumulate experience for basic attribute growth, while combat yields faster accrual. It appears that even though the system has healed my body, my physical capabilities remain significantly below normal levels, Jiang Chen mused, frowning as he considered the implications of his deficiencies. However, perhaps due to his prolonged battle against illness, his mental attribute was notably elevated, reaching the value of 8. He even possessed an initial talent. Perhaps this was the reason he could remain calm and adapt swiftly to the circumstances. He opened a regional channel to see if anyone was exchanging information. To his dismay, no one was speaking, so he switched to the district channel. Here, conversations flowed freely, with no limits on the number of messages, causing the feed to scroll rapidly. Jiang Chen had to forego the latest updates and peruse the historical records instead. Where is this? Is anyone nearby? Did everyone see the system announcement? Are we being kidnapped by a higher civilization? I would prefer this to be a prank because I hear the sounds of beasts outside the cabin, and they don't sound like ordinary animals. Help. I'm scared alone. Ha ha ha. After 18 long years of waiting, I've finally crossed into another world. Brothers, await my triumphant return. Amidst the deluge of messages, much of the chatter reflected anxiety about the unfamiliar environment, with some individuals succumbing to despair, while only a few maintained an optimistic outlook. Jiang Chen sifted through the information for anything of value. He also noted that beside each user's avatar, their district number and ID were displayed alongside their messages. For instance, the one proclaiming a return to glory was in District 66, with the ID Dragon Aotian. Checking his own details revealed District 501, but no ID, indicating he needed to create one. A user named Fishing Guy lamented, "This is absurd. I was born on a decrepit ship, and the system cautions against staring too long at the seabed. The sun is scorching, and the cabin is still broken. Damn it." He shared a picture of the ocean, its inky surface resembling a gaze into the abyss. Jiang Chen cast a glance at it, a wave of panic washing over him. "You are staring into the mysterious sea. Sanity-10. Damn it, you just cost me 5 points of sanity," a player shouted in outrage. The orc boisterously declared, "Players of the Misty Forest, there exists a quaint wooden cabin, enveloped in an impenetrable gray fog. To venture outside, one must wield the oil lamp provided by the system, which illuminates only a limited radius. The lamp can be ignited with blood, though the oil is scarce, and I am currently devising a means to replenish it." Jiang Chen gazed through the transparent windows of the cabin, observing not the ocean nor the mist, but rather a vast expanse of charred earth, reminiscent of a calamitous fire, with ashes drifting perpetually through the sky. This must be the final map bestowed by the system. The land of the dead. As information continued to proliferate, a pivotal question soon arose. Do you have fresh water and food in your room? How can one survive without these essentials? Many players suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation, resulting in a flurry of chaotic messages within the channel. However, it was not long before someone proposed a solution. The old squad leader stated, "Upon exiting, I was ambushed by a creature. I dispatched it with my shotgun, and upon bringing its corpse back to the crafting table, I was able to decompose it into jerky, a small quantity of bone currency, and some lamp. Well, then I tested it, and it is edible. If anyone is near a water source, I can purchase it with bone currency or trade for goods." This revelation immediately garnered considerable attention. Accompanied by a screenshot of the slain creature, it depicted a beast with a humanoid visage, yet its body bore more lupin traits, with a bloodied hole at its temple, narrating the manner of its demise. "You have encountered a strange creature. Sanity. 2. Big bro, please take me with you. Take me to 1.1.10086. Big bro, I've added you as a friend. Please accept." Long Outyin proclaimed, "Humph. If he can do it, so can I." Long Outyin. "Anyone in the same district wishing to follow me, come quickly. I will share food with my little brothers for free." However, this proclamation from Long Outyin was met with little response, most opting for mockery instead. Shouldn't you be more concerned about why he possesses a shotgun? Indeed, it's utterly unfair. There must be some hidden agenda. Hidden Agenda 1. The feminist warrior asserted, "Sisters, unite to resist the survival game. We need the organizers to engage in dialogue." Bro, do you still think you're on Earth? Earth Online is an outdated version now. The wilderness survival expert remarked, "I am extraordinarily formidable this season." Due to persistent tagging from players, the old squad leader finally spoke again. "This game is relatively fair. Allow me to show you something." He sent a screenshot pertaining to a shelter. Identification. Special building, blacksmith's forge, level 1 structure. Capable of crafting simple weapons. Knives, swords, bows, arrowheads. Upgrading unlocks the ability to create more complex weaponry. Durability. 740/800 can be restored by inputting materials into the crafting table. Materials required to upgrade to the next level. Iron blocks 500, stone 500, wood 300. Special building bonus. Weapons crafted at the blacksmith's forge have higher durability and sharpness, with a low probability of producing enchanted weapons. Attention players. As this is a special building, it lacks stealth effects. Please remain vigilant at all times. The old squad leader continued. Some advantages appear as such, yet they are accompanied by significant risks. For instance, I cannot afford to sleep too soundly. The incomplete durability indicated that the old squad leader structure had already endured an attack from an unknown creature, and the game had only just commenced. My ship is similarly afflicted. The probability of being attacked by sea monsters is double that of others, concurred another player with a special building. A poor soul lamented, although I envy them. They start off already ahead of the curve. Woe is me. After browsing for about half an hour, Jiang Chen began to grasp some of the system's functionalities. For example, there existed both a system store and a personal store. The system store offered food and fresh water, along with numerous potions, albeit at exorbitant prices. 1 cup of water required 100 bone currency, and bartering was not accepted. The player known as Old Squad Leader had slain a large magical beast and had only acquired 3 bone currency from the decomposition. A result. The first batch of players who had ventured out began conducting private trades by placing their goods in the personal store and setting prices or desired materials. Others could simply purchase them at more reasonable rates. Upon completion of a trade, the exchanged items would directly appear in the player's backpacks. Thanks to the system's identification feature, fraudulent activities were difficult to perpetrate. Jiang Chen examined his own backpack, which contained 6 empty slots, one of which held an iron sword, the same initial equipment provided by the system as the old squad leaders. Shotgun to acquire survival supplies. He would have to venture outside and test his luck. Eventually, he crafted an ID based on a phonetic play on his name, Jiang Chen. In the district channel, he posed the question that had been plaguing him for some time. Jiang Chen inquired, "How many players are there in your subdivision?" He noted that the current player count in Zone 501 was 100, before a boding sense of unease washed over him. Chapter 2. The Last Drop of Blood. The news rolled in swiftly, and initially, Jiang Chen's predicament went unnoticed. It wasn't until a player discovered that within the 501 zones of Area 07, the last subdivision displayed a staggering count of merely 1,000 players that attention was drawn. "Everyone, come and see, there's an African chieftain here. What is going on? Let me take a look. What the hell? How is there only one person in Zone 501? Did they create a separate zone just for this? No way, bro. Is this for real? Holy crap. It really is. Logically, this shouldn't happen, right? Such an impressive system can malfunction? With a population of 5 billion, there's bound to be a few unfortunate souls. Chieftain, what is your current sentiment?" Chieftain. As the unfortunate party, Jiang Chen became the target of relentless teasing. "In our Area 07, we have a total of 500,001 players. The extra one surely must be you, right? Hold on, let me have a good laugh. What are the odds of encountering such a rare event? Haha. Good news. All the wild monsters in the area are yours. Bad news. All the wild monsters in the area are yours. Chinese culture is vast and profound. Just wish yourself luck, bro." The channel was filled with mockery and pity, leaving Jiang Chen particularly sullen. Many people sent him private messages requesting to add him as a friend, claiming they could offer him advice, but Jiang Chen declined. Most were merely there for the spectacle, eager to see how long he could survive. Of course, there were some genuine suggestions, such as from the old class leader. Relax. As long as you secure the most basic supplies necessary for survival each day, you should be safe hiding in your little hut. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. Jiang Chen agreed with this idea and accepted his friend's request. Players like the old class leader, who possessed unique structures, had boundless potential if they could survive. Establishing contact with him could only be beneficial. However, at that moment, the system unexpectedly issued a server-wide announcement, shattering the defenses of all players. 1 hour has passed since the game began. Given that many players have yet to take action, significantly delaying the game's progress, the system announces some unfortunate news. Every 30 days, a monster uprising will occur, during which all monsters on the map will acquire the coordinates of players. All players are advised to prepare for survival. Friendly reminder, countdown to the next monster uprising. 29 days, 8 hours, 59 minutes, in bold red font. The sudden announcement incited a torrent of curses from countless players in the area channel. 30 days from now coincides with the full moon night. The damn system is trying to kill us. Because on the full moon night, the hidden hut would lose its camouflage effect, exposing all players to the monsters. And it would be the most perilous time in the wild. The system is definitely doing this on purpose. I was feeling quite miserable. But thinking about that one brother who has to face the entire beast tide alone suddenly makes me feel a bit better. Jiang Chen mused that if he could produce it would surely calm many players. Whether he can survive until the monster uprising is still unknown. Everyone should quickly connect with other players in this zone. Set aside the conflicts between nations. Cooperation is essential for survival. This notion had a certain effect. Suddenly, the number of people communicating in the area channel halved, and even those who were watching Jiang Chen vanished, returning to their own zone channels. Jiang Chen also sought collaboration. But alas, he was the only player in the entire zone. Thus, it was only he, Jiang Chen, who was truly cornered with no way out. Was this forcing him into a risky venture? The originally planned survival strategy had to be discarded, given the current developments, without taking risks to enhance his strength. Survival was impossible. Time was of the essence. He retrieved a long sword from his system backpack, and the next moment, he felt a surge of power. He quickly assessed the long sword. Assessment, rusty iron sword. Type, relic, an item eroded by evil forces, generally possessing significant side effects. Grade, ordinary, grades, ordinary, fine, superior, excellent. Master, epic, legendary, heroic. Wearing effect, when used by a person of justice, strength 1, contains a trace of light power, capable of inflicting extra damage on evil beings. Durability, 3100. Durability can be restored by inputting corresponding materials at the synthesis station. It was once a weapon of a holy light knight, lost during a war. And due to long-term erosion by death energy, it has lost its former brilliance. It hopes its next master will lead it back to glory. Am I receiving a good person card from a sword? Jiang Chen found it both amusing and absurd. Who is a good person stuck in a solitary zone? You have received supplies from player old class leader, dried meat X2. Well, it seems good deeds do indeed have their rewards. Old class leader, this is all I can do to help you. Just stay alive. At such a time, receiving kindness from a stranger left Jiang Chen momentarily speechless, touched. He replied to old class leader with a private message, "Thank you," and made a mental note of this favor. The dried meat was cooked and could be eaten directly, each piece weighing approximately 200 grams. Jiang Chen took a piece to satiate his hunger, finding it pleasantly salty. He needed to ensure he had ample stamina for his first expedition outside. Just as Jiang Chen was about to step out to search for supplies, the system's voice resonated in his mind again. However, this time it was directed solely at him. Since you are the only remaining player in your zone, you have achieved the unique accomplishment of fighting until the last man. You have gained the talent, Lone Brave, passive. Lone Brave, when the player receives a fatal blow. This skill may be triggered. At this moment, the player can continue to survive in a single drop of health for 3 minutes, during which they will not die and will unleash their physical potential, gaining strength 2, agility 1, able to break through extraordinary limits. After the skill ends, the player will be in a weakened state for 24 hours, with stamina and sanity recovery speed at 75. Cooldown time, 3 days. After reviewing the effects of the talent, it boiled down to acquiring a 3-minute life-saving grace. Aside from the enduring debuff for 24 hours being somewhat difficult to accept, it was a highly practical skill for survival. Overall, this talent arrived at a rather opportune moment. Thus, Jiang Chen, brandishing the rusty long sword and clad in the system's initial equipment, a tattered cloth garment with nearly no defensive capabilities, officially commenced his survival game. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Chen cautiously scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no immediate danger. The ashes drifting in the sky added a touch of desolation. The wooden hut's aesthetic clashed starkly with the surrounding charred earth, as though it had materialized out of nowhere. This location lay on a plain, with only a few withered trees offering scant cover, rendering it almost devoid of concealment. This was hardly favorable news. Once the full moon night arrived, he would be easily detected by the monsters. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to prepare to abandon the hut after a month, if he managed to survive until then. Chapter 3, The Land of the Dead. Location, the Land of the Dead. Time, 9:37 a.m. Today's temperature, 16 C, 27 C. Duration of sunshine, 12 hours. Wind speed, level 2. The weather today is splendid, and the skeletal soldiers are emerging en masse from the earth to bask in the sunlight. Please refrain from disturbing them during your journey. Identification, pitch black scorched earth. A cataclysm has transformed the original landscape, burying countless forgotten treasures beneath. A bit of excavation might yield something valuable. However, one must tread carefully, for there is also the possibility of unearthing skeletal soldiers. Stopping 500 meters from the cabin, Jiang Chen found himself confronted by a few scattered skeletal soldiers. Identification, skeletal soldier. Category, undead. Strength, 4. This value represents the overall average. Agility, 3. Perception, 2. Danger assessment. You may easily bully it. Description, remains of living beings tainted by death energy, producing these skeletal forms. Defeating them grants some bone coins when deposited at the synthesis table, but they are inedible. Upon seeing the animated skeletons, your sanity drops by 1. In his youth, Jiang Chen always believed that a person's movement was due to the motion of bones. However, upon entering middle school and studying biology, he learned that bones move due to the contraction and extension of attached muscles. The sight of the skeletal soldiers before him, devoid of any muscle, starkly contradicted this knowledge. Yet, in this otherworldly realm, conventional wisdom mattered little. What was crucial was that vanquishing these beings could yield bone coins, and bone coins could procure supplies and exchange items in the system shop. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Chen counted and discovered a total of 6 skeletal soldiers. Their sluggish movements indicating they should be easily dealt with. They had yet to notice him, allowing him the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Crouching atop a rise and confirming there were no other monsters in the vicinity, he quietly unsheathed his sword and made his descent. The skeletal soldiers remained oblivious to the gaze upon them. Among them, 2 were engaged in a scuffle over a freshly unearthed bone, while the other 3 lounged leisurely in the sun, entirely unconcerned about their fighting companions. He pondered the reason behind skeletons basking in sunlight. Could it be for calcium? As for the last solitary one-armed skeleton, it sat idly on the ground, propping its skull with its remaining arm, seemingly contemplating the essence of bone. Suddenly, a bone fell at its feet, likely a fragment shed from the 2 battling skeletons. Jiang Chen observed the greenish flame within the one-armed skeleton's eye sockets flare for a moment. Seizing the opportunity before it realized, the one-armed skeleton swiftly grasped the fallen bone and affixed it to its body, fitting it together as if assembling a puzzle. However, it failed to notice that both limbs were right arms, leaving it spinning like a top, creating a rather peculiar sight. Just as this skeletal soldier reveled in its newfound completeness, a shadow loomed behind it. Thwack! Jiang Chen executed a swift strike with his New Year sword technique, shattering the skeleton's skull into fragments. The skeletal soldier had fallen. The bones were remarkably fragile. After dispatching this skeletal foe, Jiang Chen was left with a singular impression. No wonder the system suggested that such monsters could be easily intimidated. It was likely that even a 12-year-old child given normal development, could effortlessly handle a skeletal soldier. Upon hearing the commotion, the remaining skeletal soldiers sprang into action, brandishing weapons and charging toward Jiang Chen, while those without arms even tore off a limb to use as a weapon. However, their speed was only marginally better than that of an elderly woman crossing the street. Thus, Jiang Chen leisurely stowed the skeleton's remains in his backpack, then unsheathed his rusted longsword, dispatching the remaining skeletal soldiers with ease. Having vanquished all 6 skeletal soldiers, Jiang Chen gleaned certain patterns. For instance, using a sword against skeletal foes was less effective than utilizing a blunt weapon. A single strike with the sword could sever 2 ribs, yet the skeletal soldier would continue to move. In contrast, wielding a stone axe would result in a single blow that could reduce the entire skeleton to a heap of bones. Even if the spirit flame remained lit, it would incapacitate the skeletal soldier's ability to move. After collecting all the skeletal remains in his backpack, he discovered another advantage of the backpack. It did not restrict the size of individual items. Each compartment only limited the type of item, not the quantity. At present, his backpack displayed skeletal soldier remains, 6, damaged iron sword, 3, damaged armor, 1, damaged long spear, 1, jerky, 1. With 6 compartments utilized, he planned to make use of the last one as well. It was a long trek, and he could not afford to waste his energy on the return journey. After resting for 10 minutes, he ventured further, occasionally glancing at his surroundings to avoid losing his way. Ash continued to drift from the sky, resembling snowfall, though this snow was black, blanketing the ground in a thick layer. Each step he took left a footprint, which unsettled him, as he feared that monsters might follow his trail. After advancing 300 meters, he halted once more. Another skeletal soldier appeared. How wonderful it would be if the map were filled with such feeble creatures. He sighed slightly, but knew it was improbable. The monsters that had been dispatched by old class leader with a gun had already proven that the survival difficulty of this game would not be trivial. Jiang Chen could not guarantee that he would survive an encounter with them in the wild, given his current strength. This time, he faced 5 skeletal soldiers, and knowing their weaknesses made them considerably easier to defeat than before. Skeletal soldier remains 5, damaged iron sword 2. When his exploration reached a distance of 2 kilometers, Jiang Chen decided to stop. He feared getting lost if he continued further, and his stamina had dipped to 49, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. His current haul included skeletal soldier remains, 27, damaged iron sword, 12, damaged armor, 3, damaged long spear, 1. Throughout this expedition, he had encountered 5 groups of skeletal soldiers without any peril. Yet, the last compartment in his backpack remained unused. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to return home, he suddenly noticed a deep pit approximately 100 meters in diameter, seemingly created by a meteor strike. Out of curiosity, he approached the edge and peered down. The sight startled him. The pit was densely populated with skeletal soldiers, an estimated few thousand. The sheer number had turned the surrounding slopes white. You have been frightened. Sanity decreases by 7. He wondered why he had not encountered other species along the way. It was evident that this direction concealed a skeletal soldier stronghold. Seizing the opportunity before he was discovered, Jiang Chen sprinted away. What? You think skeletal soldiers are easy to handle and wish to rush in for a slaughter? That would be madness. Thousands of skeletal soldiers, merely standing still could exhaust a person, let alone their intent on taking your life. Jiang Chen was not so reckless as to leap into such a death trap. With only 2 kilometers remaining to the camp, the situation was dire. On his way back, Jiang Chen was consumed by worry. Such a multitude of skeletal soldiers, should they wander, would not allow the cabin to remain concealed for long. A plan must be devised to address this predicament. He could not rely on them to stay put. Thus, in the ensuing time, Jiang Chen refrained from hastily returning to the cabin and instead circled the area, eliminating scattered skeletal soldiers, particularly the stretch between the cabin and the deep pit. After all, the concealment capabilities of the cabin are significantly limited. Although the creatures of the dark may remain unseen, they can still sense their surroundings. Should a horde of skeleton warriors inadvertently stumble upon the cabin, Jiang Chen would find himself in perilous straits. Thus, his current endeavor is to minimize exposure risks as much as possible. Upon his return, he must resolve not only the issue of sustenance, but also that of water supply. During a brief respite, Jiang Chen extracted the last piece of dried meat to replenish his stamina. However, after an extended period without water, he found himself parched, his throat nearly ablaze. Chapter 4. The Systems Balancing Logic Time. For 29 p.m., stamina, 19, having roamed outside for 6 exhausting hours. Jiang Chen was utterly fatigued and needed to return to the cabin for rest. The remaining time was insufficient for further exploration. Thus today's endeavors were essentially concluded. The journey back was uneventful, encountering only a small group of 3 skeleton warriors. After deftly dispatching them, Jiang Chen meticulously cleared his own footprints within a 150-meter radius of the cabin. In unfamiliar surroundings, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Now, he assessed the spoils of his venture. Skeleton warrior corpses, 122, damaged iron swords, 41, damaged armor, 18, damaged iron spears. 36. Tattered clothing. 5. Securing the doors and windows. Jiang Chen stood beside the synthesis platform, retrieving a skeleton warrior's corpse from his backpack to place upon the stone slab, selecting to decompose it. Toru Kulo Bing, Shri T1, Funjiazhong. A notification emerged from the synthesis platform. Subsequently, Jiang Chen observed the skeleton warrior's corpse dissolve into a stream of white light, rapidly diminishing until only a pile of white coins, each emblazoned with a skull, remained. Congratulations, you have decomposed and obtained 11 bone coins. A single skeleton warrior corpse is worth so much? Jiang Chen had anticipated a mere 1 or 2. Notably, the formidable creature slain by Old Squad leader yielded only 3 bone coins. Yet, Jiang Chen could easily dispatch these skeleton warriors. Even a 12-year-old child could do so. At first glance, the ratio of effort to reward seemed disproportionate. However, upon deeper reflection, this notion faltered. Old Squad leader had also received edible jerky. Could this be the system's balancing mechanism? As he opened the regional chat channel, snippets of conversation from other players further confirmed his suspicions. The system provided players with 3 distinct maps: the Misty Forest, the Mysterious Sea, and the Land of the Dead. Among these, the Misty Forest offered numerous means to procure resources, with food available through foraging or hunting. However, the bone coins required for purchasing system items were notably scarce. Conversely, in the Land of the Dead, bone coins were plentiful, yet Jiang Chen had encountered not a single living creature during his extensive search outside the shelter. As for the players in the Mysterious Sea, their survival conditions were dire. Although food and fresh water were readily accessible, their environment was exceedingly harsh, leaving them confined to their vessels without any assurance of safety. One moment they might catch a normal fish, and the next, they could find themselves grappling with a monstrous creature. Thus, it appeared the system encouraged trade among players across different maps. Toru Kulo Bing, Shri T 121, Funjiazhong. Congratulations, you have obtained 15 bone coins. On average, each skeleton warrior was worth 10 bone coins. Jiang Chen subsequently decomposed the remaining skeleton warrior corpses, yielding a considerable profit. After this, he produced a set of damaged armor from his backpack and placed it on the synthesis platform. Severely damaged, cannot be repaired, can be decomposed into iron blocks. Upon reading the system notification, disappointment washed over Jiang Chen. Had he possessed a set of armor, his safety attributes would have significantly increased. Alas, he proceeded with the decomposition. Congratulations, you have obtained 4 iron blocks. Wait a moment, such a sizable piece of armor yielded only 4 iron blocks. System, are you skimming off the top? The system offered no response. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. If only he had a furnace. He could smelt it himself and surely obtain at least 20 blocks. Yet, just because he lacked one did not mean others did. He opened the system channel to contact his soul friend, Old Squad leader. Jiang Chen, Old Squad leader, do you purchase damaged weapons? After a brief wait, he received a reply. Old Squad leader, yes. Old Squad leader, however, I currently have few bone coins. Would it be acceptable to exchange iron blocks instead? After inquiring about the purchasing price, he was astonished to find it was double what the system offered. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen agreed. Through their exchange, Jiang Chen learned that Old Squad leader had also noticed the system's low decomposition ratios for finished products. Yet, when he used his unique structure, the blacksmith's workshop, he was able to yield double the resources. Thus, Old Squad leader began leveraging this advantage to engage in trade, taking a third of the decomposed materials as compensation. Although the commission seemed somewhat steep, for others, their returns were effectively doubled. Hence, despite some mild grievances, the majority consented. This realization left Jiang Chen envious. Old Squad leader, backed by a blacksmith's workshop, essentially had all players laboring for him. Of course, envy aside, Jiang Chen bore no resentment. Old Squad leader was a good person, and these rewards were well-deserved. He placed all damaged weapons into his personal shop, adjusting the prices accordingly. Jiang Chen, I've listed everything in my shop. Feel free to collect it. There was a moment of silence from the other side before a message arrived. Old Squad leader, you have too many items. I lack sufficient iron blocks. Secretly, he marveled at his friend's fortune. Could it be he had raided a monster's armory? Old Squad leader, brother, if you trust me, you may set a lower price. I will smelt everything and cover the difference afterward. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before agreeing. Primarily, since he was opening a business, it would be unwise to start by taking advantage of his goods. Furthermore, the 2 pieces of jerky gifted by Old Squad leader earlier had significantly influenced his decision. Jiang Chen remembered this kindness. With the decomposition of the weapons still underway, Jiang Chen began perusing the chat channel. His main objective, to stock up, especially on food and water. With over 1,000 bone coins, he undoubtedly possessed a substantial fortune compared to the progress of other players. Thus, he swiftly procured the desired supplies from multiple players. In total, he expended 300 bone coins to purchase 10 pieces of jerky and 10 liters of drinking water. The jerky averaged 25 bone coins each, while the drinking water averaged 5 bone coins per liter. It was clean and potable, and if he wished, He could use the synthesis platform to filter it again for assurance. Although this pricing was somewhat elevated due to market instability and the fluctuating value of bone coins, most sellers preferred barter. Nevertheless, even at this rate, it remained significantly cheaper than the system's offerings. After the transactions, he couldn't help but reflect on the sheer luck of some players. Their spawn points were conveniently situated by water, enabling them to thrive merely by selling it. Unlike Jiang Chen, who seemed to have drawn the short straw. In order to accommodate the water he had purchased, Jiang Chen expended 6 iron blocks to craft a sizable iron bucket with a capacity of 20 liters, along with a portable water cup, utilizing the synthesis table. This was primarily to ensure that the water could be directly stored in the small wooden cabin when he ventured outside, thus sparing his backpack from being encumbered. As he completed these tasks, he received a private message from Old Squad Leader. Old Squad Leader, the items have been successfully decomposed. Could you verify if the quantities align? Accompanied by an image, a screenshot of the transaction log. The screenshot sent by Old Squad Leader detailed the materials obtained from the decomposition of the weapons Jiang Chen had provided, documenting the entire process as proof of his integrity and transparency. Jiang Chen, all is well, no issues here. After Jiang Chen confirmed, Old Squad Leader compensated him for the price difference that was lacking. Upon reviewing the figures, Jiang Chen was astonished to discover that the total exceeded their previously agreed amount by a significant margin. Old Squad Leader, brother, should you ever have such an abundance of goods again, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall offer you a discount. It became evident that he was eager to establish a cooperative relationship. Given that the blacksmith shop was not the sole establishment within the system, with one present approximately every 5 districts, Old Squad Leader was keen to retain Jiang Chen as a valuable client. Jiang Chen was equally enthusiastic about this arrangement. Meanwhile, in District 121, the Misty Forest, Old Squad Leader wiped the sweat from his brow after concluding this transaction. The synthesis table in his blacksmith shop differed from others. While Jiang Chen's was a stone slab, Old Squad Leader's resembled a furnace, causing the indoor temperature to remain uncomfortably high. Ding. A message from a friend. Jiang Chen, no problem. Seeing Jiang Chen acquiesce to his request, Old Squad Leader felt a surge of relief. It had only been a day since the game's commencement, and Jiang Chen was the first to bring such a volume of weapons for trade. Moreover, the fact that he had accomplished this while alone in a district spoke volumes about his commendable mindset. As a retired veteran of the Great Xia, Old Squad Leader understood that maintaining a positive attitude in any circumstance meant one had already won half the battle. Such individuals were indeed worthy of deeper connections. He then composed a message to other friends. Old Squad Leader, I am about to gather the iron blocks, so expedite your collection of other materials. Soldier King, understood. Squad Leader. Chapter 5, Anecdotes from the Chat Channel. After quenching his thirst with several gulps of water and savoring a piece of jerky, Jiang Chen felt a renewed vigor coursing through him. His stamina bar began to recover slowly. While eating, he opened the district channel, striving to gather useful intelligence. Numerous players had already begun to share their encounters with magical creatures, and Jiang Chen paid particular attention to the remarks from players in the land of the dead, especially regarding the magical beasts. Identification, skeleton soldier, previously introduced, no further details. Accompanied by an image, a humanoid skeletal figure. Having encountered countless skeleton soldiers that day, Jiang Chen felt his rationality remain intact upon viewing the image. It was said that skeleton soldiers were currently the most sought-after magical creatures, presenting low risks and high rewards. However, the unfortunate reality was that most players in the land of the dead could only find a meager handful of them. Jiang Chen recalled the thousands he had seen in the deep pit and remained silent, fearing his words might incite discontent. Identification, zombie. Category, undead. Strength, 5. Agility, 3. Perception, 3. Danger assessment, primarily locates prey through sound, akin to Teletubby number 2. Description, a corpse that has not decayed post-mortem, desiccated and infused with deathly energy. Light or fire attacks inflict greater damage, inedible. Accompanied by an image. Seeing a moving corpse, sanity -1. Identification, corpse dog. Category, undead. Strength, 3. Agility, 6. Perception, 7. Danger assessment. If one is discovered and not swiftly dealt with, its cries will attract more of its kind, relentlessly pursuing prey and possessing a strong vengeful instinct. Bites may result in infection by corpse poison. Description, an undead creature that has long existed in the land of the dead, corrupted by deathly energy. Its body is highly decomposed, emitting a foul stench upon approach. It hunts prey by scent, inedible. Accompanied by an image. An image of a highly decomposed canine face. Its eye sockets empty. One could almost sense the putrid odor through the screen. You are disgusted by the image, sanity -3. Identification, blind rat. Category, magical beast. Strength, 1. Agility, 7. Perception, 6. Danger assessment. Exhibits strong aggression without corresponding offensive power, akin to snack number 1. Description, a unique magical creature inhabiting the land of the dead. With a diverse diet, primarily feeding on the roots of plants buried in the scorched earth. After a hearty meal, it enjoys sleeping, can be consumed after being roasted, with tender meat, accompanied by an image. A creature resembling a hamstered rodent with atrophied eyes. Its short, broad forelimbs are quite endearing, albeit diminutive in size. Identification: bat-winged siren. Category: undead. Strength: 6, agility: 8, perception: 5, danger assessment. Do not attempt to engage her in any manner. It will lead to dire consequences. Description: a legendary creature known for luring travelers, possessing the visage of a human woman. Her strength predominantly resides in her wings, relishing in deceiving prey to capture them and plunge them to their demise from great heights. Holy weapons inflict substantial damage upon her, inedible. Accompanied by an image depicting a woman with long white hair, her head affixed to a bat-like body, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. Her ample bosom and hairless body reveal skin akin to a white bodysuit. How could anyone harbor such thoughts towards this creature? Their taste seemed rather indiscriminate. You feel an unsettling dread as you ponder. Sanity -5. Identification: ghoul. As of yet, no particularly dangerous magical creatures had appeared, of course. It was also possible that the players encountered had perished. After scrolling through the chat for a while, Jiang Chen felt a bit dizzy and noticed that his sanity had dropped by over 30 points. It seemed that one could not indulge excessively in the chat channel either. Many players had also recognized this issue, advising others to censor images when sharing, lest they be overwhelmed. However, at that moment, a vehement outburst against the squid men emerged in the chat channel, capturing Jiang Chen's attention, as he had encountered this player multiple times before. Dragon squid men. I curse your ancestors. F. Am I truly such a fool to trust you? Why hasn't the artist exterminated all of you? A dog cannot change its nature. I curse you all. F. The expletives were rampant. Such comments, if posted on a social platform, would undoubtedly lead to a report and account suspension. Yet, this was an alternate world, and the lack of decorum among the players drew their attention, leading them to piece together the events that transpired. The origin of this uproar traced back to the daytime, and a series of coincidences unfolded. Dragon hailed from a special building, a highly rare type of establishment, particularly advantageous in a map like the Misty Forest, where paths were obscured. Astrology Pavilion, special building, allows one to see the location of all creatures within a 5-kilometer radius through a crystal ball. Such an effect would be deemed extraordinary by anyone, applicable across any map. The dragon-proud Heaven adeptly utilized the unique abilities of his extraordinary structure to ambush 5 magical beasts in a single morning, subsequently flaunting his achievements in the regional chat channel. Following this, he generously distributed the jerky acquired from the dismembered carcasses of the beasts to recruit followers, declaring it free. It is said that those eager to become his subordinates flooded the chat, desperate to align themselves with him. Yet, being a youth with limited worldly experience, he unwittingly divulged much information through mere flattery from those with ulterior motives. Consequently, he attracted the attention of 2 individuals masquerading as compatriots from the Great Xia, who cleverly disguised themselves as innocent maidens in need of a protective older brother, fearful of the wilderness. The serendipity of 2 individuals from the same nation converging in the same district on the very first day was remarkable. More fortuitously, these 2 deceivers, through their inquiries about dragon-proud Heaven, discovered that he was not far from their location. They concluded that it was the blessing of Torah, believing that the special structure was a gift from Torah, and that dragon-proud Heaven had encroached upon their possession. The ensuing events unfolded predictably. The 2 extended an invitation to dragon-proud Heaven to seek refuge in their humble abode during the night, as the special structure lacked concealment effects, with the ulterior motive of luring him into a trap to eliminate him and seize control of the astrological pavilion. However, unbeknownst to them, despite his youth, dragon-proud Heaven had been influenced by the wisdom of his forebears and retained a degree of caution, refraining from revealing the full capabilities of the astrological pavilion. One such undisclosed capability was that the crystal ball not only possessed the ability to survey a 5-kilometer radius around the astrological pavilion, but could also detect the surroundings within a 500-meter radius of its own location. Although the range was diminished, the advantage lay in its mobility. Upon arriving at the designated meeting place, dragon-proud Heaven beheld not the charming maiden he anticipated, but rather 2 burly men lying in ambush. In an outburst of fury, he executed a counterattack, achieving a triumphant reversal. He even claimed their abandoned concealment shelter as his own. Dragon-proud Heaven exclaimed, I offered food and drink and invested my emotions, and this is how they repay me. Damn. I thought my fortunes had finally turned. The Venetian merchant interjected, Do not cast baseless accusations. How can you be certain they are indeed the cephalopods? To which dragon-proud Heaven replied, Only you lot would bind braids on either side of your heads. It's utterly grotesque. If they are not cephalopods, who else could they possibly be? Thus igniting a verbal skirmish, with the stakes escalating due to the racial implications involved, drawing in an increasing number of participants, resulting in a cacophony within the regional channel. However, the cephalopods found themselves at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, prompting them to unveil their so-called trump card. The cephalopod archbishop proclaimed, I declare that the system embodies Torah, This world is the divinely chosen realm bestowed upon us by Torah, and your only worth is to serve as our slaves. This audacious declaration incited an onslaught against the cephalopods by the entire player base, leading to their reluctance to identify themselves as cephalopods in the future. In essence, while the verbal fray raged on, it served as a cautionary tale for all players, illuminating the rapid descent into disorder and the necessity for vigilance while seeking collaboration. Conversely, this tumultuous affair had little impact on Jiang Chen. Fortunately, I am alone in a separate district, he mused, though his expression began to falter, caught in a moment of ambivalence between relief and resignation. Chapter 6. The first night in the game. An hour later, as 6 o'clock approached, a system notification warned that darkness was imminent. Players were advised to refrain from venturing outside. Jiang Chen gazed out the window, where the brightness belied the impending twilight. Yet, soon he found himself at a loss for words, for he beheld the distant sky, where the encroaching darkness resembled a tsunami or a colossal beast, devouring all in its path. It felt apocalyptic. What on earth is happening with your map? Everything appears normal on my end. A player from the land of the dead uploaded a photograph to the regional channel. I see no such abnormalities here. It seems this phenomenon is exclusive to players in the land of the dead. But what exactly is this darkness? Could it possibly be alive? The sensation sent shivers down Jiang Chen's spine, awakening primal instincts akin to encountering a top-tier predator in the wild, its presence felt without sight. His body instinctively informed him that being enveloped by darkness would lead to dire consequences. You have developed a fear of the darkness itself, sanity -10. An instinctual desire to flee surged within him, yet he was at a loss as to where to escape, for departing from the concealment shelter was fraught with peril. This inner turmoil persisted until he was ultimately shrouded in darkness. His vision was immediately stripped away, 1, 2, 3 seconds, perhaps longer, until clarity returned. Outside, the moon hung high, casting silvery rays upon the ground, seemingly indistinguishable from earth, though the air felt thick, imbued with some viscous substance. The apocalyptic scene he had witnessed moments prior seemed to have been an illusion. Glancing at his attribute panel, he noted, name, Jiang Chen. Age, 24. Strength, 5, 4, 63. 500. Heart of Justice 1. Numbers in parentheses indicate pre-enhancement values. Constitution, 3, 41, 400. Agility, 5, 55, 1000. Perception, 6, 45, 2000. Spirit, 8, 107, 8000. Sanity, 72. Stamina, 64. Life, 100. Talent, survival. Lone warrior. The values remained unchanged since the onset of darkness, and there were no anomalies present. The time was merely 6:01. At that moment, a system announcement echoed. Attention players, the 3 calamities, pale mist, mysterious sea, and pulsating darkness, have all emerged. Entering these realms recklessly may lead to unforeseen dangers. The second main quest has been issued. Locate the source of the 3 calamities. Rewards will be granted based on progress in completing the quest. Current exploration status, pale mist, 1, mysterious sea, 1, pulsating darkness, 1. What could the system's true intentions be? Only now did Jiang Chen find the opportunity to ponder this question. The elaborate scheme to transport 5 billion individuals into another world for a survival game appeared to him more as a means of selection. Players were but pawns in its grand design. Thus, its true purpose likely lay concealed within the second main quest. The source of the 3 calamities? Was the system's adversary itself? Or perhaps them? If the system truly had enemies, Jiang Chen doubted that the players would stand as formidable opposition. The system's objectives were beyond his current comprehension. Shaking his head, he sought to dispel the jumbled thoughts swirling within. The immediate priority was to enhance his capabilities swiftly. Strength, 5, 4, 63, 500. Constitution, 3, 41, 400. Agility, 5, 55, 1000. Perception, 6, 45, 2000. Spirit, 8, 107, 8000. At this rate, he projected that within 30 days, he could increase his attributes by 2 in strength, 2 in constitution, and 1 in agility. Not nearly sufficient, especially given he was alone. He had to devise a method to accelerate his progress. Jiang Chen turned his attention to his innate talent, survival. Talent, survival, passive the more dire the circumstances, the greater the experience gained across all attributes. How could he best leverage this talent? What conditions would qualify as dire? After pondering for a moment, he began to formulate some ideas, but validation was necessary. He shifted his gaze to the system shop, hoping to discover cost-effective items that would expedite his experience acquisition. Unfortunately, his search yielded no results. However, he did encounter several alternatives, albeit with less favorable pricing. Identification, basic strength potion. Type, potion. Grade, superior. Durability, consumable. Consuming it will permanently enhance one's strength attribute by 1 point. Can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Ineffective if the attribute reaches its maximum value. Selling price, 10,000 bone coins. Identification, basic constitution potion. Identification, basic agility potion. Identification, basic perception potion. Identification, basic mental potion. 5 types of potions, each priced at 10,000. If Jiang Chen could amass 50,000 bone coins within 30 days, he would achieve an enhancement of 1 to all attributes, correspondingly increasing his survivability. Naturally, the most economical consumption method would be to take the potions upon reaching a base attribute of 9, as progressing from 9 to 10 would require approximately 16,000 experience, more than the cumulative amount of the preceding values. Thus, his subsequent plan comprised the following. 1. To eliminate as many monsters as possible, earning growth experience and bone coins to purchase attribute potions and other items. 2. To gather materials to upgrade his small cabin, enhancing its defensive capabilities. 3. To explore the surrounding environment and identify the monsters present. With the impending monster uprising a month away, the creatures in his vicinity would pose the greatest threat to Jiang Chen. It was imperative to ascertain their nature in advance and devise appropriate countermeasures. After establishing his future plans, he checked the time. 7:25 p.m. Jiang Chen prepared to rest, having exhausted himself throughout the day. Out of habit, he decided to browse the chat channel once more before retiring for the night. Good sister, an 18-year-old innocent junior, can chat privately for just a piece of jerky, and even send private photos. Attached image displayed a long-haired girl making a peace sign, her collarbone slightly exposed. Jiang Chen's spirits were instantly lifted. Wait, is business even possible here? Indeed, the strong never complain about their circumstances. Brothers, hold on, let me test the waters, smirk. Not eating durian. To all kind-hearted handsome men and beautiful women, esteemed elders, I haven't eaten for a day. Could anyone spare me a piece of jerky and a cup of water? I promise to repay you in my next life by working like an ox or a horse. Why not go find food instead of begging? I can barely feed myself. Not eating durian. I'm too afraid to go out. Such players, who had not ventured outside their small cabins even once in a day, were not uncommon. After a day of hunger, they resorted to the chat channel for begging. However, few paid them any heed. Everyone was struggling. Compassion was in short supply. Makroba, the monsters wandering on the first day of the map are not particularly strong. An ordinary person can handle them. Slaying one can satisfy a day's needs, and food can be traded for water. If you truly cannot face the monsters, you could chop trees or gather stones. These are essential currencies for upgrading buildings. If you wish to survive, it is best to take action tomorrow. This person was clearly a veteran, guiding others in survival. Blastball kid, you're full of nonsense. Not strong, you say? What is this? Attached image depicted a giant wolf in the darkness, its silhouette captured from behind a small cabin window. Identification, greedy wolf, Lord level. Type, beast. Strength, agility, perception, danger rating, deep breath, dizziness is normal. You see a Lord level monster, sanity, 5. Makroba, players in the region? Already encountering a Lord level monster? What do those 3 question marks signify? Is it exceptionally powerful? In truth, one could infer the strength of the Lord level monster from the sanity points deducted, despite Jiang Chen only losing 5 points due to his high mental attribute and resistance. Most players with a mental attribute of 5 had lost at least 10 points. At that moment, Blastball Kid suddenly sent another photo. Image, unmasked, appeared to capture a fleeing silhouette that abruptly turned around, blood-red eyes piercing through the window of the concealed cabin, fixating on the trembling figure inside. This sight sent a shiver down the spines of all players who glimpsed those eyes, as though they themselves had been discovered. Your sanity, 5. The notifications of sanity deduction echoed in the logs of all players. This unmasked photo was evidently taken in a state of urgency. Blastball Kid, are you still alive? This player does not exist. That's it. The system notification has come in. That unfortunate fellow has been deleted. Weren't they hiding in the concealed cabin? How could they be discovered? Could it be that the concealed cabin is ineffective against Lord-level monsters? Or did he forget to close the door? Can anyone provide an explanation? No one could offer an answer, for the individual in question had already perished. A shadow loomed over all players. Chapter 7. Crisis. On the first night of the survival game, Jiang Chen fell asleep with a heavy heart. After all, he was not made of iron. However, the quality of his sleep was poor. He was persistently jolted awake by nightmares, only to be plunged into another. First, he dreamt of walking in darkness, suddenly stepping into a void and plummeting into an endless sea of skeletons, buried by countless skeleton soldiers. Then, he dreamt of the greedy wolf lord approaching the cabin window, its blood-red eyes fixated on him. He even dreamt of returning to the hospital, reverting to a hopeless cancer patient, lying in a hospital bed awaiting death. Had Jiang Chen checked his attribute panel at that moment, he would have found his sanity plummeting to 47, accompanied by a negative status, nightmare. Nightmare, under this status, players cannot recover sanity through normal sleep, and as nightmares deepen, sanity will continue to decline. Prolonged exposure to this state may attract the attention of unknown entities. Jiang Chen's condition was evidently deteriorating due to the intensifying nightmares, as his sanity was diminishing at a rate of 1 point per minute. In a mere 10 minutes, his sanity had dropped to 30, dangerously close to the threshold. Beads of sweat gathered on his forehead, the bed beneath him soaked with perspiration, forming an outline of his body. Clenching his hands tightly, he seemed to be running in his dreams, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Finally, Jiang Chen awakened. Startled. What had I just dreamt? Supporting his throbbing head, he struggled to recall. Vaguely, he remembered running in an indistinguishable darkness. It seemed he had even heard the sound of waves as he awoke. Checking the time, he noted, 3:06 a.m. He had slept for approximately 7 hours. Wait a minute, why is my sanity only 29? Jiang Chen stared at the now crimson attribute panel, his eyes wide with disbelief. I distinctly recall having over 70 before sleeping. He was certainly aware of the negative state that had emerged, but did it only manifest when his sanity dipped below 50? Could it be related to the dream I experienced, causing this sudden decline in rationality? What, indeed, did I witness in that dream? Outside, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Yet Jiang Chen could no longer succumb to slumber. He had to remain vigilant and restore his sanity. At the very least, he needed to dispel the negative state of nightmare. Sitting cross-legged upon the wooden bed, he maintained his stillness while emptying his mind. This was a method of rapidly regaining sanity, second only to sleep meditation. In the past, during the excruciating pain caused by his cancer, Jiang Chen had often resorted to this technique. While it could not erase the pain, it indeed alleviated it to a significant extent. Thus, he found himself quite adept at it now. Approximately an hour later, his meditative state was abruptly interrupted by tremors from the ground. Checking his status, he noted that his sanity had returned to 55, and the negative state had dissipated. Cautiously, Jiang Chen peered through the window to ascertain the source of the disturbance. After a prolonged search, he finally discerned a bizarre figure approximately 200 meters from the cabin. It appeared to be an enormous, corpulent being. In this map, he was the sole player, and it was evident that this must be a monster. Yet what unsettled Jiang Chen even more was its size. He could see it clearly from such a distance, estimating its height to be at least 3 to 4 meters, if not more. The tremors were undoubtedly a result of its massive footsteps. It was highly likely that he was facing a lord-level creature, one beyond his capability to confront. Suddenly, the colossal entity emitted a furious roar. As if it had lost its target, it began to thrash about wildly. At that moment, Jiang Chen noticed something peculiar. The direction from which the giant approached seemed to coincide with the path he had traversed during the day. It was tracking him by the footprints he had left behind. Fortunately, he had taken care to erase the nearby prints earlier that day. Little did he know that this minor act would save his life. Please don't come this way, Jiang Chen silently prayed. Unfortunately, the footprints he had inadvertently left were leading directly to the cabin, and after a brief glance around, the giant began to stride purposefully in his direction. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. As the creature drew nearer, Jiang Chen felt his heart racing in his throat. He could now clearly see its visage. The being was indeed at least 5 meters tall, towering over the small wooden cabin by a head and a half. Its appearance resembled that of a titan zombie from a horror film, massive and grotesque. Its flesh was decayed, seemingly not its own, but rather flayed from other beings and affixed to its form. It wielded a grotesquely oversized cleaver. Identification, abominable butcher, lord level. Type, undead. Strength, agility, perception, danger assessment. The bodies it processes can be directly transformed into skeletal soldiers, as its expert butchery easily separates flesh from bone, leaving no trace of blood behind. You are intimidated by the abominable butcher, sanity -10. Indeed, it was a lord-level monster. At this moment, dwelling on these thoughts was futile. Jiang Chen knew that he was no match for such a creature. He prepared himself, ready to abandon the cabin and fight for his life should he be discovered. Though the hope of escape was slim, one could not simply await death. 20 meters, 15 meters. The distance dwindled to nearly 10 meters. The overwhelming disparity in size left Jiang Chen gasping for breath. Just as he braced himself to cleave through the wooden wall behind him and flee, the abominable butcher, having exhausted its patience, emitted a frustrated roar and shifted its attention elsewhere. It had been a mere 10 meters away. Given the creature's size, that distance was merely 2 or 3 strides. Once Jiang Chen confirmed that the abominable butcher had indeed departed toward the pit, he exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by a sense of relief, having narrowly escaped death. However, his moment of elation was short-lived. The odor of rotting flesh in the air, which should have waned with the butcher's departure, only grew more pungent. Jiang Chen's expression hardened as he heard the whimpering of a canine. He recalled a type of monster he had seen in the chat channel earlier that day, the corpse dog. Its appearance was often accompanied by a dreadful stench of decay. More critically, it possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Jiang Chen felt a surge of anger. Why, of all times, did this have to happen now? The corpse dog was not particularly difficult to deal with, provided one could eliminate it before it summoned its kin, as other players had reported successful kills. Yet Jiang Chen's predicament was compounded by the presence of not only the corpse dog, but also the lord-level abominable butcher that had not strayed far. If the barking of the corpse dog drew the butcher back, all would be lost. The corpse dog had already circled around to the front of the cabin. and Jiang Chen caught sight of it. There was only one, slightly larger than an average dog. Its head was lowered, sniffing the ground, clearly in search of Jiang Chen's scent. Watching it, an unnameable fury ignited within him. During the day, he had evaded such encounters. Yet now they sought him out as if he were an easy target. With the emergence of the abominable butcher, his sanity, which had just risen above 50, began to plummet once more. Another negative state had emerged, wrath. Wrath. While in this state, the player will become enraged over trivial matters, their emotions difficult to control, leading to irrational actions and a tendency for self-destructive thoughts. Long-term exposure to this state can result in a distorted personality, unable to confront the abominable butcher. He could hardly contend with this. Jiang Chen glanced at his status panel. His sanity had dipped dangerously low, and the negative state of wrath was eroding his rationality. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the inexplicable fury that surged within him, reminding himself not to act impulsively. Though his impulses urged him to charge out and shred that wretched dog into pieces, a spark of inspiration struck him, a plan that could resolve the immediate crisis while tempering his emotional upheaval. However, it would require a gamble. Reaching into his backpack, Jiang Chen extracted several iron pieces and utilized a crafting table to forge an axe for chopping wood, as his iron sword lacked the sharpness necessary for a guaranteed kill. Then, he opened the door. Upon opening the door, the cabin's concealment effect ceased. Clutching the axe, he concealed himself behind the wall near the entrance, simultaneously keeping a wary eye on the still nearby abominable butcher. At that moment, the butcher had its back to the hidden cabin. During the time Jiang Chen took to deal with the corpse dog, if the abominable butcher turned even once, it would spell disaster. Yet, compared to doing nothing and risking the corpse dog discovering him and compromising the cabin's concealment, this course of action provided him with a semblance of control. It was a gamble he had to take. Come on, hurry up, get in, Jiang Chen urged inwardly, feeling increasingly impatient. The corpse dog had now detected the cabin, the scent of the living wafting from within. However, it was cautious, advancing at a slow pace. Should it sense any signs of life, it would surely bark. On multiple occasions, Jiang Chen felt as though his heart would leap from his throat, especially when the abominable butcher paused intermittently to assess its surroundings. Each time, he thought he was done for, yet the butcher would narrowly avert its gaze. His adrenaline spiked, blood rushing to his head, and his emotions swung like a pendulum. It was utterly tormenting. Finally, the dog's head poked through the entrance. Jiang Chen's eyes blazed with fury. It is you, you rascal. Damn it. With a fierce swing, he brought down his axe, infused with countless embers of rage. The dog's head had no time to utter a sound before it fell to the ground. Hearing a noise behind him, the loathsome butcher turned his head, but saw nothing, for Jiang Chen had swiftly dragged the corpse inside and shut the door. The butcher let out a couple of disappointed howls before continuing to move away, vanishing from Jiang Chen's sight. Chapter 8. An Unexpected Windfall. You have deposited a corpse of a dog, earning 5 bone coins and 10 milliliters of corpse oil. Despite Jiang Chen's swift actions, he could not prevent the nauseating stench from permeating the small cabin, lingering for an extended duration. Disposing of the corpse oil in his personal shop, he priced it at 1 bone coin. This substance was only of interest to players in the Misty Forest. Compared to the skeleton soldiers, the effort expended to slay the corpse dog was a thankless task. Upon opening his attribute panel, he noted the time, 3:59 a.m. Current number of survivors in Zone 07, 465, 082. On the very first day, nearly 10% of players had been eliminated. At this rate, one could only speculate whether they would survive until the first full moon. Jiang Chen felt a surge of astonishment. Extrapolating this ratio globally implied that several hundred million had perished in a single night. This was no mere game. Death here offered no chance of resurrection. Just yesterday, the numbers had not been so dire. Most casualties had occurred during the night. Reflecting on the night's harrowing events, he realized the necessity of extracting certain details to alert other players. He composed a brief message. The smell and the footprints left behind increased the risk of exposing hidden cabins. After sending 20 such notifications, Jiang Chen closed the panel. Knowing there was little else he could do, hoping to draw the player's attention. With dawn not yet breaking, Jiang Chen resumed his meditation. He had truly tasted the bitter fruits of negative states and vowed henceforth to manage his sanity points diligently. However, the effectiveness of this meditation session was far from ideal, as noises from the large pit in the south persisted for over half an hour before finally quieting down. Could it be that the skeleton soldiers had engaged the loathsome butcher? Jiang Chen inwardly hoped for a mutually destructive conflict. While the skeleton soldiers were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers were formidable. There were thousands of them. Though he had sent his messages in the early hours, many restless players took notice of his alerts, leading to a realization regarding the exploding ball kid incident from the previous night, which had likely been discovered due to the scent. Grateful players inundated Jiang Chen with private messages, expressing their appreciation for the critical information regarding the hidden cabins, which lacked odor isolation capabilities. They had been blissfully unaware and had no means for trial and error. The fact that they had not encountered danger that night was mere luck. If they remained oblivious come the following night, who could say what might transpire? Their gratitude extended not only to Jiang Chen, but also to the dissemination of his information, allowing even more players to take heed. His actions had inadvertently saved numerous lives and forged many benevolent connections. You received 1 jerky from player Big Fat Kid. You received 2 pieces of wood from player Rainy Day. You received 2 pieces of stone from player September. You received 5 bone coins from player King. During Jiang Chen's meditation, notifications of gifts continued to flood his log. Although most were merely 1 or 2 bone coins, the sheer volume was impressive. By the time his meditation concluded, he discovered his bone coin balance had surpassed 2,000, nearly rivaling his earnings from an entire day of labor. Although his initial intention had not been to seek gratitude from other players, he found himself pleasantly surprised. Did you encounter danger last night? Are you injured? The old squad leader sent a private message. As a former soldier, the old squad leader had retained his observational skills post-retirement. He noted the timing of Jiang Chen's crucial information was during the early morning hours. The fact that he chose to send it then indicated that Jiang Chen likely faced a crisis prior, deriving his insights only after escaping danger. Thus, he reached out with concern. However, Jiang Chen was still immersed in meditation and missed the message, failing to respond. After waiting in vain for a reply, the old squad leader decided not to linger for further updates. Jiang Chen, once he had time to alert other players, would prove he was unharmed. Time, 6:00 a.m. Jiang Chen deliberately exited his meditative state at this hour. He gazed out the window as the darkness receded like a tide. Where it came from, it returned. Was the source of the darkness in that direction? Compared to the calamities in the other 2 maps, the source of darkness seemed remarkably easy to locate. One merely had to follow the retreating shadows. Could it truly be that simple? Jiang Chen doubted it. Who knew what dangers lay in wait for players? With his sanity not yet at its peak, Jiang Chen consumed some food, taking care not to hasten his departure. He also harbored concerns that the loathsome butcher had not strayed far. Nevertheless, he resolved to visit the pit where the commotion had erupted last night. If the skeleton soldiers were disturbed and came wandering toward his cabin, it would spell disaster. Before long, it was 9:00 a.m. Noticing his sanity had returned to over 90, Jiang Chen opted to venture out once more, this time heading toward the skeleton pit south of his cabin. He exhibited even greater vigilance than the previous day, even applying a handful of scorched earth to mask his scent before leaving. Strangely, not a single monster crossed his path. The skeleton soldiers that had roamed the area the day before had vanished entirely. Following the loathsome butcher's footprints, he finally arrived at his destination, confirming that it was indeed the skeleton soldiers who had battled the loathsome butcher the previous night. The ground was littered with the remains of skeleton soldiers, thousands of scattered corpses, many cleaved in half by critical strikes, with chunks of rotten flesh occasionally visible. Jackpot! This was a true windfall. Gazing at the profusion of skeletal remains, Jiang Chen could hardly contain his excitement. This was money. Calculating that each skeleton soldier could be exchanged for 10 bone coins, he realized that by the second day, he had effortlessly amassed over 10,000 bone coins. He had already achieved more than 1/5 of his goal of 50,000, and this was only counting the income from bone coins. The tattered equipment on the skeletons could be dismantled into iron ingots, and the ragged clothing could be crafted into cloth. These were all valuable currencies among players. After thoroughly surveying the area multiple times and confirming there were no living skeletons, as well as ensuring there were no ambushes in the pit, Jiang Chen finally let his guard down and began to joyfully collect mushrooms. After all, the quantity he had seen yesterday far exceeded what lay before him now, and the remainder was still unaccounted for. He could not afford to be careless. Yet, the process of mushroom picking was invariably delightful. Every time Jiang Chen encounters the lifeless form of a skeletal soldier, an imagined voice echoes in his mind. Bone coin 10. How delightful. It took him an hour and a half to gather all the skeletal remains. Upon completion, he immediately opened his inventory to examine his spoils, which included bone coin 1676, iron block 285, dried meat 44, wood 56, stone 21, skeletal remains 1377, damaged iron sword 468, tattered armor 86, broken long spear 311, ripped clothing 56. Initially, Jiang Chen could have returned to his humble wooden abode to dismantle some of these materials before heading back for the rest. However, concerned about unforeseen events, he spent an additional 750 bone coins to unlock 4 extra inventory slots, the first costing 50, the second 100, and so forth, doubling each time. If it were another player, whether they possessed such an abundance of bone coins or not, they would likely not be so extravagant. He removed his water cup from his waist and took a sip. The deep pit was now desolate, devoid of any skeletal soldiers. However, he occasionally stumbled upon a few corpses in the direction the abominable butcher had departed. The footprints indicated a hasty retreat, suggesting the skeletal soldiers might have pursued the abominable butcher. Thankfully, he had not acted recklessly the previous day. One must not underestimate the skeletal soldiers when amassed. They dared to chase even a lord-level monstrosity. Jiang Chen was faced with 2 choices. One was to follow the footprints further. likely allowing him to collect another 100 or so skeletal remains. The other was to return to the wooden cabin, dismantle the materials, and explore a different direction in the afternoon. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen resolved to return to the cabin. He could not focus solely on one direction. He needed to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the other paths from the cabin. Chapter 9. The Skeletal Crown. 40 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived back at the cabin, spending half of that time clearing the footprints. Learning from yesterday's experience, he expanded his search radius to 300 meters, ensuring that the initial part of the footprints did not directly lead to his cabin. After completing this task, he felt reassured enough to return inside. Once inside, he refilled his water cup, as he would need it for his afternoon outing. He then took a piece of dried meat and sliced it into smaller portions with his newly forged knife. Gnawing on a whole piece was quite taxing on the teeth, so this made for a more palatable experience. Opening the chat channel, Jiang Chen discovered a message from old squad leader sent in the early hours. He promptly replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." He continued, "I have acquired another batch of damaged weapons. The quantity is considerable and requires processing. You may determine the remuneration." Receiving no immediate response, he assumed the individual was busy. Jiang Chen did not simply wait idly. He selected all the skeletal remains in his inventory and deposited them into the synthesis table. His heart raced and his hands trembled. He had learned through the chat channel that dismantling monster corpses had a chance to yield rare equipment. Surely, with such a sizable offering, the emergence of a golden legendary item was not too much to hope for. You have deposited 1377 skeletal remains. Congratulations. You have received 12,508 bone coins and 1 skeletal crown. The bone coins exceeded the synthesis table's capacity, directly transferring into Jiang Chen's system inventory, leaving only half a skeletal head on the table. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that the bone coin yield would not meet his expectations, as most of the skeletal soldiers he collected were severely damaged, averaging only 9 coins per corpse. However, obtaining merely 1 item seemed rather excessive. Was the drop rate truly so low? Could it be that the low level of the skeletal soldiers hindered the acquisition of high-level equipment? He picked up the skeletal crown and examined it closely. Its design was indistinguishable from that of a skeletal head, save for the fact that it only constituted the upper half, perfectly fitting atop one's head. Identification: skeletal crown. Type: relic. Grade: fine. Durability: 50-50. Wearing effect: upon wearing, you will appear as a skeletal soldier from the perspective of monsters, reducing your presence by 30, and decreasing all monsters' hostility towards you by 90. Ineffective against monsters with high perception attributes. Prolonged wear will diminish sanity. Can only be worn on the head. Wearing it on other body parts has no effect. Though lacking in attribute bonuses, the wearing effect was unexpectedly advantageous. With this equipment, Jiang Chen could evade many low-perception monsters during his subsequent explorations, affording him more time to scavenge for resources. Naturally, the description only mentioned visual effects, so he presumed it would be ineffective against scent-sensitive creatures like corpse dogs. He stowed the crown away and placed the tattered clothing into the synthesis table. You have deposited 56 tattered clothing. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 pieces of cloth. The yield was modest, but understandable. His bone coin tally now stood at 14184. A considerable sum, prompting Jiang Chen to prepare for a significant shopping spree. Attribute potions were currently not cost-effective, so he decided to postpone that purchase. Jiang Chen closed his eyes in contemplation. He aimed to procure materials for upgrading the cabin, yet the current prices were unstable and generally inflated. Premature purchases would lead to considerable waste. Additionally, Jiang Chen wished to stockpile a few bottles of healing potions sold by the system. Identification: basic healing potion. Type: potion. Grade: fine. Durability: consumable. Restores 30 health points slowly within 3 minutes after consumption. Can be taken twice within half an hour, and a maximum of 4 times within 24 hours. Excessive consumption may lead to cerebral hemorrhage. Sale price: 500 bone coins. In the absence of medical facilities, healing potions would serve as Jiang Chen's lifeline in critical moments. After much deliberation, he resolved to purchase a few bottles of healing potions, allocating the remaining bone coins for upgrading materials. The shadow left by the abominable butcher from the previous night loomed large in his mind. Regrettably, the system store did not sell weapons. Otherwise, he would have bought a couple for self-defense. Just as Jiang Chen was about to seek out fellow players to trade for materials, a sudden system announcement echoed. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Lucky Star for becoming the first player in Zone 07 to possess a Level 2 building. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Goodness, I've never collected money so swiftly. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The game had only been live for a day and a half. How had this player accomplished that? In the regional chat, a frenzy erupted around Lucky Star. How did you amass coins so quickly? What benefits does a Level 2 building provide? Share with us. What are the system rewards? Big boss, please carry me. Please carry me too. Dragon Proud Sky, I'm going mad with jealousy. The first Level 3 building will definitely be mine. The regional chat was inundated with messages, and surely Lucky Star's private messages were being bombarded as well. Perhaps overwhelmed by the attention, Lucky Star ultimately shared a screenshot to quell the player's inquiries. Identification: hidden cabin, level 2 building. Players who take refuge within will vanish from the sight of monsters, and the internal light will not emanate. It can be dismantled. Upon dismantling, a portion of materials will be returned based on remaining durability, and the player will receive a construction crystal, which can be used to rebuild this structure with the corresponding materials. Other players cannot enter without the owner's permission. Durability: 1000. Materials required to upgrade to the next level: iron block 400, stone 1000, wood 500, cloth 200, obsidian 1. Attention players. The hiding effect will be nullified on nights of the full moon. Please exercise caution then. 2 new features have been introduced: the ability to isolate flames and the option for disassembly. Jiang Chen's focus is primarily on the latter. This means that upon upgrading to a secondary building, I can completely dismantle the cottage and relocate it to a safer location. Alas, if only I had companions. Jiang Chen sighed deeply, a hint of despondency in his tone. With the option to disassemble buildings, players would no longer be tethered to their spawn points, facilitating easier team formations across regions and enhancing safety measures. However, this privilege was one Jiang Chen could not enjoy. Shaking off the negativity, he swiftly regained his composure. Survival in this harsh environment left little time for lamentation. At that moment, Old Class Leader finally replied. Old Class Leader, let us proceed with the same commission rate as yesterday. I'll take a quarter of the surplus. Jiang Chen, alright. Should I send it through the gift method? Old Class Leader, no need. Just calculate it based on the guaranteed disassembly rate. The Old Class Leader had his own considerations. In business, one must not allow clients to rely solely on the owner's goodwill. It is prudent to assure them with a minimal guaranteed portion, thus fostering a solid trust relationship and encouraging repeat customers. Jiang Chen, understood, I'll list it in my shop. In District 121, a middle-aged man confidently opened Jiang Chen's personal shop, only to have his finger hover in disbelief. Could there be this much? Surely. He hadn't truly raided a monstrous armory, had he? After accumulating resources for over a day, he had assumed his iron block supply was ample enough to cater to a client of Jiang Chen's caliber. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang Chen's order volume had skyrocketed, increasing tenfold or more. This was awkward. The Old Class Leader couldn't possibly fulfill so many orders at once. Should he make Jiang Chen wait, saying, allow me to handle a few transactions first? But what if Jiang Chen urgently needed the supplies and sought another blacksmith instead? He certainly did not wish to see such a substantial order slip away from him. Thus, he mustered the audacity to say, perhaps you should consider sending it through the gifting channel. I'm short on iron blocks. Chapter 10, The Alliance. The middle-aged man was named Zhang Weijian, who had served 12 years in the military. Upon entering the nationwide survival game, he connected with several fellow veterans through the regional channel. Unable to find a way back, their current plan was to band together, share intelligence, and, when possible, organize the people of Daxia within their district to form a self-sustaining community. Should they find themselves unable to return, they must ensure the legacy of Daxia's civilization endures in this foreign world. To achieve this aim more effectively, they intended to recruit a select group of capable players and grant them certain privileges. Jiang Chen, willing to share intelligence without compensation, demonstrated commendable character and an extraordinary mindset, along with a substantial stockpile of iron blocks, making him a favored candidate in the Old Class Leader's eyes. Old Class Leader, would you consider joining us? Jiang Chen, you all? At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of apprehension. He had just dispatched all his weapons through the gifting channel when the Old Class Leader unexpectedly proposed he join their group. Setting aside the nature of the organization, would they refuse to return his goods if he declined their offer? Yet he worried that if he joined, would his possessions be requisitioned in the name of the organization? Surely, that couldn't be the case? Old Class Leader, I was presumptuous. I should have completed this transaction with you first. Zhang Weijian apologized to Jiang Chen for his oversight and proceeded to explain. I've established an alliance, primarily composed of active and retired military personnel. Our survival skills are exceptional, and we share intelligence amongst ourselves. Should you join us, not only will you enjoy complimentary information, but I will also charge only a 10 fee for future weapon disassembly, and any weapon crafting needs will be prioritized. Zhang Weijian did not resort to moral coercion. Instead, he appealed to self-interest. He understood that employing lofty ideals at this stage would be counterproductive. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, had his own considerations. The proposal sounded appealing. Most importantly, there would be no requirement to surrender his resources, no oversight from others, and he would benefit from favorable terms. However, he recognized that with gain comes obligation, even if he trusted the Old Class Leader's integrity. Jiang Chen, what must I contribute? Old Class Leader, when you need to sell your materials, consider us first. Rest assured, we will settle at market prices. So, they were interested in my iron resources. It made sense, as no players had yet discovered iron mines. I was likely the largest supplier they could find. With this realization, Jiang Chen felt a wave of relief. Without further hesitation, he agreed to join, recognizing that while they needed him, it was equally true that he needed them. He understood he was alone. With no time or energy to seek out individual transactions, his time was more pressing than anyone else's. Thus, integrating into an organization for logistical support was indeed a wise choice. Zhang Weijian was elated by Jiang Chen's affirmative response, promptly sending the materials back within a mere 10 minutes. Upon inspection, Jiang Chen confirmed that only a 10 fee had been deducted. Seizing the opportunity, he sent the rusted iron sword for repair, hoping the old class leader could restore it using the blacksmith shop, while he would provide the necessary materials. A sword with enhanced attributes would be quite advantageous, though its blade was regrettably dull. Simultaneously, he also ordered materials required for upgrading the concealed cottage, paying with iron blocks. Upon receiving the sword, Zhang Weijian examined its details and immediately contemplated exchanging it for his hunting rifle. What intrigued him was not the minor attribute enhancement, but the functionality of the Heart of Justice. This feature was invaluable for identifying trustworthy individuals. While those lacking a sense of justice were not necessarily malevolent, those who possessed it could undoubtedly be trusted. After a moment's thought, he realized the hunting rifle had a significant drawback. It took half an hour to fire a single shot. Jiang Chen might not be inclined to trade, so he refrained from mentioning it. Invest 50 iron blocks, 1 holy water, 200 bone coins, can be repaired. After sending the screenshot to Jiang Chen, Zhang Weijian gasped. Holy water was not inexpensive, priced at 1,000 bone coins per bottle in the system shop. With the current economic state of players, who could afford that? Just as he considered suggesting to Jiang Chen to wait a couple of days until he accumulated enough bone coins for the repair, he received a system prompt indicating he had received materials gifted from the player Jiang Chen. Zhang Weijian. Alright then, I'll pretend I never said anything. This is someone who isn't short on funds. In addition, he received another commission from Jiang Chen to craft a shield. Instantly, the tactical arm shield he had previously used flashed through his mind, as it could be conveniently worn on the arm. Since Jiang Chen had not specified a design, he crafted it to match his recollections. An hour later, Jiang Chen received both the sword and the shield. The sword, no longer marred by rust, now gleamed brightly enough to serve as a mirror. Identification, radiant longsword. Category, relic. Quality, fine. Wear effect, when wielded by a person of justice, strength 1, spirit 1. Imbued with a small amount of light power, capable of unleashing a light attribute sword energy with an effective attack range of 5 meters. Dealing damage equal to 15 times the wielder's strength. The closer the distance, the greater the damage, inflicting additional harm to evil beings. Usable 3 times every 24 hours. 3. Durability, 200. Once a weapon of a paladin of the holy light, it was lost in the chaos of war. Over time, it has succumbed to the relentless encroachment of death's aura, losing its former brilliance. However, its new master has wiped away the dust of neglect and ingratitude. The weapon bestows upon its wielder a heart filled with light. A heart of light. Does that imply a one to spirit? Jiang Chen was taken aback. The repairs at the blacksmith shop had elevated the weapon to a new echelon, sharpening his mind considerably upon grasping it. No wonder it demanded 100 bone coins, 30 iron blocks, and a vial of holy water, far exceeding the cost of my synthesis platform. He then turned his gaze to the second piece of equipment. Identification, tactical arm shield. Category, treasure. Grade, exquisite. Durability, 500. Wear effect, 1 to constitution, imbued with a hint of fire elemental power. Capable of delivering sharp base attacks to enemies with a chance of inflicting burning effects. Crafted by the special structure blacksmith shop, the weapon may not be a masterpiece, but its extraordinary performance stems from the deep emotions it embodies. To think it was an exquisite piece of equipment. The 120 iron blocks were indeed worth it. Jiang Chen donned it on his left arm and found it surprisingly fitting. Moreover, the base crafted by Zhang Weijian featured 2 striking points, allowing it to double as a hand axe in emergencies. Its only drawback was its limited defensive area, yet its lightness was a significant advantage. Initially, Jiang Chen had intended to forge a full suit of armor, but upon realizing his constitution was merely 3, he quickly abandoned the idea, knowing he could hardly move under the weight of several dozen kilograms. Now that he possessed both weapon and armor, it was time to upgrade his humble abode. Chapter 11, Level 2 Building. Jiang Chen placed the materials required for upgrading the hut onto the synthesis platform and stepped outside, as prompted by the system. He then witnessed his hut enveloped in a shimmering membrane, expanding outward before ceasing its growth after 10 seconds. Before him, the previously concealed hut had undergone a dramatic transformation. The walls were no longer wooden but constructed from dark stone, the wooden door replaced by a more formidable iron one, and the windows now adorned with iron bars. The roof was tiled with black bricks, and a chimney had sprouted as well. Climbing up to inspect, Jiang Chen found the chimney's outlet was sealed. Filled with curiosity, he opened the iron door. Inside, he was greeted by a pristine wooden floor and an abundance of new furniture, all crafted from wood. A new window had been added at both the front and back, alleviating any concerns about unseen monsters lurking behind. The immovable synthesis platform remained centrally positioned, unchanged. Yet the overall area of the room had noticeably expanded. It was previously a mere 5 or 6 square meters, but now stretched to a generous 15 square meters. What pleased Jiang Chen the most was the transformation of the bed. Although still wooden, it had been widened, eliminating the worry of unexpectedly rolling off during the night. A soft cotton blanket now adorned the bed, and he eagerly flopped onto it, reveling in the comfort. Furthermore, the capability to build a fire for cooking within the hut had significantly enhanced his quality of life. After a brief surge of excitement, Jiang Chen regained his composure. The environment remained unchanged, and danger lurked incessantly. Vigilance was paramount. Now was the time to address his lingering questions. He ignited a fire in the newly installed fireplace, the system only stating that it could contain the flames without mentioning how to manage the smoke. To be safe, he needed to clarify this, lest he be forced to gnaw on jerky once more. The white smoke produced by the burning would waft it up the chimney. Stepping outside, Jiang Chen found no trace of smoke. Thus, the smoke must have been handled by the system, or perhaps it was a built-in feature of the concealed hut. With the fireplace confirmed functional, Jiang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, he could enjoy hot water. Cold, unboiled water always left him uneasy. Oh, the summer folk. Upon re-entering the hut, Jiang Chen retrieved a tin can from his backpack. Identification, evil aloe juice. Type, potion. Grade, common. Durability, consumable. Upon consumption, experience acquisition speed for all attributes is increased by 10 for 10 hours, with one allowable consumption within 24 hours. Someone in the regional channel was selling this item for 5 bone coins, and upon seeing its effects, Jiang Chen decisively purchased a supply for 20 days. Perhaps due to the quantity he bought, the seller revealed a piece of information. Defeating monsters not only yielded items, but also dropped blueprints, which could be used on the synthesis platform alongside the requisite materials to produce the items depicted in the blueprints. His evil aloe juice had been obtained in precisely this manner, as it was a potion recipe. Why such a splendid item was dubbed evil aloe juice puzzled him as he peeled back the lid of the tin can. Weighing about 200 grams, upon opening, he found its contents resembled regular aloe, semi-transparent and green, existing in a state between liquid and solid, akin to slime. He surmised that consuming a full can would stave off his thirst for some time. Since the system had not indicated any toxicity, it suggested that it was safe for consumption. With a spirit of self-experimentation, Jiang Chen took a hearty swig. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. It was unchewable. Jiang Chen's face contorted in agony. Half of the aloe juice had already slipped down his throat, yet it lodged in his throat. This meant that if he grasped the remaining portion with his hand, he could potentially retrieve what had already entered his stomach. It felt akin to a certain rather unpleasant experience. Taking a breath in an attempt to swallow the rest of the half can, he found it utterly impossible. He felt the urge to vomit. After struggling for what seemed an eternity, he finally managed to finish it off with the aid of a small knife. Having consumed evil aloe juice, your sanity decreases by 5. Jiang Chen lay despondently on the bed, his stomach churning, finally understanding why it bore the name evil aloe juice. One sip rendered him speechless. No wonder the seller had hinted at a sense of guilt. Opening his attribute panel, he found a newly acquired positive buff for 10 experience points, which somewhat alleviated his spirits. This was definitely something to consume after breakfast in the future, because drinking it before a meal would leave him unable to eat anything else. At 1:30 p.m., fully equipped, Jiang Chen set out towards the back of the hut. He encountered a skeleton soldier, the first he had seen all morning. It appeared suddenly from beneath his feet, startling him. Emerging from the scorched earth, with 2 green souls glowing in its eye sockets, the skeleton soldier, upon noticing Jiang Chen brandishing both weapon and shield, instinctively followed him without attacking. Oh, it seems I'm wearing a skull crown, causing it to mistake me for one of its kind. Jiang Chen attempted to command the skeleton soldier, but it was utterly unresponsive, merely trailing behind him without heeding any orders. Damn, it was less intelligent than a pet. Frustrated, Jiang Chen swung his axe. Skeleton soldier's body 1. He continued onward. An hour later, he spotted a village in the distance. Cautiously approaching, he discovered that the village had been ravaged. All the roofs had long since vanished, leaving only crumbling walls in their wake. Just as he was about to enter for a closer look, he noticed a corpse lying at the village entrance. Discovered zombie, your sanity decreases by 1. This creature would be more aptly named a desiccated corpse. It looked even more shriveled than my family's dried meat. He tossed a small stone at it, and the corpse emitted an eerie sound as it sluggishly rose to its feet. As it stood there, eerily silent, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a lurker on the streets of Los Angeles. One must admit, the imitation was strikingly accurate. Just as Jiang Chen was about to draw his sword and confront it, a shadow darted forward, seizing the initiative. Identification, ghoul. Type, undead. Strength, 6. Agility, 6. Perception, 6. Danger assessment. Teeth and claws are laced with corpse poison. Take care not to be pierced. Description. A human mage has altered its own creation through forbidden magic, resulting in a creature with physical attributes superior to that of a human. It is a carrion feeder, its flesh toxic and inedible, its brain possessing unique properties. The ghoul clutched the neck of a cadaver, leaping onto the wall with the agility of a monkey. the lifeless body offering no resistance. From a distance, the ghoul appeared elongated and gaunt, its bones protruding, muscles emaciated yet brimming with latent strength, as if a desiccated corpse had been granted a semblance of life. It too had noticed Jiang Chen, and they exchanged a profound gaze, only for the ghoul to turn away upon realizing he was nothing but a skeletal figure devoid of flesh. The ghoul regards you with disdain. Gazing into the ghoul's eyes, your sanity diminishes. 3. How dare it look down upon him? Jiang Chen, sword in hand, pursued the creature, finally encountering a formidable foe. What treasures might he claim upon its defeat? Chapter 12. Jiang Chen vs. Ghoul. Name, Jiang Chen. Status, 10 full attribute experience boost. Age, 24. Strength, 5, 4, 99. 500, Heart of Justice 1. Constitution, 4, 3. Tactical Arm Shield 1. 80, 400. Agility, 5, 81, 1000. Perception, 6, 77, 2000. Spirit, 9, 8. Heart of Light 1. 187, 8000. Sanity, 88. Stamina, 79. Life, 100. Talent, Survival, Lone Warrior. Jiang Chen's actions were recklessly bold. The ghoul's attributes clearly surpassed his own, even with the blessing of the Heart of Justice. In a real combat scenario, it was likely he would be outmatched. Yet he chose to advance, emboldened by his weapons, shield, and healing potions, while the ghoul relied solely on its physical prowess. Should he falter now, he would be utterly unprepared for graver threats ahead. Opportunities such as this were rare. He needed to gain experience, to grow stronger. Soon, following the ghoul's trail, Jiang Chen found himself in a swamp, reeking of mud and the stench of decay, the unmistakable odor of rotting corpses. A sense of unease washed over him. As he drew closer, he discerned the ghoul's actions. It had its back to him, digging a pit in the damp earth, preparing to bury the cadaver it had just seized. However, its movements faltered as it paused, nostrils flaring, detecting the scent of the living, alarmingly close. Suddenly, it spun around, pinpointing the source of the life force, its murky yellow eyes locking onto Jiang Chen. Once again, he found himself staring into those lifeless, fish-like orbs. Gazing into the ghoul's eyes, your sanity diminishes, too. At this moment, he had removed his skull crown. This battle was for the sake of accumulating combat experience, and damaging his equipment would be ill-advised. Thus, in the ghoul's perception, he had transformed into a succulent morsel. If buried in the earth, he would surely become an exquisite delicacy. Saliva involuntarily pooled, its mouth contorted into a grotesque snarl, its primal instincts yearning to sever Jiang Chen's throat, to rend him asunder. Hence, the ghoul launched its attack. It pounced like a famished tiger, seeking to utilize its speed to topple Jiang Chen and bite through his throat. But Jiang Chen would not allow it to succeed. He sidestepped, positioning his tactical arm shield defiantly before him. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. Bang! The two collided, and Jiang Chen staggered back only 2 steps, his right hand swinging his radiant longsword, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the dazed ghoul. Yet the creature shook off its dizziness, regaining its composure, swiftly retreating on all fours, effortlessly evading his strike. What astonishing resilience! Jiang Chen muttered under his breath. A normal human would have succumbed to such an impact, either dead or unconscious. Yet the ghoul seemed unfazed, a testament to its origins in forbidden magic. The ghoul regrouped and charged again, and Jiang Chen, unable to match its agility, raised his shield once more. The ghoul's sharp claws left deep gashes in the tactical arm shield, causing Jiang Chen's eyelids to twitch. Had they found purchase on his flesh, he would have likely lost a chunk of meat. Seizing the moment of the ghoul's temporary pause, Jiang Chen thrust his long sword beneath the shield. The blade met flesh with a satisfying sensation. He had struck true, just as he was about to revel in his success. The ghoul let out a piercing howl, the sound reminiscent of something lodged in its throat, sharp and unsettling. The noise momentarily disoriented Jiang Chen, allowing the ghoul to break free and swat him away. Life points, 6. His lack of constitution proved detrimental. A mere swipe had cost him 6 life points. Sighing in relief upon confirming his chest remained unscathed, Jiang Chen thought of the expense of 1,000 bone coins for holy water to counteract the corpse poison. Though he was reasonably affluent, such expenditures were unwelcome. However, the tide of battle had turned in his favor. He had wounded the ghoul's thigh, significantly hampering its ability to attack or flee. As long as he remained wary of its wails, he would not falter. Yes, the advantage was his. The ghoul, clearly lacking intelligence, demonstrated no inclination to retreat and charged at Jiang Chen once more, albeit with diminished speed. Undeterred by its injury, it pressed forward, presenting Jiang Chen with the perfect opportunity. As the ghoul closed within 2 meters, Jiang Chen gripped his radiant longsword tightly, channeling all his strength into a sweeping arc, unleashing a blade of golden holy light. Holy slash! At such a close range, compounded by its wounded leg, the ghoul had no means of evasion and collided directly with the attack. Whoosh! The ghoul, previously airborne, was cleaved in 2 from shoulder to abdomen by the radiant energy, its entrails spilling onto the ground. Wisps of white smoke emanated from the wound. a testament to the holy light inflicting additional damage. The ghoul's upper body writhed in agony. Remarkably, it still clung to life, displaying extraordinary vitality. Observing its upper half still twitching, Jiang Chen charged in for the final blow. Those dead fish eyes were finally extinguished. Indeed, the greatest distinction between humans and beasts lay in the ability to wield tools. Despite the ghoul's numerical superiority, it had nearly fallen victim to Jiang Chen unscathed. Had their attributes been equal, it would have been akin to slicing through vegetables. The system had mentioned the ghoul's brain possessed unique properties. Jiang Chen withdrew an axe from his belt, assuming the role of a butcher on the spot. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Initially, he worried about being too forceful and destroying the brain. Yet when he unearthed it, revealing a mass no larger than a ping-pong ball, he fell into contemplation. It seemed the adage to gain is to lose held true. Identification, brain of the ghoul. Upon direct consumption, within a mere 10 minutes, one experiences an augmentation in strength by 1, agility by 1, and mental acuity by 2, which can be utilized in the crafting of potions. Such a repulsive substance can truly be ingested? Initially, Jiang Chen had contemplated selling it in his personal shop, but the prospect of future utility prompted him to refrain from parting with it. He stowed away the 2 halves of the ghoul's cadaver and donned the skeletal crown upon his head. Swiftly, Jiang Chen vacated this place of turmoil. The commotion from the earlier skirmish was considerable. Should a lord-class monstrosity be drawn to him, it would spell disaster. On his path, Jiang Chen accessed his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Status, 10 full attribute experience bonus active. Age, 24. Strength, 5, 4, 135, 500. Heart of Justice 1. Constitution, 4, 3. Tactical Arm Shield 1, 102, 400. Agility, 5, 97, 1000. Perception, 6, 85, 2000. Spirit, 9, 8. Heart of Light 1, 218, 8000. Reason, 84. Stamina, 65. Life, 94. Talent, Survival, Lone Warrior. His overall attribute experience had surged by over 100 since the onset of battle. Jiang Chen quietly pondered this. From his gleanings in the chat channel the previous night, he learned that the average player garnered approximately 200 points of overall attribute experience after a day's toil. He himself had amassed over 300 points, surpassing his peers by 50. He suspected that his talent for survival had played a pivotal role. Given that Jiang Chen was the sole inhabitant of this map, his talent may have deemed his current circumstances as dire, thus granting him greater experience than other players. Of course, there was another significant reason for Jiang Chen's audacious confrontation with the disproportionately powerful ghoul today. He sought to ascertain whether being engaged in combat qualified as a dire situation. The outcome was exhilarating. In less than 10 minutes of battle, he acquired the experience that would typically require others a half-day's effort. This talent, if wielded wisely, could indeed serve as a formidable asset. With the boon of his talent, Jiang Chen finally harbored a glimmer of confidence regarding the impending upheaval of monstrous entities on the night of the full moon. Chapter 13. The Cause of the Village's Ruin. My chest aches terribly. Jiang Chen clutched his chest as he returned to the desolate village ruins. During the recent confrontation, a ghoul had struck him squarely in the chest. Although his skin remained intact, it felt as though he had sustained internal injuries. Each rise and fall of his chest was accompanied by waves of pain. Hesitating with a healing potion in hand, he ultimately decided to stow it away. Never mind. The system shop limits purchases to 3 vials per day. Better to conserve it for future use. He resolved to endure the pain. His gaze swept over the village, which was modest in size, comprising only about 100 households. Most of the buildings had collapsed, with only a few sturdy walls remaining. He hoped to discover useful supplies in this desolation. Jiang Chen meticulously searched each room within the ruins. After rummaging for quite some time, all he found were a pickaxe and a hammer. No rare items akin to those collectible in games had surfaced. With the mindset of having come this far, he proceeded to topple the stone walls for their materials. Compared to other players who mined manually, this method proved considerably swifter, as the materials were readily available. Ultimately, gazing at the plethora of mining tools he had unearthed, Jiang Chen stroked his chin in contemplation. There must be a vein of, or nearby. Each household yielded a pickaxe, indicating that mining had likely been the primary livelihood of the village's former inhabitants. Yet, the nature of the ore remained a mystery, and given the village's modest size, it was unlikely to be a significant mining site. Jiang Chen intended to investigate. If it were a strategic resource, he would extract some, perhaps sulfur or saltpeter. However, should it merely be a common metal deposit, he would have to forego it, for there was not enough time to extract a substantial quantity alone. It would be more prudent to hunt additional monsters instead. Before long, he stumbled upon the most opulent structure in the village, a 2-story edifice entirely constructed of bricks. The upper level had sustained damage, yet the lower level remained intact. This building was most likely the residence of the village chief. If he sought intelligence, this was his best bet. With a clang, he smashed through the rusted iron door. Jiang Chen did not rush inside immediately. He lingered outside for a moment, wary of potential lurking monsters. Seeing that no creatures surged forth, He gripped his longsword tightly and ventured within. Upon entering, he discovered that the furniture had long succumbed to the ravages of time, reduced to dust. No remnants of written words lingered, prompting a somber reflection on how much time had truly passed. Just as Jiang Chen despaired of finding anything of value, he traversed a particular section of the floor and sensed something amiss. There was an emptiness beneath. He swiftly drew his radiant longsword and pried open the floorboards, revealing a hidden basement. The sole inconvenience was the cramped quarters, as the space was somewhat crowded. As he peered down, he beheld a multitude of desiccated corpses. Upon hearing the commotion above, they emitted low, guttural howls and sluggishly rose to their feet, likely the former villagers. The cause of their transformation remained unknown. Jiang Chen felt no excessive sympathy for them. Life and death are predestined, and one must prioritize their own well-being before extending compassion to others. There was likely something of worth below, but first, he needed to deal with them. Jiang Chen hurled numerous wooden planks into the basement, followed by a generous amount of the corpse's oil he had recently acquired. Within the confines of the basement, his longsword could not be wielded effectively, and the number of foes was overwhelming. So for safety's sake, he opted to incinerate them all. A benevolent smile graced Jiang Chen's face. With the torch cast into the depths, a roaring inferno ignited, and he settled in to wait. Even if he were to find nothing valuable afterward, the collection of dozens of corpses would still be a boon. Half an hour later, as the flames subsided, Jiang Chen remained patient, allowing the oxygen to replenish. Confirming that all the corpses had been reduced to ashes, he descended the steps. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of murky eyes was observing his every move from within the ruins. Upon reaching the bottom, he surveyed the area. It was merely a space of around 10 square meters. Astonishingly, over 30 desiccated corpses had been concealed within this confined area. Due to the basement's nature, the wooden materials had not burned completely, leaving many corpses relatively intact, all of which Jiang Chen stowed into his backpack. His backpack was now full. Should he unlock another slot? The current contents were bone coins, 11, 284, iron blocks, 4, 044, wood, 23, stone, 168, fabric, 5, healing potions, 3, skeleton soldier corpse, 1, ghoul corpse, 1, ghoul brain, 1, zombie corpses, 38. In truth, he had not reaped a significant bounty. Merely an increase in the variety of items had occupied his slots. He opted to refrain from unlocking an additional slot for now. Should he discover high-value resources later, he would discard the skeleton soldier corpse. A single skeleton soldier was worth only 10 bone coins, yet unlocking a slot would cost 800 bone coins, given his current economic standing. It was wiser to conserve his resources. Utilizing the flickering light of the still-burning embers, Jiang Chen spotted an oil lamp in the center of the basement. This seemed to resemble the one utilized by players in the Misty Forest. After scrutinizing it for a considerable time without discerning any differences, he realized his crafting table could produce an identical version. A waste of space, he discarded it. Next, in the farthest corner of the basement, he beheld a metallic chest. Identification: bronze crystal treasure chest. Due to its superior sealing conditions, it is often employed to safeguard precious treasures. Opening it may also yield a treasure chest monster. A splendid find. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, the treasure chest was discovered. Curious about its contents, Jiang Chen approached cautiously, using his sword to pry open the lid from a distance, for it bore no lock. Cough, cough, better safe than sorry, he murmured. To his relief, it was neither a mimic nor did any bizarre creature spring forth. Only then did Jiang Chen draw near to inspect its contents. Inside lay a jade bracelet and a book. Upon extraction, he realized it was a journal. Identification: lush bracelet, left hand. Type: treasure. Grade: premium. Durability: 50/50. Contains 1 cubic meter of space, often utilized by young couples as a token of affection. Jiang Chen's assessment was rather dismissive. Its utility seemed trivial. In contrast to the limitless capacity of his backpack, this item appeared rather feeble. However, it could serve as a storage solution for smaller items that occupied valuable space in his pack. He tossed in healing potions and a ghoul's brain, and with a mere thought, he could retrieve them, thereby freeing up 2 slots. Perfect. As he perused the journal, the script was unfamiliar to Jiang Chen. Likely an indigenous language, yet he comprehended its essence, presumably aided by the system's universal translation feature. The journal revealed that its owner was the son of the village chief, chronicling daily life and personal grievances. However, Jiang Chen skimmed to the final pages, eager to uncover the true cause of the village's demise. Old calendar 10267, May 6th. Today, a band of unwelcome guests arrived outside the village, claiming to be followers of the radiant goddess, here to bring salvation to this land. These damn charlatans. Had they not been waging war, we would not have fled here, and now they dare to deceive us. I shall not fall for their tricks. Old calendar 10267, May 9th. Damn it, they brought an army. If not for my father hiding me away, I would have been conscripted. Old calendar 10267, May 11th. The army has departed for the front, taking most of the village's labor force with them. I can only hope they return alive. Old calendar 10267, June 1st. I knew they would not bring good fortune. Ashes began to fall from the sky, a phenomenon only found in cursed soil. A sense of foreboding washes over me. Undated. The remaining villagers have all been cursed. My moments of lucidity are dwindling. I refuse to become a monster. Undated. A knight returned from the front, proclaiming that darkness is approaching. Upon hearing this, my father summoned the remaining elders of the village. Undated. Everyone gathered together. The oil lamp can only last for 3 more hours, yet dawn is still 5 hours away. My father spoke of darkness more terrifying than death. And then he drew a dagger. Chapter 14, The Lord's Assault. Upon reaching the conclusion, a shiver ran down Jiang Chen's spine. Discovering the truth behind the village's destruction has cost you 6 sanity points. The journal divulged several crucial pieces of information. First, this land was once normal. It was only after the arrival of the radiant followers that ashes, scorched earth, and darkness descended. Second, within the darkness lurked great terrors. Villagers preferred death over being consumed by the shadows, underscoring the horror of that abyss. Here, Jiang Chen felt fortunate that players were afforded protective abilities against the encroaching darkness. He resolved never to venture out at night again. It was imperative to keep an oil lamp and oil in his backpack to be prepared for emergencies. This was the journal's third revelation. Light could dispel fog and shield against darkness. Lastly, and most concerning to Jiang Chen, the journal mentioned a curse brought by the ashes that could transform people into monsters. He had already come into direct contact with the falling ash yesterday, raising fears that he might have been contaminated. The status bar displayed no warnings. Could there be an incubation period? A review of his attribute panel yielded no signs. The specter of latent danger loomed ominously, prompting Jiang Chen to consider returning to confer with others about this intel. Another query lingered. The journal failed to document who the radiant followers were battling, leaving the nature of the calamity shrouded in mystery. Time, 5:01 p.m. Less than an hour remained until darkness fell. It was time to return. Jiang Chen secured the journal for further study, stowing the bronze crystal chest within the bracelet space and retrieving the oil lamp he had previously discarded. Might as well pick it up, he thought, entirely forgetting his earlier disdain. Emerging from the basement, he hastened away from the village chief's residence. The distance to his small cabin was a half-hour's walk. Although he would make it in time, the need to erase his footprints rendered his journey somewhat urgent. Just as Jiang Chen pressed forward, a sudden noise erupted from the second floor behind him. His heart raced, and he swiftly turned to investigate. To his shock, a figure leapt down from the second floor, colliding directly with him. Bang! The world went dark for Jiang Chen as he was knocked to the ground, his skull crown tumbling off. Fortunately, he had managed to roll at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have struck the back of his head. Health, 10. However, the impact was still jarring. His right arm absorbed the brunt of the force, and his radiant longsword had vanished from sight. As he struggled to rise, the assailant pinned him down, and he lacked the strength to dislodge it. With a primal growl, the creature raked its claws across his chest, leaving deep gashes on his arm. Health, 16. Finally, Jiang Chen recognized the creature that had attacked him, another ghoul, and it appeared to have been stalking him for quite some time. This was infuriating. He had to shake it off. The loss of his radiant longsword had shifted the balance of power, forcing Jiang Chen to use his tactical arm shield to bludgeon the ghoul's head, desperate to avoid a fatal bite to the throat. Yet, his efforts yielded little success. The ghoul's putrid saliva splattered across his face, and fresh lacerations marred his neck, perilously close to his carotid artery. In that moment, he truly sensed death looming near. He could not die here. Absolutely not. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth, steeling himself. With grim determination, he balled his right fist and thrust it directly into the ghoul's maw. The force of the blow rendered his entire right hand numb, and he feared several fingers had broken. Yet, the impact was effective. The ghoul yelped in pain as half of its teeth shattered, allowing Jiang Chen to drive his knee upwards, sending the creature tumbling. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen freed himself from its weight. His chest heaved violently, each breath a painful reminder of his injuries. Blood dripped from his fingertips, pooling on the ground. That had been a close call. He glared fiercely at the ghoul before him, its murky yellow eyes fixed on him, as if mocking his helplessness. At that moment, he spotted his radiant longsword lying between them, closer to the ghoul. He needed to secure his weapon. Jiang Chen's gaze darted to the sword on the ground, rapidly formulating a plan. The ghoul was advancing. He had to retrieve his weapon swiftly. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He reached into the bracelet's space and retrieved the bronze chest, hurling it at the ghoul with all his might. The ghoul, startled by the unexpected attack, instinctively recoiled a few steps. Jiang Chen seized this moment to dash toward his radiant longsword. However, the ghoulish creature, having regained its wits, moved with greater swiftness, intercepting him with a sudden advance. Damn it! Jiang Chen cursed under his breath, swiftly altering his strategy. He raised his left arm, gripping the tactical arm shield tightly, and brought it crashing down upon the ghoul's head. The ghoul, having narrowly evaded the ambush from the treasure chest, could not escape the forceful strike of the tactical arm shield. A surge of searing energy erupted from the base of the shield, sending the ghoul hurtling backward, its body igniting into flames as it emitted a harrowing shriek. It was only then that he remembered the tactical arm shield had a fire attribute, with a chance of causing a burning effect upon impact. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Seizing the opportunity while the ghoul was engulfed in flames, he swiftly retrieved the radiant longsword and plunged it into the creature's heart. It was over. With both the flames and the piercing strike, the ghoul was undeniably beyond salvation. To his surprise, it was the weapon crafted by his former commander that had aided him in this dire moment. A bittersweet smile crossed Jiang Chen's face, tinged with relief. Upon inspecting his own injuries, he discovered a fractured right hand, with several darkened teeth embedded in it, and extensive claw marks across his chest. His ribs ached terribly, possibly fractured as well. The lacerations along his shoulder and neck were numerous. Other parts of his body bore varying degrees of abrasions. Upon checking his health points, he was alarmed to find only a little over 40 remaining. He hastily opened his attribute panel, only to encounter the worst of his fears. Name, Jiang Chen. Status, 10 full attribute experience bonus. Infected with corpse poison, mild. Age, 24. He had contracted corpse poison. Corpse poison status, after infection. The area will begin to rot, with toxins spreading through the bloodstream, inducing a series of symptoms such as high fever, inflammation of the brain, and severe cases leading to brain damage and death. He consumed a healing potion, watching as his health points gradually replenished. Feeling a slight restoration of sensation in his right hand, Jiang Chen unleashed a few frustrated slashes at the charred remains of the ghoul, venting his indignation. This ambush not only delayed his return, but also cost him 2 healing potions and a vial of holy water, an aggregate loss of no less than 2,000 bone coins. Alas, it was done. There was no use in further anger. He hurriedly collected the dropped items, stowing the ghoul's corpse into his backpack. 5:20 p.m. Time was of the essence. He had to run back. After purchasing a vial of holy water from the system shop, he opened the cap, preparing to drink, when he noticed a small black speck through the glass bottle. Had something tainted it? Looking down, he saw nothing. Just as he pondered this, a feathered arrow, propelled by tremendous inertia, pierced through his left shoulder, pinning him against the wall behind. The holy water in his hand shattered before he could take a sip. Health points, 25. From a distance of 200 meters, he spotted a mounted figure at the village entrance. As he focused, he saw the archer lowering their bow. Damn it. Not again. Jiang Chen cursed aloud. Chapter 15, Madness. Just as one crisis had abetted, another arose. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Fresh from surviving the ghoul's assault, he was suddenly struck by an arrow. A low growl escaped his lips, laced with anguish and fury, as his body trembled uncontrollably. Blood gushed from the wound, soaking his clothes, pooling beneath him in a vivid crimson. The pain was sharp and tearing, as if a red-hot iron claw twisted within his flesh. He was so close, so very close. A vision flashed through his mind. Had the arrow been just a few centimeters lower, it would have struck his heart instead. The shadow of death loomed near, sending a chill of dread through him. He attempted to snap the arrow shaft with his right hand, but the fracture had rendered it powerless, leaving him incapable of even the simplest movement. The agony blurred his vision, drowning out the sounds of his own breath, his heartbeat, and the approaching hoofbeats. He could not linger here to await death. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen forced himself to regain composure. He knew the mounted figure was drawing nearer, and time was short. He had to gamble. Taking a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of strength and thrust himself forward. The arrow shaft scraped against the wound, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain that momentarily blackened his vision, nearly causing him to faint. Yet, he persevered through sheer willpower. The arrow finally slipped free from his shoulder, and he collapsed to the ground, his body crashing heavily onto the earth. His left shoulder was completely numb, blood staining half of his body. Current health points, 31. In the distance, amidst the rising dust, the ominous sound of hoofbeats echoed, as if emerging from the depths of hell. He could not afford to fall now. Jiang Chen struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on the looming figure of the rider, drawing ever closer. A tall silhouette emerged from the shadows, a skeletal warhorse, its eyes ablaze with eerie blue flames, leaving behind scorched earth that billowed with dark smoke. Upon its back sat a knight clad in black armor, rusted and cracked from countless battles. Beneath the helmet, hollow eye sockets glimmered with a crimson light, as if they could devour all vitality. He wielded a long spear, dark as ink, and as its tip pointed toward Jiang Chen, he felt that even the bitter chill of winter could not compare to the cold dread encasing him in that moment. At that instant, the system's identification feature began to reveal the foe's details. Identification, Undead Knight, Lord level, pseudo. Type, Undead. Strength, 12. Agility, 10. Perception, 11. Danger assessment. What is the unity of horse and rider? This is the unity of horse and rider. Only through their pairing can the true strength of a knight be manifested. Encountering Lord level monster, your sanity, 10. Indeed, it was Lord level, and even though the term pseudo was appended, it still represented an overwhelming force that dwarfed him. The oppressive aura bore down on him like an invisible mountain, constricting his breath. Despair flooded his mind, and countless thoughts raced through his head, but ultimately, only one remained: escape. He had to flee immediately. With no time to staunch the bleeding and burdened by pain, Jiang Chen plunged into the nearby ruins, hoping that this small obstruction might buy him a fleeting moment of respite from the undead night. However, the figure atop the horse made no move to pursue. Instead, it gazed at the arrow lodged in the wall and the pool of blood on the ground, seemingly dissatisfied with the lack of a decisive kill. The flames in its eye sockets burned coldly, devoid of any mercy. Thus, it once again drew back its bow, aiming at Jiang Chen's retreating form. This time, however, "You shall not escape." Whoosh. With a will to kill, the arrow streaked toward Jiang Chen's heart. Perhaps sensing the impending danger, Jiang Chen instinctively reacted, raising the tactical arm shield behind him just in time. Thud. The tactical arm shield emitted a mournful cry as it sustained an unbearable blow, shattering into two pieces. This piece of equipment, which had only accompanied him for a short while, was utterly destroyed. However, it accomplished its mission, propelled by the residual force of the arrow, carrying Jiang Chen's body away. The wretched neigh of the undead steed echoed through the air. Upon witnessing the target being struck, the knight urged his mount to pursue the direction in which Jiang Chen had plummeted, much like a hunter poised to claim his prey. Yet, upon arrival at the site of the fall, he discovered not the corpse of Jiang Chen, but merely a pool of blood staining the ground. His gaze scoured the earth. Undeterred by the loss of his target, he knew well that the prey could not have ventured far. The crimson footprints betrayed his movements. How pitifully weak. Yet so unwilling to confront death, it was an inescapable instinct of all living beings. A derisive chuckle emanated from beneath the knight's helm. How long had it been since he had partaken in such a cat-and-mouse game? Surprisingly, he felt a reluctance to end the life of his quarry so swiftly. Lowering his bow, he instead grasped his spear. Let the games begin in earnest. It seemed he murmured words that no one could hear, as the undead steed followed the trail of blood with its iron hooves. I hope you do not disappoint me, creature of the living. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen sought refuge in a relatively secluded spot. He had opted not to linger at the ruins of the village, but instead made his way to a hillside. This area was littered with exposed boulders, where not only could the horse not gallop, but he could also use the protruding rocks to evade the knight's arrows. The time was 5:41. His spirits had plummeted to the depths. Even if he could escape the undead knight now, he would be unable to return in time. At 6 o'clock, a fate swallowed by darkness awaited him. Thus, upon realizing his imminent death, Jiang Chen unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. For him, to live a few more days in a healthy body, filled with peril and excitement, was an undeniable windfall. Nonetheless, this did not signify that he had forgotten who had ensnared him in such a predicament. His hatred for the undead knight was profound. Therefore, he vowed to exact revenge before his demise. Even if he could not slay him, he would at least tear a few bones from his frame. Reason, 20. Current reason value, 36. You have contracted a negative status, frenzy. Frenzy. Under this condition, mental capacity is reduced by 2, pain sensitivity diminished by 50, actions become reckless. Fear is unknown, and one will not cease until objectives are met. Prolonged exposure to this state may lead to a distortion of character. A negative state, how opportune. Bloodshot eyes revealed the onset of madness within Jiang Chen. He uncorked a vial of healing potion and downed it in one swift motion, immediately retrieving another from his bracelet. The system indicated that one could consume a maximum of 2 vials within half an hour. Having already partaken once, further consumption would incur side effects. Yet, Jiang Chen cared little for such matters now. Facing death, why fear a cerebral hemorrhage? As the potion took effect, the wounds on his right hand began to mend. Even the gaping hole in his shoulder gradually diminished, the bleeding ceasing. Simultaneously, side effects manifested. His head throbbed painfully, akin to a balloon inflating. However, in his frenzied state, Jiang Chen cast aside all concern. He then produced a mass of white flesh, emanating a stench more repugnant than that of a ghoul. A scent that any normal person would find intolerable. Yet without hesitation, he swallowed it whole, filtering out the sensory assault from his taste buds. The texture was akin to eating soft tofu. Having consumed the brain of the ghoul, your strength 1, agility 1, mental capacity 2, reason 5. What other means of augmenting strength exist? Jiang Chen frantically searched for any usable items on his person. Yes, the bone coins. He still had over 10,000 remaining after purchasing a vial of holy water earlier, just enough to buy a potion of attributes. He accessed the system shop, selecting the strength potion without hesitation. Upon receiving confirmation of his purchase, he extracted it and consumed it immediately. Strength 1. The potion, which could have provided a maximum of 16,000 experience points, was thus wasted, yet Jiang Chen felt no regret. What use was it to him if his life was forfeit? Once all of his resources were transformed into strength, his attribute panel underwent a significant transformation. Name, Jiang Chen. Status, frenzied. 10 to all attributes experience bonus. Infected with corpse poison, mild. Age, 24. Strength, 7, 5, 1, 0, 0, 0. Heart of Justice 1. Brain of Ghoul 1. Constitution, 3, 213, 400. Agility, 6, 5. Brain of Ghoul 1, 177, 1000. Perception, 6, 169, 2000. Mental, 5, 8. Heart of Light 1. Frenzy, 2. Brain of Ghoul, 2. 385, 8000. Reason, 31. Energy, 32. Life, 56, slowly recovering. Talent, Survival, Lone Warrior. His physical attributes had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Should he encounter a ghoul again, Jiang Chen was confident he could eliminate it without injury. Yet, it was still insufficient. The stats of the undead knight far exceeded his own. His gaze fell upon the last card, the talent he had recently acquired but not yet activated, Lone Warrior. Only by approaching death could he seize an opportunity for a counterattack. If, at this moment, Jiang Chen were to take a moment to calculate, he would find that the acceleration rate of his survival talent had risen to 5-fold, continuously escalating with the increasing danger. However, it remained but a drop in the ocean. Chapter 16 Announcement. First kill across the server. Lone Warrior. When a player receives a lethal blow, this skill may be triggered. At this moment, the player can continue to survive with a single drop of blood for 3 minutes, during which they will not perish and unleash their physical potential, gaining 2 strength. 1 agility, can surpass extraordinary limits. Cooldown period, 72 hours. Upon seeing the conditions for triggering his talent, Jiang Chen grinned. A glint of madness flashing in his eyes. It seems I must gamble my life. Ha! The hooves of the undead steed trampled the ground as the knight, following the blood trail, finally arrived at the rocky forest. The undead horse beneath him grew restless, disturbed by the presence of the holy light in the air. Tightening the reins to calm his mount, the undead knight searched for Jiang Chen's figure, only to find that the wretch had not even attempted to conceal himself. He stood atop a boulder before him, his gaze icy and resolute. Hey, allow me to show you something splendid. Catch it, Jiang Chen exclaimed with laughter, hurling a burning glass vial. It was the very vial from which he had just imbibed the potion. The flames flickered in the knight's eyes, his ire kindled. He had anticipated a desperate retaliation from his prey, yet was met with such a trivial insult. With a swift motion, he aimed to shatter the glass vial with the butt of his spear. However, the moment the spearhead made contact with the vial, boom, a fierce blaze erupted. A massive fireball billowing forth like a storm cloud, the flames clinging like maggots, impossible to extinguish, swiftly engulfing the undead knight. The steed beneath him reared in terror, letting out a piercing whinny. Jiang Chen's face lit up with exhilaration. This was a makeshift incendiary device he had concocted using flammable corpse oil, potion vials, and cloth. How could its potency be trifling? However, a single incendiary device would not suffice. So in the instant the vial exploded and flames obscured his vision, now was the moment. A glimmer of fierce determination flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he leaped from the massive boulder, his radiant longsword poised menacingly at the neck of the undead knight. Die. Just moments ago, in his attempt to shatter the incendiary flask, the knight's lance had become an unwieldy burden, leaving him vulnerable to Jiang Chen's impending strike. Yet, the reaction of a lord-level creature was swifter than he had anticipated. Amidst the flames, the undead knight relinquished his grip on the reins and swiftly drew a long sword from his side, effortlessly deflecting Jiang Chen's charged attack. Clang! The swords clashed, sending Jiang Chen staggering back several paces, his arm tingling from the impact. Beneath the knight's helm, icy blue spiritual flames flickered, seemingly mocking his audacity. Even if one possesses cunning, what does it matter? Your weakness remains an unchangeable truth. The 5-point disparity in strength was an insurmountable chasm between them. Despite the knight's lack of eyes, Jiang Chen grasped its intent, and a surge of fury ignited within him. 3 weapons? Impressive, but come down and face me one-on-one. I'll rip your head off and kick it like a ball. As he roared, he swiftly took cover behind a nearby rock, retrieving a second incendiary flask, ready to ignite it with his blood. However, the knight was even quicker. Whoosh! Jiang Chen stared in disbelief as a pitch-black lance pierced through his chest. The knight standing far off, having hurled it with deadly precision. Damn, this is no fair fight. His vision began to blur, the frenzied gaze of the knight losing focus as his body, devoid of strength, toppled backward, clutching his weapon with a white-knuckled grip. The undead knight approached slowly, his skeletal fingers gripping the lance, effortlessly lifting Jiang Chen's body high. Blood dripped down the lance, forming a glaring pool of crimson on the ground. The knight gazed at Jiang Chen, a hint of disdain glimmering in the icy blue flames. A prey is merely a prey. How can it possess the strength to turn the tables on its hunter? Yet, just as he prepared to relish the sight of his prey's demise, Jiang Chen suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of triumphant cunning illuminating his eyes. The undead knight was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Just as he attempted to dislodge Jiang Chen from the lance's point, it was too late. A radiant wave of sword energy erupted from Jiang Chen, unleashed with all his might. Holy light slash. This strike bore a potency unlike his previous one against the ghoul, for he had activated his talent. His strength had surged from a mere 5 to an impressive 9. Fatal blow received. Talent, Lone Brave activated. Strength 2, Agility 1. For the next 3 minutes. Any attacks received will not lead to death. Countdown, 2 minutes 47 seconds. Moreover, given their proximity, the power of the attack would be amplified significantly. Holy Light Slash. An associated skill of the Radiant Longsword can unleash a wave of light attribute sword energy, effective within a range of 5 meters. With a minimum damage threshold of 15 times the wielder's strength. The closer the target, the greater the damage. Current usable instances, 1, 3. The ensuing exchanges were designed to provoke the undead knight into unleashing a fatal strike, thereby elevating his own strength. All while ensuring the knight would have no opportunity to land a hit on him, lest it impede his capacity. He had anticipated the knight would continue to shoot arrows, yet it had resorted to using its lance as a javelin instead. Nonetheless, his objectives were achieved. Boom. The colossal wave of sword energy descended from above, crashing against the knight's obsidian armor. The entwined death energy and brilliance clashed violently, producing a piercing shriek. The undead knight was further tormented as the light's essence began to dissipate his spiritual flames. Crack. The armor split wide open, the sword energy surging within, obliterating all in its path. Bang. The knight's form was torn asunder by the sword energy, reduced to black ash that scattered with the wind. Only the armor remained, clattering to the ground. The spectral steed beneath him was likewise shattered by the overwhelming force, disintegrating into fragments of bone. Jiang Chen's body crashed heavily to the earth, the lance still piercing through his torso. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he withdrew the lance. Health, 10. Due to fixed health value, deduction failure. His vision began to blur, the system's alert ringing in his ears. Congratulations, player Jiang Chen, for achieving the first kill of a Lord-level monster. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. At that moment, he was oblivious to the uproar that erupted in the regional channel. His private messages inundated with requests from countless players eager to add him as a friend. It seems I have triumphed. The elation of avenging my grievances filled his heart. With great effort, Jiang Chen opened his inventory, discovering his reward was a random talent treasure chest. A wry smile played on his lips, a flicker of resignation in his eyes. This reward might hold immense value for other players, yet it was of little use to him at present. For a single talent could not satisfy 2 conditions concurrently. He had hoped for healing potions or items to ward off darkness, only to be met with disappointment. In truth, he had already reached the limit for healing potions. Consuming more would be fatal, and the only means to resist the darkness were player-built structures or corpse oil lamps. Having lost too much blood, he found himself unable even to procure corpse oil. He understood that time was running short. The countdown for his talent was nearing its end. The moment his health hit 0 would mark his demise. Reflecting on the past 2 days, he recalled being thrust into a desolate map, then relentlessly encountering lords for 2 consecutive days. No player in the world was more unfortunate than he. Struggling to rise, he leaned on his radiant longsword for support, taking faltering steps forward. In his haze, illusions danced before his eyes. He seemed to glimpse his Tier 2 cottage. Hope surged within him, and he staggered inside. It was merely an ordinary cottage, devoid of any means to ward off darkness. As Jiang Chen succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground, a soft sigh echoed. Suddenly, a golden radiance erupted from his pierced chest. It was as if a signal had been ignited, the light expanding from his body, gradually enveloping the entire cottage. Under the transformation of the sacred light, the humble dwelling rapidly ascended in stature, ultimately morphing into a grand cathedral. Warning. An unknown error has occurred. Stricken. Warning. An unknown error has occurred. Stricken. Warning. An unknown error has occurred. Stricken. System operational. Talent duration has ended. Refreshing countdown. 71 hours 59 minutes. 6 o'clock a.m. Darkness descended. Chapter 17. Player Frenzy. Regional channel. It had been 2 days since the commencement of the survival game, and most players had encountered monsters to varying degrees. The fortunate had survived, while the unfortunate remained silent. Within this brief span, players had adapted to the brutal survival laws of this alternate world at lightning speed. It seemed as though the comfortable life they had led just days prior in modern society had become a distant memory, showcasing humanity's unparalleled adaptability in stark relief. Naturally, not everyone had adjusted to the wilderness. I haven't eaten in 2 days, kind-hearted gentlemen and ladies, fellow villagers. Could anyone spare me a piece of jerky and a cup of water? I promise to repay you in my next life by working like a beast. A lovely girl chimed in. Supplies. Private. Photos. Attached image. A demure maiden. Such players constitute only a small fraction, while the majority remain quite ordinary. Offering 20 units of wood. Message me to negotiate the price. I am open to barter. I am seeking to purchase iron blocks at a high price. Bulk buyers will be prioritized. 300 bone coins for 30 units of stone. Interested parties, please message me. One can find stones with just a few steps. Who would sell them at such exorbitant prices? Take it or leave it. There are plenty of buyers. Influenced by the construction of a second-tier shelter by the Lucky Star during the day, many players are eager to upgrade, wishing to unite their shelters with their comrades. They are willing to spend lavishly, resulting in a significant surge in the prices of all construction-related materials. Players with scarce resources find themselves in dire straits. Of course, not every player has the need to upgrade their shelter. Some are focused on acquiring items that can enhance their capabilities. Freshly made aloe vera juice, boasting remarkable effects, can increase the acquisition experience of all attributes by 10. It is merely 5 bone coins. One cannot go wrong with this purchase. Everyone, do not be deceived. This individual has omitted crucial information. His sinister aloe vera juice is utterly inedible for normal folk. It is impossible to bite through and could choke a person. Is that true? I am rather curious. I shall buy one to test it. You really do not heed advice, do you? Common quality axes, produced by the blacksmith, allow for swifter lumbering. This wretched game could not implement a one-click tree-cutting feature. I have chopped trees all day and only gathered 25 units of wood. If you have complaints, take them up with the system. Does whining here accomplish anything? By the way, does this game truly lack a novice gift pack? For the past 2 days, merely satisfying my hunger has proven difficult, and I must remain vigilant against monsters. Adventurer King, it is not all that challenging. Look at this, dog head. Accompanied by an image, a pile of jerky and salted fish. Great one, please take me along. Include me. 12100010 in the regional channel. Players like Adventurer King, flaunting their resources, are not uncommon. However, most harbor ulterior motives. For instance, showcasing strength to attract fellow players from the same region or luring those possessing special items to trade. As darkness envelopes the outside world and all players return to their shelters, such players become even more prevalent. Soon, various organizations with diverse names sprang up in the regional channel, recruiting members like mushrooms after rain. Even the fellow known as Dragon Overlord has established a dragon group, attracting numerous applicants. In essence, humans are social creatures. Even in a new environment, they spontaneously forge a new order and set of rules. What this will ultimately evolve into remains to be seen as time progresses. By the way, does anyone possess information regarding Lord-level monsters? Encountering such entities in the wild, no organization seems capable of handling them at present. Who knows? As of now, no player who has encountered Lord-level monsters has come forward. Perhaps their occurrence in the wild is exceedingly rare. Could it be possible that all players who encountered Lord monsters have perished? Dragon Overlord. I have encountered a Lord-level monster and survived. How impressive is that? Is that true? Please elaborate. Dragon Brother is formidable. Please take me along. Dragon Overlord. It was a day shrouded in fog. How can it be foggy during the day? Scratching head, Dragon Overlord. In a fit of rage, do not interrupt my narration. It was a day enveloped in mist. Initially, my companions and I planned to ambush a rabbit giant. But guess what happened? The rabbit giant was playing with a little one. Dragon Overlord, no. Sometimes, I truly want to call for help. It was a werewolf. I saw a Lord-level werewolf. With a single blow, it shredded the rabbit giant, which had a strength value of 7. Goodness, how terrifying. How did you manage to escape? Dragon Overlord. Escape? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Upon being discovered by the werewolf, I immediately rallied all my companions to confront it, and perhaps it succumbed to my regal aura, choosing to leave. Other players, do you expect us to believe that? Are there any of Dragon Overlord's teammates present? Please clarify the situation. Seeing the skepticism of the players, Dragon Overlord insisted. What I say is the truth. He even presented compelling evidence of his encounter with the werewolf. Screenshot. Identification. Werewolf. Lord level. False. Strength. 14. Agility. 10. Perception. 12. Danger assessment. Bites may transmit rabies. Enhanced. Turning one into a mindless half-werewolf. In truth, he was fully aware of the actual events. He merely glimpsed the werewolf hunting through a crystal ball and noticed that all 3 of the werewolf's attributes exceeded 10. Seizing the opportunity, he fled with his companions. However, as the leader of the dragon group, such a humiliating tale could never be revealed. Ah yes, my dragon brother is incredible. He can single-handedly tear apart Lord-level monsters. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Just as the players were mocking Dragon Overlord, a system-wide announcement suddenly echoed. Congratulations to Player General for achieving the first kill of a Lord-level monster. Rewards have been dispatched. Please check your inventory. The entire regional channel fell silent for a moment. Then, it erupted. Oh, goodness gracious. Bro, that is simply astounding. Where's the Big Shots organization? I wish to join. Can anyone tell me which region he is in? I want to pledge allegiance. General, please grace us with your presence. General, could you kindly share information regarding the Lord Monster? Adventurer King, General, I shall gift you 20 pieces of jerky as a token of friendship. I know who he is. He was the first to share the information about shelters not being able to block odors this morning. So it is him. I was genuinely saved by that information. I nearly had monsters at my doorstep during the day. Thank you, esteemed one. You are truly a good person. Soon, Jiang Chen's private backend was inundated with friend requests, with messages pouring in by the thousands. His personal information was also thoroughly investigated. Are there any friends from Region 501 who has connections to the Big Shot? Please help facilitate. I haven't seen anyone from Region 501 speak. It seems there is only one person in Region 501. Wait, Is the big shot not the unfortunate fellow who was mercilessly mocked yesterday? Goodness, the ID matches. It truly is. So, the big shot had no assistance and single-handedly defeated a Lord-level monster? Current indications suggest that this is indeed the case. If I were in such a dire situation, I might have committed suicide on the first day. The big shot is truly impressive for having endured alone. The admiration of players who are privy to the truth regarding Jiang Chen has significantly intensified. Dragon Aotion proclaimed, "Jiang Chen, my brother. I have never bowed to anyone in my life, but I am genuinely in awe of you." It is no wonder the players hold him in such high esteem. While they were still grappling with the daunting task of gathering intelligence on Lord-level monsters, someone single-handedly defeated one with sheer personal prowess. Dragon Aotion's boasts pale in comparison to this feat. Why is the boss silent? Could it be that he just endured a fierce battle and sustained grave injuries? That seems quite likely. Several astute guild leaders, seeking to aid Jiang Chen, gifted him with bottles of healing potions through various channels. If he truly bore severe wounds, these potions would be a godsend. If not, they could serve as a mere token of goodwill, perhaps paving the way for friendship. Should they successfully recruit Jiang Chen into their guild, it would be immensely beneficial, even if they were in different regions, as his renown would undoubtedly attract more players. Indeed, as they surmised, Jiang Chen had suffered serious injuries and remained submerged in a pool, still unconscious. Chapter 18, Awakening. Jiang Chen now finds himself in a rather peculiar state. He recalls battling the undead knight before losing consciousness. Upon awakening, however, he discovers himself enveloped in darkness, with nothing visible around him. He cannot even feel his own body. It seems he exists solely as a consciousness. Initially, he believed he had entered the afterlife, but the incessant cacophony echoing in his ears raises questions. The sound resembles countless voices whispering at his ear, yet their words remain indecipherable, interspersed with unsettling murmurs. The whispers grow increasingly coherent, an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloping him, as if he has been forgotten by the entire world. O great and compassionate deity of suffering, who governs all pain and anguish in this realm, I humbly offer this sacrifice to you. The whispers clarify, and he senses danger, yet a sense of rebellion eludes him. The painful experiences he has endured over his 20-odd years flash before his eyes like a slideshow, and an inexplicable sorrow wells up within him, prompting thoughts of ending it all. However, an instinct warns him that should he respond to this call, it would truly mark the end. The last vestiges of his will to survive surge forth. As if attuned to his plea, a flicker of light emerges from the boundless darkness. It radiates a pure white glow, promising redemption upon contact. Upon seeing it, Jiang Chen feels as though he has grasped a lifeline. His consciousness rushes toward it, until he pierces through the veil of light. With a splash, his damp hand breaks the surface of the water, seizing a small boat and flipping it upright. The azure waves gently undulate, the boat rocking in harmony, while the sky above is awash in brilliance. The scene is almost surreal. Jiang Chen lies on the boat, inhaling deeply. Am I still alive? But where exactly am I? He attempts to summon his attribute panel, only for it to reveal that he is in a special state, and thus cannot access it. At this moment, a multitude of questions flood his mind. He sees himself adrift in a radiant sea, beneath him a slender golden vessel. He reclines at one end of the boat, while at the other sits a young woman in white, engrossed in her book. Who is she? As he rummages through his memories, he realizes he does not recognize her, though she seems oddly familiar. Do you know me? Where's this place? Jiang Chen rises and strides toward the opposite end of the boat, intending to inquire about their location. Yet halfway there, he is suddenly halted by an invisible barrier. His voice appears to be unable to traverse this boundary. He pounds against the barrier, striving to attract the girl's attention. It seems to have worked. She lowers her book, revealing the most sacred visage he has ever beheld. Her beauty is otherworldly, striking yet utterly unattainable, evoking no thoughts of desecration. However, Jiang Chen soon realizes something amiss. He cannot recall the girl's face, despite her proximity. This unsettling realization breeds anxiety within him, as if he is confronted by an indescribable monstrosity. Yet the girl remains still, merely mouthing words as if attempting to convey something. Though her voice cannot penetrate the barrier, she speaks slowly enough that he can mimic her lip movements. 39, 90, 75, 116, 39, 72. A string of enigmatic numbers. Before Jiang Chen can comprehend her meaning, darkness engulfs him once more. In a sudden gasp, Jiang Chen emerges from the pool, the water swirling around him. He gazes down at his hands. Though they are pale from prolonged exposure to the water, no wounds mar his skin. Not even the gaping hole that once pierced his chest, an experience laden with surrealism. He exhales and calls forth his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Status, weak. Recovery rate of stamina and health, 75. Age, 24. Strength, 5, 23, 1000. Constitution, 3, 367, 400. Agility, 5, 214, 1000. Perception, 6, 171, 2000. Spirit, 8, 464, 8000. Sanity, 73. Stamina, 59. Life, 100. Talent, Survival, Lone Warrior, 50 hours 22 minutes. Haha, I'm still alive. At the sight of his attribute panel, Jiang Chen bursts into wild laughter. He surveys his surroundings and quickly uncovers the reason for his survival. Identification, Special Building, Holy Light Cathedral, Level 1 Structure. Within the radius of Holy Light, all monster strengths are reduced by 10, with a coverage diameter of 200 meters. All monsters harbor an increased hostility of 100 toward the cathedral's owner. Durability, 1000, 1000. Special Facility, Holy Light Life Pool. Holy Light Life Pool generates 1 liter of holy water every hour, ceasing once capacity is reached. Entering it allows for gradual health recovery. Current holy water stock, 36. Materials required for upgrading, 200 iron blocks, 2000 stone, 200 wood. Attention players. As this building is a special structure, it lacks concealment effects. Please remain vigilant at all times. So it was. The place he inadvertently wandered into after his duel with the undead knight turned out to be a player-built sanctuary capable of repelling the encroachment of darkness. By sheer coincidence. It also housed a facility for health recovery, even purging him of any venom. Furthermore, upon checking the time, he realizes he has been unconscious for a total of 22 hours. Remarkably, the doors had remained wide open, yet not a single monster had dared to invade. When all these coincidences converge, he begins to feel as though everything was preordained, leading him to question whether he is truly awakened. Chapter 19. Jiang Chen's Special Building. It was the 3rd day since the game launched. The afternoon reading 3:50 p.m. Class monitor. Have you managed to contact Jiang Chen yet? Zhang Weijian glanced toward the door, where teammate Lao Chen approached with a lantern, causing him to lower his guard and sigh in exasperation. Not yet. I've been unable to reach him. Could it be that he has been poached by another organization? After all, given his current fame, he is even less renowned than a lucky star. Lao Chen leaped onto the table inside the room, chewing on jerky as he proposed his hypothesis. Zhang Weijian had also contemplated his teammate's conjecture, but shook his head in response. That is unlikely. If any organization had indeed recruited him, they would have enlisted Jiang Chen's cooperation and promoted it extensively in the regional channel. They could not possibly let such a prime opportunity to recruit slip away. If it weren't for the inability to contact Jiang Chen, I would have done the same, considering Jiang Chen was inducted into the alliance just yesterday afternoon, making his recruitment swifter than anyone else's. It is highly probable that Jiang Chen's circumstances are extraordinary, rendering him unresponsive. A hint of concern laced Zhang Weijian's tone as he uttered these words. Brother, please do not get into any trouble. We are counting on you to help us expand our reputation. This implied that Jiang Chen's current situation was indeed dire, potentially still in a state of unconsciousness. What a pity. The King of Soldiers had expressed a desire to meet him. The King of Soldiers, whom Lao Chen referred to, was also in this region. To be honest, Lao Chen was utterly astonished when he encountered him yesterday. He had known the man long before the arrival of the Universal Game and was quite the prominent figure in the military, having clinched the championship in this year's military exercises. A true King of Soldiers, having emerged from among a million troops. Yet, the King of Soldiers had also remarked that, given his current physical attributes, he too could not contend against the Lord, highlighting just how formidable Jiang Chen truly was. I suddenly have a thought, Lao Chen interjected. What thought? The division where Jiang Chen is located has no other individuals, right? This means that his only means of communication with us can only be through the chat channel, so he cannot ascertain whether we are all real people. Zhang Weijian's expression faltered. This was because all dialogues could potentially be fabrications by the system, and the resources exchanged might also be provided by the system. If he began to harbor such suspicions, with no one nearby to communicate with, could he possibly descend into madness over time? Lao Chen's whimsical musings reminded Zhang Weijian of the Truman Show, that young man who had lived the first half of his life under the direction of a filmmaker. Upon reflection, he suddenly realized that their current predicament bore a striking resemblance, albeit with a few more individuals involved. Upon deeper contemplation, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that the truth will remain elusive? Let us refrain from uttering such words in the future. Right now, don't even mention Jiang Chen. I'm starting to doubt everything myself. With a swift motion, he dispelled the ominous thoughts, feeling a sense of relief. It was evident that the psychological well-being of the newly enlisted soldiers had not been adequately attended to. He would have to intensify their training henceforth. Yes, Sergeant. I feel quite wronged, came the reply. Did someone say something to me? Jiang Chen pondered, striking his forehead, yet he could not recall. Rationality, 10. Only when the prompt appeared did he feel a sudden pang of anxiety. Since he could not recall, it was best not to dwell on it. Incurring a negative buff would be counterproductive. Surviving was a matter of joy for him, and he had made a new discovery. Firstly, he had not perished and had come across a unique structure. Having spent nearly a day and night within, it was already in an occupied state. A separate section appeared on the system panel, displaying the buildings he currently possessed. Secondly, he needed to figure out how to manage the two structures. The special building did not possess any concealment effects, thus he could not leave the small cabin behind. He needed to relocate the cabin, otherwise, traversing back and forth would prove inconvenient. Primarily, Jiang Chen had his sights set on this territory, not only because there was an undiscovered mine nearby, but also due to the favorable geographical position of the church. Just a moment ago, Jiang Chen had taken a stroll and discovered that directly behind him lay a sheer cliff, should monsters attack. He would only be able to confront them head-on while being at an advantageous elevation. This was far superior to the plane where the small cabin was situated. He needed to find out where the synthesis platform of the church was located. Each player's building had an unchanging rule of possessing a synthesis platform. Jiang Chen needed to convert his current resources, for he had run out of money. More importantly, the burlap clothing he wore had become tattered during the 2 attacks yesterday, rendering it unwearable. He required the synthesis platform to craft a new outfit. After wandering for quite some time, he eventually found it in the rear hall of the church, a circular altar. Behind the altar stood a statue of a goddess with her hands clasped together, boasting 12 wings and standing over 3 meters tall. Input fabric 4, synthesize villager outfit 1. Input zombie corpses 38. Congratulations, you have obtained 266 bone coins. Input skeleton soldier corpse 1. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 bone coins. Input ghoul corpses 2. Congratulations, you have obtained 43 bone coins, 80 milliliters of corpse oil, 1 potion recipe. Finally, something valuable had dropped. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled as he quickly checked what the dropped recipe could produce. A stamina-restoring potion? Could it restore stamina? Merely from the name, one could only vaguely deduce the potion's effects. The specific efficacy would only be revealed after the finished product was created. Nevertheless, it was indeed a high-value item. He reopened his attribute panel. In that moment, he was startled by the flood of private messages in his inbox. Big shot, please take me along. 10,086. Let us be friends. 10010. Big shot, you are my idol. Do you have an organization? I wish to join. The Divine Temple sincerely invites you to join us. Greetings to the Great One from the Dragon Group. The gates of the Ideal Nation are always open for you. Brother, do you need some intimate clothing, freshly made? It appeared that yesterday's announcement had stirred quite a commotion. Jiang Chen chuckled wryly, yet he chose not to respond to any of these messages. Soon, he noticed that his backpack contained several bottles of healing potions, seemingly gifted by the leaders of various organizations. Friend requests had also been sent his way. Jiang Chen did not decline. He accepted several of the requests, as there was no detriment to himself. After all, more friends meant more opportunities. In Zone 66, Long Outyin, who was ambushing monsters with his subordinates, suddenly received a notification that a friend request had been accepted. He leapt up in excitement. The big shot added me as a friend. This is amazing. The big shot added me as a friend. His teammates nearby buried their faces in their hands, exasperated by having such a leader who was not very considerate of the situation. We're ambushing, big brother. You've scared off our prey. Yet Long Outyin paid no mind to their protests and quickly messaged Jiang Chen. After pondering for a while, he was unsure how to phrase his thoughts. Finally, he sent, "Are you there, big shot?" He resembled a cautious sycophant. Jiang Chen replied, "I'm busy. Let us talk tonight if there is something." Long Outyin sat up straight, thinking, so this is what a big shot is like. His manner of speaking is indeed extraordinary. I need to learn from him. Meanwhile, his teammates could only shake their heads in disbelief. Chapter 20. Talent, Stabilization. Jiang Chen was indeed busy. He was not speaking falsely. First, he reported his safety to the old sergeant, expressing gratitude for the 2 bottles of healing potions he had been gifted. Then, without pause, he rushed outside to collect the equipment dropped by the undead knight. After more than a day had passed, astonishingly, these items were still here. What Jiang Chen did not realize was that the reason he had remained unscathed within the church for a day and night was that other monsters had sensed the presence of a lord and had chosen to steer clear. Moreover, it was fortunate that he had not collected the equipment after the battle yesterday. Otherwise, it would have been a different story. However, the corpse of the undead knight had already been destroyed, leaving Jiang Chen feeling quite regretful. He could only gather the fragments of the undead horse scattered on the ground. Identification, damaged steel armor. Type, relic. Grade, fine. Durability, 0-1000. Usable, no. Identification, knight's lance. Type, relic. Grade, superior. Durability, 1243, 2000. Wearing effect. Holding this lance grants mastery of advanced spear techniques, increasing damage to large creatures by 30. Prolonged use will incur necrotic corrosion, which can be cleansed by soaking in holy water. Usage requirement, strength 8. Jiang Chen intended to lift the knight's lance, but he had forgotten that he no longer possessed the substantial attribute boost from the previous day, resulting in the lance remaining motionless upon the ground. Reluctantly, he could only stow it in his backpack for later retrieval. While the knight's lance was indeed remarkable, Jiang Chen found it currently unusable and ultimately decided to immerse it in the pool of life upon entering the church. He also contemplated whether to exchange it with other players for items, only to discover, after perusing the regional channel, that they scarcely possessed even fine weapons. Hardly any organization could offer materials for trading superior items. Never mind, I shall keep it for myself for now. deposited 1 undead horse corpse. Congratulations. You have obtained 47 bone coins and 1 Gale boots. Identification, Gale boots. Type, relic. Grade, fine. Durability, 150, 150. Wearing effect. Wearing these boots increases agility by 1 and movement speed by 15. Detected that this corpse serves as proof of a Lord-level monster's defeat, granting an additional drop of 1 bronze treasure chest. Upon noticing the unexpected addition of a treasure chest, Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Having previously received one just the day before, he was well aware of the value contained within. A sentiment echoed by other players who had acquired bronze chests in the wild. He pondered whether the system's bestowed chest would hold any surprises. Filled with anticipation, Jiang Chen opened the bronze treasure chest. To his astonishment, it differed from the last one. Inside floated 3 luminous orbs, 2 white and 1 blue. Jiang Chen first reached for the 2 white orbs, and upon contact, the radiance dissipated, revealing tangible items. Bone coins 500, fabric 10. The white orbs indeed represented basic materials. He wondered what the blue orb might yield. After securing the obtained materials in his backpack, he approached the blue orb with hopeful expectation. As the light faded, he found himself holding a jet black stone, roughly the size of an egg, and surprisingly heavy. Identification, basic enhancement stone. Type, treasure. Grade, superior. Durability, consumable. When used on an item, it can elevate ordinary and above-grade items to the superior tier. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. He was about to acquire another superior piece of equipment. Hastily, he retrieved the radiant longsword from the pool of life, the weapon that had accompanied him the longest and provided immense assistance. Thus, it was the first weapon that sprang to mind for enhancement. Upon retrieving it, he suddenly noticed something amiss. The blade appeared remarkably cleaner, as if freshly forged. Utilizing the identification function again left him astounded. Identification, radiant longsword. Type, relic. Grade, superior. Durability, 1000, 1000. Wearing effect. Those of righteous heart receive the blessing of radiance, granting 1 strength, 1 constitution, 1 spirit. Infused with the power of light, it can unleash a light attribute sword aura with an effective attack range of 8 meters, inflicting damage equal to 15 times the wielder's strength. The closer the distance, the greater the damage, and it deals additional damage to evil creatures. Usable 5 times every 24 hours, 5, 5. Having been bathed in the pool of radiant life, it has begun to reveal some of its former glory. May the goddess bless you. Superior. The third piece of superior equipment. In that moment, Jiang Chen dared to believe that, considering overall wealth, no one in the entire 07 district could rival him. His collection of superior items was now surpassing that of fine ones. Can you believe it? Thus, where should the enhancement stone be applied? In truth, the choice had already been made. He possessed 4 fine items. The tactical arm shield was damaged and would need to be inquired about for repairs from the old squad leader. Enhancing the plump bracelet seemed unwise, considering its minuscule utility in the face of his backpack's impressive storage capabilities. At best, it was a mere patch. The skull crown was significantly hampered by the unique structure's limitations. Hence, the answer was clear. Enhance the Gale boots. Jiang Chen placed both the enhancement stone and the Gale boots upon the altar, then clicked to confirm. Bathed in golden light, the 2 items merged into a shimmering unity. Identification, Gale boots. Type, relic. Grade, superior. Durability, 500, 500. Wearing effect. Wearing these boots increases agility by 2 and movement speed by 25, significantly reducing stamina consumption while running. Without hesitation, he removed his original straw sandals and donned the Gale boots. As his feet slipped inside, he was immediately struck by their softness. The interior was lined with plush material, and they felt weightless and breathable. His entire body felt considerably lighter. Examining the external material, it appeared to be crafted from horsehide. Walking in them offered remarkable resilience, ensuring comfort for his feet. With a 25-point increase in movement speed, traversing the terrain while wearing these boots would save him ample time. Seizing the moment, buoyed by his exceptional fortune today, he decided to open the first kill reward bestowed by the system. He retrieved a special chest from his backpack, the random talent chest. Opening it would grant him a random talent. Having already experienced the prowess of the brave solitary talent, Jiang Chen hoped to acquire another talent of equivalent caliber. Taking a deep breath, he opened the chest. Inside floated a red orb. Jiang Chen was uncertain whether the red signified the talent's level or if all talents manifested as red orbs. All he knew was that at this moment, every cell in his body seemed to come alive, urging him to touch the red orb. Thus, Jiang Chen yielded to his instincts. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent, Stability. Stability. Your life limit is locked and will not fall below 100 for any reason. Jiang Chen slowly formed a question mark in his mind. Was that it? Just that? Could it be that the life limit could still change? But what use was this ability to him? Unable to comprehend the talent's specific utility, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. However, after reflecting on his remarkable luck today, a small consolation emerged. He had not received a golden item this time, which was entirely understandable. Thus, he reassured himself and departed the church, ensuring the radiant longsword was secured. He still needed to reside in the plains for the night. Chapter 21, Promotion. 5:20 p.m. Jiang Chen returned once more to his familiar little cabin. Indeed, it was swift. He was thoroughly satisfied with the Gale Boot's performance. A journey that once required over half an hour now took merely 15 minutes, and he had not broken a sweat. Surveying the cabin, it remained unchanged since his departure. Although only a day had passed, it felt as though an eternity had elapsed. Rather than resting immediately, Jiang Chen retrieved the potion formula he had just acquired from his backpack, intending to utilize it on the synthesis table in his hidden cabin. After all, he primarily resided here at night, making many tasks far more convenient. He placed the scroll upon the stone slab and confirmed it on the transparent interface. The potion scroll has been used, and your crafting station can now produce stamina recovery potions. At this moment, one can view the detailed information regarding the stamina recovery potion at the crafting station. Stamina recovery potion. Consuming it restores 30 points of stamina instantly, with a maximum of one use within 2 hours. Otherwise, it may lead to muscle dissolution. Ingredients: 500 g of fresh raw meat, 100 milliliters of fresh water, and 10 bone coins. Method of preparation: grind the fresh raw meat into a paste, pulverize the bone coins into powder, mix everything thoroughly, and let it sit for 6 hours. Then, add fresh water and continue stirring. After another 6 hours, the potion will fully separate. Using the stamina recovery potion scroll at the crafting station will bypass this step. How intriguing it is that bone coins can be utilized in potion making. Jiang Chen found this revelation astonishing. He then recalled that bone coins had previously been used as materials for crafting weapons, so their application in potion making did not seem entirely out of the ordinary. As for the fresh meat required as an ingredient, it was certainly unattainable in the land of the dead. At least, Jiang Chen couldn't find any at the moment. Thus, he would need to purchase it from players in other maps. His first thought was the Veteran Alliance. As he was technically a member himself, it would be possible to procure it from them, likely at a more favorable price. With this thought, he proceeded to make contact. Jiang Chen, Captain, I would like to order a substantial amount of fresh raw meat. Upon receiving the message, the old captain promptly replied, having sent Jiang Chen a message earlier in the afternoon, urging him to reach out when he had time. Old captain, no problem. However, I have other matters to discuss with you. Jiang Chen, as long as the difficulty isn't too great, I'm agreeable. Old captain, it's nothing complicated. It simply requires your cooperation. The old captain then explained that the alliance needed to leverage his reputation to attract more players. He would announce in the regional channel that Jiang Chen had joined the alliance, and Jiang Chen would need to publicly affirm the truth of this information. Naturally, to ensure Jiang Chen wasn't working for nothing, he promised to reward him with a premium item afterward. Jiang Chen did not refuse such an arrangement. After all, who would decline the opportunity to receive a premium item with just a message? The two agreed to set the time for 7 o'clock, a moment when the regional channel would have the highest viewership. District 121. The rhythmic sound of chopping would echoed through the mist. The sound carried far, attracting hunting beasts from afar. A pair of blood-red eyes lurked in the bushes, fixed intently on the figure chopping wood, waiting until it confirmed that the target was unguarded. In a flash, it pounced with lightning speed. Just as it thought it was about to succeed, the axe it had used for chopping wood unexpectedly fell upon its head. Thud! The ambushing creature was cleaved in two, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Silently, the body was stowed away in the backpack, and the figure continued to chop wood in another location. Not far away, the mist-covered forest was permeated with the scent of blood. Ding! The system alerted him of a message from a friend. Old captain, fool, stop chopping wood for now, and send me the monster corpses you have. Pausing momentarily, Jiang Chen typed back, I am not a fool. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen received what he desired, several intact monster corpses. The old captain was quite generous. Jiang Chen marveled at this. Normally, he would carve off the meat, and the bones could be disassembled to yield some bone coins, but the old captain offered them freely. Jiang Chen himself might not have been so magnanimous. He sliced off a pound of meat from the corpse, stowed the body back into his backpack. He did not want to attract any monsters due to the smell of blood, and then combined it with the other 2 ingredients into the crafting station. This time, the processing did not complete immediately. He waited for 10 minutes before the system notified him that the container for the potion was ready. Jiang Chen quickly took out some iron blocks to forge a batch of 50 milliliters cups. Currently, with no sediment available, he could not use glass bottles like the system shop. Iron containers would have to suffice. Jiang Chen utilized the identification function on the newly produced potion, confirming it was indeed a premium-grade potion, consistent with the description. It was a yellowish-brown color, reminiscent of extracted oil. He took a screenshot of the information to send to the old captain. Upon seeing the screenshot, the old captain immediately contacted him, expressing a need for a substantial order. After discussing for a while, they reached a mutually satisfactory agreement. Going forward, all materials required for producing stamina potions would be provided by the Veteran Alliance, and Jiang Chen would only need to pay the cost price. As a condition, Jiang Chen agreed to sell a minimum of 50 bottles of stamina recovery potions to the Alliance daily, also at cost price. Jiang Chen calculated that his crafting station could produce a maximum of 144 bottles in a day. After accounting for the sales to the Alliance, he could sell the remaining bottles for 50 bone coins each, yielding a gross profit of approximately 20 bone coins per bottle. Thus, he could potentially earn 1,500 bone coins daily from this alone, surpassing the income rate of 90 of players. Furthermore, he could also sell the holy water produced from the life pool, pricing it at 1,000 bone coins per liter. In comparison, the system charged 1,000 bone coins for only 100 milliliters, making Jiang Chen's price a significant bargain. Market prices typically fall 5 to 10 times below system pricing. This arrangement thus promised a steady income of 24,000 bone coins each day. Indeed, both products had ample market demand. The stamina recovery potion's effects were self-evident, greatly extending players' endurance without the need to repeatedly return to a sanctuary for rest. The holy water served even more purposes. It could eliminate most curses and toxins, cleanse wounds to prevent infection, and even treat mild colds. Long-term consumption could even enhance one's physical constitution. Jiang Chen planned to use the holy water as a common drinking water source in the future. Of course, he would refrain from consuming this batch, having soaked in it for an entire day, rendering it akin to bath water. Better to let other players enjoy it. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen had accepted several friend requests. That evening, those friends reached out to him, extending an invitation to join the organization they had established, promising generous benefits. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of temptation, but ultimately resisted. He declined each invitation, citing his existing allegiance to another organization. However, as a gesture of goodwill for their prior kindness, he gifted each of them 100 milliliters of holy water. After a pleasant exchange, they all expressed a desire to remain friends and support one another in times of need. At precisely 7 o'clock, Jiang Chen collaborated with the old captain to create a spectacle in the regional channel. The process unfolded as follows. Old captain, let us warmly celebrate the first player. Jiang Chen, joining the Alliance. Chen sir, let us warmly celebrate the first player. Jiang Chen, joining the Alliance. Tigon, let us warmly celebrate the first player. Jiang Chen, joining the Alliance. Bing Wang, let us warmly celebrate the first player. Jiang Chen, joining the Alliance. Jiang Chen, this is so awkward. I feel utterly humiliated. Being repeatedly mentioned in such a public manner felt surreal. Jiang Chen thought it excessive to label him as the first player, believing there were many who were far more formidable than himself. Yet, the old captain held a different opinion, asserting that while there may be players stronger than him, none had single-handedly slain a lord before. Other players shared a similar sentiment. Zhang Weijian has nearly rallied all his brethren for promotional efforts. Yet some players still voiced their skepticism. Could it be yet another deception? I won't trust any organization that hasn't been personally acknowledged by the esteemed Jiang Chen. Since yesterday, several organizations have emerged under the same banner, only to reveal themselves as frauds. I've encountered no fewer than 10. I was deceived out of 100 bone coins for the membership fee. Woe is me. I was swindled out of 200. This prevailing sentiment is precisely why Zhang Weijian has hesitated to make any announcements. Without Jiang Chen's collaboration, the risk of being labeled a fraud looms large, posing significant hindrances to future developments. However, the situation has now changed. Jiang Chen proclaims, I am Jiang Chen himself, and I have currently joined the Alliance, welcoming all of you to join as well. Wow, it truly is the esteemed Jiang Chen. The Great One has made an appearance. We've captured the Great One. Quick, use a pokeball. With the endorsement of a magnate, this alliance is credible. How does one join? Count me in. Before long, Zhang Weijian received news that nearly every division was inundated with a plethora of player applications for membership. In his heart, he praised the effectiveness of celebrity influence. Indeed, the investment in this exquisite item was well worth it. Chapter 22, The Tentacle Belt. Great One, please tell us, what rewards are there for vanquishing a lord? I want to know. Numerous players urged for answers, prompting Jiang Chen to step forward. Jiang Chen replied, upon slaying a lord, aside from being able to disassemble the corpse, the system will additionally drop a bronze crystal treasure chest. Bronze crystal treasure chest? I've never heard of it. I've opened one before, with a stroke of luck in the wild. I found it in ruins and uncovered a precious blueprint. Oh, is that so? There's a village nearby. I'll give it a shot tomorrow. What did the great Jiang Chen obtain? I'm curious. Jiang Chen shared a screenshot of the primary enhancement stone to quench the player's curiosity. Jiang Chen continued, the items in system-granted chests differ from those found in the wild. The resources within the system treasure chests exist in the form of light orbs, allowing for the storage of items that do not conform to the chest's dimensions. Wow, it's an enhancement stone. That means the Great One possesses at least one superior item. I'm devastated. I don't even own a single exquisite piece of equipment, while the Great One has already acquired superior items. So envious. It's settled then. Tomorrow, I too shall challenge the Lord. To the brothers above, please remain calm. Not everyone can be Jiang Chen. Or you could store your resources with me. If you manage to return, I'll return them to you. If not, well, heh. The task assigned to Jiang Chen by the old squad leader has been completed. Thus the promised exquisite item has finally reached his hands. Identification, tentacle belt. Type, relic. Grade, exquisite. Durability, 150-150. Wear effect, increases constitution by 1 upon wearing. Allows the user to extend a mental tentacle with a strength value of 5 from any point on the belt, reaching a length of 3 meters, controlled by the host. The higher the mental value, the longer the duration, can be activated once every 24 hours, 1-1. Chapter 23, Intelligence on Regional Mergers. Jiang Chen's reminder jolted Lucky Star into recalling her original purpose. Oh no, why have I rambled on so much? I mustn't delay any further. She quickly clarified her intent. Great one, I wish to purchase the iron blocks in your possession. How many do you require? Knowing she was affiliated with the old squad leader, Jiang Chen was not surprised by her knowledge of his vast supply of iron blocks. I want as many as you have. The moment she spoke, Jiang Chen's heart raced. He possessed over 4,000 units of iron blocks, which, at the current market price, would amount to at least 100,000 bone coins. Could she truly afford it? Simultaneously, he speculated that she might have obtained a rare scroll, which required iron blocks among its materials. He directly inquired, could you share what type of production scroll you acquired? If it's inconvenient, no worries. After all, it involved her privacy, yet Jiang Chen wouldn't withhold the sale of materials for that reason. However, Lucky Star had no intention of concealing her intentions, boldly stating, it's a hunting trap, obtained from one of the treasure chests. Additionally, I need more iron blocks to upgrade my little house. Hee. Huffed. Jiang Chen was unfazed by the first half of her message. Hunting traps indeed have a substantial market demand, but they held little utility for him. However, upon reading the latter half, he spat out the water he had just sipped. What? Am I seeing things? You're already upgrading your shelter? Other players haven't even prepared the materials for a level 2 house, and you're going for level 3 already? Do you already have obsidian? Jiang Chen's shelter also needed upgrading, yet he had no leads on one of the required materials, obsidian. I found it in another chest. But only one piece, shyly. Jiang Chen. This is outrageous. Someone must be cheating. System, come out and intervene. This isn't fair. I have 4,000 units of iron blocks available for sale, but even at internal prices, it would still be around 80,000 to 90,000. Do you have the funds? Jiang Chen retained a portion, as he needed it for both shelter and church upgrades. He was intrigued by what trading chips Lucky Star could offer. Could she have found 100,000 bone coins in the third chest? How about this? Lucky Star sent a screenshot. Bone Tomb Construction Blueprint. Can transform a hidden shelter into a special building, Bone Tomb. Construction materials. Ordinary hidden shelter 1. Building crystal is also acceptable. 100 skeleton soldier corpses. 2,000 bone coins. 1 death energy crystal core. Can be found with a probability in areas densely populated with skeleton soldiers. Note, a hidden shelter transformed into a special building will lose its concealment effect. Bone Tomb. Special building, capable of breeding skeleton soldiers in large quantities. Controlled by the owner of the Bone Tomb. The capability to breed skeleton soldiers? Jiang Chen was captivated by this description. He recalled the terrifying butcher being pursued by thousands of skeleton soldiers on the first night. This was no mere imitation, but a genuine lord-level monster. Yet, he still dropped a considerable amount of rotting flesh. This clearly indicated that when the number of skeleton soldiers reached a certain threshold, they should not be underestimated. Are you certain you wish to exchange this blueprint? Jiang Chen voiced his doubts. In his view, the value of the Bone Tomb far surpassed 100,000 bone coins. Even with the current high valuation of bone coins. Yes, I'm certain. The squad leader mentioned that the Misty Forest lacks the conditions to produce skeleton soldiers. Perhaps you need it more. Jiang Chen pressed his lips together, feeling a surge of gratitude. I'm so touched. This is incredibly generous of you. In truth, Lucky Star had left out a crucial detail. The Bone Tomb blueprint was obtained from a treasure chest granted by the system for completing achievements. After selling it to Jiang Chen, she could easily claim the first achievement for a level 3 building. I, Lucky Star, am quite clever. The old squad leader chuckled. You might not realize, but I've contributed nothing, yet the recognition for Jiang Chen's organization is skyrocketing. Thus, a transaction was reached. Jiang Chen acquired the blueprints for the Bone Tomb, while Lucky Star received 4,000 units of iron blocks. After a brief exchange of words, the young lady busied herself with the various matters of upgrading the shelter. A twinge of regret pierced Jiang Chen's heart, as she was a rare and innocent companion, a perfect antidote for his solitude. Nightfall approached at 8:50 p.m. Congratulations to Lucky Star for becoming the first player in Zone 07 to possess a level 3 building. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Though he had anticipated this moment, the instant he laid eyes upon the system announcement, envy surged within him unabated. The player community erupted into fervor. Then, at precisely 9 p.m., Old Class Monitor, warm congratulations to Lucky Star for joining the Alliance. Welcome. Sir Chen, warm congratulations to Lucky Star for joining the Alliance. Welcome. Grand Marshal, warm congratulations to Lucky Star for joining the Alliance. Welcome. Dragon Out Yin, damn it. How is this guy so fast? I'm just 1 obsidian short. A repeat of the operations Jiang Chen had executed previously now unfolded with Lucky Star. The alliance, already renowned due to Jiang Chen's inclusion, now soared to even greater heights, subtly hinting at the emergence of a premier player faction, leaving other organizations trailing far behind. Old Class Monitor had certainly grasped the situation. What are you waiting for? Connect already. Old Class Monitor urged. Well, the Dragon Slayer had ultimately transformed into a dragon himself. Jiang Chen, warm congratulations to Lucky Star for joining the alliance. Welcome, welcome. The farce concluded swiftly, with Old Class Monitor basking in both fame and fortune. Just as Jiang Chen was about to inquire about the rewards for the Level 3 building, a second system announcement appeared. Due to a player successfully constructing a Level 3 building in 61 hours, exceeding the hidden task requirements, the system will disclose an announcement to Zone 07 ahead of schedule. 4 months after the game commences, all regional boundaries will be closed for district mergers, and the world channel will gradually open, allowing communication with players from other districts. Upon the release of the system announcement, the entire district channel erupted into lively discussions. The majority of players held an optimistic outlook. Fantastic. Soon, we'll all be living together, and we won't have to worry about the threat of monsters anymore. Those who wish to stir trouble had best behave. A new order will soon be established, and they should be wary of judgment post-merger. You're overthinking it. With so many people living together, what will we eat? Where will the food come from? It's not that simple. Have faith in the provisional government. They will undoubtedly manage this issue. I will certainly work diligently when the time comes. Now that there's a district merger, will there be a world merger afterward? Do we really need to wait another 4 months for the district merger? Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He could not guarantee survival through the 4 impending monster uprisings. However, a deadline had been established. A glimmer of hope had emerged. Chapter 24. Return to the Abyss. Identification. Gatehouse. Level 3 common building. Players who take refuge within will vanish from the monster's line of sight, and the internal flames will not radiate. 2 additional building facility slots have been added. It can be disassembled, returning a portion of materials based on remaining durability, and the player will receive a construction crystal, which can be used to reconstruct this building with the appropriate materials. Other players cannot enter without the owner's permission. Durability, 5,000, 5,000. Materials required to upgrade to the next level, 2,000 iron blocks, 5,000 stones, 2,000 wood. Players please note, the concealment effect will be ineffective on the night of a full moon. Please exercise caution then. Identification, primary psionic cannon, player building facility. By loading bone coins, it can accumulate energy to launch psionic projectiles, which have an attack range of 150 meters. Firing more than 10 times in quick succession poses a risk of barrel rupture. 2 pieces of information. One was posted by Lucky Star in the district channel, while the other was privately sent to Jiang Chen by Old Class Monitor, showcasing the cannon blueprint Lucky Star had obtained from the achievement treasure chest. Players gazed at the description and image of the Level 3 building posted by Lucky Star, sensing something amiss. Do you think this Level 3 building resembles a section of a city wall? It not only resembles one, but if we remove the 2 doors at the front and back, reposition them to the sides, and add a gatehouse connecting the sides, wouldn't it truly form a city wall? Indeed, the flat roof, coupled with a row of battlements, would make it indistinguishable from an ancient city wall. I see now. The Level 3 building is designed to allow players to connect and form a city. The common buildings serve as city walls, while special buildings provide logistics within the walls. When monsters rise, it will be a siege defense. My confidence has suddenly soared. Enough talk. Let's quickly gather construction materials and join a large organization. Players pooled their ideas and quickly envisioned the best utilization of the Level 3 building's design. Construct a city. However, Jiang Chen pondered further. If he could also build a city, it need not be extensive. A church placed in the center could suppress the power of all monsters within 100 meters. Each section of the city wall could house 2 psionic cannons, maximizing damage against nearby monsters. Originally, he lacked the manpower to operate so many cannons. Yet this flaw had just been rectified. By constructing the Bone Tomb, he could command a multitude of skeleton soldiers. The pressing issue was that he currently possessed only a common building, unable to connect into a city. Moreover, constructing a Level 3 building required a total of 30,000 bone coins, a sum he did not have. Purchasing a construction crystal from Old Class Monitor was impractical, as they would need it for a much larger area to build a city, and other players might not be willing to sell. Jiang Chen quietly contemplated where he might procure a common building. Then, a possibility dawned upon him. If he could discover a second player building, it was highly likely that Zone 501 housed an additional 998 structures. If he could locate and retrieve them all, constructing a small city would be entirely feasible. With a clear direction in mind, Jiang Chen approached Old Class Monitor to negotiate the sale of the psionic cannons. After several rounds of bargaining, Zhang Weijian agreed to sell Jiang Chen the psionic cannons at cost price. In exchange, the iron blocks he possessed could only be sold within the alliance. Having discovered a method to survive the monster uprisings, Jiang Chen fell asleep that night, excitement coursing through his veins. Of course, he untied his belt before drifting off. On the 4th day since the game commenced, The current player count stood at 412,236. In just 3 days, the death toll approached 1/5 of the total. With a sigh, he chose not to dwell on it further. Today, Jiang Chen rose early at 6 o'clock. He gathered all the stamina recovery potions, choosing not to introduce new materials, as he intended to disassemble his small dwelling shortly. The synthesis station could not be utilized while in disassembly mode. He selected 50 bottles to send to Old Class Monitor, listed 10 bottles in his personal shop, and reserved 6 for his own use. After preparing a pot of meat porridge, he felt warmth envelop his stomach with each spoonful. How comforting it was. Life was truly wonderful. After finishing breakfast, just before leaving, he opened a can of wicked aloe juice. Rationality 3. Confirmed decomposition of secondary building, hidden cabin. Confirmed. Upon clicking the confirmation on the synthesis table, Jiang Chen witnessed the table contract into a luminous orb. Subsequently, the surrounding walls crumbled, transforming into resources that were absorbed into the glowing sphere. The side of the cabin was left with only a floating transparent orb. Decomposed secondary building, hidden cabin. You have obtained 180 stone, 90 wood, and 45 cloth. The durability showed no signs of wear. It appeared that a maximum of 90 resources could be returned. A loss of 10 was still within an acceptable range. Stowing the construction crystal into his backpack, Jiang Chen set off towards the south. That direction led to the previous skeleton pit. Uncertain if the skeletal army had returned, Jiang Chen intended to venture to the pit's bottom to test his luck in finding a death energy crystal core. The only location he knew where skeletal soldiers congregated was this one. With the aid of the Windwalker boots, he covered the 2 kilometers in just over 10 minutes. The good news was that the skeletal army had not returned. The bad news was that 200 to 300 skeletal soldiers had gathered below, recklessly descending. Jiang Chen could not guarantee his safe escape. He donned the skull crown once more. Due to the peculiar building, the church had increased the hostility of the monsters towards him by 100. He was uncertain if this item would still be effective. Therefore, Jiang Chen sought out a solitary skeletal soldier for a trial. Upon seeing him, the skeletal soldier did not immediately attack. However, Jiang Chen discerned a sense of disdain in its posture. Well, it seemed he was still viewed as one of their kind, albeit an unwelcome one. Confirming this, Jiang Chen boldly slid down the slope. Just as he reached the pit's bottom, he spotted a piece of black stone partially buried in the ground, reflecting specks of sunlight. Identification: Death Energy Crystal Core, capable of emitting a rich aura of death energy, possesses special properties. What a stroke of luck, effortlessly acquired. Jiang Chen quickly stashed it into his backpack. However, this single piece was evidently insufficient, so he began to search the area while attempting to avoid the skeletal soldiers. Soon, he found several more pieces, one weighing a considerable kilogram. Yet, his attention was drawn to another site. There lay another death energy crystal core, but of an absurd size. Merely a small portion protruding from the ground was estimated to weigh over 100 kilograms, with the underground mass being unimaginable. Could this pit be the result of its impact? As Jiang Chen approached the enormous death energy crystal core, a disturbance emanated from the scorched earth. A skeleton wielding a bone staff emerged from the ground. Identification: Skeleton Mage, Lord Level, Pseudo. Chapter 25, Devouring Beast. Identification: Skeleton Mage, Lord Pseudo. Type: Undead. Strength: 7. Agility: 6. Perception: 9. Danger assessment: Do not underestimate it. Regardless of its low values, it is still a lord. At that moment, Jiang Chen dared not move, as the suddenly appearing skeleton mage fixated its gaze upon him. Although its attributes were all below 10, who could guarantee it did not possess hidden abilities? Being classified at the same level as a Death Knight by the system was undoubtedly not trivial. Now, he could only pray that the opponent could not see through his disguise. Otherwise, he would truly have to resort to desperate measures. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. The skeleton mage merely let its gaze wander over Jiang Chen, the blue ethereal flames revealing a hint of confusion. Strange. Why does this ordinary skeleton appear so detestable? With pressing matters at hand, the skeleton mage, still perplexed, moved on, allowing Jiang Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. However, just as he prepared to flee the scene, he saw the skeleton mage raise its staff, emitting a black ray. All nearby skeletal soldiers were drawn to it, gathering around the skeleton mage. Upon realizing he had become isolated, Jiang Chen, fearing exposure, hastily mimicked the behaviors of the ordinary skeletal soldiers. Soon, around 200 skeletal soldiers had assembled, with Jiang Chen blending in among them. The skeleton mage surveyed the meager gathering with evident dissatisfaction. There should not have been so few. Typically, skeletal soldiers would rise anew from the corpses left behind if buried in a rich death energy area. Yet, upon returning a couple of days prior, he discovered that all the corpses had vanished. If he uncovered who the thief was, he would ensure to obliterate not just their bones, but their very essence. Otherwise, he would never quell the resentment in his heart. Thankfully, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to the skeleton mage's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been drenched in cold sweat. Then, blending among the crowd, Jiang Chen was compelled to follow the skeleton mage towards a certain direction outside the deep pit. 2 hours later, on the scorched plain, a troop of over 100 slowly advanced. Jiang Chen trailed at the back, occasionally falling behind, yet swiftly catching up, reveling in the experience. Initially, he had intended to find an opportunity to break away from the group, for mingling among a throng of monsters while heading to an unknown location posed a significant risk. However, upon noticing that slower skeletal soldiers frequently lagged behind, he abandoned that notion. Skeletal soldiers were precisely what he needed. Constructing a bone mound required materials, and establishing a city would demand a considerable quantity of bone currency. There was no creature more cost-effective than skeletal soldiers. Thus, those walking before him were clearly moving currency in the form of bones. "Brother, mind if I borrow your skull for a moment?" Jiang Chen swiftly snapped the neck of a lagging skeletal soldier. The skeleton mage heard an odd noise from the back of the troop and turned to investigate. However, it found nothing amiss, merely feeling a bit puzzled. "I distinctly remember bringing back over 200. Why does it feel like half are missing?" Jiang Chen thought. "You must be mistaken. It was always this few." Haha. Now that he had gathered enough materials to construct the bone mound, Jiang Chen pondered whether to continue following. He had already traveled 10 kilometers from the deep pit and was 15 kilometers away from the church. It would take at least 2 hours to return. If he ventured deeper, he might encounter unforeseen dangers on the way back. Yet, as he walked, a building suddenly appeared in his line of sight, nestled beneath a prominent boulder. It was a cabin. Its design unmistakably bore the hallmark of player construction. Overcome with excitement, Jiang Chen glanced at the leading skeleton mage. Seizing the moment while it was distracted, he stealthily broke away from the troop, advancing toward the discovered cabin. As he approached, he became increasingly convinced that this was a level 1 wooden cabin, identical to the one he had initially constructed. Since the cabin lacked an owner, Jiang Chen opened the door and stepped inside. The interior remained as monotonous as ever, featuring a grass bed and a synthesis table. The synthesis table was currently inoperative, requiring an occupation to activate. Thus, Jiang Chen idly waited in the cabin for 10 minutes. Occupation of ordinary building, hidden cabin, completed. Current owned buildings, secondary hidden cabin, decomposed state. 1. Level 1 hidden cabin 1. Level 1 radiant church 1. Now possessing 3 buildings. He was one step closer to constructing a city. Keep it up. You can do it. Investing 200 stone, 100 wood, and 50 cloth. Do you confirm the upgrade to a level 1 hidden cottage? Confirmed. Jiang Chen stepped outside the cottage, witnessing the same scene he had encountered before. Indeed, the last time he beheld this sight was during his previous visit. In a swift moment, the quaint wooden cabin transformed into a stone abode. Jiang Chen re-entered. Confirmed the dismantling of level 2 structure, hidden cottage? Confirmed. Were it not for the fact that only level 2 structures possessed the dismantling feature, he would have hesitated to squander 10 materials. After picking up the construction crystal from the ground, Jiang Chen ascended a towering rock formation that stood about 10 meters high. From such a height, the view expanded, yet all his eyes could perceive was the desolate, charred earth, as if the entire world was draped in a singular hue. He then turned his gaze toward the direction where the skeletal army had marched. If nothing was visible, it indicated their distance was still far, and thus he would refrain from pursuing further. Even if he could see, he would assess the situation accordingly. However, disappointment washed over him as the skeletal soldiers advanced like a caravan traversing a desert, with an endless expanse of ashes before them. Just as Jiang Chen resolved to retrace his steps without having discovered anything, a sudden rumble erupted. The ground erupted with gaping maws, launching an assault on the skeletal army. Dozens of skeletons were instantly devoured and crushed, while the remaining skeletons frantically retaliated, though it was evident they were no match. Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat. Had he not just distanced himself from the group, he would surely have been caught in the ambush. As the leading skeletal mage plunged his staff into the scorched earth, an unusual energy seeped underground. Suddenly, the ground split open, revealing the assailant's true form. It was a creature with a 3-lobed mouth, crawling on 4 limbs. Measuring at least 5 or 6 meters in length, its tail thicker than a whip, effortlessly flinging away swathes of skeletons with a mere flick. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was its gaping maw, which, when opened, revealed 3 lobes and was capable of concealing an entire head, lined with layers upon layers of sharp teeth. If a human were to be licked by it, would it not be akin to having their flesh and bones separated in an instant? Identification, devouring beast. Category, aberrant creature. Strength, 12. Agility, 7. Perception, 4. Danger assessment. A horrific creature born from abyssal corruption, it shall never attain intelligence, driven solely by its insatiable hunger. A devouring beast? How vividly descriptive. Staring into the abyssal species, your sanity, 10. In the days since the game had commenced, the monsters encountered had either been humanoid or familiar earthly creatures. The sudden emergence of an entirely unfamiliar being sent a jolt of fear through Jiang Chen. However, its strength exceeded 10, yet it was not a lord. Could it be that the system determined a lord must possess a certain degree of intelligence? At that moment, several devouring beasts emerged on the surface, poised to consume the 100 or so skeletal soldiers. Chapter 26. the skeleton army, and the bone tomb. Ashes fluttered down like black snowflakes, while the scorched earth beneath cracked like a spider's web. Soon, the first pale hand pierced through the charred ground, followed by the second and the third, as thousands of skeletal soldiers erupted from the earth like thorny brambles. Their bones gleamed with a sickly gray-white, while greenish spectral flames flickered in their eye sockets, reminiscent of fireflies scattered by the wind. Fragments of chainmail hung from their ribcages, and rusty blades scraped against the ground, producing a cacophony of metallic shrieks that grated on the nerves. The clattering of shins striking against pelvises, the creaking of neck vertebrae, and the snapping of jawbones intertwined to form a macabre symphony of death. In mere moments, what had once been an endless expanse of scorched earth suddenly birthed a formidable skeleton army. Upon their emergence, they encircled several devouring beasts, launching a fearless assault. The precarious situation swiftly turned in their favor. Under the relentless attack of the skeletal soldiers, the devouring beasts soon bore wounds and bled profusely. Their attacks were not without strategy. Barbed spears pierced the bodies of the beasts, their tails tethered to long chains. Amidst the anguished howls of the devouring beasts, dozens of skeletons pulled the chains back. While a single chain could not restrain the massive forms of the beasts, a second spear quickly followed, then a third, and a fourth. Within mere breaths, half of the devouring beasts had collapsed, slaughtered by the short-armed skeletal soldiers in a gruesome display. Jiang Chen swallowed hard. The tremors caused by the stampede of thousands of skeletal soldiers resonated even atop the boulder he stood upon. The sheer magnitude was enough to make his legs quiver. Should he be discovered, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Many might not grasp the scale of such a scene with 10,000 beings appearing simultaneously. To put it in perspective, consider a weekly flag-raising ceremony at a school, where merely 1,000 students could fill the playground to capacity. What Jiang Chen beheld now was a scene of the same scale multiplied tenfold. Your sanity, 10. While fear gripped his heart, a flicker of anticipation also ignited within Jiang Chen. What if he could command such an army? The mere thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through him, and he realized that the prospect was indeed within reach. It was decided, upon returning, he would prioritize the construction of the bone tomb. In the absence of companions, he would create his own allies. While others pursued defensive strategies, he would embrace the path of overwhelming numbers. With expectations brimming, Jiang Chen stealthily descended from the massive rock. Fortunately, he was far enough away, otherwise, discovery was only a matter of time. As Jiang Chen retraced his steps, the skeletal army's rear watched as a pair of violet flames retracted their gaze. An hour later, Jiang Chen sprinted back to the deep pit. By now, no skeletal soldiers remained below. Thus, he returned to collect a few items. He took only what was necessary, aiming for the largest death energy crystal core. Upon reaching the pit's depths once more, undisturbed by the skeletal mage, Jiang Chen easily accessed the death energy crystal core. Merely approaching it, he sensed the dense aura of death emanating from the surroundings. Should he linger in such an environment for an extended period, Jiang Chen estimated he would not be far from becoming a skeleton himself. Placing his palm upon the crystal's surface, he commanded, "Collect. Death Energy Crystal Core 1, 2, 5, 4, 7. Although constructing the bone tomb required only one, this item might prove useful in the future. Thus, gathering a few more would not be ill-advised. With that objective accomplished, Jiang Chen continued toward the direction of the church. Current buildable options. Level 1 wooden cottage, required materials, wood, 50, hay, 10. Level 2 stone house, required materials, stone, 200, wood, 100, cloth, 50. Gazing at the options presented by the construction crystal, he retrieved the blueprint for the bone tomb and integrated it. Consequently, the options transformed into current buildable option, level 1 special structure, bone tomb. Required materials, skeleton soldier corpses, 100, bone coins, 2000, death energy crystal core, 1. Materials acquired. Proceed with construction? Yes. The construction crystal was cast beside the radiant church, and soon, a skeletal edifice rose from the ground. From an external perspective, it appeared as though a multitude of skeletons had precariously stacked themselves to form the structure of a house, roughly the size of an ordinary level 2 wooden cottage. However, the walls were uneven, and it lacked any capability to shield against the elements. Residing within a space adorned with an array of skulls, one must possess extraordinary emotional fortitude to maintain composure. Yet, what renders the situation even more outrageous is that the skeletal soldiers affixed to the walls are, in fact, animated. The moment anyone approaches, these beings flail their solitary movable arms in a frantic attempt to grasp at anything nearby. As night descends, coupled with the eerie glow of the spectral flames, one cannot help but feel a chill of terror. Your sanity, 5. Observing the flailing bony arms caused by his proximity, Jiang Chen was nearly overcome with the impulse to sever them all. Sensing a connection with the skeletal soldiers on the wall, he promptly commanded them to cease their commotion. And at once, the raucous claws fell still. Sighing deeply, Jiang Chen ventured into the depths of the bone tomb. To his astonishment, he discovered a skeletal soldier within the confines of the dwelling, leisurely seated with a bone fishing rod, engaged in the act of fishing. The word skeleton, fishing, and house were all familiar to him, yet their combination conjured an absurdity that was beyond comprehension. As Jiang Chen entered, creating a slight disturbance, the skeletal soldier, which had been facing away from him, abruptly turned, placing a finger to its lips in a gesture of silence. It appeared to be concerned about Jiang Chen disturbing its catch. It was then that Jiang Chen noticed a well before the skeleton, circular in shape with a diameter of approximately 1 meter, from which the fishing line descended. Identification, special architectural facility, soul well. Legend has it that this well connects to the underworld, and with special bait, one can fish for skeletal soldiers. Identification, bone fishing rod. Type, relic. Rank, ordinary. Durability, permanent. Effect, the fishing line of this rod will never be exhausted. Identification, deceased fisherman. Category, undead. Strength, 5. This fisherman devoted his life to the art of fishing, yet never caught a creature exceeding 1 pound in weight, which became his lifelong obsession. Thus, after death, upon witnessing the river of souls, he decided to cast his line once more. Evaluation, as long as you do not disturb him while fishing, you can fully trust him. In return, he will fish up any troublesome skeletal soldiers for you. Caution, never inform him that there are no fish in the river of souls, lest you find yourself needing to acquire a different fisherman. 1 pound, a giant creature? Jiang Chen pondered, questioning the very definition of a giant fish weighing merely 1 pound. In his recollection, players in the mystical sea would catch fish easily enough to sustain a meal. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's thoughts, the fisherman raised his rod in protest, albeit he could not articulate his grievances. Otherwise, he would have certainly debated the parameters of what constituted a giant. Sigh. Jiang Chen chose not to further engage with the forlorn fisherman. Frankly, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that the bone tomb would yield a plethora of skeletal soldiers, only to find it hinged upon the luck of a fisherman. What if he remained empty-handed? Would all his resources be squandered? While lost in contemplation, the fishing line in the fisherman's grasp suddenly tensed. Chapter 27, The Recruitment Plan. Identification, Special Construction, Bone Tomb. Level 1 Structure. By placing skulls on the synthesis platform, one can infuse them with death energy to grant them spectral flames, and upon reattaching them to skeletons, they can become normal skeletal soldiers under the control of the bone tomb's master. The soul well shares this effect. Currently activatable soldier type, ordinary skeletal soldier. Note, after multiple uses, the synthesis platform requires replenishment of death energy, which can be supplied using death energy crystals or bone coins. Special architectural facility, soul well. Legend claims this well connects to the underworld, and with special bait, one can fish for skeletal soldiers. Due to the influence of this special structure, the master of the bone tomb is imbued with death energy, increasing the probability of attracting undead creatures by 25. Durability, 500. To advance to the next level, the following materials are required: 300 skeletal soldiers, 20,000 bone coins, and 50 death energy crystals. Attention players, as this structure is special, it lacks stealth effects. Please remain vigilant for your safety. Jiang Chen had yet to fully absorb the lengthy introduction of the bone tomb when the fisherman's line became taut. Thus, with eager anticipation, he squatted nearby, observing the fisherman and his struggle against the fish's resistance. He was inclined to assist, yet the fisherman would not permit it. TCH. Who cared? Instead, he watched enviously as the fisherman's sea rod bent like a bow, the fisherman straining visibly. Rising, Jiang Chen peered into the well, curious about what might be surfacing, but the thick death energy obscured his vision just a meter from the well's edge. What if he were to jump into this well? Would it lead straight to the underworld? Jiang Chen was startled by his own audacious thought, but he dared not attempt it. What if danger lurked below? Lost in thought. Suddenly, a skull emerged from the well's mouth. Jiang Chen was jolted upright, landing unceremoniously on the ground. The fisherman hoisted his rod, pulling the object from the well. It turned out to be a skeletal soldier. Disappointed that it was not the desired catch, the fisherman disdainfully tossed it towards Jiang Chen before casting his line back into the well. If he was not mistaken, the hook on the fishing line bore a skeletal arm, which still exhibited movement. The skeletal soldier had indeed been hoisted up by its own arm. How infuriating. After all that effort, it was merely a snagged fish. TCH. A snagged fish that couldn't exceed 1 pound. Utter nonsense. The fisherman, oddly enough, ceased its struggles the moment it emerged from the well. Moreover, Jiang Chen felt a peculiar connection form between himself and the skeletal soldier the instant it was pulled from the well. He could now command it at will. Thus, he instructed the skeletal soldier to stand at attention. Identification, skeletal soldier. Category, undead. Strength, 4. Agility, 3. Perception, 4. Player creation, under the control of the bone tomb's master. Upon close examination, the skeletal soldier appeared no different from ordinary ones, with identical statistics. The sole distinction lay in the spectral flames within its eye sockets, which flickered with a hint of black. This was likely the method through which the bone tomb exerted control over the skeletal soldiers. Having witnessed the entirety of the fishing process, Jiang Chen's curiosity began to wane. He could not grasp how anyone could become so enamored with fishing. Within the room, He located the synthesis platform of the bone tomb, a massive skull affixed to the wall, mouth agape, with two swirling black flames hovering in its eye sockets. Jiang Chen retrieved the remaining 20 or so skeletal soldier corpses from his backpack, removing each skull in turn. He then placed one within the gaping mouth of the large skull and confirmed the infusion of death energy. With a resounding snap, the mouth of the large skull closed. After a brief interval, when it reopened, the skull that had been inserted was now animated, its jaws clicking together energetically. Quite lively indeed. Jiang Chen reattached it to a skeletal frame. Thus, a new skeletal soldier was born, its creation far swifter than burying it in the earth. He commanded it to stand alongside the previous skeletal soldier, continuing to repeat the same process. By the time he had created the 10th skeletal soldier, the two black flames atop the synthesis platform had extinguished, and the system alerted him that a replenishment of death energy was required. 1 unit of death energy crystals could yield 10 skeletal soldiers. He then considered the potential effects of the bone coins. After tossing a bone coin into the synthesis platform, there was no response. He tried again, and still, silence persisted. A third coin met the same fate. It wasn't until Jiang Chen inserted the 12th bone coin that the synthesis platform finally activated, summoning a skeletal soldier. Killing a single skeletal soldier yielded only 10 bone coins. Yet activating one cost him 12, resulting in a net loss of 2. Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim in frustration. Moreover, should he wish to continue producing skeletal soldiers, the income from slaying them would be entirely negated, leading to a loss of 12 coins. Although Jiang Chen could substitute death energy crystal cores, these were far less accessible than bone coins, and he preferred to reserve them for essential circumstances. For the sake of his skeletal army ambitions, he decided to invest heavily, plunging a total of 200 bone coins at once to ensure that the skeletal soldiers fished up by the fishermen were properly marked. Subsequently, he activated all remaining skeletal soldiers, equipping each with an iron hammer. He commanded the skeletal soldiers to form groups of 3, instructing them to seek out solitary skeletal soldiers, slay them, and return with their corpses. While he was uncertain whether the skeletal soldiers could comprehend such complex orders, he resolved to give it a try. His gaze shifted back to the fishermen. Half an hour had elapsed since the beginning, yet the fishermen had only managed to catch the very first skeletal soldier. This was unacceptable. The pace was far too slow. Jiang Chen pondered ways to enhance the catch rate. Realizing that skeletal soldiers were attracted to death energy crystal cores, he seized the fishing rod from the fisherman's grasp, nearly provoking a confrontation. Ultimately, Jiang Chen retrieved the skeletal arm, affixing a death energy crystal core to it before returning the rod. It was merely a fishing rod, not an unreturnable treasure. How petty. Rolling his eyes, he awaited the results in silence. Just as he cast the line, the fishing line tautened instantly. The fisherman glanced at Jiang Chen with surprise, then became wholly absorbed in the endeavor, though disappointment awaited him at every turn. In a mere half hour, he caught 4 more skeletal soldiers, much to Jiang Chen's exhilaration. At this rate, that amounted to 8 in an hour, 200 in a day, and 6,000 in a month, if he dispatched them to capture wild ones. The numbers could easily double. His skeletal army was within reach. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, the underworld was currently experiencing a surge of death energy, resulting in the unusual density of skeletal soldiers. On a typical day, merely 10 would be considered fortunate. This was a pattern he would later come to recognize. Referring to the fisherman as the fisherman was unwise, as it could easily offend. A new name was in order. Jiang Chen gently caressed the skeletal head of the fisherman and declared, "Since you have such a fondness for fishing, from now on, you shall be called Little White." Chapter 28. Jiang Chen's Ambitions. 5:45 a.m. After bidding farewell to Little White, Jiang Chen constructed a concealed shelter 200 meters from 2 unique buildings. Upon entering, his first action was to place the materials for stamina restoration potions into the synthesis platform before taking stock of the day's spoils. Over 100 skeletal soldier corpses, 1 ordinary building, and more than 10,000 units of death energy crystal cores were amassed. Converting this into bone coins, it totaled over 150,000. Yet hardly any could be directly exchanged for currency. He glanced at his savings. Bone coins, 16,012. This was still after the old squad leader had settled the potion payment. With the ongoing need to produce more skeletal soldiers, Jiang Chen found himself grappling with financial concerns for the first time. His expenses were escalating rapidly. He needed to devise a means of generating income. The thought of the undiscovered mine came to him, previously overlooked due to a lack of manpower for mining. It now warranted serious consideration with the skeletal soldiers at his disposal. With a flick of his hand, a book materialized before him. It was the notebook he had discovered in the bronze chest within the village's basement. The author of the notes was a villager, and it likely contained valuable hints. After half an hour of perusing, he pieced together a rough idea of the location, situated not far from the village in a place called Manta Mountain. He planned to explore it the following day. Having organized his agenda for tomorrow, Jiang Chen opened the regional channel to gather intelligence and to see if any useful items were for sale. To his surprise, he found a plethora of private messages awaiting him. Curious, he clicked to read. Player number 1. Who do you think you are? Bro, lend me some bone coins. My dad is a CEO of a publicly traded company. I'll pay you back $1 billion. I possess an extraordinary item and wish to trade it for your enhancement stones. But first, you must transfer. Brother, shall I stream a screenshot? I can pose any way you like. A new form of streaming. Have pity on me. I've gone 3 days without food. As the saying goes, fame breeds controversy. Ever since Jiang Chen made his appearance in the regional channel yesterday, all manner of oddities had approached him. Thankfully, he had set his personal shop to require a payment of 1 bone coin to leave a message, or else his shop would have been inundated with nonsense. As for the outrageous comments, Jiang Chen remained unfazed during his previous cancer awareness streams. He had received similar remarks urging him to hurry up and die. Ding! A new message notification from a friend. It wasn't the old squad leader, but rather a newly added friend, Long Out Yin. Big shot, big shot. Do you have any stamina restoration potions left? I need 100 bottles. It turned out to be for potions. Jiang Chen checked his records. He had already listed 10 bottles today. And it seemed the buyer was indeed Long Out Yin. Evidently, the effects were satisfactory, prompting a bulk order. However, the maximum production of stamina restoration potions was 144 bottles per day, 50 of which had been claimed by the old squad leader, leaving none available after other organizations had pre-ordered the remaining quota at high prices. Aside from what he intended to keep for himself, there were none left. He explained this to Long Out Yin. You came too late. These people act so quickly. Had I known, I wouldn't have waited until evening. Long Out Yin lamented. He had assumed that the big shot would be busy during the day, hence his decision to disturb him at night, only to miss out on a crucial opportunity. If he had the stamina restoration potions, his team's hunting yield could have doubled. Alas, Long Out Yin ended the conversation in disappointment. What other quick ways to earn money could there be? Jiang Chen pondered the idea of live stream shopping, which could generate funds rapidly. Upon further reflection, he realized he indeed had the means to pursue it. The game had thrust everyone into an unfamiliar environment, rendering previous personal reputations, wealth, and power meaningless. All players began on equal footing. Currently, in terms of personal reputation, Jiang Chen undoubtedly occupied the forefront. Thus, he could leverage this reputation for profit. With a substantial following, he could transform his personal shop into a streaming venue, attracting players to sell their resources within his shop and earning a commission in the process. This plan was not without precedent, as the system lacked a designated trading platform or search functionality. Players wishing to sell their resources had no choice but to shout in the regional channel. However, the channel did not limit speaking frequency, and personal messages would quickly be lost in the sea of text, making it exceedingly challenging for players to locate their messages while sifting through the chat history. Difficult. Incredibly difficult. At this juncture, the emergence of a Peach Treasure app is destined to be fervently sought after by players. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen commenced the transformation of his personal shop. Utilizing the available resources, he categorized the shelves into several major classifications: basic supplies, weapons, items, potions, and special materials. With the platform established, the next step was to generate buzz, enticing a multitude of players to browse, and to draw the attention of those in need of materials to this burgeoning marketplace. He also needed to instill confidence in them regarding the platform's potential. Jiang Chen uploaded screenshots and appraisal details of the Radiant Longsword and the Gale Boots onto the shelves, selling exquisite weapons. Surely, this would create sufficient intrigue, he mused. Naturally, these 2 items were not for sale, priced at 1 million bone coins, a valuation that far surpassed their inherent worth. Yet, that was still insufficient. After much deliberation, Jiang Chen resolved to unveil a trump card. On the personal shop's message board, he announced the formula for stamina restoration potions. This potion could yield him several thousand bone coins daily, but if he could capture the attention of all players with a single formula, it would unlock a boundless reservoir of wealth. A minute later, Jiang Chen's announcement of the formula was swiftly discovered by players, as there were still quite a number of them keeping an eye on him. District Channel. Quick, come see. Lord Jiang Chen has revealed an important formula. Stamina Restoration Potion. Capable of instantly restoring 30 stamina points. What a powerful effect. No need for scrolls. It can be crafted manually. Truly, Lord Jiang Chen is a benevolent soul. Indeed. If it were me, I would certainly keep it hidden. What a pity I can't thank the Lord in his shop, as he has set a speaking fee of 10 bone coins. So here I am, expressing my gratitude in the district channel. Thank you, Lord Jiang Chen. To think there are exquisite weapons for sale in the shop. Has Lord Jiang Chen amassed enough exquisite items to sell? 1 million bone coins. Us mere mortals can only gaze in awe. Private message, Long Out Yin. You are truly a good person, my lord. This young fellow mistakenly believed Jiang Chen had released the formula for his sake, overwhelmed with gratitude. Jiang Chen merely smiled wryly. He was mistaken. Meanwhile, a small yet astute segment of players began to sense Jiang Chen's true intentions, for it was not overly difficult to deduce. Jiang Chen was not apprehensive about imitation. As they lacked his renown, he possessed a first-mover advantage. Moreover, with hundreds of thousands of players in the market, it was impossible for him alone to monopolize the spoils. He must leave some scraps for others. Chapter 29, Blood Plasma Fruit. Seizing the moment when traffic to his personal shop was high, Jiang Chen listed 20 liters of holy water, freshly produced from the life pool. Remarkably, within a minute, it was sold out, even more frenzied than the previous day. Bone coins, 21,106. Although the amount was not substantial, he still posted a bounty beneath his personal shop, rent out the shelves of Jiang Chen's personal shop for a mere 5 bone coins fee, rewarding intelligence gathering, with significant information earning a certain amount of bone coins as compensation, with the specific price determined by the information's value. No need for private messages. Simply leave your intel in Jiang Chen's personal shop, where he will personally review it. High-value information will be rewarded within 24 hours. Note: a speaking fee of 50 bone coins is required to post in Jiang Chen's personal shop, which will be refunded after review, regardless of the information's value, excluding spam. Pin message. Jiang Chen's intent in publishing the bounty was to transform his shop's message board into a free information-sharing platform. This would encourage players to cultivate a daily habit of browsing his personal shop, as gathering intelligence in the district channel was a rather time-consuming endeavor. The intelligence fees he expended served as a form of advertising. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen led by example. Sharing a piece of information: ignite a corpse oil lamp to traverse the darkness of the land of the deceased. He had a premonition that establishing this information-sharing platform would ultimately yield him a wealth of treasures. Indeed, it was not long before players began to leave messages in Jiang Chen's personal shop, eager to test the waters. Shallow away, screenshot, identification, rabbit muscle bully. Type, monster. Strength, 7. Agility, 5. Perception, 5. Danger assessment. Do not be deceived by its adorable rabbit head. Upon closer proximity, you shall behold a robust figure beneath that cute facade. Seeing someone take the initial step brought Jiang Chen great joy, yet this information had already circulated widely in the district channel. Lacking in value, he could only refund the player 55 bone coins, of which 5 were a token of gratitude for his first message. He privately messaged to explain, "This information is largely known and lacks value. Perhaps try sharing rare monster intel." With the first step taken, others soon followed suit, inundating Jiang Chen with messages. However, most of the information remained commonplace. Jiang Chen compensated between 5 to 50 bone coins, while only a few high-value pieces exceeded 200. Though modest, these rewards were worthwhile for the players, as even minor bone coins held significance, until a player from the Secret Sea appeared, marking the inaugural merchant to join the Jiang Chen Peach Treasure Mall. Sea Emperor. Players from the Secret Sea, upon upgrading to level 3, can modify ship structures on islands to match the building styles of the other 2 maps. This piece of information also hinted at further insights. 1. This player named Sea Emperor had certainly upgraded to a level 3 structure, likely the quickest among all players in the Secret Sea. 2. He had discovered an island, though what resources he encountered there remained a mystery. Just as he pondered, a private message from Sea Emperor suddenly appeared. Sea Emperor. Hello, Jiang Chen. I am the leader of the Great Navigation Alliance and wish to rent your shelves. Upon hearing his intent, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. Finally, business had commenced. Jiang Chen. No problem. Just send me what you'd like to sell, and you can set the price. However, I do require a 5 bone coins fee. Is that acceptable? In the absence of a deposit, most would be hesitant to proceed. Yet, who was Jiang Chen? The foremost player. His esteemed reputation among all players was commendable, bolstered by the endorsement of the Veteran Alliance. Thus, Sea Emperor hardly hesitated before transferring his goods to Jiang Chen. Upon receiving the items, Jiang Chen opened his inventory to inspect the details. Identification, blood plasma fruit. Consuming it grants a significant amount of physical experience. A total of 30 fruits. Jiang Chen took one in hand. Upon seeing the peculiar fruit, your sanity. 1. The bright red fruit bore an uncanny resemblance to a human heart, matching it in size, shape, and the distribution of blood vessels. Jiang Chen cradled it as if it were a true heart, feeling as though it might leap to life at any moment. Suppressing his discomfort, Jiang Chen inquired of Sea Emperor regarding the desired pricing. Sea Emperor. Brother Jiang Chen, what do you think is a suitable price? Mainly, my brothers and I just conquered an island, and we've spent all our bone coins on healing potions. This implied a pressing need for currency, yet a fear of pricing it too high and failing to sell. In an instant, Jiang Chen discerned the underlying message. Thus, he proposed a plan. Jiang Chen, I am acquainted with several leaders of various organizations. They might be quite interested in your fruits and could potentially place substantial orders. If you trust me, I can negotiate the price on your behalf, although the commission will be relatively high, while merely renting his shelf incurs a nominal fee of 5. The second proposition evidently exploits his connections. Hence, an increase in price is warranted. The other party remained silent for 3 minutes, presumably conferring with fellow members. Jiang Chen patiently awaited their response. Sea Emperor, as long as the commission does not exceed 30%, we can agree. But with one stipulation, the unit price must not drop below 500 bone coins. Jiang Chen was taken aback. 30% commission? It seemed he had not been unreasonable. This was the first time he had encountered someone who undercut themselves in negotiations. He had merely intended to add an extra 5. But perhaps this individual had previously been a victim of exploitation, leaving them dazed. Sea Emperor, how could you possibly know? I've worked with crocodiles. Regardless. While Sea Emperor had the audacity to propose such terms, Jiang Chen could not afford to do the same. If other players were to learn of this, who would wish to join his platform? Thus, he firmly asserted that he would take a maximum of 10%, with no additional costs. The seasoned members of the Grand Maritime Guild were left perplexed. It was their first encounter with a principled company, and they found it unexpectedly disconcerting. Having learned of Sea Emperor's base price, Jiang Chen promptly sought out the old squad leader. Squad leader, look at these fine goods. I thought of the alliance first. Could the acquisition price be a tad higher? Earlier, Sea Emperor had elucidated the specific effects of the blood plasma fruit, with one fruit capable of providing approximately 500 experience points in endurance. However, an individual could consume no more than 5. Any additional fruits would merely serve as ordinary sustenance. Yet, 2,500 experience points could allow players with lower endurance to enhance their attributes by 2 points, rendering it a strategic resource in the early stages of the game. Hence, without hesitation, the squad leader acquired all 30 fruits and even inquired if more were available. Consequently, Jiang Chen re-established contact with Sea Emperor. Jiang Chen, the deal is sealed. Each fruit will cost 1,400 bone coins. Screenshot, the squad leader sent Jiang Chen the transaction record, 42,000 bone coins. From this single transaction, Jiang Chen netted a profit of 4,200 bone coins. Sea Emperor, do you have any left? The demand over here is quite significant. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's payment, Sea Emperor beamed. He had not anticipated the 1,400 unit price, and he appreciated Jiang Chen's integrity. With a sweeping gesture, he sent Jiang Chen 1,000 fruits. There are plenty. My friend, this island is teeming with such fruits. Jiang Chen mused, well, the 30 I initially proposed were but a ruse. Ultimately, the 1,000 fruits were acquired by the Veteran Alliance at a price of 1,250 for 500, while approximately 400 were divided among other familiar regional organizations at a price of 1,400 bone coins each. Jiang Chen's personal store also listed dozens of fruits. In the end, he profited 13 dalu and received 5 blood plasma fruits as a complimentary gift from Sea Emperor. The most significant victor of this grand sale was undoubtedly Sea Emperor, whose Grand Maritime Guild transformed overnight into an entity with assets exceeding 1 million. Now, even the Alliance might not rival his wealth. Chapter 30, A Surge in Endurance. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 24. Strength, 6, 5, 95, 1000. Heart of Justice 1. Endurance, 6, 4, 15, 500. Tentacle Belt 1. Radiant Blessing 1. Agility, 7, 5, 322. 1000. Gale Boots 2. Perception, 6, 204, 2000. Spirit, 9, 8, 511, 8000. Heart of Light 1. Intelligence, 71. Stamina, 65. Life, 100. Talent, Survival. Lone Warrior, 23 hours, 36 minutes. Stability. As the 4th day of the game approached its conclusion, aside from the minor attribute increase from prior consumption of strength potions, Jiang Chen's attributes finally experienced a transformation. His base endurance had risen to 4. What was originally planned to accumulate over 10 days was now achieved in just 4. Jiang Chen pondered whether his previous injuries and subsequent recovery had accelerated his physical development. After so many days of minimal growth, the progress felt hard-won, a cause for celebration. Indeed, however, the memory of having exchanged 10,000 bone coins for less than 400 points in strength experience gnawed at him. The disparity was a staggering 400 times less than the maximum potency. Yet, under those circumstances, he had no choice. Otherwise, he would have perished by the 2nd day of gameplay. But after tonight, his strength was bound to surge. Jiang Chen gazed at the 5 crimson hearts laid upon the table, brimming with confidence. He wondered whether the experience gained from consuming the fruits would augment his survival talent. If it did, consuming 1 fruit would grant him an additional 250 experience points, akin to an extra day of training. He also considered trying the evil aloe juice. Upon opening the canister containing the juice, he took a hearty swig. After several attempts, he finally discovered the correct method of consumption, as long as he did not choke. The aloe juice slid down like noodles. Ugh. Intelligence, 2. It felt as though a frigid serpent had burrowed into his stomach. It was undeniably nauseating. Current status, 10 all attribute experience boost active. He grasped a blood plasma fruit. Biting into it, the vivid juice burst in his mouth, accompanied by a slight metallic tang. Consuming blood plasma fruit, your intelligence increases by 5. The fruit was small, devoured in just a few bites. Almost immediately, Jiang Chen felt a warm sensation radiating from his abdomen, rapidly flooding through his limbs. His blood circulation accelerated. His skin flushed as though he had just emerged from a sauna, and he emanated heat. At this moment, his body brimmed with fervent energy, eager for release. Even the air he exhaled felt scorching. He finally comprehended what Sea Emperor meant by the initial reaction possibly being intense, and why he suggested preparing 2 dumbbells. This was beyond merely intense. His body felt as if it were about to explode. Thus, Jiang Chen seized two 5-kilogram dumbbells and began an intense workout, attempting to expel the excess heat through exertion. Were it not for the nighttime dangers, he would have certainly ventured out for a 10-kilometer run to cool down. Eventually, he felt his muscles begin to swell slightly, his physique becoming more robust. At that point, the 5-kilogram dumbbells became inadequate, and he switched to 10-kilogram weights. It wasn't until an hour later that the heat within him finally dissipated. During this time, he even consumed a stamina restoration potion to replenish his energy, and drank 1.5 liters of holy water, leaving the floor beneath him drenched in sweat. Endurance, 7, 5, 354, 1000, Tentacle Belt 1, Radiant Blessing 1. Having gained over 800 points in endurance, it appeared that both the survival talent and the evil aloe juice had proven effective. Jiang Chen composed a message to several leaders of organizations that had previously purchased blood plasma fruits and introduced them to the players selling evil aloe juice. Whether they could stomach it was ultimately their own dilemma. After resting for 10 minutes, he consumed another bottle of stamina restoration potion. Stamina, 56. Jiang Chen grasped the second plasma fruit. 3 hours later, he wearily set down the dumbbells he had been lifting. Stamina, 5. It was utterly depleted. Not a single drop remained. He felt that, should he merely close his eyes, he would instantly succumb to a profound slumber. Although his elder brother, the Sea Emperor, was not mistaken, the subsequent reactions to the fruits were indeed minimal. He could hardly withstand the urge to concoct 5 of them in succession. The primary reason for this exhaustion was the immense pressure Jiang Chen felt. Any means of enhancing his strength was something he was unwilling to delay. His strength experience had surged considerably, indicating that weight training must become a daily regimen. Dragging his fatigued body, Jiang Chen finally prepared a pot of hot water to cleanse himself before returning to bed. As soon as he lay down, he fell into a sweet dream. The next day, at 6 o'clock, Jiang Chen rose promptly. Yet, upon getting up, his arms, thighs, abdomen, indeed, nearly every muscle in his body, ached intensely. The sensation was quite extraordinary for a patient who had been bedded in for 2.5 years. He had completely forgotten that excessive initial exercise would result in a significant buildup of lactic acid in his muscles. After a minute of struggling, he finally managed to sit up. It appeared that exploring in the morning would be impossible, and he would have to wait until the afternoon to reassess the situation. Nevertheless, the effects of last night's workout were evidently substantial. Strength, 7, 6, 6, 2000. Constitution, 9, 7, 615, 4000. His constitution experience increased by 4100, elevating him by 3 points, almost surpassing his original maximum mental value due to various attribute enhancements. Remarkably, as a result of this dramatic increase in constitution, his strength also rose by 1 point. Jiang Chen gazed at the bulging muscles on his body with a sense of unreality. Just 5 days prior, he had been nothing but skin and bones. How wonderful it is to be alive. He marveled once more before preparing breakfast. 6:40 a.m. After finishing his breakfast, Jiang Chen meticulously reviewed the messages shared by players on the bulletin board from the previous night, rewarding those that were useful and refunding the speaking fees of those that were not. Any harassing messages were promptly deleted and the senders blocked. After over an hour of diligent work, he finally stepped outside. Upon arriving at the bone tomb, he was astounded. It was unclear whether the skeleton soldiers were summoned by Little White's fishing or activated by Jiang Chen, but they were engaged in a fierce battle with the skeletons embedded in the walls of the bone tomb. The structure's walls had been partially demolished. Enraged, Jiang Chen commanded all skeletons to cease their activities immediately and hurried to inspect the damage to the bone tomb. Durability, 244, 500. Toru Kulobing, 52, Guto B, 488, Bishofu. In despair, Jiang Chen gathered the scattered bones, managing to salvage only 35 usable corpses, while the rest lay shattered. Among those were 5 skeletons that had been dispatched the previous night. He needed to devise a way to prevent the skeletons from fighting among themselves. Jiang Chen seethed. I can issue commands to the activated skeletons to prevent them from brawling. But what about those caught by Little White's fishing? During the day, I can give instructions to the ones caught, but at night, that is impossible. The only one with a higher intelligence in the bone tomb is Little White, but it cannot command the skeletons and keep watch. It seems I must invest a bit more effort each day. Jiang Chen had already conceived a plan. He approached the semi-open bone tomb and snatched the fishing rod from Little White. Furious, it stood up, shaking its skeletal frame, poised to retaliate against Jiang Chen. However, it was no match for the now empowered Jiang Chen, who quickly subdued it. From now on, any skeletons caught at night must have their heads removed, understand? If I discover even one left intact, you can forget about this fishing rod. Jiang Chen threatened, brandishing the rod. The skeletons could survive without their heads as long as their spiritual flames were not extinguished. At worst, he could reattach them the following day. With only a head remaining, how do you intend to fight? This was Jiang Chen's strategy. Do you hear me? He barked at Little White, nodding in submission while pinned to the ground. Little White received the fishing rod back from Jiang Chen. In truth, Jiang Chen could directly issue commands, but based on his experience with the fishing man. Once the fishing addiction took hold, All commands could be forgotten. After giving the necessary instructions, Jiang Chen activated all 35 corpses. As for the bone tomb, as long as the synthesis platform remained operational, he did not intend to repair it, especially since he wouldn't be residing there at night. Afterward, he tallied the total number of skeletons. In total, there were 104. He left 14 to guard the camp, while the remainder were dispatched in groups of 5. Little White's fishing speed had significantly diminished. It could hardly haul anything up, and if it wanted to amass troops, it would have to capture wild ones. Upon returning to his small abode, Jiang Chen alternated between massaging his legs to alleviate muscle soreness and scanning through the chat records in the regional channel. He was quite eager to encounter more fruits like the plasma fruit, which directly provided growth experience. In the wilderness, strength was paramount. However, after perusing for over half an hour, his eyes nearly glazing over, he found nothing of use. Finally, Jiang Chen opened the map to locate Manta Mountain. Indeed, this game featured a map accessible within the regional channel. Players from other areas could utilize it to ascertain each other's positions, but for Jiang Chen, it held little significance. The map only displayed areas explored by players in that zone, leaving other regions blank. Thus, on his map, only the scorched earth plain, the ruins of the village, and the cliff were visible. Wait, something was amiss. Jiang Chen focused intently on the map of Zone 501 and noticed an anomaly. Certain previously blank areas were gradually revealing their original appearances, places he had never explored. It was the skeletons. In an instant, Jiang Chen grasped the reason. The skeletons produced by the bone tomb were recognized by the system as his eyes and ears, hence the areas they had traversed naturally became visible. This was a delightful discovery. With the skeletons exploring the map in his stead, he would no longer have to flounder about aimlessly. Consequently, Jiang Chen's enthusiasm for creating skeletons soared. Before long, it was afternoon, and the area displayed on the map had doubled in size. During this time, several groups of skeletons returned, and after reactivating the corpses they brought back, he sent them all out once more. The snowball effect had begun. Now, it was merely a matter of time. Jiang Chen completed his preparations and was ready to venture out again. Perhaps owing to the increase in constitution, his body was remarkably efficient at metabolizing lactic acid. Aside from some lingering muscle soreness, he felt entirely fit. Off to Manta Mountain. Based on the map and his notes, Jiang Chen confirmed his target and mapped out a route, reaching the location in a mere 20 minutes, just a little over 3 kilometers from the camp. Before him lay a mine, with evidence of prior human excavation nearby. Jiang Chen hesitated to enter recklessly and instead sent a skeleton to scout ahead, accompanied by 4 others. This particular squad of skeletons had been encountered nearby, and he had brought them along. In a matter of seconds, the skeleton that ventured inside startled the lurking monsters. A large horde of creatures, each the size of a soccer ball, suddenly plummeted from the cave's ceiling, crashing onto the skeletons. The numbers were staggering. There were dozens of them. With a retching expulsion of acidic liquid, the skeletal soldier was swiftly corroded into oblivion. Jiang Chen, observing from the outside, felt a shiver of trepidation. Fortunately, the skeletal soldier had paved the way. Had it been him facing such a multitude of monstrous assailants, survival would have been far from guaranteed. Inside the cavern, the malevolent creatures had evidently detected Jiang Chen's intrusion, rushing towards the cave's mouth in a frenzied horde. Swiftly, Jiang Chen led several skeletal soldiers in retreat, creating distance while discerning the true form of these creatures. Identification: human-headed spider. Category: aberrant creature. Strength: 3. Agility: 5. Perception: 7. Danger assessment: beware of its shrill wail and corrosive acid, but be especially cautious of the swarm lurking behind. Description: cultists of the spider matron, decapitated by holy knights. Yet their heads defied death, evading divine retribution and proliferating in the land of the deceased, thus inheriting a fear of light as their weakness. Initially, Jiang Chen had misperceived the creatures as spherical monsters at the cave's entrance. To his horror, they were indeed human heads, each adorned with a plethora of expressions that evoked the uncanny valley effect within him. Upon witnessing the animated visages, your sanity decreases by 8. Jiang Chen distanced himself from the cave, contemplating luring them out and dispatching them one by one through strategic positioning. However, upon reaching the cave's mouth, the human-headed spiders halted their pursuit, collectively displaying expressions of fury, provocation, greed, and even seduction. The 8 appendages sprouting from their necks dared not step into the sunlight, even for an instant. Are you fearful of the sun? Jiang Chen found this comical. He sensed an intelligence within the human-headed spiders. One particularly alluring female visage appeared to attempt to entice him closer. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, intent on devising a means to counter their threat. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have refrained from provoking such a gathering of monsters. However, the reddish-brown soil outside the mine unequivocally indicated the presence of iron ore. His goal was clear: to secure the necessary materials for trading with the old squad leader for a psionic cannon. Fearful of the sunlight, would a firelight tube prove effective? Jiang Chen fashioned 2 torches, igniting them and tossing them into the fray. The moment the torches landed, the human-headed spiders recoiled in palpable dread. Oh, How overly dramatic you are. Jiang Chen scoffed. Indeed, the human-headed spiders still sought to lure him closer, albeit with a disorganized effort. A few of lesser intellect remained stationary. Once their ruse was unveiled, the expressions of the human heads twisted into frustration, acid spewing forth in vain, unable to reach him due to the distance. After mocking the human-headed spiders, Jiang Chen's demeanor turned grave. Their theatrical performance suggested that the weaknesses he had discerned could very well be a deliberate act. To mitigate any unforeseen consequences, he resolved to employ sunlight against them, for the intelligence provided by the system could not be disregarded. But how could he channel sunlight into the abyss of the mind? A mirror? No, that wouldn't suffice. Not only was locating a mirror a challenge, but the sunlight reflected would scarcely illuminate the entire cavern. If only he had a flashbang suddenly. Jiang Chen recalled a peculiar structure he had encountered a couple of days prior. What was it called? Ah, yes, sunlight chamber. It could capture the sunlight streaming through its roof during the day, yet its purpose remained a mystery, leading to the unfortunate fate of its owner, who had seemingly joined a faction. Perhaps the old squad leader had her contact information. Thus, he inquired, "Squad leader, are you able to contact the owner of the sunlight chamber? I wish to procure the sunlight she possesses." The old squad leader replied, "Please hold on. I will notify her. Here is her contact information." Jiang Chen clicked on the player's avatar, whose ID was warm, and sent a friend request. How convenient it was to have connections through the faction. The alliance now spanned the entire Region 07, boasting nearly 20,000 members, primarily from the Great Xia. While the distribution across each area only comprised around 40 to 50 individuals, akin to other regional organizations, the bonds among alliance members were considerably stronger, controlling over 100 unique structures and sharing resources collectively. This overall strength set them apart from other regional organizations, and Jiang Chen had reaped numerous benefits from it. In less than a minute, he received notification that his friend request had been accepted. Before he could speak, Warm initiated the conversation. "Good afternoon, esteemed one," she chimed, her tone respectful and eager. Jiang Chen mused, "Is my reputation truly that high?" In truth, Warm was thrilled upon receiving instructions from the old squad leader. Finally, someone had recognized the utility of sunlight, and that person was none other than Jiang Chen. She eagerly inquired about the purpose of utilizing sunlight. Jiang Chen explained, "Some monsters have a vulnerability to sunlight, and I intend to test its efficacy." "Test it. You must. I have 40 units of sunlight. Will that suffice?" Warm exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Subsequently, Jiang Chen received a generous donation of resources from Warm, free of charge, with a request that he relay the results to her. Certainly. It was evident that Warm was even more invested in the outcome than Jiang Chen himself. He retrieved one of the wooden cubes, hollowed out, as Warm had described. She mentioned that sunlight could be contained within it and would illuminate for a minute when shattered in darkness. Thus, he approached the cave entrance, where the human-headed spiders lurked in the shadows, baring their teeth. Jiang Chen, undeterred, hurled the wooden cube into the darkness, adhering to the principle of reciprocity. With a resounding crack, the wooden cube shattered, and a miniature sun emerged, flooding the previously dim cave entrance with brilliant light. The immediate effect upon his retinas was a shadowy imprint, a natural response to gazing directly at the sun. Fortunately, it caused no additional harm. However, the human-headed spiders were not so fortunate. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted as they were caught unawares by the radiant burst of sunlight. Jiang Chen observed as the eyeballs of those who dared to gaze upon the diminutive sun were incinerated to ash. The others writhed in agony, scorched by the light. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen commanded the skeletal soldiers to advance and eliminate the remaining threats. Ultimately, aside from a few that managed to retreat into the depths of the cave, the majority lay vanquished. Only then did Jiang Chen approach to collect the corpses. Snapping a photograph of the human-headed spider's dismal fate to share with Warm, captioned, "The effect is remarkable." Warm responded with gratitude, "Thank you, esteemed one." Look at her, still expressing her thanks. Nonetheless, sunlight proved to be an exceptional asset against specific monsters, and he resolved to stockpile more. Having decimated the majority of the human-headed spiders, Jiang Chen refrained from hastily entering the mine. Uncertainty loomed regarding what lay within. He could not afford to act recklessly. He surmised that a matron spider might still reside within, necessitating caution. Through his senses, he summoned all nearby skeletal soldiers to his side. After an hour's wait, 4 to 5 dozen had gathered. Jiang Chen distributed the remnants of weaponry among them, while donning the steel armor he had appropriated from the undead knight. "Yesterday, I entrusted the old squad leader with the repairs, and although the armor was restored, its quality diminished from exquisite to ordinary. Its durability limit also suffered a significant decline." Jiang Chen bore no disdain. This armor enveloped his entire body, providing adequate protection against the corrosive ambushes of the head-hunting spiders. As preparations neared completion and the sun began its descent in the sky, he commanded all skeleton soldiers to advance, while he trailed behind the ranks, shattering a sun orb with each measured stride. The once dim cave was instantly illuminated by the radiant light. Ah, yet another head-hunting spider, lurking in the shadows. emitted a wretched scream as several skeleton soldiers rushed forth to dispatch it. Throughout their journey, numerous headhunting spiders attempted to launch surprise attacks. However, the sunlight wielded by Jiang Chen proved to be the nemesis of these creatures, leaving them with no sanctuary from its piercing rays. Jiang Chen's intent was clear. He would eradicate every headhunting spider, claiming this mineral vein entirely for himself. As he ventured deeper, caution became his ally. It was then that he discovered a circular chamber unearthed ahead. To prevent ambush upon entry, Jiang Chen followed his usual protocol by casting a sun orb inside. The ensuing screams echoed from within, though this time they were far more potent. Suddenly, 3 large spiders erupted from the chamber, engaging in combat with the skeleton soldiers, all while enduring the searing sunlight. Unlike the headhunting spiders, these creatures possessed a lower half resembling a lengthy spider rather than 8 smaller appendages, and their upper bodies bore not a single head, but rather developed collarbones and 2 human-like arms. Identification: headhunting spider, advanced form. Category: aberrant creature. Strength: 5, agility: 7, perception: 8. Danger assessment: beware of its shrill cries and corrosive acid, but remain vigilant of its kin lurking behind. Description: cultists devoted to the spider mother, beheaded by paladins, have birthed descendants obsessed with possessing a complete body, yet they remain unwelcome in the realm of light. No wonder they could withstand the sunlight. They were indeed in advanced form. The 3 advanced entities charged into the ranks of skeleton soldiers, yet their strength scarcely surpassed that of the skeletons. Compounded by the searing sunlight, they were no match for the skeletons, and after claiming the lives of 6, they were vanquished. Throughout the encounter, Jiang Chen remained passive, only creating another small sun on the ground. As usual, the burly skeleton soldier led the way. Upon entering the circular chamber, Jiang Chen beheld a striking woman, her pale skin and exposed form accentuating her extraordinary beauty, even with her almond-shaped face adorned with 3 pairs of eyes, and a slender abdomen connected to a 2-meter-long black spider. Jiang Chen's first impression was that she was undeniably exquisite. If only her gaze towards him had been devoid of hatred. Identification: spider mother cultist, Lord level, pseudo. Category: aberrant creature. Strength: 8, agility: 12, perception: 16. Danger assessment: encountering her signifies an impending battle against an entire clan of headhunting spiders. Description: the 3rd phase of the headhunting spider. She stands on the precipice of achieving a humanoid form, an enticing prize within the noble circles, capable of yielding substantial bone coins. Though one might consider keeping her for oneself. Chapter 33: Slaying the Spider Mother Cultist. Jiang Chen captured a photograph of the Spider Mother Cultist, vowing to critique her harshly upon his return. How could she dare to appear unclothed, setting a poor example for the youth? The Spider Mother Cultist seemed unable to move, not due to the searing sunlight, but rather from exhaustion. Jiang Chen glanced around and noticed a multitude of eggs ensnared in silk beneath her. However, the sunlight had rendered them lifeless. So, she had just given birth. The Spider Mother Cultist's gaze, filled with loathing, remained fixated on Jiang Chen. Were it not for her extreme weakness, she would have relished the opportunity to rend him to pieces. TSK, how pitiful. Jiang Chen mused, though his hands remained steady. Allow me to send you to meet your offspring. He hurled 3 sun orbs in quick succession, ensuring a 360-degree exposure to the radiant light, striving for even heat distribution. The Spider Mother cultist's body was soon riddled with burn marks, and she emitted a haunting scream reminiscent of a woman's wail. As she raised her slender arms to shield her 3 pairs of eyes from the scorching rays, Jiang Chen seized the moment, launching his luminous longsword. The blade plunged into her abdomen, and an even more intense burst of radiance erupted, igniting the Spider Mother cultist in flames from within. A minute later, the inferno subsided, revealing the charred remains of the Spider Mother cultist, her humanoid form, which had sprouted from the spider, reduced to a withered corpse. It appeared she was utterly extinguished. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen remained cautious, instructing the skeleton soldiers to deliver a coup de grace. Once they severed all 8 spider legs and tore her body in 2, he finally felt reassured. He stepped forward, extracting the radiant longsword from the remains of the Spider Mother cultist, and conveniently stowed her corpse in his backpack. Fortune smiled upon him. He had encountered a weakened lord. Jiang Chen's spirit sword. The hunt for the entire headhunting spider clan posed little challenge, not only due to the Spider Mother cultist's frailty, but also because he possessed a natural countermeasure against them. The headhunting spiders, who could have exploited their terrain and numerical superiority, were rendered utterly impotent. Encountering another lord would likely not have been as effortless. Directing the skeleton soldiers to scour the battlefield, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the spot where the Spider Mother cultist had previously crouched. What is this? He picked up a stone. Identification: obsidian, a byproduct of metal or deposits, a vital material for upgrading hidden abodes. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, he had stumbled upon a windfall without expending effort. Initially intending to conquer an iron mine, he had unexpectedly amassed dozens of pieces of obsidian. Indeed, the ground was strewn with the obsidian utilized by the Spider Mother cultist to construct her incubation nest. Furthermore, The system informed him that obsidian was a byproduct of metal or veins, suggesting that continued mining could yield even more. It was noteworthy that the obsidian he had discovered thus far had only been obtained from treasure chests. No one had established a stable source of acquisition until now. He was poised to strike it rich. He swiftly collected all of it into his ample bracelet, lest he encounter complications later. Simultaneously, he shattered another sun orb, illuminating the mine both inside and out. Once he confirmed there were no remaining headhunting spiders, he commanded all skeleton soldiers to remain in the mine, ready to eliminate any intruders. Before sunset, he returned to the camp. At this point, many skeleton soldiers who had ventured out hunting had also returned. A heap of skeletal remains lay at the entrance of the bone crypt, while 5 lively skulls were housed within. Excellent. The camp remained orderly. After reactivating all the skeleton soldiers, he stationed 20 for nighttime vigilance, sending the rest back out. With the bone crypt attended to, Jiang Chen proceeded to the glorious cathedral. The pool of life was once again nearly filled, and the pitch-black spear lay within, though it no longer exuded the dense aura of death as it once did. It would not be long before he would no longer need to worry about the corrosion of death energy during its use. Jiang Chen was now just 1 point of strength away from meeting the requirements to wield it. Perhaps it would be wise to seek an additional piece of equipment to enhance one's attributes. Fill 20 liters of holy water and prepare to stock it at 6 o'clock sharp. He aims to cultivate a habit among players to visit his shop daily at the appointed hour. After accomplishing these tasks, Jiang Chen returned to his modest Tier 2 dwelling. Invest 400 iron blocks, 1,000 stone, 500 wood, 200 cloth, 1 obsidian. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. In a dazzling display, the original stone house expanded further. Congratulations. You have successfully constructed a Tier 3 building, the gatehouse. The attribute panel transformed once more, with the building section now distinctly delineated. Upon opening it, 3 3D models appeared. A gatehouse resembling a segment of a city wall, a resplendent cathedral with soaring spires, and a half-destroyed tomb, standing before the towering Tier 3 structure. Approximately 5 to 6 meters high with walls a meter thick, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of security. Such fortitude would likely thwart even a solitary pseudo-lord from breaching it within half a day. Entering through the door, the interior space expanded by about 10 square meters. The fireplace and bed remained in their original positions, but 2 windows had been added on either side of the iron door, swinging outward. Jiang Chen couldn't shake the feeling that they were intended as gun ports for the psychic cannon. Speaking of the psychic cannon, it was time to negotiate with the old squad leader. Chung, I'm ready on my end, he announced. During the journey, he had requested the squad leader to prepare a set of basic materials for upgrading the Tier 3 building and hinted at having found a stable source of obsidian. Thus, Zhang Weijian had been waiting for him to log in. All right, let's discuss the terms of our trade, the squad leader replied. Zhang Weijian proposed a barter system. Given that the alliance's coffers had recently dwindled, Jiang Chen was of the same mind, suggesting an exchange of 1 obsidian for a psychic cannon. The production cost of the psychic cannon was 2,000 bone coins, while obsidian had skyrocketed to 5,000 per piece. At first glance, it appeared Jiang Chen was at a loss. Yet the actual market price of the psychic cannon far exceeded that of obsidian, and its demand was insatiable. He could only acquire it at cost due to his allegiance to the alliance. Moreover, he wished to avoid inflating prices and straining relations with the alliance, which had treated him rather well thus far. Strengthening the alliance would empower them to protect more players, a feat Jiang Chen alone could not achieve. The transaction concluded amicably, and with all 51 pieces of obsidian secured, Zhang Weijian was in high spirits. Chung, you're always so generous. You never put me in a bind. Receive supplies gifted by player old squad leader. Crops cultivated from special buildings. Give them a try. The bounty sent by the squad leader was abundant, comprising leafy greens and rice, totaling approximately 30 pounds. These were exquisite items that money could scarcely buy. After several days of consuming jerky and meat porridge, he was finally able to enjoy some vegetables. Indeed, only by genuinely caring for others can one expect sincerity in return. Before preparing dinner, Jiang Chen decided to dismantle today's haul, investing 135 head spider corpses. Congratulations, you have obtained 816 bone coins and 1,280 milliliters of corpse oil. Investing 3 advanced head spider corpses. Congratulations. You have obtained 48 bone coins and 50 milliliters of corpse oil. Investing 1 broodmother's disciple corpse. Congratulations, you have obtained 300 bone coins, 1 broodmother's tome, volume 1, and 1 charm potion scroll. Detected evidence of a lord-level monster kill. Additional drop, 1 bronze crystal chest. Chapter 34, Revolver Rose. What is the broodmother's tome? Just as Jiang Chen pondered this, the system promptly provided an answer. Identification, broodmother's tome. Type, spellbook. Grade, unranked. Durability, consumable. Upon reading, one can automatically learn broodmother sect magic. Current reading attempts, 1. Caution, players should read with a clear mind, as it may attract the attention of special entities. A spellbook? Jiang Chen's heart raced at the system prompt. He recalled the frequent tropes in online literature where protagonists effortlessly cast forbidden spells to annihilate millions. How exhilarating. Who doesn't harbor a dream of wielding such power? Jiang Chen's expectations were modest. A meteor summoning cleansing spell would suffice. Checking his sanity, 71. Still within healthy limits. Yet he decided to wait a bit longer. After all, no one could ascertain what the system deemed as healthy. So he planned to restore his sanity to 90 before delving into the tome. Suppressing his eagerness, Jiang Chen opened his personal shop and began editing the information. Today's information. 1. Obsidian is a byproduct of metal or veins. Players seeking to upgrade their small houses may search for metal or veins on the map. 2. Sunlight is remarkably effective against monsters with specific weaknesses. Images. Player warm ID. Set images to be non-saved. Screenshots will degrade quality. 3. Defeating Lord-level monsters has a chance to yield spellbooks. After finalizing the edits, he pinned the message to the board. He then swiftly listed 800 blood plasma fruits sent by the Sea Emperor and 90 bottles of stamina recovery potions produced today. The charm potion scroll he had just acquired was also put up for sale at a price of 3,000. He had examined the scroll and found it offered no boost to strength, merely enhancing attraction to the opposite sex, a commodity Jiang Chen found unnecessary. So he opted to exchange it for bone coins. Naturally, he took a screenshot of the recipe beforehand. Next, a bronze crystal chest awaited his opening. What treasures might it hold? With anticipation, he dropped the chest from his inventory. As it landed with a thud, he eagerly exclaimed, "Open." Only 2 orbs of light emerged. One green and the other white. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Chen. Upon touching the orbs, his apprehension was confirmed. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 iron blocks and 1 spider eye necklace. Identification, spider eye necklace. Type, treasure. Grade, fine. Durability, 300. Wearing effect, slightly accelerates sanity recovery. A fine item. Jiang Chen could not hide his disappointment. After all, the undead knight he had previously slain had dropped a superior enhancement stone. And now he was left with just a fine piece. The disparity was palpable. The necklace appeared to be strung together from spider legs. Each segment adorned with 6 orbs resembling eyeballs. Jiang Chen donned it around his neck, yet he felt no significant increase in his sanity recovery speed. It seemed the boost was a mere 5 points. Not harboring high hopes, Jiang Chen lit a fire to prepare dinner, once again boiling meat porridge. But this time with the addition of rice and leafy greens, along with boiled potatoes. The jerky provided enough salt, so there was no need to worry about flavor. Life was certainly improving. Jiang Chen mused to himself, gazing at the sumptuous dinner before him, his spirits lifting. He hoped the old squad leader would soon cultivate peanuts and soybeans, so they could enjoy some oil. After swallowing the last piece of potato, he commenced today's ironwork. Whenever he felt thirsty, he sipped the holy water, and when fatigue set in, he downed a stamina recovery potion. Only pausing to rest for a few minutes when utterly exhausted. Maintaining this rhythm for 3 hours, Jiang Chen finally reached his limit. Glancing at his attribute panel, he noted that his stamina and physique experience had increased by a total of 80 points. Though not as exaggerated as yesterday, Jiang Chen found himself quite satisfied. During this time, the information he had edited began to gain traction. However, surprisingly, the player's focus was not on the 3 pieces of high-value intelligence, but rather on the accompanying images of the Spider Mother-esque cultists in the nude. My apologies for the earlier mistake regarding the Spider Mother cultist. It's only human. What's the harm? A simple oversight. I can understand. In Jiang Chen's message board, screenshots of the Spider Mother cultist circulated widely across the regional channel, primarily instigated by seasoned male players. Female players, on the other hand, were more composed. Warm. Thanks to the esteemed Jiang Chen for the help in drawing traffic. Have you all not noticed that Jiang Chen has already slain the second lord? I couldn't care less about that. If only I had such a powerful ally by my side, I could keep warm at night. Fortunately, Jiang Chen, well aware of the essence of seasoned male players, had preemptively set the images to be non-downloadable. Consequently, countless seasoned players flocked to his personal shop, eager to behold the original art quality of the Spider Lady. The immense traffic resulted in an immediate sellout of stamina-restoring potions, with over half of the blood plasma fruits, priced at 1,500 bone coins, disappearing as well. He even rented out a dozen shelves, resulting in soaring commission fees. It was then that a player paid him a visit. Deep Blue. Hello, I'd like to rent a shelf. Jiang Chen. Of course, send over your items and let me know your pricing. Deep Blue. I have a superior grade weapon, but I intend to trade it for something else rather than using bone coins. Superior grade? A weapon. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Players capable of acquiring superior weapons at this juncture were certainly no ordinary individuals. This person was worth befriending, and he sent a friend request. The acceptance came swiftly. Jiang Chen, may I inquire what weapon you wish to exchange? Deep Blue sent a screenshot of a silver revolver adorned with exquisite engravings. Identification, revolver rose. Type, treasure. Grade, superior. Durability, 1598-1600. Wearing effect. Every 10 minutes, a mithril bullet can be fired. Upon firing, it explodes within 2 seconds. Maximum ammunition capacity, for 6. Effective range, 50 meters. What? This was Jiang Chen's immediate thought. a ranged weapon that automatically generates bullets, and most importantly, the bullets explode upon firing. If one were to shoot it into a monster, he could hardly contain his excitement. Jiang Chen hurriedly inquired what Deep Blue was looking to trade. A melee weapon, preferably of superior grade, ideally capable of dealing with large monsters. Perfectly aligned with his needs. Perhaps we can strike a deal, he replied. He shared the details of the Dark Lance with Deep Blue and awaited a response while analyzing the information revealed in the screenshot. The weapon type was not an artifact but a treasure, likely obtained from a system chest. Did this imply that Deep Blue had slain a Lord-level monster? Jiang Chen was eager to ask his old class monitor if he recognized Deep Blue, but he hesitated, fearing it might reveal client information, and ultimately abandoned the idea. Chapter 35. The Original of the Spider Mother. Identification, Knight's Lance. Type, Artifact. Grade, Superior. Durability, 1243-2000. Wearing effect. Holding this lance grants automatic mastery of advanced spear techniques. Increasing damage to large creatures by 30. Prolonged use will incur necrotic erosion, which can be cleansed by soaking in holy water. Requirements, Strength 8. District 103, Misty Forest. Deep Blue gazed at the information of the Knight's Lance, feeling a strong urge. The requirements for use were perfectly suited for him. The only downside was that it was an artifact, and the side effects of necrotic erosion could not be overlooked. Simultaneously, he gleaned some intelligence regarding Jiang Chen from this weapon. The type being an artifact confirmed it was a monster drop, specifically from a Lord-level monster. Coupled with the longsword and boots Jiang Chen had showcased 2 days prior, it indicated that he currently possessed at least 3 superior grade items. Today, Jiang Chen had also slain another lord. Deep Blue narrowed his eyes. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of Lord-level monsters, having just faced one today. Despite a group of over 10 people attacking it, utilizing healing potions and various item enhancements, they still suffered a loss of 3 members, with the remaining players all sustaining injuries. Thus, Jiang Chen's ability to single-handedly slay a lord elevated his true strength in Deep Blue's mind to an extraordinary level. Finally, he typed, I agree to the exchange. Were it not for the low visibility in the misty forest, he would not wish to part with the revolver rose. However, the opportunity to forge a connection with Jiang Chen was also quite appealing. Jiang Chen, can you wait a while? The Knight's Lance is soaking in holy water. The necrotic energy should dissipate by tomorrow morning at the latest. The side effects would be cleared soon? That was splendid news. Waiting just 2 additional days was no issue. He hadn't expected to find a suitable weapon so quickly anyway. Deep Blue, I have no problem with that. The scene shifted back to District 501. Jiang Chen concluded the conversation, silently calculating. The Knight's Lance was powerful, but it was not suited for him, since he had already decided to adopt a ranged strategy. It was better to leave melee combat to his skeleton warriors. He could simply command them from the rear, focusing on ranged attacks. The thought brought him ease. Moreover, he still possessed the radiant longsword. Rationality, 90. That would suffice. Jiang Chen held the original of the Spider Mother, which was essentially 2 stone tablets. And to the untrained eye, they resembled primitive graffiti. Upon opening, he discovered that there were no words, but rather 3-dimensional carved patterns. The image depicted a group of human cultists collectively kneeling in one direction, yet the direction of their worship was off the canvas? No. This image seemed to be from the perspective of the worshippers. Yet, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable unease, unable to pinpoint what was amiss. Viewing the original of the Spider Mother, Rationality, 30. Skill acquired, Spider Vision. Spider Vision consumes 6 mana points, grants special vision. During this state, perception increases by 2, lasting 5 minutes, can continue to consume mana to maintain. Jiang Chen felt a wave of dizziness, nearly toppling over. A staggering deduction of 30 points from his rationality. Thankfully, he managed to stabilize himself. Otherwise, he would have incurred another negative buff. Steadying himself, he sat on the bed to recuperate. He remained unaware that the opportunity to read the original of the Spider Mother had not yet expired. Of course, he also did not know that skill books would disappear after being fully read. Before him, the images within the stone tablet began to rotate, as if someone was adjusting the lens. The once static stone carvings sprang to life, continuously shifting the scenes. Ultimately, only 3 pairs of eyes remained visible, all on the same face. It, gazing through the stone tablet, observed the outside world. By a curious twist of fate, Jiang Chen's gaze met the 3 pairs of eyes. Boom. Jiang Chen felt as though his soul had been struck with a heavy blow. He finally understood why the worshippers had not been recorded by the stone tablet. Because of beauty. An exquisite beauty. No one could resist her allure. How could such perfection exist in this world? Any vocabulary that attempts to describe beauty pales in comparison before her. Even the most skilled of artists can only lift their brushes, unable to bring them down. No, it is too beautiful. Merely stealing a glance at it ignited within Jiang Chen a fervent desire to devote everything in his possession. You are being observed by a great existence. Sanity, 100. You are being observed by a great existence. Sanity, 100. You are being observed by a great existence. Sanity, 100. Current sanity level, 1. The The system notifications continued to appear, yet Jiang Chen remained indifferent. In his eyes, there existed only it, as if sensing Jiang Chen's longing. A snow-white, lotus-like arm stretched forth from the stone slab. The 3 pairs of eyes radiated boundless love, yearning, and delight, akin to a beloved older sister inviting him to partake in a sacred ritual of procreation. Perfect. Even the very tips of its fingers exuded perfection. If only he could grasp that arm, he would be enveloped once more in his mother's embrace. Ah, praise the great spider matron. If only he could seize that hand, to grasp that hand, to hold that hand, that hand, that hand. Drawing near, he unsheathed his sword and struck. The radiant sword collided with the arm emerging from the stone slab. Blood poured from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, as he bit down on his tongue in a desperate attempt to resist the overwhelming pleasure. Although he was uncertain why he remained unscathed despite his sanity being depleted, he understood. If he did not sever that arm, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Stone fragments danced in the air, revealing the true nature of the arm. Remarkably, it remained unsevered. Once more. Yet as Jiang Chen raised the radiant sword again, he found his body paralyzed. Coldness enveloped him. He was ensnared by 3 piercing glances. The image of the beloved older sister vanished entirely. You are being observed by a great existence. Sanity, 100. You are being observed by a great existence. Sanity, 100. You are being observed by a great existence. Sanity, 100. Current sanity level, 1. That gaze could kill. A familiar sensation surged forth, a splitting headache. It transcended all the pain he had ever endured. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, a sign that his body could no longer withstand the strain. Move, you cursed hand. The threat of death spurred him onward, igniting his instinct for survival. On an unnoticed attribute panel, his mental and perceptual attributes surged at an astonishing rate. Move, or you shall truly perish. At last, his arm indeed moved, though not in the manner he had anticipated. The bones of his arm wielded the radiant sword, delivering a second strike. Yet, the flesh remained behind, dangling like 2 strips of meat from his shoulder. Crack! The stone-like arm was severed. But the 3 frigid gazes did not dissipate. It was as if they questioned Jiang Chen. I can offer you pleasures beyond comprehension. Why do you resist? Jiang Chen offered no reply. He felt no sense of betrayal, for perhaps to them, his insignificant existence was hardly worthy of deceit. Yet, with gain comes sacrifice. What price would he have to pay? He dared not contemplate. The severed arm began to distort grotesquely, seemingly on the verge of sprouting another pair of arms. At that moment, 5 more snow-white arms emerged from the stone slab. It sought to forcibly draw Jiang Chen closer. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves filled his ears. Growing ever closer, Jiang Chen's consciousness began to blur. He vaguely heard screams emanating from the stone slab before it inexplicably shattered, and those 5 arms vanished. From beginning to end, he could not comprehend what had transpired. Merely perusing a grimoire, how could he have attracted the gaze of such a being? Once the danger subsided, his survival instinct ceased its operation as well. Goodness, had 2 hours truly passed while I stared at a stone slab? What of the mother spider's codex? Did it vanish after he had exhausted his reading limit? Jiang Chen rubbed his head, utterly unable to recall what had occurred during those 2 hours. He felt as though the scene was eerily familiar. Chapter 36, Hidden Achievement. He felt something on his face. Upon scratching, he discovered a scab of blood. Jiang Chen was startled. When he looked into the water jar, he noticed traces of blood around his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, prompting him to hastily wash his face. After cleansing himself, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. Considering the sudden loss of memory over the past 2 hours, something significant must have transpired. In pursuit of the truth, Jiang Chen opened his itinerary log to review the records of that time. However, it only noted that he had utilized the mother spider's codex, with no entries for the subsequent 2 hours. A sudden pain pierced his brain, accompanied by an intense feeling of rejection within, as if his instincts were desperately attempting to suppress any recollection of the events. Your sanity, 15. This scene felt all too familiar. He had undoubtedly experienced it before. When had it occurred? He recalled that the same situation had unfolded 3 times. Once on the first night of the game's inception, tortured by nightmares. He awoke with only the sound of crashing waves in his memory. The second time was when he narrowly escaped death at the hands of a death knight, also forgetting everything. And now this time. Sanity, 15. Current sanity, 35. You have contracted a negative status. Pleasure. Under this status, your mating desires will be magnified infinitely, gradually becoming indiscriminate as your sanity declines. Pleasure? Jiang Chen's expression turned grave as he took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumult within. Yet images of the alluring, naked form of the spider matron's acolyte flooded his mind, refusing to dissipate. At this moment, he found himself overcome with regret. How wonderful it would have been had he not slain the spider matron's follower. Thus, the figure returned to his mind, now more vivid than before. Skin as smooth as jade, lips ruby red, teeth pearly white, a waist as delicate as a willow. A wicked fire ignited in his lower abdomen, and Jiang Chen found himself losing control. An hour later, Brothers, my apologies. Once again I have erred with the spider matron shy. It's only human nature. It's only human nature. Jiang Chen rose from the water jar, thoroughly drenched. An hour had passed, and he had finally suppressed that wicked fire. Thanks to the adverse effects, he emerged from that state of bewilderment. Now, upon reflection, had he truly succumbed to it? His sanity would have likely continued to plummet until it was entirely depleted. He opened his attribute panel to examine the skill obtained from reading the Mother Spideress Codex. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 24. Strength, 6, 147, 2000. Constitution, 7, 597, 4000. Agility, 5, 374, 1000. Perception, 61, 256, 4000. Spirit, 81, 598, 16,000. Mana, 9. 9, related to spirit attribute. Sanity, 50. Stamina, 64. Life, 99. Talents, survival, lone warrior, steadfast, insect slayer. Spells, spider vision, feast of pleasure. Insect slayer. When the adversary is any creature associated with insects, all fundamental attributes are amplified by 25, and insect creatures exhibit an increased hostility towards you by 100. Spider vision. Consuming 6 mana points grants you a special vision, allowing for a perception of 3, exceeding the limit. With an effective duration of 5 minutes, further mana consumption can extend this. Feast of delight. Consuming all mana forcibly deducts the sanity of all living beings surrounding you, bestowing upon them a will of euphoria, including the caster. The range and duration depend on the mana consumed. With a chance to summon the spectral form of the Spider Queen herself. The Spider Queen is infatuated with you. Mysterious power erased. The system interface now includes 2 additional items, mana and spells. Jiang Chen failed to notice the peculiarities in the system notification's conclusion. His focus lay on the attributes of spirit and perception, which inexplicably increased by 1 point each. The only explanation is that during the 2 hours of amnesia, he must have acquired some form of benefit. Having read a magical tome, he obtained a talent and 2 spells. Jiang Chen stroked his chin in contemplation for a long time, feeling that something was amiss. He resolved to seek out more tomes in the future for experimentation. His gaze then shifted to the spirit attribute. 9. His spirit attribute was nearing its limit. Recently, players had discussed on his message board speculations regarding attribute values. The consensus was that a normal value is 5. Those with specialized training might reach 6 or 7, while professional players typically hover around 8. Only individuals at the pinnacle of a specific field could possibly attain 9. For instance, Tyson undoubtedly boasted a strength attribute of 9 in his youth. Moreover, this attribute growth is not a mere additive increase, but rather exponential. The difference between 9 and 5 could represent a 3-fold disparity. As for the elusive 10, none of the 500,000 players displayed such an initial value. Thus, it is surmised that this may be the highest theoretical value attainable by a human body. Now, Jiang Chen possessed an attribute on the verge of crossing this threshold. He spent 10,000 bone coins to purchase a bottle of spirit potion from the system shop. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and drank deeply. Given that his spirit attribute had already reached 9, the sooner he consumed it, the more cost-effective it would be. Spirit 10,000 currently has reached the maximum value. No further experience in spirit attributes will be gained before embarking on the path of transcendence. Congratulations on completing a hidden achievement, Spirit Attribute 10. Rewards have been dispatched. Please check your inventory for collection. This system announcement was not public and was displayed solely to Jiang Chen. Typically, achievements are awarded only to the first player to reach them. It is indeed as I suspected. I am the first player to elevate my spirit attribute to 10. Clearly, he had anticipated this. However, he remained uncertain whether other attributes had been elevated to their limits by other players. He planned to post the hidden achievement information on the message board tomorrow to gauge the responses of other players. Jiang Chen aspired to transcendence, but had yet to find a clear path. If there were players at a similar progression as his, they might possess some insights. Finally, he retrieved the reward from his inventory, unveiling a scroll. Sanity Restoration Potion Scroll. When used at a synthesis table, it can produce a sanity restoration potion. The brief description ignited a fervor within Jiang Chen. A potion capable of restoring sanity was of utmost importance. In the current situation, had Jiang Chen possessed a sanity restoration potion, he would not have needed to plunge into a cold water tank to resist the effects of euphoria. Subsequent negative status effects would also become trivial concerns. Just as he intended to utilize the synthesis table within the room, he paused mid-action. No. The synthesis table had already been integrated with the stamina restoration potion scroll. The two potions could not be produced simultaneously. This piece of information had been gleaned from his recent experiments. While the synthesis table produces a stamina restoration potion, it cannot synthesize other items, though it can be halted to produce other necessary goods. However, for the sake of optimization, it would be more reasonable to operate both synthesis tables concurrently. Perhaps this scroll could be employed at the synthesis table in the church. The ordinary structures found later would certainly become more numerous. raising concerns about distinguishing which items belonged in which room. Chapter 37. The Spider Queen is infatuated with you. The night was as dark as ink, so thick it seemed capable of swallowing all light. Across this desolate expanse, the moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, leaving only sporadic glimmers scattered upon the ground, illuminating a scene of utter desolation. Hundreds of miles from Jiang Chen's camp, a woman stood silently atop the corpse of a massive prey. The prey weighed several tons, its body resembling a mountain, yet beneath her feet, it appeared so fragile. The woman was entirely unclothed, her skin glistening with a cold luminescence in the faint moonlight. Her form nearly unreal in its perfection, every contour seemingly sculpted by divine hands. Yet upon her beautiful visage were 3 pairs of soul-stirring eyes. The prey's carcass lay in tatters, her fingers sharp as blades, effortlessly tearing away chunks of flesh, which she consumed with relish. The sound of chewing resonated sharply in the stillness of the night, accompanied by the audible swallow, as if even the air trembled at the sound. Crimson blood lingered at the corners of her mouth, dripping down her chin, staining her not-so-full bosom, enhancing her otherworldly allure. Her slender abdomen resembled a bottomless pit. No matter how much flesh and blood she devoured, it could never satiate her insatiable hunger. Just as she had nearly consumed half of her quarry, a cold and commanding voice erupted within her mind, a divine oracle from her mother. Her 6 eyes dilated suddenly, reflecting a coordinate and a luminous human male. The radiance was so blinding that it caused her discomfort. Find him, and present his soul. The woman closed her eyes and bowed her head, her body trembling with excitement, signaling her receipt of the oracle. I shall obey your will, great Spider Queen. She raised her hand to casually wipe away the blood at the corner of her lips, her movements elegant yet imbued with a chilling indifference. Then, she tilted her head back and howled to the heavens, her voice akin to the wailing of ghosts, piercing through the silence of the night. In an instant, the ground began to tremble, as if something was awakening from the depths below. Countless heads surged from the earth, swelling forth in a tide, nearly covering the entire land. Resembling a legion from the depths of hell, the woman gracefully leaped onto a towering rock, her fingers slowly rising to point into the distance, her lips parting. Advance. No sooner had she spoken than the army of heads surged like a tide towards the direction indicated by her finger, and she stood aloft, her 6 eyes fixed on the horizon, a wicked smile curling at the corner of her mouth. On the 6th day of the game, Jiang Chen awoke from his slumber. Glancing at the time, he had only slept for 4 hours. A multitude of events transpired the previous night, causing him to retire late. Yet, with the enhancement of his spirit value, he now seemed to require minimal sleep to maintain a state of mental fullness. This was encouraging news, indicating that he would have more time each evening to dedicate to physical training. While waiting for the food in the pot to cook, he completed his daily task of gathering potions. He also checked on the 2 special buildings. The church appeared to be functioning without issue, with the skeletons favoring not to loiter nearby. In front of the bone grave, a dozen skeletal soldier corpses lay piled up, along with a group of skeletons returning from their nocturnal forays. Alas, these skeletons were quite troublesome, as they could only execute 1 command at a time. Before Jiang Chen issued further commands, they remained utterly motionless. Truly, they displayed no consideration for their master. In this regard, they were far inferior to modern livestock, who possess a glimmer of purpose. After taking stock, he noted a few less than the previous night. Perhaps there had been losses among the dozen corpses. They were likely included. Detaching the skulls and activating them within the bone tomb, he then beheld 11 lively skeleton soldiers arranged outside the abyssal well. A spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Good fortune today, Xiaobai. Keep it up, and you shall surely reel in a great catch, he praised, patting Xiaobai's skull. Xiaobai cast him a glance, as if to say, if it possessed eyes, was this not obvious? After showering Xiaobai with compliments, Jiang Chen cheerfully dispatched the skeleton soldiers to forage. He himself stepped into the grand entrance of the radiant cathedral. The morning sunlight streamed through the stained glass, illuminating the statue of the 12-winged goddess, bestowing an additional layer of sanctity upon this already hallowed place. Each time he beheld this sight, Jiang Chen's gaze would become entranced. Do gods truly exist? If so, what then is the system? What roles do you play? The statue of the goddess stood silently, offering no answers. Naturally, should she ever speak, Jiang Chen would find himself hastily retreating. Upon entering the altar's synthesis platform, he introduced the Sanity Restoration Potion scroll. The properties of the Sanity Restoration Potion could be directly observed from the synthesis platform. Sanity Restoration Potion. Consuming it instantly restores 30 points of sanity. Can be taken once within 12 hours, or it may result in brain damage. Ingredients: 50 g of monster brain matter, 100 milliliters of fresh water, 10 bone coins, 10 milliliters of holy water, 10 g of holy light stone powder. Preparation method: pour monster brain matter, fresh water, and crushed bone coins into a container, stir well, and let it sit for 12 hours. Add holy water and holy light stone powder, let it rest for another 12 hours, filter out impurities, and what remains is the potion. Using the Sanity Restoration Potion scroll on the synthesis platform allows one to skip this step. Should this recipe be disclosed, the holy water, which he already had no trouble selling, would become even more sought after. Players might even opt for the higher price system holy water to concoct the sanity restoration potion. Perhaps it is time to upgrade the cathedral, Jiang Chen mused. The cost for iron blocks was 200, for stone materials 2,000, and for wood 200. The total materials would amount to approximately 20,000, a price he could afford. Thus, he decided to place an order with the old class leader. Curious about the function of the cathedral's second special facility, returning to the Tier 3 cottage, he mentioned to the old class leader over breakfast that he had acquired another potion recipe. He requested their assistance in gathering monster brains, promising to purchase them at a fair price. Of course, there was another form of transaction, exchanging monster brains for sanity restoration potions. Jiang Chen had just tested the synthesis speed of the potion at the cathedral's platform, which was twice that of ordinary buildings, yielding a production of 288 bottles daily. After finishing his meal, the trade was promptly concluded, and the materials for the upgrade were dispatched without delay. However, there was no rush. His task for the day was to deliver mining tools to the skeleton soldiers left in the cave, and then to reclaim 2 player buildings. Observing the map of Zone 501, he noted that the territory had expanded exponentially since yesterday. 2 conspicuous red dots marked the locations of player buildings, both situated within 10 kilometers of Jiang Chen. Chapter 38, Feed Me Peanuts. Equipped and prepared, Jiang Chen set off. Before departing, he opened a can of evil aloe juice. Ugh, sanity, 1. Excellent. He was one step closer to being able to drink this without a grimace. He commanded the skeleton soldiers stationed at his base to guard his home before striding towards the cave. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the cave entrance, only to be met with a foul stench. Jiang Chen, alert, drew his radiant longsword, suspecting another monster invasion. As he approached, he discovered that the skeleton soldiers he had left behind were still present, but 2 corpses of dog-like creatures had appeared at the entrance. What a disgusting sight. Jiang Chen recalled the foul odor that had once filled his cottage. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he stowed the 2 corpses in his backpack. Even the smallest of flies are meat, after all. Next, he distributed mining tools among the skeleton soldiers, pointing out several locations within the cave for them to excavate. The skeleton soldiers were incapable of distinguishing between stone and iron ore, thus Jiang Chen could only hope to adjust their mining direction periodically. He hoped they wouldn't collapse the cave. It was certainly within the realm of possibility for skeletons to do so. Nevertheless, he reasoned that even if a collapse occurred, he would not be liable for damages and might even acquire some stone materials in the process, so he chose not to dwell on it. After assigning their tasks, Jiang Chen redirected his path to reclaim the player buildings, leaving the skeleton soldiers to toil endlessly without pay or guarantees of safety. Skeleton soldiers, feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. The first building to be reclaimed was located in another village, marked on the map as being atop the ruins of the village. Therefore, after the reclamation, he intended to search the vicinity for any hidden treasures. On the way, he stumbled upon 2 groups of skeleton soldiers engaged in combat. One side was heavily outnumbered. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Noticing they were exhausted, he thought, come rest in my backpack for a while. What? One group belonged to him? Well, that was a relief. Sensing the smaller group was in distress and being bullied by wild skeletons, Jiang Chen could hardly remain passive. Wielding his heavy hammer, he smashed them apart one by one. However, 2 of his skeleton soldiers fell in the fray. The 3 remaining skeleton soldiers displayed no awareness. Not only did they fail to applaud, but they also attempted to drag a bone structure away. With 2 of 5 skeleton soldiers lost and 3 corpses dragged back, the final yield amounted to a mere 6 coins. They didn't even want to carry back one more. This was unacceptable. Their efficiency was dismal. Hastily, he gathered all the corpses into his backpack and sent them back to work. Were it not for the time constraints, he would have surely lectured a few skeleton soldiers on performance metrics and KPIs. After walking for another hour, he finally approached the vicinity of the red dot. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was not merely a village but a larger, more developed town. Stone houses, still standing, were scattered about, indicating that this place had once been far more prosperous than the village. Unlike the wilderness, the town presented numerous obstacles to visibility, and one could never be certain when a monster might spring forth. Thus, Jiang Chen proceeded with heightened caution as he entered the town. However, in contrast, the resources in areas previously inhabited by humans were indeed plentiful. Upon entering, he discovered a dilapidated wooden box in a house, which yielded dozens of bone coins. Had the inhabitants once used bone coins for trade? Jiang Chen pondered. Of course, it was also possible that the system had placed them there. Not wishing to linger on the matter, he dismantled the stone house, converting it into stone materials upon adding it to his inventory. Given the abundance of obstacles, he concluded that gathering them all would be the best course of action. This method indeed proves to be quite effective. Once the house was dismantled, only the foundation remained, revealing numerous desiccated corpses that had previously concealed their hiding spots, all swiftly dispatched by Jiang Chen in a single strike. The exploratory demolition left no useful resources overlooked. as a plethora of rusted iron implements and bone coins found their way into his backpack. The only downside was the considerable time expenditure. It took a full 2 hours to reach the player's cabin. It was not an extraordinary structure. Observing the wooden cabin ahead, Jiang Chen felt no particular disappointment. Whether ordinary or extraordinary, both types of buildings held value for him, thus he bore no disdain. After waiting 10 minutes to complete the occupation, he invested materials to elevate the structure to level 2, opting for dismantling. Excellent. Another construction crystal was within his grasp. The objective of this expedition had been fulfilled. Yet Jiang Chen continued to raise the buildings. After all, having finally stumbled upon a relic, it would be illogical not to thoroughly scavenge it. Glancing at his backpack, he noted, stone 14853, bone coins 3161, iron implements 618. His total gains were nearing 100,000, and he had only looted half of the town. Jiang Chen was even less inclined to give up. After an additional half hour of exploration, he finally arrived at the town center. A lavish courtyard unfolded before him. Of course, this lavishness was relative. It had once been undeniably opulent, yet now the expansive courtyard lay in desolation, with all flora wilted. Every metallic ornament had succumbed to rust, and several buildings had fallen into ruin. Judging by the architectural style, this location was likely a family estate, once home to many inhabitants. As Jiang Chen collected the rusted gate, 2 sinister claws suddenly lunged at him from behind. With a swift thrust, 2 hands with sharp claws pierced through. Jiang Chen withdrew his long sword and discerned the assailant's true identity, a ghoul. Ah, an old acquaintance. Jiang Chen scoffed. With his heightened mental acuity and perception, he had long sensed the lurking gaze in the shadows. Merely exposing his back was enough to provoke it. Encountering the ghoul once more, Jiang Chen exuded calm and steadiness. Realizing it was outmatched, the ghoul, with its arms severed, attempted to flee. Trying to escape? How foolish. In terms of agility, strength, and perception, Jiang Chen far surpassed his foe, especially since it was already injured. Thus, it took mere moments for him to catch up, delivering a lethal strike. Humph, I detest those who resort to ambushes. He crushed the ghoul's head beneath his foot, retrieved his axe from his waist, and cleaved open the ghoul's skull to extract a brain the size of a ping-pong ball. This item could temporarily enhance attributes, but utilizing it for potion making felt somewhat wasteful. Thus, he stowed it away. Not far off, in a corner, another ghoul witnessed the grim fate of its kin. Its not-so-intelligent mind finally grasped the gravity of the situation. No longer did it linger over its intended prey. With a swift thrust, Jiang Chen's sword pierced through its chest. The ghoul perished without comprehending how it had been discovered. The pungent stench of decay emanating from its body was unmistakable, yet it had still attempted to conceal itself. Foolishly believing it could join its kind in the assault? How laughable. Jiang Chen resolved that, in the future, it would be best to avoid consuming ghoul brains, lest his own intelligence be affected. After dispatching the 2 ghouls, Jiang Chen conducted another search of the vicinity. He had no desire to leave the estate only to be ambushed by some bizarre creature. Chapter 39, The Grand Door. Circling the estate's perimeter, he encountered no hidden monsters. Selecting a location with a clear line of sight, Jiang Chen leaped inside. His gaze scanned the surroundings. No immediate danger. The estate's architecture boasted 2 levels. Removing the lower level could risk structural collapse. Thus Jiang Chen opted to search from within, treading cautiously along the outer corridor. Sword in hand, he remained vigilant for any lurking monsters. Remarkably, he had ascended to the 2nd floor without encountering a single creature. This was unexpected. This place was evidently ideal for concealment. Until he comprehended the situation, he dared not relax. His hand brushed against the wall on the 2nd floor. Damn it. It won't budge. The stone materials in his backpack hadn't increased. Was he meant to smash the wall? Jiang Chen hesitated. The noise from breaking the wall could attract formidable monsters he could not contend with. Perhaps it was best to search thoroughly and leave quickly. The atmosphere here felt decidedly off. After scouring every room on the 2nd floor, he uncovered numerous pieces of gold and silver jewelry. These precious metals were utterly worthless in the current context. Even if offered for free, no one would accept them. Nevertheless, to guard against a future need for materials that might include gold or silver, Jiang Chen tucked them into his bracelet space. After completing his rounds on the 2nd floor, he proceeded to the 1st. During his search, he focused on identifying any basements or hidden compartments. To his surprise, he indeed discovered one. In the grand hall on the 1st floor, a secret door concealed a passageway. Due to the prolonged oxidation of the mechanism, the secret door had collapsed, making it easily detectable by Jiang Chen. He smashed a block box downward, and the sunlight that seeped through illuminated the entire basement in an instant. Finding no immediate danger, he donned his steel armor and brandished a torch as he ventured in. After walking approximately 10 meters, the area opened up. As the flames flickered, silhouettes emerged before him. Jiang Chen nearly turned to flee. However, upon closer inspection, he realized they were neither humans nor monsters, but rather meticulously arranged suits of armor. Scanning the expansive basement, he found it filled to the brim. Was the owner of this abode plotting a rebellion, hoarding such a vast collection of armor? A smile, impossible to conceal, crept across Jiang Chen's face, hidden beneath his helmet. But now, they all belonged to me. Although these armors were heavily oxidized and rusted due to their prolonged exposure, they remained relatively intact, suitable for outfitting skeletal soldiers. Jiang Chen raced through the basement, collecting every suit of armor he encountered, ultimately amassing over 1,200 sets. Their total value undoubtedly surpassed 400,000 bone coins. It must be said, today's haul eclipsed the sum of his previous 5 days' finds. It was a windfall that could make one wake up smiling from a dream. After gathering all the armor, he noticed another entrance beneath the basement, leading even deeper. Due to his recent bounty of armor, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before deciding to explore further below. If he couldn't uncover wealth on the surface of the estate, it had to lie beneath. If he could find a quality item in the small village he had previously searched, surely there was something of value in the town. Once again, he shattered a block box, flooding this darkened space with light. Yet, as Jiang Chen traversed the corridor of the basement, an unsettling chill gripped his heart. The not-so-spacious underground passage was lined with a variety of torture devices, and merely gazing at them induced a sense of discomfort. Some instruments still bore the remnants of corpses, now reduced to skeletons. The ground and walls retained numerous brown stains that time had failed to wash away. What was the Davis family truly up to with their concealed armor and clandestine murders? The surname Davis was one Jiang Chen had seen inscribed on a stone carving in the courtyard. Continuing onward, the harrowing sights he encountered dissipated the joy of his recent armor acquisition, revealing a reality that was far more brutal than he could have anticipated. At last, the path ahead brightened, and Jiang Chen heightened his vigilance. He had traversed over 100 meters underground without encountering any ascent. How could there be light? With curiosity, he approached cautiously. Soon, he discovered the answer. Above the altar-like structure ahead, there burgeoned a cluster of colossal crystals, reminiscent of blooming flowers. The radiance emanating from them was mesmerizing. Identification: light veil crystal, capable of transferring sunlight from the surface to the underground. After confirming that it merely emitted ordinary sunlight, Jiang Chen approached the altar. Here, he found those he had been unable to locate within the manor, yet they were now all reduced to mere skeletal remains, kneeling around an inverted cross at the altar's core. Sanity: 5. An inexplicable sense of dread surged within him, reminiscent of the feelings he experienced the previous night. He hastily averted his gaze. Could it be that the Davis family was engaged in the worship of a malevolent deity? This thought solidified in his mind. Those who venerate dark gods are surely not in their right minds. How else could one resort to such tormenting methods? Perhaps their cruelty towards others was merely to appease their dark master. The scene before him was indeed a sight of such sinister rites. The altar was surrounded by small mountains of unused bone coins. Indeed, it was a veritable mound of bone coins, totaling 4 heaps. Jiang Chen swallowed hard. How many bone coins could there possibly be? Were it not for the oppressive atmosphere, he would have longed to dive into this abundance. Open wide. Pressing his hand against his chest to quell his racing heart, Jiang Chen began to collect the bone coins encircling the altar, his hands acting like a vacuum cleaner, rapidly absorbing the coins he touched. Yet, like grains of sand, the coins cascaded from above, swiftly filling the gaps. At first, Jiang Chen maintained his elation as the feast commenced, but as time passed, his hands grew numb. Eventually, his palms began to cramp. His sole desire to hasten the collection process. Bone coins: 8, 562, 147. After more than 2 hours, he had amassed 4 heaps of bone coins, each pile exceeding 2 million. Now, his accumulated wealth approached 9 million. If these bone coins were to circulate, they would undoubtedly disrupt the entire trading market. For the first time, he perceived money merely as a string of numbers. Jiang Chen thought to himself. In the course of gathering the bone coins, he stumbled upon a bronze treasure chest among one of the piles. Upon opening it, he discovered a superior grade artifact. Identification: bloodbat bracers. Type: relic. Grade: superior. Durability: 3000. Wearing effect: upon donning, it allows the wearer to extract a portion of their blood to form a blood blade. Creatures struck by the blade will have part of their life force siphoned away, excluding undead beings, replenishing the user. Note: a blood clan soul is sealed within the bracers. If it is not fed fresh blood for an extended period, it will turn against its master on the next use. With a durability of 3000. This was the highest durability he had encountered among several superior grade weapons. It likely ranks among the elite of superior artifacts. The ability to absorb the life force of adversaries to replenish oneself was indeed remarkable. However, regrettably, it could not reach its full potential in Jiang Chen's hands, as the most prevalent monsters in the land of the dead were undead beings. Chapter 40: Bloodbat Bracers and Spider Vision. Jiang Chen cautiously extended half of his body out of the tunnel entrance, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Safe. There were no enemies. Only then did he fully emerge from the chilly basement. The system panel indicated it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. The distant player-built structure still awaited Jiang Chen's reclamation, leaving the demolition of the remaining half of the town evidently unfinished. After departing the ruins of the town, He sped towards the second red marker on the map. Just as Jiang Chen departed, the altar housing the inverted cross was filled with unintelligible murmurs. He has taken our wealth. Should we draw him into a dream in the darkness? No, last time we failed. We shall wait for him to come to us. The 5-kilometer journey was completed in half an hour, and at the far end of his vision, an unexpected wooden house loomed above a massive tree. This ancient tree had been consumed by flames. Its charred trunk stood defiantly, 3 stout main branches clawing towards the sky, while the small wooden house precariously nestled among the branches. Climbing was not a challenge. The true threat lay beneath the tree. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted downward, his stomach churning as he beheld dozens of pale, headless corpses writhing at the roots. Their necks were torn open beneath the ribs, massive mouths incessantly gaping and emitting bone-chilling, ecstatic shrieks. Embedded in the navel of each body was a bulging eyeball, spinning wildly. Identification: split-mouth monster. Category: aberrant creature. Strength: 6, agility: 7, perception: 4. Danger rating: when it lunges at you with enthusiasm, remember, it is merely a craving for flesh. Description: a distorted product of cultists beheaded by paladins, driven by the instinct to devour and sensory stimulation that governs this hollow shell. Was this paladin a factory for producing monsters? Jiang Chen couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The head spider he had encountered earlier had a similar origin, prompting him to suspect that the paladin organization might harbor some unspeakable breeding scheme. Below, 9 split-mouth monsters were engaged in a shocking display of grotesque intimacy, their configuration of 3 females and 6 males allowing them to assume many postures that defied human ergonomics. Jiang Chen could only marvel in disbelief. Were his skeletal legion present, they would undoubtedly charge straight through, as the split-mouth monsters were not particularly formidable. Unfortunately, those sluggish skeletons could not keep pace with him. Summoning them now would be futile, so Jiang Chen decided to take a chance. Clad in armor, he reasoned that even if a split-mouth monster were to bite him, he would remain unharmed. The only caution was to avoid being surrounded. Moreover, this presented an opportunity to test his new equipment and skills. Jiang Chen removed the armor from his right arm, revealing his sun-kissed skin, and subsequently donned the freshly acquired bloodbat bracers. With a soft pop, as he fastened the bracers, he felt something sharp pierce his skin, deeply embedding itself in his veins. Instantly, a chilling sensation coursed through his right arm, as if all the blood in his body was being drawn towards his wrist. He felt himself grow weak, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion paling. It is siphoning my blood. Health 5, health 5. Only when his health had diminished by a full 20 points did the strange suction finally cease. In the center of the bracer, a spot he had assumed to be a decorative gem suddenly split open, revealing a single scarlet eye that slowly blinked awake. The eye swiveled, its frigid gaze scanning Jiang Chen's form, ultimately locking onto his face. Its pupil constricted slightly, revealing a nearly approving expression, as if it were immensely satisfied with Jiang Chen. Seeing the strange eye, sanity 3, alive. This artifact is indeed alive. More alarmingly, it seemed to possess self-awareness. Jiang Chen's breath hitched slightly, an indescribable chill creeping up his spine. He recalled the system prompt indicating that a Blood Clan soul was sealed within. Yet, he had not anticipated it would manifest in such a manner. What if this entity were to disrupt my battles? To be on the safe side, I should refrain from using it in the future. Had the bloodbat bracers been merely an inanimate object, he would not have felt such wariness. Equivalent exchange. You are to me, blood. I am to you, the first embrace. No, I shall not deceive you. Suddenly, fragmented words echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Tightening the back of his head, instantly alert, he surveyed his surroundings until his gaze fell upon his right hand. The crimson eye was blinking rapidly, as if reminding him, it is I. Wear me, and you shall commune with your spirit. The voice reiterated, yet Jiang Chen remained vigilant. Cautiously probing, you will not harm me? No, there shall be an exchange of equals. From its expression, it seemed harmless. Yet Jiang Chen recalled the system's warning that if he failed to provide it with blood for too long, it would first devour its master. Thus, Jiang Chen faced a choice. Either continuously nourish it with blood or remove it now and forsake its use forever. Ultimately, he chose the former, deciding to test its capabilities, ready to abandon it if it proved too extravagant. With this thought, Jiang Chen addressed the eye. I accept your bargain, but you shall not absorb my blood during combat without my consent. No problem. Jiang Chen uncorked a vial of healing potion and drank deeply. Although he lost only 20 points of health, he had forfeited blood, and if he did not replenish it, he would likely be unable to walk. 2 minutes later, his health was nearly restored, and his strength returned. At that moment, he sensed that he could seemingly control the blood within him. Is this the power of the first embrace? It did not appear overly formidable. Under Jiang Chen's command, a stream of blood flowed from his wounded skin, gradually coalescing in his palm. Health 5. Fortunately, the loss of blood had been minimal, and the effects of the healing potion had not yet waned. So he felt no weakness. Suddenly, the blood in his hand transformed into a straight-backed crimson blade, approximately 1 meter long, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Is this truly blood transformed? Jiang Chen marveled as he held the red blade, while the eye on his wrist seemed filled with pride. It was time to switch to the next ability. Spider Vision, activate. In Jiang Chen's sight, the once colorful world morphed into a monochrome palette. He felt a shift in his perspective, as if he were observing from a divine vantage point. Moreover, numerous threads appeared within his line of sight, visible yet intangible, shifting their trajectories with his movements. Just as he pondered their significance, the previously entwined rift monsters emitted a piercing shriek directed at him. He had been discovered. Chapter 41. I seem to have awakened a remarkable spell. The 9 rift monsters roared in unison, their vigor betraying the fierce battle they had just endured. As they lowered their heads, gaping their bloody maws, preparing to charge at Jiang Chen, he suddenly noticed a remarkable connection forming at the ends of the threads in his vision. One end linked to the crimson blade in his hand, while the other split into 9 strands, precisely targeting the vital points of each rift monster. Even more astonishingly, ethereal threads traced paths along the ground, seemingly guiding him toward the optimal evasive routes. Wow, wow, wow. The 9 monsters charged one after another, their gaping mouths akin to sharp scissors, eager to rend their prey to shreds. Though Jiang Chen was still acclimating to this peculiar vision, his body instinctively sprang into action. Step 1. Lift foot. Move along the thread's path. Land. Bang. The first rift monster whizzed past him, barely missing his armor, and crashed heavily against the rock behind him. It paid no mind to what it bit, directly tearing off a large chunk from the stone with a crunch. Crunch, crunch. The hard rock crumbled in its jaws like a biscuit. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear, had it bitten him, even with armor. The experience would have been far from pleasant. Just as the monster prepared to turn, Jiang Chen's blood blade followed the guidance of the threads. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the creature's back as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, cleanly severing half its jaw. An arm, still connected to half its chest, fell to the ground. Though not fatal, it effectively incapacitated its fighting ability. Strangely, a faint trickle of vitality flowed back into Jiang Chen's body through the blade. Though the amount was small, he felt it nonetheless. Step 2. New landing points appeared in his vision. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen moved. Bang! The second rift monster brushed past him. Whoosh! This time, it failed to collide with the rock and instead clamped its jaws onto its injured companion. With a sharp crack, the previous monster was bisected, 2 segments falling to the ground while one remained in the attacker's maw. Blood sprayed, and it fell silent. It did not perish by Jiang Chen's blade, but rather at the hands of its companion. At that moment, the threads shifted again, indicating it was time to strike horizontally. Jiang Chen complied. The third rift monster, seemingly seeking its own demise, charged directly into the blade. Without question, it cleaved itself in 2. Another trickle of vitality surged into him. The blood expended in summoning the blood blade was now entirely restored. The sensation of this divine perspective was exhilarating. There was no need for contemplation, no need for foresight. He merely followed the thread's guidance. The threats behind him were laid bare, allowing him to anticipate every move. To an observer, Jiang Chen appeared as a master of the blade, weaving through the monsters with an eerie grace, each strike landing with pinpoint accuracy. 1 minute. In just 1 minute, all 9 rift monsters lay dead. Aside from the one slain by its companion, the bodies remained remarkably intact. Disengaging spider vision consumed 2 mana. The results were astounding. Throughout the encounter, Jiang Chen had not sustained a single injury. He even felt that the armor he wore hindered his performance. Otherwise, the battle could have concluded even more swiftly. His vision returned to normal, color flooding back into view. Gazing at the bloodied ground littered with corpses, Jiang Chen found himself momentarily dazed. Is this truly my doing? The large eye on his wrist blinked. What else could it be? It seems I have awakened an extraordinary spell. Recalling the state he experienced under spider vision, Jiang Chen remained in awe. No thought was necessary. He merely followed the instructions. As long as the state persisted, he could unleash the full potential of his body. His gaze shifted to another spell in his skill bar, Feast of Joy. A wave of inexplicable trepidation washed over him. Enough, enough. Jiang Chen shook his head. The name alone indicated it was no serious skill. After disposing of the 9 rift monster corpses, Jiang Chen climbed a withered tree and successfully claimed the small cabin. 10 minutes later, he departed from that place. The blood blade in his hand reverted to blood, absorbed by the eye on his wrist, which gleamed with satisfaction. After more than an hour of travel, Jiang Chen returned to the camp. Along the way, he made a special detour to the mine, reclaiming the iron ore extracted that day and realigning the digging direction. Current time, 16:01. He had no intention of venturing out again today. After completing his daily tasks, Jiang Chen began to tally his gains. Bone coins, 8, 566, 672. Stone 16702. Iron 1736. Rusty armor 1254. Obsidian 6. Ghoul corpses 2. Zombie corpses 26. Lurker corpses 9. Skeleton soldier corpses 8. Build crystal 2. Premium item 1. The more he counted, the more exhilarated he became, as Jiang Chen boldly unlocked 5 additional backpack slots. Upon accessing his personal shop, He posted a notice on the bulletin board. High price for skeleton soldier corpses, 14 bone coins each, no upper limit, must be kept as intact as possible. Previously, he had refrained from such bold ventures due to financial constraints, but now, he was likely the wealthiest player in the entire 07 district. Rather than letting his bone coins languish, it was far more prudent to enhance his overall strength. With 100,000 players still alive in the land of the dead, Jiang Chen was confident that, with so many players aiding in the capture of skeleton soldiers, he could indeed assemble a formidable army of the undead. Soon, players began to contact him. Warm. Boss, is it true that you're offering 14 bone coins for skeleton soldiers? Jiang Chen, absolutely, I am the one who posted it. Warm, please hold on, I'll notify the team leader right away. Let us not disassemble the skeleton soldiers we collect today. The news spread like wildfire. Players who had initially returned home to rest immediately rallied their friends. Brothers, let us make another score. That Jiang Chen is about to spend big. Even the old squad leader came to verify. Can you really afford to pay that much in bone coins? Indeed, I've struck a small fortune. He refrained from divulging the specifics of his savings. Upon receiving confirmation, the squad leader became even more determined, mobilizing the entire alliance across all branches in the land of the dead to join the operation to capture skeleton soldiers. In mere moments, nearly 1 million bone coins flooded the market. However, no one knew the exact amount Jiang Chen had spent, as all transactions were conducted privately, making it difficult to tally. Some material prices experienced slight fluctuations, but the overall impact was minimal, for bone coins themselves were a crucial strategic resource, capable of being used to replenish energy cannons. At a cost of 50 bone coins per shot, who could afford to use them liberally? The world channel was filled with lamentations. Woe is me. Why are there no skeleton soldiers on my end? It's agonizing to see them profiting while I'm incurring losses. As the saying goes, the dry perish from drought, while the flooded drown. Skeleton soldiers tended to cluster together, which led to this predicament. Chapter 42. Comprehensive Upgrade. Invest 200 iron blocks, 2,000 stone, 200 wood. To upgrade the special building, the Church of Holy Light? Yes. A golden radiance soared into the heavens, and the height of the entire church instantly surged. The air became imbued with a rich essence of light. Nearby, the skeleton soldiers stirred restlessly, their bones clattering ominously. The potent aura of light instilled a primal fear in these undead creatures. Once the brilliance dissipated, the Church of Holy Light was fully upgraded. Congratulations. You have successfully constructed a Level 2 building, the Church of Holy Light. Identification, Special Building, Church of Holy Light, Level 2. Within the Sanctuary of Holy Light, all monstrous entities experience a 15 reduction in strength, with a coverage diameter of 250 meters. All types of monstrous entities harbor a 100 increase in hostility toward the Church's master. Durability, 6,000. Special Facility, Holy Water Pool. Holy Water Pool produces 15 liters of holy water every hour, ceasing upon reaching maximum capacity, at which point immersion allows for gradual health restoration. Current holy water stock, 26. 45. One blank special facility slot available. Materials required to upgrade to the next level. 1,000 iron blocks, 10,000 stone, 500 wood, 30,000 bone coins, 100 holy light stones. Attention players. As this is a special building, it lacks any concealment effects. Please remain vigilant at all times. Jiang Chen squinted as he observed the church. Originally standing 6 or 7 meters tall, burgeoning to an impressive 12 meters in height amidst the holy light. Exquisite reliefs adorned the pristine white walls, with 12 colossal stone pillars elegantly separating the main hall from the newly added 2-story side aisles. The statue of the goddess, now expanded to 5 meters, bore 12 wings, with sacred light cascading down from between them. Jiang Chen's gaze was drawn to a newly appeared spiral staircase behind the statue. Ascending the staircase, he reached the interior of the church's spire, where an aerial corridor led to the bell tower. Detected blank facility slot. Invest materials, 300 stone, 50 iron blocks, 5 holy light stones, to construct an exclusive facility, the bell tower. Bell tower, an exclusive building facility for the Church of Holy Light, continuously accumulating light power within. Upon activation, it can directly annihilate all monstrous entities below Lord level within the coverage of Holy Light. Cooldown time, 72 hours. Caution, after releasing light power, there is a certain probability of attracting monstrous entities within a 15-kilometer radius. After reviewing the description of the bell tower, Jiang Chen pondered thoughtfully. The tower's capabilities were commendable. In the event of an overwhelming tide of monsters, it could serve as a final trump card. Instantly obliterating a large number of monsters could also buy him precious time to regroup. As for the concern regarding attracting monsters from a 15-kilometer radius, there was no need for anxiety. When a tide of monsters erupted, it was certain that all nearby creatures would converge. The pressing issue was where to find holy light stones. The system offered no hints whatsoever, much to Jiang Chen's frustration. Constructing an exclusive facility required holy light stones, and upgrading the church to level 3 would also necessitate them. But where to procure them? Unlike ordinary buildings, special constructions required specific materials for upgrades starting from level 2. And such materials were rarely found. No one had ever sold holy light stones in the regional channel. With no other recourse, Jiang Chen had to implore the leaders of the organizations he knew to keep an eye out, while also posting a reward in his personal shop. The Church of Holy Light would serve as his final bastion. It was imperative to raise its level as swiftly as possible. After renovating the Church of Holy Light, Jiang Chen hurriedly made his way to the bone tomb. First, he restored the bone tomb to its original state, rejuvenating the structure that had been half destroyed. He then invested materials, 300 skeleton soldiers, 20,000 bone coins, 50 death essence crystals. Following the recent transactions, the number of skeleton soldiers in Jiang Chen's backpack had surpassed 10,000, more than sufficient for upgrading the bone tomb. As the ominous death energy enveloped the necromantic edifice, it began its metamorphosis. Identification, special building, bone tomb, level 2. Place the skulls on the synthesis table to inject them with death energy, granting them spiritual fire. Once reattached to their skeletons, they can be transformed into regular skeleton soldiers under the control of the bone tomb's master. The effects are shared with the netherwell. Current activatable units: regular skeleton soldiers, skeleton knights, undead horses. Note: after multiple uses, it is necessary to replenish the death energy in the synthesis table, which can be done using death essence crystals or bone coins. Special building facility, netherwell. Legend has it that this well connects to the netherworld and can attract skeleton soldiers with special bait. One blank building facility slot available. Due to the influence of the special building, the bone tomb's master is imbued with death energy, increasing the probability of attracting undead creatures by 40. Durability, 3,000, 3,000. Materials required to upgrade to the next level: 1,500 skeleton soldiers, 100,000 bone coins, 500 death essence crystals, 1 lord level undead creature corpse. Attention players, as the structure in question is a unique edifice, devoid of any concealment effects, one must remain vigilant about safety at all times. 2 new troop types and an additional vacant facility slot have been introduced, yet ascending to level 3 remains a formidable challenge. Jiang Chen initially believed he possessed an ample supply of the death energy crystal cores required for upgrading the bone tomb, sufficient for at least a level 3 enhancement. However, to his dismay, it also necessitated the corpses of Lord-class undead. Recalling the time he nearly vanquished his own undead knight sends a chill down his spine even now. Lord-class monsters are not easily dispatched, and despite his significant power increase, should he encounter the undead knight again, he would undoubtedly choose to flee. However, in just 2 days, the situation will change. Once he activates all the skeleton soldiers in his inventory, even the Lord-class monsters will pale in comparison. Jiang Chen is resolute. If the undead knight dares to charge into his legion of skeletons, sheer numbers would ensure its demise. The appearance of the bone tomb has altered little, save for an increase in the skeleton soldiers embedded within its walls. Upon entering, Jiang Chen observed Xiaobai still fishing, seemingly undisturbed by the recent upgrade process. He wondered if its fishing efficiency would improve post-upgrade. As Jiang Chen approached, Xiaobai unexpectedly tossed him a rather rare white bone fishing rod. "What's wrong? Are you not fishing anymore?" At that moment, Jiang Chen almost suspected that Xiaobai had uncovered the truth about the river of the underworld's lack of fish and intended to cease its efforts. Instead, Xiaobai pointed to the white bone fishing rod, and then to the large skeleton head synthesis platform on the wall, its jaws clicking together as if engaged in conversation. "Upgrade me." Although Jiang Chen could not comprehend the words, he grasped the essence of Xiaobai's request. Thus, he placed the fishing rod into the synthesis platform. White bone fishing rod, upgradable. Invest 500 bone coins, 10 death energy crystal cores. So it was a fishing rod upgrade. It was inconceivable that any angler could ever abandon their craft. Seeing Xiaobai's eager expression, Jiang Chen proceeded with the upgrade. Identification: white bone fishing rod. Type: relic. Quality: premium. Durability: permanent. Equipped effect: this fishing rod will not break, the fishing line will not run out, and the suspended white bone claws can crawl in the underworld to automatically capture skeletons, with a maximum usage of 5 times per day. Goodness, an automatic fish anchor. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the new effect. Xiaobai was truly embarking on an ambitious path towards fish anchoring. Chapter 43. A significant leap towards explosion. After bestowing the upgraded fishing rod back to Xiaobai, Jiang Chen swiftly located the newly added vacant facility slot. Input materials: 20 skeleton soldiers, 2,000 bone coins, 100 death energy crystal cores. Can construct a dedicated facility, white bone processing station. Finally, a dedicated facility that Jiang Chen could construct. Without hesitation, he invested the materials to commence building. As the materials were contributed, a black workstation, glowing with a spectral light, gradually rose from the ground, forming snugly against the interior wall of the bone tomb. The surface of the table was etched with enigmatic runes, emitting a faint aura of death energy. The facility was completed, yet he pondered its usage. Before Jiang Chen could further contemplate, Xiaobai reeled in a peculiar skeleton soldier. Its appearance bore a resemblance to the skeleton mage Jiang Chen had previously encountered, with its spirit fire a blend of blue and green. After Xiaobai pulled it up, it instinctively attempted to remove its skull, only to be seized by the neck and lifted aloft. With its short legs flailing in the air, it sought Jiang Chen's assistance with the spirit fire in its eye sockets. What are you standing there for? Quickly save me. Identification, White Bone Processing Station, Exclusive Skeleton Engineer. Category, Undead. Strength, 7. Hand over your soldiers, and after a period, it will return to you a special soldier with an entirely different demeanor. Does that not pique your interest? So it is an instructor. My apologies for the oversight. Through an instinctive connection, Jiang Chen hastily instructed it to release Xiaobai. He then inquired what types of soldiers it could process. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's command, the engineer ventured out in search of a fortunate candidate. Dragging a live skeleton soldier onto the processing station, it produced an array of bizarre bone tools from seemingly nowhere and began to work diligently on the skeleton soldier, soon resulting in a transformed entity. The modified skeleton soldier had many unnecessary parts removed, with a new hue of red added to its spirit fire. Identification, Explosive Skeleton. Category, Undead. Agility, 6. Upon receiving a command, it will rapidly charge towards a target, delivering a significant explosive embrace, with a lethal radius of 2 to 3 meters. Could this be the fabled human bomb? Jiang Chen's jaw dropped in astonishment. He resolved that explosive skeletons must be mass-produced, not for any other reason, but to bring warmth to the creatures of the land of the dead. What other soldier types can you transform? Jiang Chen inquired of the engineer. The engineer shrugged nonchalantly. None. Very well. Just as Jiang Chen was about to turn away, the engineer grasped his attention, gesturing on the ground with its bony fingers. If you provide me with a few soldiers for experimentation each day, I can develop new varieties. The skeleton could write? Jiang Chen was genuinely taken aback. Yet, it made sense, as it was an engineer, and a higher intelligence would not be surprising. Thus, Jiang Chen acquiesced to its request. Xiaobai, from now on, you need not remove the heads of the skeletons you catch. Simply hand them over to the engineer. With the assistance of other players in capturing skeletons, and with the skeleton soldiers capable of rolling in snowballs themselves, the few that Xiaobai caught daily no longer piqued Jiang Chen's interest. Utilizing them for developing new soldier types seemed a fitting use. The engineer informed Jiang Chen that developing new soldier types was quite time-consuming. Hence, Jiang Chen spared no further conversation, establishing an agreement to have it produce 100 explosive skeletons daily, with the remaining time left to its discretion. Both Jiang Chen and the engineer were satisfied with this arrangement. Though Xiaobai appeared less than pleased, it was not particularly fond of this new colleague. The Bone Tomb now had the capacity to activate 2 additional soldier types, the Undead Horse and the Skeleton Knight. One was notoriously difficult to capture, while the other had yet to be seen. Thus, Jiang Chen approached the synthesis platform to investigate the matter. After placing a skull into the gaping maw of the skeleton, he was presented with 2 options this time: ordinary activation, enhanced activation. Curious, Jiang Chen opted for the enhanced activation. The skeleton's mouth closed, only to reopen after a minute, consuming approximately 50 bone coins worth of energy. The skull remained unchanged, save for the spirit fire, which now exhibited a hint of black along with a touch of blue. Identification, Skeleton Knight. Category, Undead. Strength, 6. Agility, 5. Perception, 4. When paired with an undead horse, its base attributes can ascend to a higher tier. A strength value of 6? Jiang Chen was astonished. It surpassed the average human level. If adequately armed, it could serve as a loyal guardian for Jiang Chen. Conveniently, he had over 1,000 sets of armor in his inventory, and with the addition of weapons, it would be complete. Thus, with over half an hour remaining before nightfall, Jiang Chen hastily activated 30 skeleton knights. After distributing weapons and armor, he ordered them to patrol the perimeter of the camp, ready to eliminate any intruders who dared to approach. With the enhanced protection of the skeleton knights, Jiang Chen's safety attributes surged, dramatically alleviating his survival pressures. Tomorrow, I shall refrain from venturing outside, dedicating my entire time to the activation of skeletal warriors. Thoughts of this filled Jiang Chen's eyes with a fervent hope. As long as the game does not impose a situation of inevitable demise, it signifies that the system acknowledges 1,000 players in a zone possess the capacity to withstand the onslaught of monstrous hordes. Should Jiang Chen succeed in activating thousands of skeletal knights, whose prowess matches that of ordinary players, complemented by hundreds of thousands of common skeletons, who would be able to discern the source of the monstrous tide. Steady now. Do not lose composure. Jiang Chen understood that in such moments, maintaining emotional stability was paramount. Celebratory champagne was a grave misstep. Yet, he could not suppress the smile that tugged at his lips. He opened his personal shop, listing both his goods and those from his collaborators, while simultaneously revealing the formula for the rationality-restoring potion. He was relying on players to capture skeletons. It was imperative they did not all perish. He then accessed his friend list, locating the player Deep Blue, and sent a message. The death aura of the rifle has been dispelled. Shall you send first, or shall I? Receiving no immediate response, Jiang Chen began to address multiple players' trade requests, all pertaining to skeletal warriors. He entered their personal shops and purchased every item at his set prices, stimulating their enthusiasm for capturing skeletons. In merely half an hour, he amassed over 20,000. Even if all these skeletons were activated through strengthening, it would ultimately cost less than 2 million bone coins, merely a quarter of his current assets. Retaining 2 million for the use of the psionic cannon meant Jiang Chen could still acquire at least 50,000 more skeletal warriors. He set a deadline on the message board, allowing for unlimited acquisitions within a span of 3 days, just to be prudent. Ding. A message from a friend. Deep Blue. All right, I shall send first. You have received a high-quality item, the revolver rose, gifted from player Deep Blue. Jiang Chen retrieved it from his backpack. It felt cool to the touch, yet was not heavy. Its tactile quality was exquisite. Confirming the details matched his previous message, Jiang Chen sent over the knight's rifle. Gazing at the revolver in his hand, an idea struck him. What if he activated spider vision while using the revolver? Chapter 44, System Update and the Ranking Storm. He slowly raised the revolver and activated spider vision. In an instant, the world transformed into a monochrome palette, countless strands extending from the gun's muzzle, tracing perfect ballistic trajectories in the air. So this is how it works. At this moment, Jiang Chen's smile was as uncontrollable as an AK-47. In this state, he could even predict the bullet's landing point, achieving the legendary gunfighting technique. Alas, the revolver rose had a maximum ammunition capacity of 6. With a cooldown period of 1 hour, he resolved to test the explosive power of the bullets tomorrow. It should serve well against the Lord's forces. Fearing the possibility of creating a hole in the wall, he refrained from firing within the room. He deactivated spider vision. Magic points, 2. Merely a few seconds of use had consumed 2 magic points. Jiang Chen's total magic points were 10. Spider vision could last a maximum of 9 minutes. His initial plan to extend the duration by manually deactivating spider vision seemed unfeasible. Due to a reduction in required sleep, Jiang Chen opted to extend his iron training to 4 hours. After the training concluded, he was drenched in sweat. The good news was that his body had adapted to this high-intensity regimen, alleviating concerns of muscle soreness the following day. The dual attribute experience had increased by 150. How had it surged so significantly? Observing the results of today's training, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of astonishment. Even with an additional hour of training, it should not have exceeded yesterday's gains by such a margin. Not dwelling on it too long, he deemed the accelerated experience growth a fortuitous development. As the clock struck midnight, a system announcement abruptly interrupted the anxious players, awakening them from their unease. The first system update is complete. A new points ranking feature has been added. Points ranking. Defeating monsters yields points. The top 50 players in each zone may enter the zone points ranking, with special rewards for the top 3, recalibrated every 7 days. The next recalibration is in 22 hours and 59 minutes. The top 500 players in the regional points ranking may enter the regional points ranking, with special rewards for the top 50. Recalibrated at 8 o'clock a.m. on the day after the full moon. All players in Zone 07 were captivated by this update, urgently accessing their data panels to check their points. How are points calculated? Why do I only have a few? Not sure. Perhaps it's based on monster strength. I have 108 points, 5th in Zone 48. Am I impressive, or what? What does it matter? Are you on the regional ranking? If not, don't gloat. Did you see the top players on the regional ranking? Are they even human? First, Jiang Chen 1664 points. Second, Warrior King 1167. Third, Lord of Eden 1117. Fourth, Deep Blue 1054. Fifth, Count Dracula 561. Jiang Chen is nearly 500 points ahead of the second place player. The title of player number 1 is well deserved. How many monsters did they actually slay? The top 4 must have defeated a lord. I never imagined such achievements could be realized within the first 6 days of the game. Jiang Chen single-handedly eliminated 2, while others had assistance. Jiang Chen achieved it entirely on his own. He had no teammates. Jiang Chen is truly formidable. 501 zone ranking. First, Jiang Chen 1664 points. Second, none. Third, none. Jiang Chen was taken aback to find himself alone at the top of the 501 zone ranking. It was a bit overwhelming. Ding. A message from a friend. Old class leader, brother Jiang Chen, congratulations. The title of the district's number 1 is well deserved. You've certainly made quite the impression. Jiang Chen replied, class leader. Please spare me your jest. My success is largely due to the support of the alliance. You needn't worry. Old class leader. With your words, I can rest easy. It has not been in vain. Zhang Weijian's visit was not solely for congratulations. He also sought to gauge Jiang Chen's mindset, fearing he might become arrogant due to his ranking and be poached by other organizations. Recently, a new faction known as Eden had extended its reach into other districts. If that were the case, it would be one thing, but this group of pirates had resumed their old ways, rapidly rising through the ranks by robbing smaller organizations, leading to considerable friction with the alliance. Should Jiang Chen be lured away, his status as the number 1 player could significantly destabilize the player base. Zhang Weijian wished to avert such a scenario. Fortunately, Jiang Chen did not disappoint him, yet he was not oblivious to the underlying probing. To alleviate any lingering concerns, he typed in the dialog box, "We have acquired the formula for the healing potion. Henceforth, you may obtain it free of charge from the Alliance." "Don't say I'm not generous." Jiang Chen. "Oh my dear class leader, I cannot thank you enough. I shall not hold back then." With that, Jiang Chen concluded the conversation, allowing his smile to fade. The class leader is undoubtedly a good person, a fact that has long been established. There is no sense of reproach regarding his probing. After all, he has offered compensation, has he not? To be candid, Jiang Chen harbors a certain admiration for him. Managing over 20,000 individuals spread across 500 districts is no small feat, a task not everyone can accomplish. One wonders if, following the merger of the districts, I might secure a prominent position for myself. As long as no extraordinary monsters appear, Jiang Chen is currently 50% confident of surviving until the district merger. On the personal shop message board of the Lord of Eden, several members of the Eden organization are engaged in discussions about organizational strategies. The Lord of Eden has set his personal shop to be accessible only to friends. He states, 5 of the top 10 in the district rankings are yellowskins, which is utterly unreasonable. We must demonstrate that the Caucasian race is the superior one. The vampire count interjects, there are still 22 hours until the first reward settlement. What actions are required from us? The Lord of Eden replies, we must prioritize support for the yellowskin organizations within each district, particularly that alliance. If they hadn't gained a head start, our organization would likely be the largest now. Lucifer suggests, we could focus on eliminating the top-ranking individuals in each district, allowing our members to rise in the ranks, thus ensuring that all rewards from the settlement are ours. The Archangel counters, no, we cannot resort to such tactics at this early stage. We would become the enemies of all players, at least until we establish ourselves as the strongest. We must not act overtly. Apocalypse adds, with that general in the alliance, many players are eager to join them. How do we navigate this? Those capable of single-handedly slaying 2 lords must be exceptionally powerful. They are well aware of this from their encounters with the lords. The Lord of Eden dismisses the concern. Do not mind him. He won't survive the first month. He continues, friends, the day of the district merger will mark our dominion over all players. When that time comes, all present will ascend to the throne. Let us strive together. Chapter 45, Climbing the Ranks. On the 7th day of the game, with just 17 hours remaining until the leaderboard rewards are settled, nearly all players in the top 100 of each district are striving to climb the rankings. The point differences among them are minimal. Achieving a top 3 position before the settlement may yield a high-quality item. To secure such an item, some organizations collaborate, allowing their highest-scoring members to claim kills. Thus, the ranking on the leaderboard also reflects the strength of the players' organizations. After each hour's update, the rankings fluctuate significantly. Jiang Chen, however, remains unaffected, as he has no competitors. Even with 0 points, he stands as the first in District 501. After breakfast, he arrives at the entrance of the bone tomb, pouring out 1,000 bone frames from his backpack and instructing several skeleton soldiers to remove all skulls and deposit them in the bone tomb. Sitting beside the synthesis table, he activates them one by one. At that moment, he realizes that the activation speed of the bone tomb is somewhat lagging. Ordinary skeletons take 15 seconds each, while skeleton knights require a full minute. With 12 hours of daylight, this means he can activate a maximum of 880 ordinary skeletons or 720 skeleton knights in a day, provided he neither eats nor drinks. However, there are currently over 30,000 bone frames lying in his backpack. Must he endure 10 days of this? His lips twitch slightly. Rubbing his temples, he resolves to push through. It is certainly more manageable than being in the wild, where danger lurks at every corner. 5 hours later, Jiang Chen stretches his back, feeling discomfort from sitting too long. His rear and waist ache, and his arms feel sore. In total, he has activated 240 skeleton knights and 240 ordinary skeletons. He then sends the activated ordinary skeletons out to roam, instructing them to venture as far as possible and forbidding their return without his command. He intends for the skeletons to serve as his eyes, expanding his map's visibility, ideally locating player structures. Once Jiang Chen has activated all the skeletons, he plans to lead his army and retrieve them all at once. Opening the map, Jiang Chen discovers a new feature since the bone tomb has been upgraded to level 2. The positions of the skeleton soldiers are now displayed as little green dots. Additionally, the monsters visible to the skeletons are shown in red, a color much lighter than player structures, making them easily distinguishable. Henceforth, whenever he ventures out, he will ensure to bring along a squad of skeleton knights. Each additional skeleton translates to another pair of eyes to detect danger. After a brief stretch, Jiang Chen sits down once more. With no lunch prepared, he opts to gnaw on jerky during the activation breaks, wasting no time. He begins to worry about the situation in the mine. He hopes it hasn't collapsed by the time he returns. The mine is currently his primary source of iron, and he relies on the extracted iron to forge weapons for the skeleton knights. He resolves to find time to check on it tomorrow. Ding. A friend message. Deep Blue. The holy light stones you requested have been found, though they are scarce. The seller is asking for 10,000 bone coins. General, buy it. As long as the total does not exceed 30,000 bone coins, Jiang Chen would purchase without hesitation. Once the holy light stones arrive, he hurriedly constructs the clock tower. Because Jiang Chen has remained inactive in the Bone Tomb, his leaderboard points have not changed, allowing some players to see a glimmer of hope. The Lord of Eden declares, "Everyone, hand over your kills to me. I must surpass the general before nightfall." After half a day of exploration, players have become aware of the points awarded for slaying monsters. For instance, skeleton soldiers yield 1 to 2 points, zombies yield 1 point, while stronger aberrant creatures typically yield between 5 and 10. A pseudo-lord grants around 200 to 300 points. Monsters in the misty forest rarely act in groups, making them individually strong, generally yielding between 6 and 12 points. The Lord of Eden must defeat at least 60 monsters today to catch up with the general, a considerable challenge. Thus, his teammates are bound to bear the burden. As the sun begins to set and darkness approaches, Jiang Chen assesses his progress. Today, he has activated 500 skeleton knights and 240 ordinary skeletons. With just over an hour left, he distributes armor and weapons. The armed skeleton knights are significantly stronger, capable of serving as his guards without issue. Jiang Chen commands them to protect the camp, dividing them into 10 small squads stationed throughout, leaving no blind spots for invading monsters unless they burrow from underground, such as the devourer beast. Were it not for his concerns about such creatures, Jiang Chen would have considered staying overnight in the Bone Tomb. With over 500 skeleton knights on guard, he fears nothing unless a genuine lord, not a pseudo-lord, arrives. Returning to his small cabin, he prepares to cook dinner. Suddenly, friend messages flood in. "Lucky Star, General. You need to check the district channel. Someone is slandering you." Slandering me? Although unfriendly messages frequently appear in my private messages, few players have dared to openly provoke me in the district channel thus far. Firstly, I am a member of the Veteran Alliance, which has branches in every district. Challenging them is a surefire way to encounter real-life consequences. Secondly, Jiang Chen enjoys a stellar reputation among players. Anyone daring to slander him would soon find themselves facing a torrent of backlash. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Chen decides to investigate further. Apocalypse, what a joke. This so-called top player has been kicked down in just a day. Nanoli, just a lucky fellow. Have you not noticed that his score has not budged today? George, if we are to speak of true prowess, we must consider the Master of Eden. In just a single day, he has managed to catch up in points, indicating that he did not take the previous stages seriously. Had he applied himself, there would be no contest with the general. The current leaderboard stands as follows. First place, Master of Eden 1673 points. Second place, General 1664 points. Third place, War King 1493 points. Fourth place, Deep Blue. As criticism abounds, there are equally those who defend him, with players who have benefited from Jiang Chen's goodwill retaliating. The general waited for you all day just to catch up. Had he not waited, would you not have been obliterated? Dragon Ao Tian. The general can single-handedly slay 2 lords. Can your Master of Eden claim the same? Tian Chi. The Master of Eden has vanquished 1, proving his capabilities. But he simply has not encountered a second. Perhaps you all engaged in a fierce battle, allowing him to swoop in and claim the glory. I truly do not wish to expose your charade. In the shadows, the Master of Eden's expression darkened, swiftly igniting his fury. For the player's words struck a chord of truth. Meanwhile, far away in Zone 501, Jiang Chen's mood was equally dismal. He could accept being surpassed by another player, but he could not abide the notion that those who surpassed him viewed him as a mere stepping stone. As Jiang Chen seethed in indignation, a sudden surge of skeletal soldiers vanished from his senses. Hastily, he opened the map to discern the cause. Upon viewing the map, he gasped in horror. 10 kilometers away, a vast expanse of red was advancing towards the camp, stretching for miles, seemingly aware of Jiang Chen's position. This is bad. They are coming for me. Chapter 46. The Tide of Demons arrives early. Jiang Chen fixated on the densely packed crimson dots on the map, a surge of unbridled rage exploding within him. It was as if the system had conspired against him, thwarting his efforts before he had even begun to thrive. What had he done to deserve this? Yet, now was not the time for lamentation. The speed of the demon tide was astonishing. They would be upon him within the hour. He had to act swiftly, prioritizing the construction of defensive fortifications. Summoning through his senses, he recalled all skeletal soldiers surrounding the camp to fortify their position. There was still time. Opening his friend list, he sent a message. Class leader, I am in dire need. How many energy cannons do you have? Sell them to me, no matter the cost. Without waiting for a reply, Jiang Chen ignited a lamp of corpse oil and proceeded to dismantle the small hut he occupied. He rushed to 2 special buildings and rebuilt them 50 meters away, simultaneously erecting 2 additional ordinary huts. The 3 huts were closely aligned, forming a wall over 40 meters long, standing defiantly in front of the 2 special structures. However, it was not enough. Given a few more days, he could salvage more ordinary buildings and create a half circle at the cliff's edge. With the high ground secured, he would only need to face the enemy head-on to remain steadfast. Yet, the demon tide showed him no mercy, catching him completely off guard. Jiang Chen had no choice but to substitute stone materials for the walls, sealing the gaps on either side. At this juncture, aesthetics were of little concern. He frantically dumped stones from his backpack, grateful for its assistance. Without it, constructing these barriers alone would have taken an eternity. Before long, 2 towering stone walls, matching the height of the gatehouse, rose to the occasion, 3 meters wide, easily accommodating 2 ranks of skeletons. You have received a donation of 47 energy cannons from player Old Class Leader. Old Class Leader. Brother, this is all I have in stock. If it's insufficient, I'll have people work through the night to produce more. Without inquiring why Jiang Chen needed them or demanding payment, he transferred the items without hesitation. It is worth noting that energy cannons currently fetched over 10,000 on the market, and as the night of the full moon approached, prices would only escalate, equating to a generous gift of 500,000 bone coins to Jiang Chen. No wonder he commanded the loyalty of over 20,000 subordinates. Who wouldn't he be enamored by such leadership? Thank you. Once I weather this crisis, I shall repay you handsomely. At that moment, all the skeletal soldiers capable of returning to the camp had arrived, including all 530 skeleton knights, not a single one missing. However, the comparatively weaker skeleton soldiers numbered only around 300. With barely 900 soldiers in total, they were a mere flicker against the dense swarm of red dots on the map, like a mantis attempting to block a chariot. Nevertheless, they had to make a stand. Jiang Chen assigned the skeleton knights to defend the walls and promptly retrieved all the energy cannons from his backpack. He positioned a dozen along the 3 walls, placing the remaining ones behind the walls, while heaps of bone coins were piled on the ground, ready to serve as ammunition for the energy cannons. Jiang Chen was uncertain whether the skeleton soldiers would aim properly. However, he believed that as long as the shells were launched from the walls, they would surely decimate a significant portion of the enemy. Having completed all preparations, he realized over 40 minutes had elapsed. There was no time to create more skeleton soldiers, for the vibrations from the ground were growing increasingly pronounced. The moon above had lost a sliver, but the scattered moonlight remained brilliantly bright. Jiang Chen took refuge in the newly constructed hut, still clinging to a faint hope that perhaps this wave of demons was merely passing through. After all, the night of the full moon had yet to arrive, and the creatures could not possibly ascertain the player's precise locations. However, when the demon tide closed within 1 kilometer of the camp and continued its advance, Jiang Chen's certainty solidified. They were indeed coming for him. With an exasperated sigh of indignation, he resolved to do but one thing: resist. He ignited a large fire behind the walls, illuminating a 50-meter radius and dispelling the darkness, thus eliminating the worry of the oil lamp being extinguished mid-battle. He suspected that within the sanctified light, a lamp might not be necessary, but he dared not take the risk. Ascending the walls, he fixed his gaze upon the encroaching darkness. From within arose an unending cacophony of wails, as if demons from the depths of hell were lamenting. As the creatures breached the shadows and came into view, Jiang Chen's heart raced furiously, pounding against his chest as if it could burst forth. When the first demons surged into the illuminated area, Jiang Chen finally beheld the nature of the attackers. Head spiders. Endless legions of head spiders, their numbers so vast they sent shivers down his spine. Countless pairs of eyes glimmered with an eerie green phosphorescence, making one wonder if the starry sky had fallen to the earth. You are shaken by the demon tide. Rationality -10. Talent, Bug Slayer activated. Basic attributes increased by 25. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 24. Strength, 8, 6, 385, 2000. Heart of Justice 1. Bug Slayer 1. Ratio rounded to integer. Constitution, 10, 7, 746, for 1000. Glorious Blessing 1. Tentacle Belt 1. Bug Slayer 1. Agility, 8, 5, 564, 1000. Windwalker Boots 2. Bug Slayer 1. Perception, 8, 7, 394. For 1000. Bug Slayer 1. Spirit, 12, 10, 0, 0. Bug Slayer 2. Mana, 99. Rationality, 87. Stamina, 93. Life, 100. Talent, Survival, Lone Warrior, Steadfastness, Bug Slayer. Spells, Spider Vision, Feast of Joy. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through my body, enhancing all my attributes to a certain degree. However, this slight improvement seemed negligible in the face of overwhelming numbers. A howl echoed as I entered a realm enveloped in holy light, where the head spiders emitted sharp, piercing shrieks. They loathed the aura of the holy light, yet they did not cease their advance, propelled forward by countless kin behind them. Some even crawled atop the heads of their brethren, layer upon layer, their faces betraying a cruel thirst for blood. 200 meters, 180 meters, 160 meters at last. The foremost head spider entered the firing range. Without hesitation, I bellowed, my voice nearly tearing my throat. First squad, fire at will. Boom, 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 boom. The energy cannons roared, beams of white light plummeting like meteors into the sea of head spiders. Bang, bang, bang. The magical tide was shattered, leaving gaping voids. Green ichor raining down. This gruesome spectacle, however, did not halt the relentless advance of the head spiders. They charged forth with the fervor of zealots. Second squad, fire. A total of 98 energy cannons were arranged in 2 rows, creating a crossfire that left no gaps for silence. Nevertheless, even this effort merely slightly hindered the head spiders' advance. A significant number of formidable individuals still reached the base of the city wall, their advanced forms proving far more troublesome. The sheer verticality of the wall posed no obstacle to them. With 8 spider legs, they clambered up, ready to surge over the top. The skeletal knights atop the wall raised their weapons, prepared to engage. Get down, I commanded from the highest point, crushing a square box in my hand. In an instant, it was as if daylight had erupted. The eyes of the advancing elite spiders were reduced to ashes by the sunlight, sending them tumbling from the wall. Below, the weaker head spiders fared even worse, igniting in flames and emitting harrowing screams that pierced the air, reverberating painfully in my ears. The ground below transformed into a sea of fire. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon my face. The flames had consumed merely the first layer. And countless head spiders below continued their relentless advance, carrying their ignited kin with them. The cannon fire persisted, and I instructed 3 ordinary skeletons to take my place. Continuing to wield the light, drawing my radiant longsword, I joined the fray, as demonic creatures had already breached the wall. Chapter 47, The Battle of Desperation. 100 meters from the camp, amidst a chaotic array of rocks, a lithe silhouette gazed upon the small encampment besieged by the head spider army. A hint of a smile graced her lips. It seems the task assigned by my mother will soon be fulfilled. Why, despite being merely human, had he garnered the attention of both of them? Humph. Like a miniature sun, the light reappeared, causing 3 pairs of eyes to squint. She despised the sunlight. Had it not been for this relentless brightness, she would not have been forced to dwell in darkness for eternity. Otherwise, she would have arrived yesterday. With a delicate finger gesture, 3 half-human, half-spider figures rose behind her. Go, bring me his corpse. Whoosh. The 3 shadows vanished instantly. The beautiful woman did not follow. Sensing a presence within the church ahead that posed a threat to her. In that bell tower, a torrent of fresh water was poured over the cannon barrels by the skeletal soldiers. I sought to reduce their temperature, thereby prolonging their use. Time, 21:33. The head spiders feared the sunlight. Dawn approached. If I could just hold out until then, safety would be assured. Yet, as I glanced at the timer, my heart sank. There were still over 8 hours until dawn. Could I truly endure until that moment? My hands remained busy, severing any head spiders that leapt at me. Their bodies instantly ignited by the light, plunging into the inferno below. Fortunately, the skeletal knights defending the wall possessed considerable strength, and with the sunlight as aid, they managed to withstand the initial onslaught. I noted that the head spiders appeared weary. If I could persist, there might be hope. My intuition proved accurate. The woman leading the spider army had ordered her forces to march through the night to hasten the completion of the spider matriarch's task, permitting them only to rest in the excavated burrows during the day. Unless they encountered ill-fated aberrant creatures, they had no opportunity for sustenance. However, upon commencing their assault on the encampment, circumstances shifted. They began to feast upon the corpses of their kin. Thus, the phenomenon I had anticipated, an increasingly easier battle, failed to materialize. Instead, the strength of the spider army was replenishing. Damn it, I cursed vehemently, realizing something was amiss, yet my cannons could not reach those creatures. They were cunning, dragging the corpses of their fallen comrades beyond my range, leaving only the foolish ones to continue creating trouble for me. An eerie cacophony of gnawing sounds erupted across the battlefield. Although the pressure had lessened, I found no joy in it. For I knew the next wave of assault would be even more ferocious. Seizing the moment, I counted the number of skeletons. Nearly 400 knights remained, thanks to the effective initial cannon fire, resulting in minimal losses. The ordinary skeletons responsible for artillery fire were mostly unscathed. However, many of the cannons were now cooling down. Firing again would surely risk an explosion. Henceforth, we would have to rely more on close-quarters combat. A sudden, incongruous howl pierced the battlefield. I turned my gaze to the towering silhouette. The abominable butcher. Encounter, Lord-level monster, sanity. 8. A nauseating stench wafted through the air. Confirming my suspicions, the abominable butcher was the very creature I had encountered before. How could this monster be mingling with the spider army? I could no longer contain my frustration. Dealing with the spider army required all my strength, and now I faced an additional Lord-level abomination. I genuinely suspected the system had it out for me. No. From the very start of the game, I had been subjected to relentless targeting. With a roar that served as a signal, the abominable butcher let out another deafening cry, prompting all head spiders to charge anew. Advancing alongside them was the butcher, wielding a massive cleaver. Fire! Fire! Focus on the abominable butcher. I disregarded the risks of an explosion. If the butcher breached the walls, my defenses would be obliterated. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen cannons atop the wall aimed at the abominable butcher and fired. Yet, I had evidently overestimated the skeleton's accuracy. Not a single shot found its mark. They can't even hit it? I was both astonished and enraged. The earlier success against the spider army was primarily due to their density. Now, attempting to precisely target an individual was an entirely different matter. I seized control of a cannon, activating spider vision. Instantly, the world transformed into shades of black and white. The strands guided me to the perfect trajectory for my shot. Boom. A brilliant flash of light illuminated the scene as a meteor struck its target. However, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in fury. Damn it. After much effort to hit the target, the projectile was deflected by the grotesque butcher's cleaver. The shell fell amidst the army of spiders nearby. Boom. Viscous green fluid splattered everywhere. The grotesque butcher, seemingly unscathed, merely took 2 steps back. How on earth is one supposed to fight this? I refuse to believe you can deflect every single attack. Just as Jiang Chen adjusted the cannon's aim, preparing for a second strike, a sudden piercing pain manifested as 2 horrifying gashes appeared across his chest. Health, 12. The energy cannon before him was severed. It was a narrow escape, just a hair's breadth from being dismembered. Had it not been for the cannon and the armor's protection, not to mention the spider's visual warnings, he would have surely fallen victim. His primary focus had been the grotesque butcher, and he had failed to notice the formidable foe lurking amidst the throng of spiders. Raising his gaze, Jiang Chen beheld a half-human, half-spider figure before him, the spider matron's acolyte. Encounter with a lord-level monster, sanity, 5. It was her sharp forelimbs beneath that spider form that had inflicted the recent damage upon him. With the grotesque butcher ahead and the spider matron's acolyte now present, he could only dread the unknown number of other powerful enemies hiding in the shadows. Despair settled in. Just then, a skeletal knight lurking behind the spider matron's acolyte attempted to deliver a fatal strike, but was ensnared by a sudden jet of webbing. The armor emitted a hissing sound as it corroded, swiftly penetrating and dissolving the skeleton within. The webbing possessed a potent corrosive quality. Its sacrifice was not in vain. At the very least, it provided Jiang Chen with a crucial piece of information. Yet, at this moment, the spider matron's acolyte had already ascended the city wall. If he did not drive her down, he would have no time to thwart the grotesque butcher's advance. It was time to gamble everything. He must slay this spider matron's acolyte. A crimson line of blood appeared on his right hand. Health, 5. Back concealed within his bracer. Do not cause any trouble now. If I survive this, I promise to satiate your thirst. Had Jiang Chen been able to see his wrist shrouded in armor, he would have noticed the furious eye peering out. I am a noble vampire, not a mere bat. Sword in left hand, blade in right. Jiang Chen boldly charged toward the spider matron's acolyte. Yet, to her, his full-speed assault appeared painfully slow. The spider's vision was not hers alone. In an instant, numerous threads materialized in her sight, connecting to various parts of Jiang Chen's body, rendering him full of vulnerabilities in her eyes. The spider matron's acolyte, leveraging her extraordinary burst of speed, closed in on Jiang Chen with alarming swiftness. Her razor-sharp forelimbs targeted his vital points. Just as they were about to collide, Jiang Chen suddenly bit down on something, then opened his mouth wide. Blinding sunlight struck his face. Chapter 48. Achievement, Massacre of Thousands. A shriek erupted from the spider matron's acolyte's throat. The sound pierced his brain like steel needles, rendering Jiang Chen momentarily blank. Driven by instinctual danger, he leapt back several paces. Crack! The ground where he had stood was pierced by 8 spider legs, debris flying as the rooftop nearly collapsed. Only a second later did he regain awareness, realizing the perilousness of the situation. He had initially intended to hold the sunlight box in his mouth, ready to unleash it in combat to blind his opponent and secure a lethal blow. However, he had never anticipated the acolyte's formidable combat instincts. Upon losing sight of him, she activated a wide-ranging sound-based attack and, relying on memory, predicted Jiang Chen's location to strike. Had he not sensed the imminent danger and relied on his body's instincts to evade, he would have truly found himself in dire straits. Indeed, lords were not to be trifled with. He cursed inwardly. The previous 2 encounters had been either underestimation or weakened states. This battle was a true test of their respective prowess. Time was of the essence. The grotesque butcher had already entered within a 100-meter radius. Jiang Chen expelled the sunlight from his mouth, and the scorched legs of the spider matron's acolyte quivered before she leapt from the city wall, disappearing into the sea of humanity below. What a pity. He could not capture her, nor could he prevent this lordly monster from retreating into the shadows. Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of regret. He had to remain vigilant against ambushes. Time, 21:55. District Channel. The Eden faction was thriving, provoking the alliance with various taunts, inciting ire among many members within the alliance. No matter how they countered or cursed, Eden clung to their position at the top of the leaderboard, as if they could utter nothing else, leaving others with a sense of frustration akin to punching cotton. Zone 66, Alliance Headquarters. Lunatic, tomorrow you will join Xiao Chun and the others in action, Zhang Weijian instructed the robust young man beside him. The lunatic he referred to was the 3rd-ranked Soldier King, whose personal strength spoke for itself. Originally, his score had surpassed that of Eden's ruler, but the opposition had funneled all resources to a single individual, causing him to fall behind. Zhang Weijian's intent was to assign the Soldier King to a more formidable team to reclaim the top rank. The struggle was not merely for position. It was a contest for the very players themselves. Eden's stature could not rival that of the Alliance, thus to attract more players. They had to maintain their dominance as the top faction. I say, the Alliance is not so impressive, with such a large scale. Their share among the top 5 is no different from ours in Eden. Jiang Chen, come say a word. Did you not proclaim yourself the foremost player? What are your thoughts now that you've been ousted? Enough of this. Let the guy stay a turtle for a day. Let him continue hiding, huh? The Eden faction had vented their frustration, but their actions were not without purpose. Their underlying motive was to provoke the Alliance, leveraging its reputation to elevate their own status. Unlike the East, the players in the West had never been cohesive, historically characterized by a scattered state, making it difficult to form a large organization like the Alliance that spanned across districts. Players in the West sought the Alliance's protection, yet were too proud to relinquish their autonomy, resulting in a perpetual state of indecision. At this moment, Eden appeared as a beacon in the dark, suddenly entering their sights, seemingly possessing the strength to challenge the Alliance. What a boon! It was as if a perfect sanctuary had been crafted for them. Consequently, a flood of players from the West surged toward Eden's recruitment center, leading to the establishment of multiple branches. Listening to the reports of good news from his subordinates, Eden's ruler felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. He was one step closer to his goal. The next objective was to absorb other smaller organizations and then encircle the Alliance. Once the Alliance, this stumbling block, was removed, Eden would reign as the game's foremost power, and he, the ruler of Eden, would ascend above all players as a god. Let the disparagement of the Alliance continue, and simultaneously amplify the narrative surrounding Jiang Chen's impending doom by the next full moon, breaking the spirits of those yellow-skinned fools. Yes, leader. Indeed. After Eden publicly showcased Jiang Chen, many supporters of the Alliance found themselves at a loss for words, for even they struggled to believe the situation. Meanwhile, Eden's members continued their cacophony of taunts. Ha, the Lord of Eden claiming the top spot is merely the beginning. In the days to come, you shall witness his enduring reign atop that pedestal. Everyone look, the leaderboard has been updated. The boisterous commentator scoffed. What does it matter if it's updated? He remains first, his eyes widened in disbelief. Rubbing them to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he read, first place, Jiang Chen, 12, 682 points. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. This must be a deception, surely. Just the other day, he only had a little over 1,000. Almost all players were left dumbfounded. It was not just the inhabitants of Eden who could not believe it. Even the Alliance players were incredulous. At the same moment, the system broadcast echoed. Congratulations to player Jiang Chen for achieving the feat of slaying 10,000 foes. Rewards have been dispatched. Please check your inventory. Oh my god, 10,000 slain. Jiang Chen has gone berserk. Ha. Lord of Eden, weren't you just boasting? Why the silence now? Open your eyes wide and see who the current champion is. Jiang Chen, you were so arrogant after surpassing me once. Now I shall see how you manage to do so again. My brother Jiang Chen is amazing. Although they were astonished, the Alliance players cared little, having just vented their frustrations. Apocalypse. Cheating, it must be cheating. Dragon Outyan. He is panicking. In stark contrast to the revelry in the regional channel, Jiang Chen's situation was grim. He heard the system announcement, but there was no time to check the rewards. The abomination butcher had already shattered a corner of the city wall, and countless heads surged in like a flood, seeking release. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen crushed a block box to summon the skeleton knights to hold the line while he leaped off the wall. He felt an overwhelming hatred for the abomination butcher before him. Had it not appeared so suddenly, the defenses would not have been breached so swiftly. Jiang Chen had exerted great effort to disable 3 cannons and even managed to break one of its arms, yet it still advanced. However, now that it had breached the walls, it would remain. Behind the wall, the cannons had already been repositioned to target the abomination butcher. With such proximity and sufficient firepower, there was no way it could withstand this onslaught. Fire. Boom. At Jiang Chen's command, his own cannon unexpectedly backfired first. The explosion affected several nearby cannons, yet most still managed to fire. Boom. The abomination butcher, having just stepped inside the walls, was met with a relentless barrage before it could even let out a roar. Its massive form crashed against the stone piles behind it, and a rain of putrid flesh and bone shards fell. The enormous bone cleaver spun and plunged into the earth at Jiang Chen's feet. Astonishingly, it was still alive, the remaining decaying flesh writhing as it sought to rise again. No way will I allow that to happen. Explosive troops, block the breach. Chapter 49, The Radiance of the Holy Light. The abomination butcher's remaining massive arm suddenly lashed out, seizing a dozen incoming headhunting spiders like a demon devouring its prey. With a swift grip, it crushed them, releasing a spurt of viscous green liquid mixed with shattered bones. It smeared the remnants and fresh flesh all over its body, its damaged form visibly healing at an alarming rate. Its massive hand continued to seize spiders, and Jiang Chen's eyes nearly burst with fury. After all the effort to reduce it to this state, He could not permit it to recover. Keep the bombardment going. Explosive troops, annihilate all the spiders at the breach. Jiang Chen himself wielded a radiant longsword, advancing against the direction of the cannon fire. Dozens of skeletons charged unflinchingly into the tide of spiders, and in the blinding white light of their self-detonation, spider limbs fell like rain. For a moment, they truly managed to hold the headhunting spiders at bay outside the breach. Roar! Seeing the materials for its recovery being expelled, the abomination butcher angrily smashed a bomb skeleton. Boom! Half of its hand was blown off. The stench of burnt flesh wafting through the air, causing it to cry out in pain. Jiang Chen sneered. How dare it attempt to swat a bomb with its bare hands without losing its entire palm? 5 meters away. If he could take down the abomination butcher and then seal the breach with stone, they might endure a while longer. With that thought, Jiang Chen bit into a ghoul's brain extracted from his bracelet, the foul liquid sliding down his throat. Consumed ghoul's brain. Strength 1, Agility 1, Spirit 2, Rationality 5. His strength soared to 9 points once more. Boom, boom, boom. The second round of cannon fire struck the abomination butcher, further damaging its recently repaired body. Its form was now utterly immobilized, nearly indistinguishable from death. Jiang Chen hurriedly repositioned the energy cannon to target outside the wall. With 2 rounds of bombardment missing, the horde of spiders had already scaled the walls, and the skeleton knights had suffered heavy losses. He crushed another block box, sending rays of sunlight into the air. Flames erupted atop the wall, igniting countless spiders and significantly relieving the pressure on the skeleton knights. His supply of sunlight boxes was dwindling. Yet the green phosphorescent beads in the darkness seemed endless, like a galaxy of stars. Jiang Chen grimaced. Truly, it was a desperate situation, but there remained a glimmer of hope. For there was, fortuitously, a Lord-level undead nearby. Holy Light Slash. To ensure the demise of the abomination butcher, Jiang Chen unleashed his most formidable attack. The sword aura cleaved through the abomination butcher's form. However, this previously unfailing technique did not yield immediate results. Despite the abomination butcher's anguished cries, it remained alive. When the sword light dissipated, it left a gaping wound behind. Why won't you just die? Jiang Chen seethed, then unleashed a second and third strike. The third strike even severed its head. The abomination butcher lay completely still. Just as Jiang Chen attempted to confirm if it was truly dead, a sense of danger surged within him. The mere thought had barely formed in his mind when his body was already retreating several steps. However, with an agility barely at 8 points to the assailant, he appeared to move in slow motion. Although he evaded the fatal blow, he could not save his left arm. It flew away, blood splattering as it was cast aside. A sharp pain igniting in his mind from the severed stump. Health, 25. In that fleeting moment of evasion, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, 3 spider matriarchs had appeared around him. One had landed in the artillery position, its sharp claws reaping the ordinary skeletons, rendering the energy cannons, which had once posed the greatest threat to them, useless. Without artillery support, the headhunting army surged once more onto the walls. Jiang Chen's face darkened. His spider vision had long expired, which was why he had failed to notice the ambushers. The spider matriarch, which had severed Jiang Chen's left arm, wore a triumphant smile as if she had avenged a great grievance. Indeed, she was the one Jiang Chen had scorched with sunlight, still bearing the remnants of her burns. But before she could revel in her victory, the blood droplets falling from the sky suddenly transformed into sharp spikes, blinding her 6 eyes. Jiang Chen, now endowed with the ability to manipulate blood, was not to be trifled with. A familiar shriek echoed once again, but this time Jiang Chen remained unaffected. For after the first encounter, he had devised a countermeasure. Blood flowed from his ear canals. His bone membranes had already been ruptured. However, Jiang Chen refrained from launching a preemptive strike against her. For the time being, that eye was rendered blind, posing no immediate threat. The true danger lay in the other 2, who remained intact. Holy Light Slash. One of the spider matriarch's devotees moved with astonishing speed on her 8 legs. Yet Jiang Chen's sword energy sliced through the air without even grazing a single spider hair. Their perspective, honed like that of a spider, rendered them exceedingly troublesome. In light of this, he resolved to obscure their vision. Sunlight box shatter. This spider matriarch seemed to have anticipated his move, promptly closing her 6 eyes, enduring the searing pain in her determination to eliminate Jiang Chen. You voluntarily shut your eyes. Jiang Chen retreated, creating distance, yet the spider matriarch, though blind, could still pinpoint his location with uncanny accuracy. Indeed, a perception attribute of 16 was no trifling matter. Jiang Chen's few steps were merely to buy time to retrieve his revolver. However, he refrained from firing immediately, as he could not guarantee a 100% hit. He possessed but 6 bullets. Thus, he declared, Bloom, Holy Light. The bell tower of the Holy Light Cathedral responded to Jiang Chen's command, erupting with an intense radiance that felt even more scorching to these spider matriarchs than the sun itself. The entire camp seemed to be engulfed in daylight. Surrounding the source of this light, the eyes of the head spiders, fixed upon it, ignited in flames. Those engulfed in holy light were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving behind vast swathes of charred earth. Even Jiang Chen's skeletal soldiers were not spared, though few remained. Only Lord-level monsters could survive under the illumination of the holy light. Behind the crumbling city walls, only Jiang Chen and 3 spider matriarchs survived. Even the abominable butcher had perished. Its injuries were too severe, and the blossoming holy light was merely its death knell. While the 3 spider matriarchs evaded death, their condition was dire. They were ignited by the holy light, and Jiang Chen's revolver had them in its sights. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Chen fired 3 shots with his transparent tendrils. The proximity ensured all 3 shots struck true, and with their spider vision rendered ineffective, the bullets found their marks. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets struck their bodies, causing their human upper halves to explode one after another. The force undeniably formidable. Yet the tragic reality was that Jiang Chen was now devoid of any soldiers, while countless head spiders lingered just 250 meters away. Chapter 50, Exclusive Facility, Bone Throne. In the depths of the bone pit, the dark rock walls were shrouded in shadows, with wisps of black smoke rising from the edge of the newly formed giant pit. A towering skeleton, its eye sockets flickering with dark purple spiritual flames, stood silently at the cliff's edge. I possessed such a substantial death energy crystal core? Suddenly, a blinding white light exploded at the horizon's end. The radiance, fleeting as a flash in the night, compelled tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers to turn in unison, their skulls clattering with an unsettling cacophony. Witnessing the vanishing light, the dark purple spiritual flames ignited fiercely, the forelegs of the undead warhorse beneath him raised high, and a spear pointed forward. Charge! Tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers surged to their feet, the sound of bones clashing echoing in the air. Outside the camp, a woman watched as the luminous force that posed a threat to her dwindled to nothing, licking her lips with a wicked smile. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp mandibles of a giant crab pierced her flesh, as something akin to a tumor writhed within. Thud, thud. 8 gigantic limbs tore through the skin of a beautiful face. Moments later, a colossal spider, towering over 3 meters even in a prone position, scuttled quickly towards the holy light cathedral, trampling countless offspring along its path. Jiang Chen pressed his severed left arm against his body, staggering towards the corpse of the abominable butcher. He gazed at the 5-meter-high skeletal frame before him, momentarily struck by the illusion that a considerable amount of time had passed. Just a week prior, this abominable butcher had nearly trapped him in a cabin, leaving him in despair. How could such a short span of time lead to its demise at his hands? Now, Jiang Chen's last glimmer of hope hinged upon its remains. What a twist of fate. After collecting the abominable butcher's corpse, Jiang Chen hastened towards the bone mound with all his might. Although the holy light had vanquished all monsters within a 250-meter radius, the absence of skeletal knights meant that it would not be long before the spider army reclaimed the area. He had to expedite the upgrade of the bone mound to level 3. Special buildings required unique materials for upgrades, making those with level 3 special structures exceedingly rare among players. Nevertheless, as a top-tier player, Jiang Chen had gleaned vital intelligence. A level 3 structure could construct a facility of immense destructive power, akin to the bell tower of the Holy Light Cathedral. While the information was not entirely reliable due to the scarcity of comparable examples, Jiang Chen could only gamble on it. 1,500 skeleton soldiers, 100,000 bone coins, 500 death energy crystal cores, 1 lord-level undead creature's corpse invested. Upgrade? Yes. The Black Death energy surged into the besieged battlefield, enveloping the entire bone mound in a shroud of death energy. The head spiders that breached the city walls hesitated, sensing an indescribable presence lurking beneath the black mist, wielding its unparalleled might. At that moment, Jiang Chen did not vacate the bone mound, witnessing the transformation process of the bone mound under the influence of this supreme power. He felt as if his worldview had been shattered, glimpsing an incomprehensible existence, before everything faded from his memory. Rationality, 20. Current rationality, 32. You have contracted a negative status. In the next moment, Jiang Chen quaffed a potion to restore his rationality. Rationality, 30. The death energy mist outside dissipated, revealing Xiao Bai and the engineer huddled together, trembling in fear, oblivious to what had so terrified them moments ago. The previously drafty skeletal walls had vanished, coalescing into a unified mass of bone, albeit with a significantly reduced internal space. 2 massive windows, larger than doors, adorned the front. Should Jiang Chen step outside to inspect, he would discover that the bone mound had transformed into a half-buried giant skull. The 2 windows were, in fact, its eye sockets, while the oddly shaped door represented its nostrils. Identification, special structure, giant skeleton, level 3 building. Place the skull on the synthesis platform by injecting death energy. It can be endowed with spiritual fire. Once reattached to the skeleton, it can become a normal skeleton soldier controlled by the master of the bone mound. This effect is shared with the netherwell. Current available units: regular skeleton soldier, skeleton knight, undead horse, bone giant. Note: after multiple uses, Death energy must be replenished in the synthesis platform, either by investing death energy crystal cores or bone coins. Special building facilities. Netherwell. Legend has it that this well connects to the underworld, capable of attracting skeleton soldiers with special bait. Bone processing table. Can transform regular skeleton soldiers into units with special abilities. 2 blank building facilities available. Due to the influence of the special building, the master of the bone mound is imbued with death energy, increasing the probability of attracting undead creatures by 50. Durability. 15,000,015,000. To upgrade to the next level, materials required. 10,000 skeleton soldiers. 1,000,000 bone coins. 2,000 death energy crystal cores. 15 lord level undead creature corpses. Players be advised. As this is a special building, it possesses no concealment effect. Please remain vigilant at all times. Jiang Chen did not meticulously examine the information regarding the 3rd level building. His sole focus was on locating the vacant facility space, which he ultimately found right before him, beneath his feet. Detected vacant facility space. Invest 20 skeleton soldier corpses, 100 death energy crystal cores, and 5,000 bone coins to construct a unique facility, the Bone Throne. Bone Throne. Sitting upon this throne allows one to control the activated skeletal giant. Fortunately, Jiang Chen possessed all the materials necessary to build the Bone Throne. But where was the skeletal giant? He did not have one. His spirits plummeted like an avalanche, yet upon inspecting the synthesis table, he discovered the option to activate the skeletal giant. With a last-ditch effort, Jiang Chen clicked confirm. Thunderous rumblings ensued. The bone mound trembled. Through the window, Jiang Chen beheld a mud-encrusted skeletal arm emerging from the ground, soon followed by a rapid ascent of his field of vision. At this moment, only through the perspective of the head spider could the full scope of events be revealed. He witnessed the enormous skeletal head, partially buried, suddenly igniting with 2 black flames in its eye sockets, as if awakening from slumber. Then, 2 skeletal arms erupted from the scorched earth, sending clouds of dust into the air as they slammed down upon the ground. Several of his kin, initially intending to charge into the giant skull, were crushed into a pulp, their juices spilling across the terrain. Following this, the 2 skeletal arms exerted force, hoisting the remaining torso from the earth. In mere moments, all the head spiders could only gaze upward to behold the colossal figure, dust cascading from its ribcage intermittently. So, it was indeed the bone mound that housed the skeletal giant. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed heartily, feeling as though fate still favored him. Remembering that he needed to sit upon the throne to control the skeletal giant, he hurriedly constructed the Bone Throne. Materials were invested, and the haze of death reappeared, albeit in a limited scope. Like a demon emerging from the abyss, a pitch-black throne adorned with skeletal embellishments slowly rose from the death mist, facing the entrance. An ominous aura enveloped it. Any ordinary person witnessing such a bizarre sight would undoubtedly flee in terror, yet to Jiang Chen, it appeared as a lifeline. Without a moment's hesitation, he took his seat. What he initially thought were mere decorations, 2 rows of skeletal claws, suddenly clasped together, firmly securing his ankles, thighs, and torso to the seat, leaving only his severed left arm unbound. Before he could express astonishment, a unique vision connected to his mind. Chapter 51, The Battle of Giants. In his line of sight, countless head spiders, no larger than beetles, surged forth. Jiang Chen felt perplexed. Had the head spiders shrunk? Upon seeing his own hands transform into bone, realization dawned. No, I have grown larger. He had now adopted the perspective of the skeletal giant. His view was nearly level with the apex of the Holy Light Cathedral's spire, illustrating the immense stature of this body. This was truly magnificent. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Transforming into a giant had been a childhood dream, though he had become a skeletal giant, which resembled more of a villain. It mattered not. Any giant was acceptable. He clenched his left fist and then released it, noting that the loss of his left arm did not impede the use of the skeletal giant, like Digga battling the demon in that one episode. Now, it was time for vengeance. The skeletal foot lifted and then crashed down, obliterating hundreds of head spiders beneath it. I stomp. I stomp. I stomp, stomp, stomp. With each step, the ground trembled violently. I'm leaping and stomping. The thought of the skeleton soldiers he had activated after an entire day's effort being annihilated made Jiang Chen's heart bleed. This waste was not merely his time, but also his money. Tens of thousands of bone coins wasted. Now, he intended to unleash all his fury upon this horde of head spiders, simultaneously avenging his severed arm. Yet, with every crash of the skeletal foot, a portion of the head spiders managed to scuttle up his foot, attempting to breach the giant's thigh and reach Jiang Chen's position. Jiang Chen frowned. Damn it, why are they so tenacious? Do they fear death at all? The skeletal hand swatted at his body, causing the entire frame to shake. Most of those that had climbed aboard were either crushed or sent tumbling to the ground. Yet, a few managed to reach close to his neck. At this moment, Jiang Chen was firmly anchored to the throne, should a multitude of head spiders infiltrate. Even the small white one and the engineer would not suffice to fend them off. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen instructed the small white one, who was tightly grasping the passage to the underworld, to bring its fishing rod. Unlike Jiang Chen, who was securely bound to the throne, the small white one and the engineer could only cling to the room's facilities to avoid being flung away. Being thrown out might not kill them, but they would certainly be buried alive by the head spiders. It had yet to catch any giant creatures and did not wish to perish. However, upon hearing Jiang Chen's command, the small white one begrudgingly shuffled over. With a thought, a sunlight cube fell from his backpack. Jiang Chen directed it to retrieve and crush it, then pass it to the claw on the fishing line. Small white, cast your hook as if you were fishing normally. The small white one complied, casting the long fishing line out the door. Immediately, sunlight shone upon the earth once more, scorching all below, whether on the ground or clinging to the skeletal form. Numerous head spiders emitted wails of agony. Jiang Chen deftly maneuvered the skeletal giant in a circle, the fishing line swaying in tandem with his movements, wrapping around the giant's back. The enemies clinging to his back all fell off. With the crisis averted, Jiang Chen began to control the skeletal giant to jog across the battlefield, not intentionally stepping on the enemies below. He merely moved with the sunlight across the battlefield, utilizing its properties to maximize the extermination of more monsters. There were only a few sunlight cubes left in his backpack, and none remained with Manhwaedit. So every ray of sunlight had to be utilized. Just as he jogged along, the black flames in the skeletal giant's eye sockets suddenly flickered weakly. This is bad. Jiang Chen realized that the energy stored within the synthesis table was about to be depleted. How could it be consumed so quickly? Jiang Chen felt alarmed. The synthesis table had previously held 200,000 bone coins worth of energy, and now, merely 2 or 3 minutes later, it was nearly exhausted. The consumption rate was excessive, over 1,000 bone coins per second. He quickly withdrew another 1,000,000 from his backpack and invested it into the synthesis table. He could not afford to stop now, for if he did, it would mean his doom. The black flames rekindled fiercely, and Jiang Chen exhaled in relief. Suddenly, his body lurched downwards, and before he could react, the advancing giant collapsed. The skeletal head glanced down to see a puddle of white, latex-like viscous substance on the ground. The skeletal giant had slipped and fallen due to stepping on it. Quickly rising, Jiang Chen spotted the culprit that had ambushed him, a massive spider scaling the wall. My goodness, what a huge spider. Though it stood only 3 meters tall, Jiang Chen, positioned higher, had a clearer view. This gigantic spider stretched over 10 meters in length. In terms of size, the emaciated skeletal giant was no match for it. Identification, Matriarch's Chosen, Lord level. Category, Aberrant creature. Strength, Agility, Perception. Danger rating, a complete form of the head spider's evolutionary line, possessing a fully intact body. It can shift freely between human and spider forms and has a certain resistance to sunlight. Another Lord level creature. Have I inadvertently disturbed your spider nest? Why do you persistently cling to me? What was initially presumed to be an impending victory turned out to be an unforeseen challenge with the emergence of a final boss. Is there no respite? A broodmother's chosen, no less? It seems to surpass even the broodmother's acolytes by a tier. Could it be that the Lord class attributes all exceed 20 points? This is far from favorable news. The only course of action is to engage, for retreat is futile. The adversary possesses superior speed and agility compared to the skeletal giant. Jiang Chen unsheathed the massive bone knife embedded in the ground. Yet in the grasp of the skeletal giant, it appeared as diminutive as a dagger. The broodmother's chosen fixated upon the giant's skull with the black dots of its compound eyes, confirming its intent to confront him directly. Commanding Little White to shatter a sunlight box, he refrained from discarding it, instead manifesting a rudimentary pair of laser eyes within the giant's cranium. A sweeping glance revealed that the broodmother's chosen merely shielded its eyes, while other areas remained unharmed. Sunlight resistance, indeed. The once infallible sunlight had finally met its match. Undeterred, Jiang Chen launched his assault, recognizing that the opponent possessed ranged capabilities, and that maintaining distance would be detrimental to him. As anticipated, the broodmother's acolyte elevated its silk sacs, unleashing a torrent of milky fluid. Jiang Chen dodged frantically, yet persistently directed his gaze at the adversary's eyes, exploiting its visual blind spots to close the gap. The white fluid splattered upon the ground, engulfing several human-headed spiders, emitting a cacophony of corrosive sounds. A sense of dread gripped Jiang Chen as he noticed several of his toes had succumbed to the corrosive onslaught. Fortunately, the remaining fluid was scant, otherwise, his entire foot would have been consumed. He plunged the bone knife towards the spider's back. Clang! Sparks erupted. Beneath the tufts of fur lay an unexpected layer of chitin. The colossal spider attempted to sever the skeletal giant's femur with its massive pincers. Jiang Chen would not allow such an outcome. He forcefully pressed its head down. Such was the advantage of height. The silk sacs on its back arched, evidently intent on launching webs. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. If there was chitin on its back, could the same not be true here? He struck down, creating a vast gash. The milky liquid erupted from the wrong location in a torrent. With a roar of pain, An explosive surge of power propelled the skeletal giant backward. Jiang Chen maneuvered the skeletal giant to rise swiftly, but the broodmother's chosen was swifter still, whipping its back. A copious amount of viscous fluid adhered to the still-rising skeletal giant. Cursed be it, he was immobilized. The giant's form began to corrode. Raising the bone knife in his right hand to sever the sticky strands, he found no opportunity afforded by the broodmother's chosen. 8 spider legs swiftly crawled onto the skeletal giant, hoisting the cockpit into the air. Bam! The skeletal giant's head was sent soaring. And Jiang Chen within felt the world spin as he plummeted to the ground, crushing numerous smaller human-headed spiders. At that moment, the black flames in the eye sockets of the skull had yet to extinguish, but it was all too late. The broodmother's chosen approached, its claws raised, intent on prying open the giant's cranium to extract the mouse hiding within, intending to inflict the most excruciating torment as punishment for daring to injure it. Chapter 52. The battle concludes. The enormous spider raised its foreclaws and brought them down with tremendous force. Bam! Bam! Contrary to expectations, the giant's skull did not shatter, for its attack was thwarted. 2 massive bony arms firmly gripped the descending limbs. Unbeknownst to anyone, a new body sprouted beneath the skeletal giant, now reduced to just a head. Invested 1350 skeleton soldier corpses, 90,000 bone coins. Giant corpse durability restored. Huh, did you not anticipate this? I can resurrect. Come, let me see whether you perish first or my reserves deplete. Jiang Chen, seated upon his throne, erupted into maniacal laughter, now afflicted by a negative state, madness. The newly reborn skeletal giant seized the broodmother's chosen's foreclaws and lifted it from the ground. Caught off guard, the upper half of the gigantic spider was yanked skyward. The spider's 4 hind legs strained to extricate its forelimbs from the skeletal giant's grip. But Jiang Chen would not grant her such a wish. With a powerful tug, the skeletal giant's foot kicked at the giant spider's lower body, rendering it entirely airborne. The skeletal giant leaned back, executing the renowned Argentine backbreaker. The broodmother's chosen shrieked as it was spun 180 degrees in midair. Boom! The 2 colossal entities crashed to the ground. The earth trembled as the already precarious city walls crumbled. After a cloud of dust settled, the skeletal giant rose unscathed, still clutching 2 severed spider legs. Green ichor oozing from the stumps. Disdainfully discarding the spider legs, Jiang Chen's emotions could be succinctly summarized in one word: ecstasy. Observing the severely injured giant spider manage to right itself, Jiang Chen lifted the headless giant's corpse from the ground and hurled it down. Gripping the bone knife once more, he charged towards the giant spider. Crash! The corpse landed but failed to strike. Jiang Chen's bone knife also missed its mark, despite having lost 2 forelegs. The broodmother's chosen's agility was unmatched by the skeletal giant. However, the opponent now bore a sense of retreat. With its primary offensive capabilities, foreclaws and abdominal sacs, destroyed, its massive size offered no advantage before the skeletal giant. Remaining would only increase the risk of downfall, especially considering whether Jiang Chen could conjure a new giant body. Yet, as she retreated step by step, a golden glowing spear suddenly descended from the heavens. Thud! The spear effortlessly pierced the giant spider's carapace, pinning it to the ground. A towering skeleton clad in white armor landed on the spider's back, its bony hand gripping the spear's shaft, twisting it with great force. A divine radiance surged into the giant spider's form. Ack! The giant spider ignited completely, a woman's anguished voice emanating from within. Boom! The abdominal sac ruptured, and a significantly smaller half-human, half-spider creature broke free from the milky liquid's entanglement, fleeing rapidly. The towering skeleton that had slain the giant spider withdrew the spear and pursued, its dark purple spiritual flames seemingly casting a glance at Jiang Chen as it departed. What transpired? The rapid sequence of events left Jiang Chen bewildered. Was that a skeleton? He pondered. But what skeleton wields holy light? Identification: Skeleton Knight, Lord Class. Type: Undead. Strength: Agility. Perception: Danger Assessment. A legendary paladin, eternally bound to skeletal form for committing grave transgressions. A paladin? Could it be that the creator of the human-headed spiders and rending monsters was none other than he? Jiang Chen never anticipated encountering a paladin for the first time in such a tumultuous scenario. Witnessing the broodmother's chosen abandon its colossal carcass in flight, the remaining human-headed spiders displayed evident panic, beginning their retreat. The spider army that had once numbered in the hundreds of thousands had been decimated by Jiang Chen to over 80,000. Even if they did not flee, they posed little threat to him. Yet, Jiang Chen did not pursue, for he was gravely focused on the newly emerged horde of magical creatures ahead. This horde he had seen before, the skeletal army. Moreover, their numbers had swelled beyond what he had previously encountered. Thud, 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 thud. A vast expanse of white bones enveloped the surroundings as the flames of spirit ignited, casting a verdant hue across the land. Just as Jiang Chen braced himself for yet another inevitable battle, the skeletal army veered away in pursuit of the fleeing head spider. This bewildering scene unfolded before him, and despite his readiness to fight to the death, the adversary simply drifted past him. Remaining vigilant, Jiang Chen maintained his giant form, gazing towards the movements of the skeletal horde until they vanished from sight. Before the energy of the synthesis platform was fully depleted, he maneuvered the skeletal giant back to its original position, burying its form within the scorched earth. The time read 23:21. This sudden conflict, which had raged for nearly 2 hours, finally drew to a close. The claws of the throne relinquished their grip on Jiang Chen's form. At this moment, both his body and mind were nearing their limits, yet he refrained from succumbing to slumber. Enduring the adverse effects, he consumed a vial of stamina-restoring elixir and retrieved a multitude of skeletal soldier corpses from his backpack. He opted for a standard activation, as it would expedite the accumulation of troops. The current situation remained perilous. He required more skeletal soldiers for protection. As Jiang Chen devoted all his energy to activating the skeletal warriors, players in the regional channel gaped at the newly released leaderboard. First place, Jiang Chen, 90,543 points. Had the chat channel been capable of sound, it would have echoed with the collective sound of gasps. My goodness, what on earth has Jiang Chen experienced tonight? His points exceed the combined total of everyone in my entire region. Eden Lord, are you still vying for first place? Apocalypse, impossible. No normal person could achieve this. It must be cheating. It certainly has something to do with Jiang Chen's recent massive recovery of skeletal soldiers. As expected, you yellow-skinned folks never change your cheating ways. I'm utterly baffled. If I can't surpass others, I must accuse them of cheating. Double standards are an old tradition of you white-skinned pigs. Someone has already calculated that Jiang Chen has only recovered around 30,000 skeletal soldiers in the past 2 days, even if converted entirely into points. That would only amount to 40,000 or 50,000. Brothers, as a member of the Alliance, I have breaking news. Jiang Chen encountered the magic tide ahead of time. What? The magic tide? Is Jiang Chen still alive? Of course, he remains on the leaderboard. Alliance brother, please elaborate. Images of the magic tide were shared in the regional channel by members of the Alliance. After the tide subsided, Zhang Weijian contacted Jiang Chen and through a brief explanation, learned of his harrowing ordeal that day. Thus, the images were the live photos Jiang Chen had sent. As players scrutinized the images, they found themselves swallowing hard in disbelief. 3 lords, 3 pseudo-lords, and a myriad of head spiders. Merely flipping through the images was enough to drive one to madness. For Jiang Chen, who had been present at the scene, the circumstances he faced were undoubtedly far worse than what the photographs depicted. To escape such a dire situation was already a commendable feat, yet upon viewing the final few images of corpses, they were utterly shaken. 6 lords, including the 2 largest, had been slain, 5 of them, to be precise. The battlefield was littered with an unfathomable number of head spider carcasses. A collective gasp reverberated through the players. Finally, one player summarized succinctly, Jiang Chen is no longer on the same level as us. This sentiment was echoed by all players. Even Eden no longer dared to contest it. Chapter 53. Clearing the battlefield and counting rewards. Time, 0000. The 8th day of the national game commenced. Ding. Congratulations. You have achieved first place on the 501 district points leaderboard. Reward, bronze level probability treasure chest X1. Probability treasure chest. There is a chance to obtain talents, items of any grade, spell books, potion formulas, and survival supplies. The higher the chest level, the greater the probability of acquiring high-quality resources. A probability treasure chest? Jiang Chen felt intrigued. The description suggested that it could contain any resource, which meant there was a possibility of acquiring hero-level items as well. However, Jiang Chen generally harbored little hope for chance-based rewards, as his experiences in games had always resulted in receiving the bare minimum. Truly a lamentable fate. Without hesitation, he opened the treasure chest, revealing a sphere of blue light suspended within. Corresponding to high-grade resources, this held promise. Jiang Chen felt that even if he did not unveil the most basic white tier, his over 90,000 points would suffice. Upon touching the luminous sphere, the light faded, and a pendant materialized in his grasp. Identification, tier of the goddess. Type, artifact. Grade, superior. Durability, 800. Wearing effect, contains 10 cubic meters of free space. Capable of storing items with a volume not exceeding 10 cubic meters, living beings cannot be stored. A spatial item. Jiang Chen mused that luck-based games were indeed not suited for him. He transferred the contents of the plump bracelet into the tier of the goddess, and then placed the bracelet itself within the pendant space, allowing it to gather dust until the day he required more space. Following this, he opened the treasure chest awarded for his massacre achievement, unveiling a scroll of berserk potion. He refrained from using it on the bone synthesis platform, speculating it might be a potion akin to the berserk skill in the game. Jiang Chen continued to activate the skeletal soldiers. Outside the camp, over 150 activated skeletal soldiers roamed. All were dispatched as scouts to monitor the retreating skeletal army's movements. The subsequently activated skeletons were retained for his protection. It was only after the latter half of the night had passed, and the dawn's light once again bathed the earth, that Jiang Chen commanded the skeletal soldiers to clear the battlefield. The number of skeletal warriors had risen to 1,500, and to expedite the cleanup, Jiang Chen spent the morning at the bone mound. It is worth mentioning that during this time, he consumed a few healing potions, restoring his health to a full 100 points. Subsequently, his severed left arm began to transform. It started to regrow from the stump, an intensely itchy sensation accompanying the process. It was only then that Jiang Chen realized the strength of his talent, stabilized. Your life limit is locked and will not fall below 100 for any reason. To Jiang Chen's knowledge, players who lost limbs would permanently decrease their life limit, and even the use of healing potions could only mend the wound. Conversely, his locked life limit granted him an alternative ability to regenerate severed limbs. Although this process was somewhat slow, likely requiring 3 days for a complete hand to grow. Smaller injuries, such as his eardrum, healed rapidly, allowing him to hear faint sounds. Strength, 7, 6, 12, 41, 2000. Heart of Justice 1. Constitution, 9, 7, 15, 23, 4000. Blessing of Radiance 1. Tentacle Belt 1. Agility, 8, 51, 142, 2000. Boots of the Gale 2. Perception, 7, 11, 36, 4000. Spirit, 10,000. All attributes experienced a 3,000-point increase. The experience gained from the previous night equated to a week of normal training, and his survival talent proved quite commendable. However, the triggering conditions were excessively stringent. Jiang Chen was not eager to face another magic tide reminiscent of the previous night. The camp was overrun with monster corpses, emanating a foul odor that he wished to avoid attracting other monsters. Consequently, Jiang Chen dispatched 1,000 skeletal soldiers to guard the outer perimeter of the camp. He then repaired the durability of 3 ordinary structures and restored the collapsed city walls. After finally collecting several lordly corpses, I returned to the bone crypt. Deposited 2 spider matriarch cultist corpses. Congratulations. You have received 600 bone coins and 300 milliliters of corpse oil. Detected a certificate of killing a lord-level monster. Additional drops include 2 bronze crystal treasure chests. Deposited 1 spider matriarch's follower corpse. Congratulations. You have received 5,000 bone coins, 20 L of corpse oil, and 1 magic book. Indeed, no additional treasure chest dropped. Jiang Chen had initially hoped to see if the corpse of the spider matriarch's follower would yield a higher-grade treasure chest. But its main body had fled, thus it was not deemed dead by the system. Identification, Silk Puppet Magic Book. Type, Magic Book. Grade, Unclassified. Durability, Consumable. Upon reading, the spell can be automatically learned. Silk Puppet Technique. Consumes 5 mana points, enabling control over any creature with a strength attribute less than one's own. The control duration is related to the difference in strength attributes between the 2 parties. Please consult when in a rational state. Upon perusing the skill introduction, Jiang Chen finally understood why the abomination butcher mingled among the head spider ranks. It was under the control of the spider matriarch's follower. He consumed a bottle of sanity-restoring potion, raising his sanity above 90. Unlike the previous edition of the spider matriarch's original tome, this magic book resembled a conventional book. Upon opening it, he witnessed the text within contorting and writhing, akin to tadpoles leaping from the pages. Reading the magic book, sanity -10. When he reopened his eyes, the book had disintegrated into dust, slipping from his fingers. The spell tab indicated that Jiang Chen had learned the Silk Puppet Technique. Consuming 5 points of mana, he employed this ability on a skeleton soldier. In his perception, a black mark was inscribed upon the skeleton, with a thread visible only through the lens of spider vision connecting it to Jiang Chen. Without needing to issue any commands, he could control the skeleton soldier to perform any action according to his will. However, if he could only control creatures with lesser strength, it did not seem to be an exceptionally practical ability. Next time, he might experiment with a monster possessing a higher strength attribute. Opening the 2 bronze treasure chests yielded resources: 1 six-eyed mask for 100 stone blocks, 5,000 bone coins, and 500 iron ingots. After opening all the treasure chests, Jiang Chen munched on 2 pieces of jerky and continued to activate skeletons. By evening, the battlefield had been largely cleared by thousands of skeleton soldiers, and Jiang Chen collected all the corpses of the head spiders to deposit at the synthesis table. Deposited 69, 425 head spider corpses. Congratulations. You have received 350,000 bone coins, 700 L of corpse oil, and 89 silk gloves. Deposited 5, 843 advanced head spider corpses. Congratulations. You have received 90,000 bone coins, 90 L of corpse oil, and 28 spider summoning scrolls. Silk gloves. Relic, common. Wearing them makes climbing easier, but palms will sweat profusely. Spider summoning scroll. Relic, premium, upon use. Can summon an advanced head spider to fight for you for 10 minutes, after which it will break free from control. Caution, do not summon in sunlight. Jiang Chen kept a few silk gloves while putting the rest up for sale in the shop. He retained all the spider summoning scrolls. Calculating the overall income from this battle, it totaled less than 800,000 bone coins, while Jiang Chen had invested 1.6 million, a substantial loss. District 121. Zhang Weijian received the final payment for the cannon from Jiang Chen, amounting to 580,000, accompanied by a spider matriarch cultist corpse. He called for Lucky Star to come and open the treasure chests. Chapter 54. The Paladin, Leon. It wasn't entirely accurate to say it was a devastating loss, as Jiang Chen had two items that hadn't been accounted for. One was the Silk Puppet Technique magic book, and the other was the Abomination Butcher's bone-cutting knife. Identification: Sinister bone-cutting knife. Type: Relic. Grade: Premium. Durability: 7,435 10,000. Wearing effect: Spirit 2. For each enemy killed with the Sinister bone-cutting knife, corresponding experience and strength attribute is gained. The more enemies slain, the stronger the desire for slaughter. Usage condition: Strength attribute 10. This weapon boasted formidable effects, justifying its million value. Yet the conditions for use were exceedingly stringent. Even with the glorious longsword equipped, Jiang Chen still fell short by 3 points in strength. Utilizing multiple items could increase strength by a maximum of merely 2 points, and the frenzied potion could add another point, but he still lacked 1. Jiang Chen felt somewhat troubled. He genuinely favored this weapon. There were those who had attempted to equip multiple items that enhanced the same attribute, only to find that it yielded a mere 2-point increase, with the others being ineffective. Thus stacking attributes through equipment proved futile. At this juncture, only talents and potions could assist. Jiang Chen possessed 2 talents that could enhance attributes, but the triggering conditions were excessively demanding. One required a fatal blow, while the other necessitated that the opponent be insect-related. Capturing an insect-type monster nearby was of no use, as it wouldn't trigger a bug. Frenzied potion evaporates blood essence to exchange for 1 strength, lasting for 10 minutes. After the effect ends, life value minus 25. The frenzied potion had no restrictions and could be used in conjunction with healing potions, allowing for continuous activation for half an hour without issue. Subsequently, Jiang Chen spent 18,000 bone coins to enlist his old squad leader to procure a piece of equipment for him. Pick gloves, treasure, premium, wearing them grants 1 strength. A pair of half-finger leather gloves, they do not hinder grasping. Glancing at the experience needed for the strength attribute, he was still 700 experience points away from leveling up. He needed to work hard during this period. Until his basic strength reached 10, he would rely on the bone-cutting knife's assistance. At 7 p.m., after enduring fatigue throughout the day, Jiang Chen finally succumbed to deep slumber in his small abode. Outside the camp, 4,000 skeleton soldiers stood guard, ensuring his safety as long as no Lord-level monsters or overwhelming hordes approached. Ding. Friend message. Old squad leader. The excess funds have been returned to you. We agreed that you would purchase the cannon at cost. The game had entered its 9th day. Jiang Chen awoke at 3 a.m. He had slept for 8 hours. Sighing in relief, he had thought he had slept for an eternity. After a simple meal, Jiang Chen took up an oil lamp and returned once more to the bone crypt. The level 3 bone crypt had 2 exclusive facility slots, and he had already identified the second. Deposited 300 skeleton soldier corpses, received 2,000 bone coins, 200 death energy crystal cores, and 100 bronze crystals. Can forge a bone bronze sword. Bone bronze sword, weapon of the skeleton giant, with a blade length of 5 meters. He was still short 40 bronze crystals, but could acquire them from other players. Had he possessed this weapon during the encounter with the giant spider the other night, it would have proven immensely helpful. Not forging it immediately, Jiang Chen sat down to continue activating skeletons. This time he opted for enhanced activation. He remained so occupied from dusk until dawn, and then from dawn until noon. Finally, he managed to restore the number of skeleton knights back to 500. Regrettably, of the original 500 sets of armor distributed, only 200 had been recovered, the remainder having been corroded by acidic fluids. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Oh no. It had been nearly 3 days since he last visited the mine. It couldn't have collapsed, could it? Upon checking the map, it indicated that there were no skeleton soldiers within the mine. Had the head spiders reclaimed it? Jiang Chen considered this possibility, especially since over 10,000 had fled that night. In that case, he decided to prioritize raising the number of skeleton soldiers for the moment. An hour had passed when the skeletal soldiers outside the camp suddenly went on high alert. A large red dot appeared on the map, drawing nearer to the camp. It was the Lord. Only the Lord's red dot could shine so brightly. Jiang Chen rushed to the city wall, and indeed, a towering armored skeleton was surrounded by a throng of skeletal soldiers. Yet, for reasons unknown, the skeletal soldiers did not initiate an attack, nor did the Lord make any other move. Just as he hesitated whether to activate the skeletal giant, a voice echoed in his ear, "I mean no harm." Jiang Chen was taken aback, his gaze locking onto the pair of dark purple flames. There was only one being capable of conversing with him here. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Jiang Chen shouted. But given the distance of over 200 meters, it was uncertain whether the other could hear him. This was Jiang Chen's first formal conversation with another being in days, even if it was a monster. "Come to the church. I shall await you there." "The church? Which church? Is it the one behind me?" Before Jiang Chen could ponder further, an astonishing event unfolded before his eyes. The towering skeleton, encircled by skeletal soldiers, suddenly transformed into a cascade of starlight, soaring past Jiang Chen and entering the Church of Holy Light. By the heavens! The audacity of entering his camp at will left Jiang Chen feeling like a fool. To go or not to go? Jiang Chen gazed at the Church of Holy Light, which had once saved his life, and found himself at a loss. At that moment, the skeletal soldiers dragged forward a body with a gaping wound through its chest. Jiang Chen focused his gaze and was shocked to discover it was the corpse of a woman. Were it not for the 3 pairs of closed eyelids on her face, he might have thought there was another player besides himself. The mother of spiders. It turned out she was the mastermind behind the attack on the camp 2 days prior. But what did this holy knight mean by bringing the corpse here? Jiang Chen decided to meet with them. If they intended to attack him, they could have done so when they passed by earlier. Who would have thought that one day he would lower his guard against a monster? With a scoff, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and stepped through the church's grand entrance. Upon entering, he saw the holy knight had removed its helmet, tucking it under its arm, kneeling before the statue of the 12-winged goddess. The smooth skull emanated a potent aura of holy light. Jiang Chen's lips twitched. This skeleton appeared more righteous than he. Noticing Jiang Chen's entrance, the skull finally lifted its gaze, though the flames in its sockets remained fixed on the statue. If you have questions, ask quickly. My time is limited. Jiang Chen was curious about how it communicated without a mouth or tongue, but he doubted the other would entertain such trivial inquiries. So he refrained from asking. Who are you? Jiang Chen inquired. The skeleton fell silent, tilting its head as if searching for distant memories, before slowly responding. A former holy knight, Leon. Where's this? Seeing that the being was indeed willing to answer questions, Jiang Chen pressed on. The land of bliss. Curiously, the holy knight questioned back, as one chosen by the gods. You dare to descend here without knowing even this? Jiang Chen internally cursed. It wasn't as if he had chosen to come. Chapter 55. Methods to break through the transcendence. The land of bliss. What a bizarre name for such a strange place. The land of monsters would be more fitting. What is your purpose in seeking me? Jiang Chen, being aware of the nature of monsters, remained skeptical of any explanations without solid reasoning. Leon's gaze, filled with purple flames, finally broke its kneeling position, sitting cross-legged on the ground before Jiang Chen. Because you are the one chosen by the goddess. The goddess? I have never seen her. I was cast into this world by the system. Could it be that the so-called goddess of holy light is behind the system? Jiang Chen glanced at the statue of the 12 wings, suddenly feeling as though he were under scrutiny. Just as he was about to inquire about the goddess of holy light, Leon interrupted. Do not pry into any information regarding them. Them? There is more than one behind the system. In an instant, countless conspiracy theories sprang to mind for Jiang Chen. A purpose-driven experimental arena, or perhaps a sandbox game among them. Jiang Chen considered asking Leon about the survival game, but feared that such a question might lead to his annihilation by the system. Thus, he opted to refrain from such inquiries. I have acquired a notebook that records how this place was not always as it seems. Can you tell me what transpired in the past? Leon seemed reluctant to revisit those memories, taking a long while to respond. During our conquest of the land ruled by the cursed sovereign, we were betrayed. The followers of the evil god recreated a land behind our army. To evade the church's reckoning, they summoned the Black Calamity. Cursed sovereign, followers of the evil god. Black Calamity? The concise answers contained a wealth of information. Jiang Chen took a considerable amount of time to untangle his thoughts. The cursed sovereign might refer to a certain evil god. The followers of the evil god, if he were not mistaken, should be the family he had encountered earlier. As for the Black Calamity, it referred to one of the 3 calamities, the Crawling Black. Regrettably, this holy knight was unwilling to divulge any information regarding the cursed sovereign. You may ask 3 more questions. After that, I must take my leave. Only 3 questions left? He had to consider them carefully. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mind was in disarray. He had too many questions needing answers, yet he was unsure where to begin. According to Leon, he was chosen by the goddess of holy light. But when had he established a connection with her? Was it the moment he acquired the Church of Holy Light? But if that were the case, did that mean the bone tomb was also? His thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. Ultimately, Jiang Chen decided to return to the basics and ask some practical questions. Thus, he inquired, I wish to know how to break through to the transcendent. Strength could fundamentally resolve most of his dilemmas. Jiang Chen held his breath, intent on remembering every word the holy knight would utter next. Prepared for the possibility that the other might not provide an answer. To behold the great, to consume the transcendent elixir, and to embrace the aberration. To behold the great is the strongest path to transcendence. Consuming the transcendent elixir is the most stable option. I advise against the last choice. The end of aberration is the loss of self, and once you begin, you cannot stop. Surprisingly, the being not only answered but also provided explanations. Jiang Chen pondered. Did to behold the great refer to encountering the gods? Did that include the evil gods as well? However, this method felt too distant for him, and he dismissed the aberration outright, leaving only the option of the transcendent elixir. Clarifying his thoughts, he posed his second question. I wish to know the recipe for the transcendent elixir. I do not know. You have one last chance. Jiang Chen nearly spat blood. How could such a crucial answer be dismissed so lightly? With only one question remaining, he had to proceed with utmost caution. After much contemplation, just as the holy knight was growing impatient, Jiang Chen used his final opportunity. Is there a safe place in this world? His last question was one of hope. Without hope, player extinction was inevitable. At that moment, time seemed to slow, the waiting was excruciating, and his heart raced with anxiety, fearing a disappointing response. Yes. Within the realm governed by the church, the holy knight replied. A glimmer of light sparked in Jiang Chen's eyes, illuminating his previously clouded heart and dispelling all lingering worries. Hope, indeed, was a precious thing. At that moment, Jiang Chen yearned for the presence of someone beside him to share in this joy. Yet, such a desire felt unrealistic, as he was left to confront the cold, digital interface alone. After addressing all the questions, curiosity piqued within him regarding the paladin's next destination. To his surprise, it appeared that the fellow had no intention of departing. Junior, I am bound for the realm of the goddess, he declared. This is my final gift to you. With those words, the purple flames in his eye sockets extinguished completely, and the skull's head drooped lifelessly. He left behind his armor, weapons, and a lord-level corpse for Jiang Chen. For reasons unknown, a wave of sadness washed over Jiang Chen, despite their acquaintance lasting less than an hour. Perhaps it was for the best that he had departed. After all, he was no stranger to the solitary life. The initial joy he felt began to fade along with Leon's departure. Jiang Chen proceeded to appraise the two items left behind. Appraisal, Judgment Spear. Type, Treasure. Grade, Exceptional. Durability, 19753-21000. Wearing effect, automatically master advanced marksmanship, inflicting an additional 80 damage to all evil beings. Usage requirement, Strength 10. Must possess a heart of justice. Appraisal, Radiant Holy Armor. Type, Treasure. Grade, Exceptional. Durability, 27,485 30,000. Wearing effect, 2 Strength, can break through extraordinary limits. Those with a heart of light can transform into starlight at will, during which they cannot attack, while being immune to all physical damage in starlight form. Speed is increased by 300, and the higher the mental attribute, the longer the starlight form lasts. Usage requirement, Constitution 10. Must possess a heart of light. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. Both pieces of exceptional equipment boasted powerful effects, yet he did not meet a single usage requirement. It felt akin to guarding a mountain of gold while living in poverty. He stowed Leon's corpse in his backpack, where the armor and the corpse automatically separated into different slots. Jiang Chen then retrieved the radiant holy armor once more, donning it piece by piece. Even without its wearing effects, its impressive durability of 30,000 was a boon. Upon finally placing the last piece, the helmet, he noticed an increase in his strength. Strength, 10-6, 1282 2000, Heart of Justice 1. Pike Gloves 1, Radiant Holy Armor 2. To his astonishment, the effect of increased attributes remained, surpassing the 2-point limit provided by the item. Jiang Chen's surprise quickly transformed into elation. He had finally met the conditions to wield the sinful bone cutter. He could envision that his strength attribute would soon become the second to reach 10 points. He pondered whether the enhancement from his survival talent could stack with this newfound strength. He would have to test that at a later time. Chapter 56, Rise Again, My. Gazing at the lord-level corpse left by Leon, an idea struck Jiang Chen. What if he activated it using the bone tomb? Would it yield a skeletal knight possessing the body of a lord? The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, prompting him to hurry to the bone tomb. However, just as he was about to extract the skeleton frame, an engineer nearby halted him, presenting a wooden board inscribed with text. I can transform this skeleton into a stronger unit, he urged, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he beheld the skeleton in Jiang Chen's possession. The prospect of a new unit was enticing, yet Jiang Chen declined. He insisted that any requests be made after the activation was complete. True to his lordly nature, the skull proved far more challenging to detach than an ordinary skeletal head. Even with his current strength attribute at 10, Jiang Chen nearly stumbled during the extraction process. He placed the skull onto the synthesis platform and initiated the activation process. In an instant, black flames flickered and consumed the offering. Meanwhile, after the flames of his spirit dissipated, Leon felt his soul ascending, as if summoned by the heavenly realm. Indeed, he had successfully entered the paradise he had long dreamed of. The goddess's radiance illuminated the entire sky, free from disease and suffering. Time seemed to have no hold over this realm, where everything was bathed in tranquility. Clad in a white priestly robe, and with his soul restored to its original form, Leon could hardly believe it. His once deeply sinful soul had truly found its way to paradise. "O goddess, your compassion knows no bounds," he exclaimed, kneeling before the radiant central sphere of the divine kingdom. Countless beings with pure, angelic wings flitted across the skies, and Leon recognized them as angels tasked with guiding souls and assisting the goddess in maintaining the harmony of paradise. At that moment, 2 angels approached him at the guidance platform. "The goddess wishes to see you, Paladin Leon," they announced, their smiles radiating warmth capable of healing all ailments. Overwhelmed by the honor of an audience with the goddess, Leon followed the angels to the heart of the divine realm. As the sacred metallic sphere unfurled layer by layer, revealing the goddess within, a massive skeletal hand suddenly tore through the void behind him, grasping his soul with the intent to drag him away. No! Leon cried out in anguish. He feared that his sins had yet to be absolved and that a messenger from hell had come to claim him. Yet, as he turned for one last glimpse of the goddess, he was met with a sight forever etched in his memory. Instead of the goddess as he remembered her, the sphere fully opened to reveal a grotesque figure. 6 pairs of bloody, fleshly wings attached to a massive crimson eye, covered in a multitude of smaller eyeballs. Just a single glance from this entity sent Leon's soul spiraling toward dissolution. The arrival of the skeletal hand transformed the once sacred sky into a realm of evil and distortion, as if the previous serene vision had been merely an illusion. The beings who had greeted him were not angels, but rather 2 pulsating, bloodied eyeballs. Jiang Chen retrieved the skull from the synthesis platform, observing the green spirit flames still flickering with traces of black fire within its eye sockets, his expression one of confusion. This shouldn't be. After expending so much energy, how is it still just an ordinary skeletal knight? He scratched his head, then reattached the skull to its original form. However, inexplicably, the skeletal knight remained motionless on the ground, as if it were a corpse. Hey, get up and get to work, he urged, kicking the skeletal frame. Yet there was no response. At that moment, a wooden sign was presented to him. This skeleton is malfunctioning. Hand it over to me, and I guarantee I can fix it. Jiang Chen looked at the earnest engineer, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Your intentions are as transparent as glass. However, he pondered how to deal with this skeleton. Handing it over to the engineer felt like a loss, given it was a lord's body. Yet, he was reluctant to toss it back onto the synthesis platform. With over 6 million in savings, he found the spoils from lord-level monsters hardly worth his time. Unless he could acquire an exceptional item, his notorious bad luck meant he was not willing to gamble. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, the fingers of the skeleton on the ground twitched suddenly. In an instant, it lunged at him, pinning him to the ground before he could even react. He initially assumed the skeleton had gone berserk, but remained calm, bolstered by the protective radiant holy armor he wore and his strength of 10 points. In a matter of moments, the countermeasure was completed, and I reached out to remove the skull once more. I have arrived in the realm of the divine. Why have you summoned me back? The voice of Leon. Jiang Chen was taken aback, abruptly halting his actions. You are Leon? He inquired, astonished. Is that even a question? This is my body. If it's not me returning, who else could it be? Release your grip, you wretched brat. Indeed, it was him. My apologies, Sir Leon. I truly did not realize it was you. Jiang Chen loosened his hold on the skeleton knight and took a few cautious steps back. Didn't you ascend to paradise? Why are you back? Jiang Chen feigned ignorance, his gaze betraying his unease. Is it because there are matters in the mortal realm that you cannot let go of? Worry not. I shall assist you in resolving them. Leon responded with a tone dripping with sarcasm. Return my armor and weapons to me. Upon hearing Leon's demand, Jiang Chen's smile vanished. No way. I can return your weapons. But the armor is out of the question. The resplendent holy armor was one of the crucial items for him to gain experience in the forthcoming challenges. How could he possibly part with it? Moreover, through the recent skirmish, Jiang Chen had discerned Leon's capabilities. Even though his physique was at the lord level, his strength remained in single digits. Clad in the radiant holy armor, Jiang Chen could easily subdue him. Furthermore, Jiang Chen need not even engage physically. He could control all of Leon's actions through their connection. The only reason he had refrained from directly controlling Leon earlier was out of kindness. Leon seemed to grasp this as well, thus refraining from any rash actions. Name Leon. Type, undead. Path of the extraordinary, paladin. Strength, 8. Constitution, 25. Agility, 9. Perception, 16. Spirit, 21. Suddenly, a panel displaying attributes materialized before both the man and the skeleton. Leon was astonished that his prowess could be quantified in such numerical form. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen gazed at the astonishing statistics, swallowing hard. Given these figures, it was likely that he had only managed to subdue Leon because the latter had held back. Did you perceive anything else? Jiang Chen cautiously probed. If Leon could see the chat interface and was aware of the existence of other players, Jiang Chen would have to seriously contemplate how to handle him. After all, Leon was a local native, and his stance towards players was still uncertain. Jiang Chen could not recklessly gamble with the lives of all players. No. Chapter 57, Leon vs. Jiang Chen. Within the bone mound, Jiang Chen was still engaged in the activation of the skeletal soldiers. His gaze occasionally flickered towards the towering skeleton seated atop the city wall, deep in contemplation. Beneath him lay another skeleton, the engineer, who had initially intended to ambush Leon and capture him for experimentation, only to be subdued instead. Now, he was paying the price for his actions. Jiang Chen chose not to interfere in their professional relationship, recognizing that approaching them at this moment would not be prudent. He felt a sense of remorse for having summoned Leon back from his dream of paradise, as he had not anticipated that the bone mound possessed such capabilities. Therefore, As long as Leon did not endanger his core interests, Jiang Chen would refrain from exerting control over him. However, he was uncertain how long it would take for Leon to emerge from this predicament. While Jiang Chen pondered ways to make amends, Leon was consumed by a different line of thought. The goddess's paradise had been usurped by an evil deity. After much contemplation, Leon concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. As a paladin of the church, Leon had once witnessed the goddess descend in a phantom form to battle the evil deity during a confrontation. Although it was merely a fleeting glimpse, the sacred aura he had experienced was entirely different from what he had encountered in paradise. Having completed the divine visitation ceremony during that battle and successfully entered the legendary tier, he could not have been mistaken. What has transpired in the outside world during the years I've been trapped? Leon felt a profound sense of frustration. As a knight of the church, graced by the goddess's favor, he had failed in his duty to protect her. For hundreds of years since his awakening, he had repeatedly attempted to escape this prison, only to find himself emerging from another boundary of the cage each time, which had brought him to the brink of despair. Gradually, Leon came to believe that this was the goddess's punishment for his tactical failure, which had allowed the evil deity's followers to sever the church's army's retreat, leading to their annihilation. Thus, for the next 2 centuries, Leon ceased his attempts to escape and instead gathered skeletons, commanding them to eradicate the malevolent creatures of this world as a form of penance. Recently, Leon had discovered that living beings had once again entered this realm, wielding the radiant longsword, a symbol of the highest honor among knights. In that moment, he had been elated, thinking that the goddess had finally sent someone to rescue him. However, countless disappointments had taught him to maintain his composure. It was only when Leon encountered Jiang Chen again and beheld the holy light cathedral, resonating with the essence of the goddess, that he became convinced. Even if Jiang Chen was not there to rescue him, he must surely be a chosen one of the goddess. After enduring for centuries, this weary soul chose to entrust his burdens to Jiang Chen. However, even though his divine flame had seemingly extinguished, he never expected to have another chance to enter paradise. Yet, upon entering, he was confronted with an even more unbearable truth. No, I must escape, Leon vowed resolutely. He had to return to the church and discover what had transpired over the last few centuries. More importantly, he had to find the goddess. Leon turned to look at Jiang Chen within the bone mound. He was a chosen one of the goddess. Following him would surely lead to a way out. But he was too weak. He needed to accelerate his growth. At that moment, a sudden realization dawned upon Leon. Was it my responsibility to safeguard his growth? Is this your design, goddess? Confirming his thoughts, Leon leapt from the city wall, and the engineer beneath him was finally liberated. He quickly distanced himself from this perilous individual, yet his furtive gaze remained fixed upon Leon's skeletal form, unwilling to forget. Rise, and I shall teach you formidable skills. While Jiang Chen was preoccupied with managing the backlog in his personal shop, he was abruptly summoned. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he found himself outside the bone mound. Hey, don't lose your mind. Jiang Chen worried that this fellow harbored resentment and might take the opportunity to exact revenge. Yet Leon paid him no mind, casting him aside before raising the judgment spear and standing opposite him. Was he challenging me to a duel? But my left hand has not yet recovered. Jiang Chen's left arm had grown to his wrist, but full recovery would take at least another day. The enemy will not grant you time to recover, Leon stated bluntly. Then, he charged forward, thrusting his spear with unrestrained force. Jiang Chen, clad in the resplendent holy armor, had no fear of being fatally wounded. Can we not reason this out? This fellow had completely lost his sense of logic. Drawing forth the radiant longsword to block, he felt a jolt reverberate through his hands. Although Leon's strength was 2 points lower, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. No, the opponent had employed superior technique to compensate for his lack of strength. Realizing this, he activated spider vision. Perception 2. The world transformed into shades of black and white, and countless strands appeared before his eyes. Jiang Chen discerned Leon's vulnerabilities. Just as he intended to launch an assault on those weaknesses, Leon swiftly swept his spear, forcing Jiang Chen back. In the blink of an eye, the spear tip darted forth like a venomous serpent, striking Jiang Chen's face with lethal precision 7 times. Despite possessing the ability of spider sense, Jiang Chen could only barely defend himself, having no time to retaliate. After narrowly avoiding the barrage of strikes, the spear descended from above. Jiang Chen felt a weight on his left shoulder, his center of gravity compromised, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Yet, Leon's onslaught was far from over. The spearhead swept horizontally, aimed directly at his exposed neck. In that moment, Jiang Chen truly sensed the murderous intent directed at him. In an instant, a transparent tentacle coalesced behind his waist, grasping the colossal skeleton behind him and pulling him out of the attack's trajectory. Simultaneously, a revolver dropped unexpectedly, the tentacle recoiling instantly to retrieve it and point it towards Leon. However, at the critical moment before pulling the trigger, Jiang Chen hesitated. It wasn't due to reluctance to act, but rather because the indicators of weakness provided by his spider sense were continuously shifting, surpassing Jiang Chen's current reaction speed. His opponent, however, would not wait. Leon brandished his spear once more and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. No longer hesitating, Jiang Chen fired off 3 shots in quick succession, not expecting them to hit, but rather aiming to disrupt Leon's rhythm of attack. Trapped in the cadence of his opponent, Jiang Chen had only been able to endure the blows. Indeed, all 3 shots missed their mark, yet they momentarily halted Leon's advance, allowing Jiang Chen to seize the opportunity. Holy light slash. A golden wave of sword energy surged forth, exuding a force capable of obliteration. Just as Jiang Chen anticipated that Leon would evade its edge, the paladin defied expectation. With remarkable composure, he thrust his spear toward a vulnerable point in the oncoming sword light. Crack, crack, crack. The sword energy shattered into countless fragments. Gliding past Leon, Jiang Chen's pupils dilated in disbelief at the seemingly impossible scene before him. The holy light slash was his most formidable attack. Having once felled a pseudo-lord and even breached the defenses of lord-level monsters, he had considered the possibility of someone withstanding his assault. Yet he had never imagined being so effortlessly neutralized from the front. The spear tip rested against his neck. Jiang Chen had lost. Chapter 58, The Plan for Expedition. In this battle, Jiang Chen had nearly revealed all his trump cards. Yet in the end, he hadn't even grazed his opponent's attire. Moreover, in terms of the 3 attributes pertinent to practical combat, the disparity between the 2 was not significant. Leon's overwhelming advantage lay entirely in his combat technique. Thus, even in defeat, Jiang Chen felt a grudging admiration. After witnessing the clash between a man and a skeleton, the engineer silently returned a common skeleton to the bone mound. He resolved never to challenge Leon again. Goodness, this fellow could dismantle him alive. You rely too heavily on external factors in battle. True strength comes from within. Leon retracted his spear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but scoff internally. Have you considered that I've only been in this world for 9 days? From being utterly powerless to this state has been my utmost effort. Yet when the words reached his lips, they transformed into, "You make a valid point. But external factors are currently the fastest way for me to enhance my strength. I cannot afford to abandon them." It was clear that Leon was quite dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's response, as he kicked the tail of his spear and assumed a fighting stance once more. From today onwards, you must spar with me for 2 hours each day. Jiang Chen's lips twitched. More. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen felt as though his bones were about to dislocate, his entire body aching. Despite wearing armor, Leon always managed to find the most cunning angles to strike, making him suffer greatly. However, thanks to Leon, even without spider sense, Jiang Chen had instinctively learned to evade many attacks, an experience forged in the crucible of combat. The thought of enduring such 2-hour sessions daily made Jiang Chen feel as though he could eliminate his usual weightlifting regimen. Checking his attribute panel, he noted an increase of nearly 400 in all attributes, astonishingly matching the results of an entire day of training. Well, it wasn't entirely a bad thing. Upon returning to the bone mound, Jiang Chen's ambition to create skeleton soldiers could not wane, yet he also made time to monitor the regional channel. At that moment, a discussion was underway regarding methods to rapidly increase attribute points, with participants expressing disdain for the excessive chatter in the regional channel, thus migrating to Jiang Chen's personal store. Thanks to Jiang Chen's diligent management, his personal store's message board had transformed into the multifaceted information-sharing platform he had envisioned. Moreover, he had thoughtfully divided the message board into 3 segments, an information-sharing section, a bounty posting section, and a business collaboration section. The ever-escalating costs of posting messages resulted in very few players resorting to spam, and even if they did, Jiang Chen promptly blacklisted them, ensuring a permanently muted status. Consequently, the community atmosphere here was exceedingly amicable. Of course, Jiang Chen did not operate this venture without benefit. On average, he earned around 100,000 daily, a considerable profit. Brothers, what do you see here? A Chilan arm. Impressive, isn't it? The image displayed was of a giant's right arm, akin to the Hulk. Alongside it was a screenshot of his strength attribute, which had been distinctly highlighted at an astonishing 12 points. Curiosity peaked among players, with inquiries flooding in about how he achieved such a feat, as no one had yet discovered a method to exceed an attribute of 10. The screenshot swiftly garnered widespread attention. It's quite simple. Keep your sanity below 10 for a period, and you'll achieve it. During that time, you'll experience hallucinations and see peculiar scenes, with individuals attempting to converse with you. However, drinking a sanity-restoring potion will remedy the effects. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Distortion? Indeed. Some players had stumbled upon this. The negative state induced by a sanity level below 50 was already excruciating enough for players, let alone dipping below 10 and maintaining it for an extended period. Thus, few players would dare to attempt it unless faced with exceptional circumstances. However, with the emergence of sanity-restoring potions, some players began engaging in reckless behavior, fervently testing the limits of their sanity. Yet, it was only today that the first successful individual had surfaced, and Jiang Chen was skeptical. In terms of species diversity, many more likely lurked in the shadows. Nevertheless, the avenue of distortion was inadvisable, prompting Jiang Chen to caution those eager to experiment. Attention, all players. Do not allow your sanity to drop below 10 points. And certainly do not attempt to induce bodily distortion. Once distortion begins, it cannot be halted, ultimately leading to a loss of self and resulting in mental death. The first-hand warning from a player of high stature carried significant weight, persuading most players to heed the advice. Should any player continue to engage in reckless behavior, Jiang Chen would not intervene. Let them do as they wished, as he was not their parent. Soon after, another player inquired if there were safer methods available. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen replied, "The proper way to transcend the extraordinary is through the consumption of extraordinary potions." He refrained from disclosing the source of this information or revealing the final method to commune with the divine. Fearing that players might recklessly pursue malevolent deities, such entities were not easily sought, and failure could lead to the demise of all players involved. The influx of private messages inquired whether he possessed any extraordinary potions. Of course, Jiang Chen did not, as his intention in sharing this information was to mobilize all players in search of the formula for extraordinary potions. If left to his own devices, one could only imagine how long it would take. Yet, should he voice such sentiments, no one would likely believe him, given the undeniable evidence of his accomplishments. Thus, he chose to remain indifferent to the myriad private messages. As night descended, Jiang Chen lingered in the bone crypt. Thus far, the number of his skeletal soldiers had surged to over 6,000, comprising 700 skeletal knights, 200 explosive skeletons, with the remainder being ordinary skeletons. Remarkably, while his initial stock of 30,000 skeletons had not diminished, it had instead increased by an additional 20,000, a testament to his recent acquisitions. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of further recruitment for the foreseeable future. Recently, the skeletal army led by Leon had spiraled out of his control, now roaming outside Jiang Chen's encampment. Just today, the skeletons guarding the perimeter had decimated hundreds of wild skeletons that dared to encroach upon their territory. Thus, Jiang Chen planned to eventually pacify these wild skeletons. At that moment, Leon entered the chamber. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Jiang Chen, stating, "You must embark on a campaign." Jiang Chen was taken aback. A campaign? Why must he venture forth? Leon elucidated, on nights of the full moon, the monsters become exceedingly agitated, leading to chaos and rampant slaughter among them. Thus, it is imperative for you to strategically venture forth and establish a safe zone. This intelligence was known to all players, yet none had witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, if even Leon, a former lord, deemed it perilous, then it was indeed a cause for concern. Jiang Chen sensed that this upcoming full moon night would differ markedly from those Leon had previously encountered. For on that night, all monsters would obtain his coordinates, and rather than engaging in mutual slaughter, they might instead gather and eliminate one another in a frenzy. Chapter 59, I am Jiang Chen. Establishing a safe zone, Jiang Chen mused, indeed seemed a prudent strategy. He recalled the army of spiders that had inexplicably found his coordinates, having traversed several nights to reach him. However, given that the full moon night lasted but a single evening, if Jiang Chen could preemptively eliminate the monsters converging on his camp within that time frame, would the full moon night not then be rendered safe? Yet, did he possess such strength? Casting a glance at Leon, he realized that the latter was no longer a lord, but merely an ordinary skeletal knight bearing the remnants of his former stature. Relying solely on his own power was out of the question. Ultimately, it would hinge upon the skeletal army. Leon, how long have you inhabited this paradise? Jiang Chen inquired. Since I regained consciousness, approximately 300 years, though the exact duration eludes me, Leon replied, his tone devoid of any trace of grievance. 300 years. Such a lengthy span. Jiang Chen felt a measure of admiration for the knight's patience, having persevered for 3 centuries without a single companion to converse with. He knew he could never endure such solitude. Having resided here for so long, you must possess intimate knowledge of where resources lie, Jiang Chen expressed eagerly. What specific types of resources are you seeking? Leon queried. A glimmer of hope ignited in Jiang Chen's eyes as he swiftly replied, metallic veins, as well as rare ores such as obsidian, holy light stones, and death energy crystals. Sensing the significance of these resources to Jiang Chen, Leon delved into his memories and ultimately responded, I am aware of a large, open iron mine. There are also a few medium-sized metallic veins that I know of. However, the rare ores you seek are typically guarded by accompanying monsters, and some locations are so perilous that even I dare not approach. While the resources in this paradise surely extended beyond what Leon had mentioned, the skeletal army under his command lacked the metallurgy expertise to refine metals, primarily utilizing discarded weapons. His ability to identify those veins stemmed from their prior existence as human mining sites, evident by the marks of human endeavor. Nonetheless, for Jiang Chen's current needs, this information was more than sufficient. An open, large iron mine? Upon hearing those words, visions of ceaseless energy cannons, obsidian, and a plethora of weapons and armor danced in Jiang Chen's mind. If he could successfully extract these resources, the overall strength of his skeletal soldiers would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At that moment, Leon procured a wooden board and began sketching. Jiang Chen instantly recognized that he was drawing a map of Zone 501. The two maps overlapped significantly, with Leon even illustrating areas that were blank on the system map. It was as though he had found a living map. At that moment, Leon's value in Jiang Chen's eyes grew exponentially. Leon marked several locations on the map, stating, "This is where the iron mine is located, over 100 kilometers from us. These areas are perilous and should be avoided." Finally, he even meticulously charted a route for Jiang Chen's campaign. Like a seasoned veteran guiding a novice through a game, Jiang Chen needed only to follow his lead. Additionally, "Your camp's location should be changed. This is not the optimal choice." "How so?" "Here, I merely need to guard the front," Jiang Chen retorted. "What if flying monsters emerge from the rear?" Leon interjected, well aware of the various creatures inhabiting this paradise, far beyond Jiang Chen's understanding. Flying monsters? Jiang Chen had indeed never encountered them, and thus had unconsciously neglected to factor them into his defensive strategies. Should they strike unexpectedly during a critical moment of defense, the consequences could be dire. He felt a sudden pang of anxiety at the thought, grateful for Leon's timely warning. "Do you have a better location in mind?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Indeed. Since you mention it, I must have a preferred site in mind. However, venturing there would necessitate temporarily abandoning the church." Although Leon was reluctant to relinquish it, the priority of safeguarding Jiang Chen outweighed all else. All for the sake of the goddess. To Jiang Chen, Leon's concerns appeared to be the least troublesome. "Perhaps you are unaware, but the structures within the camp are bound to me. I can transport them at will." Jiang Chen intended to reclaim the buildings of other players eventually, so it was only a matter of time before Leon uncovered this secret. Thus, he decided to disclose it now. Truly, a divine arrangement indeed. Even considering such details, Leon mused inwardly. He then lightly acknowledged Jiang Chen's revelation. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was taken aback. "Wait, you are accepting this so readily? I had prepared an explanation, eagerly awaiting your inquiries. However, I do not intend to embark on the campaign just yet. As you can see, I require a significant number of skeletal corpses to create more skeletal soldiers. So I plan to remain here a while longer." "I understand," Leon replied, though his gaze remained fixated on the synthesis platform within the bone crypt. This very object had drawn him back from the brink of pseudo-divinity. Only the power of other deities could achieve such a feat. Had the Lord of the Underworld invested in him as well? Unbeknownst to Leon was the existence of the all-encompassing survival game, leaving him to speculate. Jiang Chen reviewed the expedition route Leon had provided, making slight adjustments in conjunction with the system map. Recently, the skeletal army had discovered several player structures that he needed to reclaim. "Leon, there is one more task I would like to entrust to you," Jiang Chen stated. "What is it?" "Speak," Leon replied, displaying no inclination to refuse. Although he was currently under Jiang Chen's control, he felt an inexplicable sense of concern that transcended mere duty. It seems more akin to achieving other objectives through oneself. "Are there any undead steeds nearby? I find myself in urgent need of one." With the undead horse, both mobility and the prowess of the skeletal knights can be significantly enhanced, serving as another effective means to bolster overall strength. "Leon, I possessed a skeletal army before, yet I currently lack the means to command them. They must be recaptured." Jiang Chen, "Would it suffice if I sent 2,000 skeleton soldiers to assist you?" "That would be ample. Only the corpses need to be intact, correct?" "Indeed." Leon turned to step into the shadows, indicating his intent to commence work through the night. Jiang Chen could not help but commend him as a diligent employee. "Leon," Jiang Chen called out, halting him. Leon turned back, curiosity in his gaze. "Why do you wish to assist me?" Jiang Chen inquired. Without resolving this question, he could not fully earn Leon's trust. Leon pondered for a moment. Deeming the matter concerning the dark god too perilous, the more he understood, the more dangerous it was for Jiang Chen. Thus, he apologized. "I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information at present, but I swear by the goddess that all my actions will pose no harm to you." Swearing by the goddess is the highest vow a paladin can make. To break it would be akin to betraying one's own heart, rendering one unable to wield the light ever again. Jiang Chen let out a slight sigh of relief, although he still did not comprehend Leon's motives. He could at least lower his guard a tad. With a smile, he stepped forward and extended his right hand. "Let us become reacquainted. My name is Jiang Chen." The ethereal flames within Leon's eye sockets flickered slightly as he regarded Jiang Chen's outstretched hand, puzzled by its significance. Ultimately, however, he extended his white bony claw in response. "Leon, Chapter 60, the expedition begins. Do you require assistance in dealing with the vampire specter upon your wrist?" Leon suddenly interjected. It turned out that during their handshake, the bloodbat bracer adorning Jiang Chen's right wrist had been revealed. These vampires frequently ensnare others into becoming their blood slaves through deceit. During my tenure at the church, I dealt with several such incidents. Trust me, I possess ample experience in handling them. Jiang Chen felt a tremor at his wrist, not from his own movement, but from the large eye on the bracer quivering in fear. After all, Leon was not jesting. Perhaps it is best to leave it be. During my time with it, it has proven rather obedient. Had it not been for the life-absorbing capabilities granted by the bloodbat bracer on that night, surrounded by the spider horde, Jiang Chen would not have been able to endure on the wall for so long. Should the soul within vanish, there is no guarantee that its abilities would remain intact. Hearing Jiang Chen defend it, the large eye immediately cast a grateful glance. Very well, should it ever disobey, do not hesitate to inform me. Leon released the holy light-concentrated claw from his palm and stepped directly into the shadows. It seems that darkness does not seem to affect the monsters. They move freely within it, unlike humans. In the initial days of the game, there were numerous reports of players entering the darkness and subsequently vanishing. I wonder where they ultimately ended up. After Leon departed, the large eye fell silent, and regarding the blood it owed, Jiang Chen did not mention it, nor did it dare to request it. It was only later that Jiang Chen discovered the large eye merely required the blood generated from his condensed red blade. The rest of the time, it was merely being unreasonable. In the following 2 days, apart from eating, sleeping, and enduring beatings, Jiang Chen hardly ventured beyond the gates of the Bone Tomb. Currently, the total number of skeleton soldiers had risen to a staggering 13,000. Should he encounter the spider horde now, he would certainly not find himself in the previous dire straits. It would be an encounter from which they would not return. His left hand had fully healed, appearing slightly wider, yet functioning as effectively as his right. In the distance, the whinny of horses reached his ears. Leon had returned. During the past 2 days, apart from their training sessions, Leon had spent all his time in the wild, setting traps and capturing undead steeds. For this endeavor, he had requested a substantial supply of death energy crystals from Jiang Chen. Now, the fruits of his labor were beginning to show, having captured 500 steeds. Boom. Dark dust rose as Leon cast down 3 unique skeletons. Jiang Chen squinted to discern the details. My goodness, 2 undead knights and a skeletal mage, each a pseudo-lord. Leon is truly formidable. These 3 were my former subordinates. Under your command, they may serve different purposes. There was not a shred of compassion for his past minions in his words. Nonsense. He was a paladin. How could he possibly show mercy towards his undead subordinates? The only reason he had associated with them was to utilize them as cannon fodder. Likewise, Jiang Chen regarded his skeleton soldiers as mere fodder. Thus, he graciously accepted them. Bone Tomb Level 4 Material Collection Progress. 3:15. Are you prepared? Leon inquired. Jiang Chen, after one more round of skeleton soldiers tonight, that should suffice. Very well. Tonight I shall guide you in adapting to the rhythm of the expedition. You may rest for now. Indeed, over the past 2 days, Jiang Chen and Leon had synchronized their efforts. Jiang Chen was responsible for producing skeleton soldiers, while Leon commanded them into battle against other skeletons. Jiang Chen soon realized that Leon appeared to possess his own unique methods, allowing him to command every skeleton far more efficiently than the Bone Tomb. Often, Jiang Chen had to assign tasks to each skeleton individually to get them operational. Leon, however, directed them on the fly, and they complied without hesitation. In terms of combat command, he was leagues ahead of Jiang Chen. Remarkably, despite utilizing 7,000 skeletons over the past 2 days, the number in Jiang Chen's bag had inexplicably increased to a staggering 70,000. If he were to stake out another wave tonight, the skeletons Leon brought back would likely return to his command in a novel fashion. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had not slain a single monster. Yet his leaderboard points surged by over 20,000. The players monitoring the rankings were nearly at their wits' end. Others were gaining dozens to hundreds of points daily. Yet how was it that his points surged by 10,000 in a single day? This made us seem utterly inept. Jiang Chen paid little heed to their sentiments. He was in a different zone altogether. Upon returning to his humble abode, Jiang Chen reclined on his bed, closing his eyes to restore his energy. Tonight might bring a fierce battle, one they had provoked, hence Leon advised him to rest well. 3 hours later, Jiang Chen awoke, the sky still dim, signaling it was time to prepare the camp. Rising, he first dismantled the 3 ordinary buildings, then reclaimed the stone piles meant for fortifying the walls. Next, he approached the light cathedral, collecting the holy water from the pool of life before dismantling the cathedral itself. Leon observed quietly, pondering his thoughts. Finally, he approached the Bone Tomb, yet instead of dismantling it, Jiang Chen activated the skeletal giant, which rose to its feet. Subsequently, 2 massive bony hands seized its enormous head. Crack! The giant skeleton, deprived of support, collapsed to the ground, taking the cockpit with it. At that moment, a troop of skeletal knights arrived, hauling a colossal war chariot. Referred to as a war chariot, it is, in essence, merely the decapitated skeleton of a giant, stripped of its limbs, with its ribcage serving as the chassis and its spine as the keel, augmented by a few wheels at the base. A cadre of skeletal warriors hoists a colossal skull, elevating it onto the chariot. 12 spectral steeds, linked before the chariot, are sufficiently robust to propel it forward. Thus, the march ensures that the creation of additional skeletons can continue unabated. Jiang Chen emerges, retrieving the second skeletal giant's form. Gazing upon the vast legion of skeletons, his heart swells with fervor, and with a grand gesture, he commands, the inaugural expedition of the skeletal army commences. With a resounding neigh, the hooves rise, and Leon rides at the forefront, forging the path ahead. Trailing closely is the gigantic war chariot, drawn by the 12 spectral horses, flanked by hundreds of cavalrymen. Behind them stretches a seemingly endless line of skeletal warriors. Chapter 61, Confronting the Bone Tide. Merely an hour has passed, and Jiang Chen finds himself detached from the initial exuberance of leading an army of thousands. Observing the marching pace of the skeletons, he has long lost count of how many times he has pressed his forehead in exasperation. An hour has elapsed, and they have advanced a mere 3 kilometers. The skeletons at the rear have only just begun to mobilize. This is despite the fact that they are traveling light, unencumbered by heavy loads. Were it simply a matter of sluggish progress, Jiang Chen would not be overly concerned. After all, he envisioned skeletons as tireless entities, needing no sustenance, capable of marching around the clock. Yet soon, Leon informs him that 6 hours must be allocated each day for rest and reorganization, allowing the skeletons to absorb the ambient death energy. Otherwise, their ethereal flames would swiftly diminish, extinguishing all vigor. Can skeletal warriors truly tire? Jiang Chen's heart was besieged by disbelief upon receiving this revelation. Leon adds, if you are willing to use death energy crystals to replenish their reserves, then it may not be an issue. Jiang Chen, however, does not possess an abundance of crystals to expend, since they are merely cannon fodder. He resolves to utilize them as they are. Skeletons require no logistical support. A slower pace is acceptable. Traversing 50 kilometers a day would be considered a forced march in ancient times. After a slow advance of several kilometers, Jiang Chen's first destination is a mine that had remained unattended for several days. As expected, it has been overrun by head spiders, but this time there are no false lords, and they are swiftly dispatched. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen retrieves the sinistral bone knife to test its efficacy. Each head spider he slays yields approximately 1 to 2 points of strength experience. This outcome greatly pleases him, and after dispatching over 30, he finds himself just 300 experience points shy of his next level up. Once all the head spiders are dealt with, Jiang Chen recovers the mind ore, which, when processed at the synthesis station, should yield over 3,000 iron ingots. He also collects 40 deceased laborers. Following the prearranged route, the army sets forth once more. Time midnight. The 12th day of the game begins. Few players would consider venturing out to hunt monsters during this time, as nocturnal beasts are more numerous and perilous. Yet Jiang Chen is different. His survival instinct grants him greater advantages in the night. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he plans to march by day and hunt by night. Leon selects a strategically advantageous position for the army to halt. Subsequently, Jiang Chen retrieves a multitude of death energy crystals from his backpack and arranges them in a circle atop the chariot, intending to attract nearby undead with the emanating death energy. This maneuver is perilous, as it carries the risk of drawing powerful Lord-level undead. Jiang Chen poses a question to Leon. Why, when you had already departed the abyss, were no other undead drawn towards the death energy crystals? Leon glances at the numerous crystals nearby. He had long suspected that Jiang Chen was the one who pilfered from his homeland. Yet he patiently responds. Death energy is slightly denser than the surrounding air and tends to flow downward, thus it does not disperse in the abyss, naturally failing to attract other undead creatures. Ah, I see now. Thank you for the enlightenment. Jiang Chen replies. Then, according to this logic, in this realm of paradise, wouldn't the lower-lying areas be teeming with undead? Leon concedes. One could indeed make such an assertion. Engaged in a casual exchange, they await the gathering of monsters. The few that have surfaced can be managed by the outer skeletons, so there is no rush. After an additional 2 hours, the skeletal soldiers have amassed, breaching the first line of defense, and Jiang Chen observes other undead creatures mingling among them. It's time to commence, Jiang Chen declares. Leon assures him. I shall safeguard you. Unleash your strikes without hesitation. With an oil lamp in hand, Jiang Chen tosses a drop of blood into the vast oil drum. Boom. A roaring inferno erupts, casting light that pushes back the darkness, delineating a stark boundary on the battlefield. Thus, the fight can unfold freely under the cover of night. Brandishing the formidable sinistral bone knife, Jiang Chen leaps from the chariot. However, as he joins the fray, the undead that were originally drawn to the death energy crystals abruptly shift their focus. This prompts Leon, who stands guard beside him, to glance over repeatedly. Jiang Chen feels somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny. What can he do? Possessing 2 unique structures, all monsters harbor 100 hostility, with a 50 chance of attracting undead creatures. In a battlefield filled with the undead, he is undoubtedly the most conspicuous figure. Did approximately 10,000 skeletons arrive? They should suffice. The wild skeletons pale in comparison to Jiang Chen's subordinates. Although not every one of them is clad in armor, at the very least, each wields a pristine melee weapon. Facing the battered and even unarmed skeletons, it is akin to a regular army encountering refugees, an effortless slaughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen plunges into the chaotic tide of bones. Wielding his knife with grand, sweeping motions, much to Leon's dismay, he silently hopes that, once Jiang Chen emerges from this encounter, he will not claim to have learned from him. Leon is not the sole protector of Jiang Chen's safety. Hundreds of fully equipped skeletal knights, under Leon's command, carve out a small section of the battlefield. They allow only a few dozen skeletons to advance at a time, maintaining the encircled number at 500, ensuring Jiang Chen's safety while simultaneously applying pressure. Once Jiang Chen's strength increases, he will be able to shed the resplendent holy armor. This is Leon's thought process. For he observes that Jiang Chen, equipped with this exceptional armor, is rampaging through the ranks of skeletons, disregarding all the techniques he had imparted. Should this habit take root, it would be detrimental. He must introduce some pressure on Jiang Chen, or else how can he expect rapid growth? On the other side, Jiang Chen, despite having obliterated over 100 skeletons, finds his experience points still shy of 100, inciting his frustration. Why does the sinistral bone knife seem to hold a bias against monsters devoid of flesh? Is it discrimination? After half an hour, panting heavily, Jiang Chen consumes a potion to restore his stamina. Strength, 1161, 1 for 1000, Heart of Justice 1, Pick Gloves 1, Resplendent Holy Armor 2. His strength attribute finally surpasses the threshold, enhanced by several pieces of equipment, reaching 11 points. Is this the strength that transcends the extraordinary? Jiang Chen gazes at his right hand, now steady in its grip on the sinistral bone knife. Although the difference is slight, the elevation in strength is palpably distinct. At that moment, he perceives an imminent threat approaching from behind, and he swiftly pivots, raising the sinistral bone knife to serve as a shield. Bang! Jiang Chen was unscathed. Merely sliding back half a step, the earth beneath him plowed into deep furrows by his feet, the blade leaving a trail of crimson palm prints. Raising his great sword, he discerned the creature that had assailed him. Identification, Morning Scab, Lord Level, Pseudo. Type, Undead, Aberration. Strength, 10. Agility, 13. Perception, 14. Danger Assessment, an ambush expert among the living dead. Its purpose is not melee combat, but to sow curses. Before him stood a desiccated corpse tightly bound in burial cloth, from which black ichor oozed incessantly, particularly from its face, where it flowed most profusely. Congealing into a semi-solid scab, the nauseating stench assaulted his senses. It was a living dead, capable of probing into the vulnerabilities of others, necessitating cautious engagement. Leon explained from the sidelines. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he had no intention of intervening. Chapter 62, Heart's Probe. The living dead lacked formidable melee capabilities. Yet they could create blood thralls and employed secret arts that severely disrupted the will of the living, making them exceedingly troublesome. While Leon imparted cautionary advice to Jiang Chen, he also took a moment to assess the situation of the skeletal soldiers. He soon observed that Jiang Chen's skeletons had encircled the bone tide and would soon consume them entirely. Redirecting his attention, he commanded the skeletal knights to eliminate the skeletons in the battlefield, thus crafting a spacious arena for Jiang Chen's confrontation. Upon realizing he faced a lord, Jiang Chen promptly switched weapons to a more combat-efficient radiant longsword. Clad in resplendent holy armor, he charged forward without hesitation. However, the living dead displayed no inclination to evade. Jiang Chen, maintaining his vigilance, felt a sense of foreboding just as his longsword was about to strike. Suddenly, a blood spear shot forth with alarming speed from beneath the wrappings, aimed directly at Jiang Chen's eye. Instinctively, Jiang Chen tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the ambush. To his astonishment, a strange silhouette emerged from the surface of the living dead, formed entirely of black blood. The previous blood spear had originated from its two arms. A blood thrall? It seemed so, as it emitted a foul odor reminiscent of its kin. The arms and legs of the blood thrall resembled sharp spears, giving the impression that it walked upon stilts. Yet, Jiang Chen remained cautious, ready to counter any ambush from below. He resolved to eliminate it before turning his attention to the living dead behind. Clang! Clang! The blood thrall launched a rapid barrage of attacks, its hands mimicking swords. Swift to the point where Jiang Chen struggled to respond, the strikes against his radiant longsword resonating like clashing metal. However, Jiang Chen soon discerned the thrall's flaw. While its speed was impressive, its strength hovered around a mere 8 points, indicative of an assassin archetype. With this realization, he abandoned defense in favor of offense, confident that his shield could withstand its onslaught. Yet, Jiang Chen underestimated his opponent. During one collision, the blood spear unexpectedly elongated, the tip piercing directly towards the gaps in his armor. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's body had been trained by Leon to react instinctively, or he would have been struck down. The foul ichor was treacherous. Should it enter his body, it could very well infect him with some insidious toxin. Having failed to land a hit, the blood thrall sought to retreat. However, an assassin cannot afford to distance themselves from a warrior, or else Jiang Chen would write his name backward. With a swift diagonal slash, Jiang Chen cleaved the thrall in twain, its form collapsing into a puddle of black blood. Without pausing, he pressed onward toward the living dead. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged forth. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated spider vision. The world transformed into stark monochrome, and he gained a godlike perspective. Jiang Chen finally grasped the source of his unease. Behind him, the blood thrall he had just vanquished had reformed half its body, its twin spears now aimed at his back. Uft, uft. The shots missed as Jiang Chen, relying on his spider vision, narrowly evaded the two ambushes. Leon, having just raised his spear, lowered it again. This was troublesome. The creature was immune to physical harm. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. The thrall had reverted to black blood solely to create an opportunity for a surprise attack. At that moment, another blood shadow detached itself from the living dead. Another blood thrall. Jiang Chen found himself encircled by two agile blood thralls. At this juncture, not only could he not pursue the living dead, but extricating himself from the clutches of the two swift blood thralls was proving to be a daunting task. Without affording Jiang Chen a moment to react, both blood thralls launched simultaneous attacks. Perhaps having discovered the secret of their physical immunity, they eschewed pretense. Jiang Chen's strikes passed through their forms without resistance. The moment after, black blood seamlessly reconnected. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before his defenses were breached. Sweat soaked his back. He indeed had methods to break free from the entanglement of the two blood thralls, directly attacking the living dead. That method was to employ the revolver rose. Under spider vision, he felt confident in hitting his target. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Leon forbade its use. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's predicament, the living dead, which had been lurking at the periphery, employed a unique secret art. Bowing its head, the black gel upon its face began to writhe rapidly, transforming into another visage. Jiang Chen, do you remember me? A familiar voice emanated from the living dead, instantly capturing Jiang Chen's attention. Clang, clang. The two blood thralls' attacks struck him, yet they failed to breach his defenses. Jiang Chen disregarded the strikes, his gaze fixated on the face raised by the living dead. Zhang Yang. Indeed, it is I. Reason. 5. No, you are not him. Jiang Chen retorted directly. He understood that he was being probed by the living dead's ability to delve into his heart. And though it had not inflicted tangible harm, the potential of such a power was truly terrifying. It could replicate even those from his memories. You certainly know I am not him, yet do you not wish to know his innermost thoughts regarding you? Trust me, my ability can unveil this. Like a demon extending an invitation, Jiang Chen momentarily faltered. Reason 5. The two blood thralls seized the opportunity to attack the gaps in his armor. But Jiang Chen evaded them. Let me speak for myself. Jiang Chen, to be honest, I am quite envious of you. You are more handsome than I, excel academically, are more popular, and even the girl I fancy is pursuing you. Being brothers with someone like you makes me feel inferior, you know? Yet, upon learning of your terminal illness, you cannot fathom how elated I was, though I could not show it, always feigning concern while bringing you fruit. Each time I saw you grow weaker, the joy in my heart only intensified. Enough. Jiang Chen's voice was laced with fury. Reason 5. At this moment, he desperately wished to charge forward and slay the living dead, but the two blood thralls clung to him tenaciously. I will say it anyway, the living dead retorted, brandishing that face with a cold scoff. Perhaps you are unaware, but beneath every one of your cancer live streams, it was I who hurled the most vitriolic comments under a pseudonym, such as, why don't you just die? Haha. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply. Recalling Leon's earlier warning, the living dead could probe into one's vulnerabilities. What a malicious secret art. He acknowledged that those memories were indeed his Achilles heel. However, that did not grant this creature the right to fabricate narratives at will. Did it intend to provoke him into revealing a weakness? While he admitted it had succeeded, was it prepared to face the wrath he would unleash? A chilling glint flashed in his eyes. A surge of murderous intent laced with the scent of blood emerged. Chapter 63, Arrival at the Mine. Two blood slaves obstructing Jiang Chen suddenly lost control, with one launching a fierce assault on the other. Zhang Yang's expression shifted. How could this happen when the connection was still intact? Spider Silk Puppet Technique consumes 5 points of mana, allowing the manipulation of any creature with a power attribute lower than one's own, with control time depending on the difference in power attributes between the two parties. With the troublesome creature out of the way, it was now a moment for the two of us to be alone. Jiang Chen grinned malevolently as he charged towards the undead. The undead lacked formidable melee capabilities, and their blood slaves were caught in disarray, attempting to flee upon sensing Jiang Chen's advance. However, they were encircled by skeletal knights. With a paladin holding the line, where could they possibly escape? The black gel on its face writhed once more, revealing a visage of age. Xiao Chen, can you truly bring yourself to harm your mother? The undead, transformed into Jiang Chen's mother, wept, seemingly filled with profound disappointment in her child. Damn it. I must slay you today. Seeing the undead morph into a familiar figure ignited Jiang Chen's fury. With a swift thrust, his sword pierced through the woman's face. Emerging from the back of her skull, a look of disbelief lingered on her features, as if she could hardly fathom that her abilities had failed against Jiang Chen. With a flick of the blade, the head of the undead split apart like a flower blooming. With a crash, the entangled blood slaves dissolved into a puddle of black blood, confirming that the creature was indeed dead. How does it feel? Leon inquired from the side. This ability to probe into one's innermost thoughts was exceedingly overwhelming. Gazing at the fallen corpse of the undead, Jiang Chen felt a lingering dread. The capacity to read memories without direct contact, even to assume the appearance of those memories, with the ability to mimic their tone of voice, if encountered alone in the wild. It would be exceedingly difficult to evade such a fate. In truth, once the undead transformed into a familiar figure, the victim seemed cursed, instinctively recognizing the other as that person, rendering them unable to strike. This was the most terrifying aspect. Conversely, the undead could not comprehend why Jiang Chen remained unaffected, so unhesitating in his actions. They are the minions of the cursed sovereign, or I wouldn't have warned you from the outset that this battle would be particularly troublesome. Leon elucidated. Arranging this battle was intentional on his part, aimed not only at honing Jiang Chen's martial skills, but also at exposing him to the peculiarities of magical creatures, making him aware that in this realm, one could encounter creatures with bizarre abilities, not merely to be handled by a skeletal army. Cursed sovereign. This name echoed for the second time from Leon's lips. No wonder the abilities were so uncanny. It was connected to them. Through this confrontation, Jiang Chen also recognized several of his own shortcomings, yet fortunately, there was still room for improvement. Similarly, he gained valuable insights. For instance, he discovered that the divine perspective granted by his spider vision was immune to illusions. In this divine viewpoint, the undead's face had never changed. It remained perpetually covered in black blood gel. Thus, Jiang Chen was unaffected by the curse. In future encounters with illusionary creatures, he could feign being bewitched and then launch a surprise attack, he mused. After a while, the clamor of battle diminished, indicating that the bulk of the skeletal soldiers had perished, with only scattered remnants remaining. Jiang Chen then commanded the majority of the skeletal soldiers to begin clearing the battlefield, collecting all corpses, regardless of ally or enemy, into one place. As for the wounded skeletons, they would seek their own components. Closing his eyes, he sensed the number of skeletal soldiers in the field through their connection. Out of over 13,000, only 12,000 remained, with a casualty ratio of 1:7, acceptable losses. The fallen undead, being both a form of necromancy and a distorted creature, should serve as materials for upgrading the bone mound, he thought uncertainly. Deciding to keep them for now, as he surveyed the concluded battlefield, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something. Oh no, I didn't drink the evil aloe juice. He lamented the loss of 10 experience points. After the battlefield was cleared, another hour passed. Calculating, he realized that he only had a maximum of 14 hours for travel each day. It would take 3 more days to reach the large iron mine. Collecting the death energy crystal cores, the 12 undead horses whinnied, and the war chariot resumed its journey. Following the massive skeletal head ablaze with black spiritual fire, over 10,000 skeletal soldiers advanced once more. In the regional channel, Jiang Chen's score has increased by 10,000 again. Oh, another 10,000. If nothing else, I'm going to sleep now. Hey, can you at least show some reaction? 10,000 points in 1 hour. But that's Jiang Chen. Is it strange for him to achieve that? Many fell silent, pondering when they had begun to harbor such thoughts. Glancing at the leaderboard, first place, Jiang Chen 125, 452 points. Second place, War King 5, 121 points. Third place. It seemed that ever since they saw Jiang Chen's score being greater than the second places by a margin, this realization dawned upon them. 3 days later, the skeletal army finally arrived at the first destination of this expedition, the open iron mine. Throughout the 3 days, as the war chariot progressed, dozens of skeletal soldiers would plummet from above, akin to a biological mother body, continuously generating new skeletons. Yet, even so, the number of skeletal soldiers remained around 15,000, unable to rise further. This was because each night, the army would halt, and a church would inexplicably appear in their midst, attracting magical creatures from several kilometers around to come and destroy it. On some nights, the losses of skeletons would count in the thousands. After enduring 3 large-scale battles, Jiang Chen had amassed a considerable amount of experience. His total experience reached 4,000. If allocated entirely to a single attribute, it would be sufficient to level up. Regrettably, several of his attributes had just reached level 1, leaving him far from the next upgrade. During this time, he had hunted 5 pseudo-lords, 3 of which were undead creatures, while the other 2 distorted lords were fed into the synthesis table. No good equipment had dropped, but a decent item emerged from the treasure chest. Identification, golden right eye. Type, treasure. Grade, superior. Durability, 900. Wearing effect, can sense high-value resources within a 20-mile radius, can be activated once daily. A treasure hunting item, it resembled a monocle, obtained just last night. Moments ago, he donned the glasses and activated the daily treasure hunting ability. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed only a red dot in the direction of the army's advance. There lay the open mine Leon was seeking. A dozen undead horses galloped towards him, with a towering skeleton riding atop the foremost one. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Leon approached the war chariot. His tone indicated a considerable predicament. Let's hear the good news first, Jiang Chen urged. The good news is that the open mine still exists and is available for excavation. And the bad news? There is a lord-level magical creature guarding it. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. If it were merely a lord-level creature, it would not pose a challenge for Leon, considering they had encountered one over the past 3 days, which had ultimately been driven away by dozens of energy cannons. Thus, is the issue rooted in the capabilities of that lord? Chapter 64, The Iron-Devouring Worm. Jiang Chen and Leon stood upon a gentle rise, overlooking a vast mining pit, previously excavated by predecessors, spanning several kilometers in diameter. At the pit's base lay a substantial ore deposit, now dominated by a monstrous creature. Gazing out, one could discern a colossal worm, if it could even be called that, for aside from its vermiform appearance, it bore little resemblance to any typical insect. Measuring approximately 20 meters in length, it resembled a gigantic rust-colored slug, its surface riddled with honeycomb-like cavities, suggesting a skin of steel. Its abdomen was adorned with hundreds of metallic tendrils, the ends morphing into drill bits, serrated blades, or suction cups. Each undulation emitted a jarring, high-pitched noise akin to the grinding of rusted gears, while continuously oozing a hot, corrosive slime capable of effectively softening iron ore, which was subsequently devoured by its immense pseudomouth. Identification: Iron-devouring worm, Lord level. Category: Mechanical, aberrant creature. Strength: Agility. Perception. Danger assessment: Do not allow it to come into contact with any metal, or you will live to regret it. Leon remarked, the iron-devouring worm is manageable elsewhere, more so than most monsters, but here it reigns supreme. His tone was fraught with exasperation, observing the creature's sluggish movements. Jiang Chen noted it struggled to advance even a few meters in a minute, seemingly not too formidable. Sensing Jiang Chen's underestimation, Leon cautioned, metal that has been touched by the iron-devouring worm undergoes activation. You can see for yourself. As he spoke, he tossed a skeleton soldier into the pit. The moment the soldier landed and attempted to rise, a metallic figure emerged from the nearby iron ore, transforming its hand into a blade and swiftly reducing the skeleton to mere fragments. After dispatching the skeleton, the dark iron figure astonishingly merged back into the ore as if it were a liquid. Did you see that? These iron figures are the activated metal. Their bodies are made of steel. No matter how many skeletons you have, they cannot defeat them, Leon explained. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in realization. If the entire mining site had been exposed to the creature, it could summon countless such iron beings. That's why I said this is troublesome, Leon lamented. Only then did Jiang Chen grasp the gravity of the situation. If it were merely the iron-devouring worm, no matter how impenetrable its exterior, he could annihilate it with his psionic cannon. The true challenge lay in dealing with those iron figures, whose speed did not appear to be slow. In a contest of numbers, they might not prevail. In terms of quality, the comparison was even less favorable. Yet, Jiang Chen was reluctant to abandon the mine, being the only colossal metal deposit known to Leon. What to do? He paced back and forth, contemplating his strategy. Melt the metal with high temperatures? No. Insufficient wood would yield inadequate energy. Burying the ground? Not necessarily effective. Leon stood by, refraining from interrupting. He was merely the executor of Jiang Chen's decisions. Should Jiang Chen choose to abandon the effort, Leon would promptly guide him to the next mining site. With the creature's formidable resilience and strange emergence, along with its multitude, Jiang Chen found no solution for dealing with the iron figures even after several minutes. Consequently, he opted to bypass the iron figures and target the iron-devouring worm itself. Of course, not in the physical sense, as that would only attract the iron figures. Instead, he devised a plan to employ poison. Indeed, Jiang Chen resolved to experiment with toxins. Since the iron-devouring worm's sustenance was metal ore, why not coat iron blocks in potent poison and offer them as sustenance for the creature? Ideally, it would perish from the poison. If not, he would incur no significant loss. Worst case, he could relocate. With this in mind, Jiang Chen retrieved a poison formula. Highly toxic spider venom exhibits extreme toxicity and corrosiveness. This formula was derived from the remnants of a spider matron, and due to the instability of the concoction, he had previously refrained from utilizing it. Jiang Chen shared his plan with Leon, who, upon hearing it, deemed it feasible and nodded in agreement. However, one essential ingredient remained: the acid from a human-headed spider. Undeterred, Jiang Chen promptly gathered 100 skeleton knights and ventured behind a massive rock, producing 3 summoning scrolls. Spider Summoning Scroll. Upon use, it summons an advanced human-headed spider to fight for you for 10 minutes. After that, it will break free from your control. Caution: do not perform the summoning in direct sunlight. Upon activation of the scrolls, 3 advanced human-headed spiders crawled forth from the parchment. Having never employed a summoning scroll before, Jiang Chen marveled at the sight. As the scroll unfurled, it resembled a rift in space. Where did it lead? The 3 spiders, each over half a meter in size, were quickly subdued by the skeleton knights, their mouths firmly shut. Though they would obey Jiang Chen's commands for 10 minutes, he had no intention of relinquishing control after that. Each scroll was finite, and thus, he intended to ensure each human-headed spider remained compliant until he had fully extracted their essence. He procured a large glass container, crafted in a specialized glass workshop, and pressed the head of a human-headed spider inside, allowing its long-stored acid to erupt forth. Every drop was captured meticulously. Occasionally, he instructed the skeleton soldiers to stimulate the spider from behind until he confirmed that it had excreted every last drop before moving on to the next. Ultimately, The 3 spiders yielded a total of 45 liters of acid, which Jiang Chen secured in an opaque iron box with ventilation holes. He added some raw meat to prevent them from starving, intending to utilize them again in the future. Yes, until they could be used no more. Jiang Chen returned to the bone tomb, and after utilizing the poison formula at the synthesis table, he combined all necessary materials. In the end, he procured 5 liters of highly toxic spider venom, all contained in glass beakers, as he feared corrosion from iron barrels. The next step involved poisoning and then delivering the concoction. However, how to approach the iron-devouring worm? The creature was positioned far from the pit's surface, and a reckless descent would undoubtedly alarm the iron figures. He would need to employ a catapult to launch the venom. Lacking the blueprints for a catapult, Jiang Chen considered purchasing one from other players. As the most prominent live-streaming merchant at present, he knew exactly where to source such equipment. He opened the chat interface and found his friend Wang Defa. Jiang Chen inquired, "Brother Wang, do you have any catapults left?" "I need 2. Wang Defa replied, "Ah?" Jiang Chen, "While others may find themselves out of stock, I assure you that for you, we have plenty." Since establishing the city defense strategy, demand for siege weaponry like psionic cannons had skyrocketed. Though catapults lacked the firepower of psionic cannons, their affordability and plentiful availability made them highly sought after. Ultimately, Jiang Chen purchased 2 for the price of 2,500 bone coins each, which was 500 more than he would have spent on a psionic cannon. As he had access to internal pricing, having secured the desired items, Jiang Chen was just about to exit the chat interface when a server-wide announcement chimed in. "Congratulations to Tong Yu for becoming the first player to transcend the extraordinary. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your backpack to claim them." Chapter 65. Join the glorious evolution. In the district channel, I thought Jiang Chen had already transcended. Turns out he hasn't. Does anyone know this Tong Yu? An obscure name. But I have seen it in an anime. I know this guy. He's no longer human. Details, please. I am curious about how he transcended the extraordinary. It couldn't possibly be a distortion, could it? Just as the players were deliberating, Otsutsuki himself materialized in the regional channel and unveiled 3 screenshots. Image 1. Extraordinary Path, Chimera. Strength, 12, Constitution, 14, Agility, 11, Perception, 12. This was Otsutsuki's fundamental attributes. Image 2. Extraordinary Potion Recipe, Snow Woman Potion. Snow Woman Potion. Upon consumption, there is a certain probability of embarking on the Snow Woman path. Failure results in a constitution of 1, and it can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Image 3. A gathering of grotesque figures. My goodness, upon seeing image 3, I lost 10 points of sanity. What on earth are those creatures? Why does that person's neck resemble a snake's? I just realized that the sphere in the back is a human head. Has his body been absorbed by that enormous cranium? That one covered in octopus tentacles could already cosplay as the Great K. In any case, the advent of the server's first extraordinary player alongside the extraordinary potion recipe paled in comparison to the shock induced by the 3rd image. Otsutsuki proclaimed, "The organization I belong to is called the Resonance Society. We are dedicated to ushering all of humanity into a new era. Join us in embracing the glorious evolution." Membership in the Resonance Society grants free access to the extraordinary potion. The only requirement is to possess at least 1 new human organ. Upon seeing the offer of free extraordinary potions, many players were indeed tempted, but upon reviewing the membership requirements, the esteemed Jiang Chen has already stated that the path of distortion leads to certain death. I have no desire for additional heads, nor do I wish to sprout numerous tentacles. Let us hold off for now. Since the first extraordinary potion recipe has appeared, the second cannot be far behind. This individual is so afraid to reveal their mental attributes. I suspect they must be abysmally low, otherwise they wouldn't propose such a ludicrous membership condition. Even in death, I shall preserve my humanity. In the 314 district, the mysterious sea, Otsutsuki, covered in tentacles, bore a perplexed expression. Despite being the first extraordinary player, why was he not receiving the same reverence as Jiang Chen? It was inconceivable. He was undoubtedly the strongest, yet the players showed no inclination to bow before him. After all, he was the one offering the precious extraordinary potions. However, soon enough, a relieved smile emerged on his troubled visage as he noticed a group of players sharing his lofty aspirations. Otsutsuki, I understand you. Humanity is no longer of consequence. That Jiang Chen has rendered me so fearful that I scarcely dare to show my face. What if I possess a face full of eyes, a mouth on my belly, and a slightly elongated neck? What is so strange about that? Evolution, evolution, evolution. These players all bore IDs that bore some connection to Little Days. Otsutsuki thought, indeed. There are those who comprehend my plight. The class leader reported, I have already negotiated. Otsutsuki refuses to trade the extraordinary potion recipe, stating that unless we each possess a distorted organ, he will not entertain discussions. Upon hearing the proposed conditions, Zhang Weijian rejected them without a moment's hesitation. To drag all of humanity towards annihilation, this group of Little Days remains unchanged in their fundamental flaws. Adjust the allocation of the psionic cannons, prioritizing the 314 district. Inform them that if they encounter any little days, they are to sink their ships. If conditions permit, recover the extraordinary potion recipe. Understood, Zhang Weijin commanded. Devoid of any psychological burden, there was no vengeance to be had. Why should he allow them respite in the new world? It was fortuitous that they had no intention of remaining human. His comrades were more than willing to assist. A win-win situation. Returning to the 501 district, Jiang Chen closed the chat interface. To be frank, he held no envy for the extraordinary path of distortion. Leon had mentioned that those who tread this path have an average lifespan of merely 8 months, a quintessential example of exchanging life for power. It was regrettable that the first extraordinary potion recipe had fallen into the hands of the little days. As the game neared its half-month mark, Jiang Chen had discerned certain patterns regarding the system's rewards. For instance, achieving the construction of a shelter typically yielded rewards linked to that shelter. Thus, the extraordinary potion recipe from Otsutsuki must also be a reward from the system. Such a waste. He hoped the class leader would act swiftly. Carrying a half-bucket of poison, Jiang Chen once again ascended the small hill. Leon was already waiting, leading 2 skeletal steeds. His intention was to prevent Jiang Chen from getting into trouble, ensuring a prompt escape if necessary. Jiang Chen praised Leon's thoughtfulness before setting up the catapult. This catapult had a maximum range of 300 to 500 meters, making it perfectly suited for the task, and operating it was not overly complicated. Using tongs, he grasped iron blocks, dipping each piece into a caustic spider venom, then placing them into the catapult's large spoon. Aiming carefully, with a swift cut of the rope, the bound iron blocks soared into the air. Jiang Chen followed their trajectory. Bayou boom. The projectile struck its target with pinpoint accuracy. Wait, what? Jiang Chen was astonished to discover his newfound precision. The head of the iron-eating worm was struck by the sudden assault. Though it was not fatal, it did succeed in enraging the creature. With a roar, the once empty mining site erupted into a frenzy as thousands of iron men emerged, a dark mass of them. They scanned the area, searching for the source of the attack. Jiang Chen hastily mounted his skeletal steed, fleeing alongside Leon, leaving the catapult behind. In short order, dozens of iron men arrived at the catapult's location, yet found no sign of the assailant. Their limited intelligence led them to retreat after their fruitless search. It was 2 hours later when Jiang Chen returned to the site. Sighing at the wreckage of the catapult, he felt fortunate to have a second one. Yet, this time, he could not afford to be so precise. Otherwise, he risked counterproductive results. This time, he heeded Leon's advice and mixed rare metals into the iron blocks, which were said to attract the iron-eating worm's attention even more effectively. The iron blocks were crafted into spherical shapes, leaving a vacuum at their cores, filled to the brim with venom, ensuring that the iron-eating worm would receive a delightful surprise. Below, the iron-eating worm continued to feast, seemingly oblivious to the earlier attack. Jiang Chen chose his position once more and launched. Bayou boom. The projectile landed several dozen meters behind the iron-eating worm. Nearby iron men peered around, finding no assailant, before returning to the ore. Suddenly, the iron-eating worm halted its gaping maw, as if it had caught a whiff of a delectable aroma. At first, no one could have anticipated. Jiang Chen waited a full 5 minutes for the iron-eating worm to crawl to the iron ball. Had it been crafted from ordinary metal, it might not have elicited any reaction at all. Indeed, one must bait their hook to catch fish. The iron-eating worm lowered its head to sniff, confirming the presence of the delectable rare metal, before engulfing the iron ball whole, which slid down its esophagus and into its stomach. Burp. It was a satisfying meal. Bowing his head, Jiang Chen continued to gnaw at the ordinary iron ore. He had waited for quite some time without witnessing any signs of the poison taking effect. Unsatisfied with this turn of events, he cast 2 more iron balls, encasing the remaining lethal spider venom within. This was to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from striking the iron-devouring worm, and he even activated the spider's vision. Subsequently, the 2 iron balls were swallowed whole by the iron-devouring worm. Why was there still no reaction? Could it be that the worm's gastric acid was so potent that it managed to digest the poison? Jiang Chen was at his wit's end. If this continued to be ineffective, he would truly have to abandon this vast mining site. Yet, he was reluctant to concede. Just then, the iron-devouring worm finally exhibited some reaction, as the contents of the iron balls began to leak out. This was largely Jiang Chen's fault, fearing that the iron balls would crack under the impact of the fall. He had made the inner walls excessively thick, coupled with the infusion of rare metals. It took a considerable amount of time for the worm's gastric juices to erode the surface. At this moment, the toxic liquid inside the iron balls rapidly mixed with the digestive fluids, seeping through the gastric mucosa into the worm's entire organ system. Truly, the poison produced by a lord-level monster was formidable. Even the corrosive gastric fluids could not contend with it. By the time the not-so-intelligent iron-devouring worm sensed something amiss, it was already too late. An intense wave of pain swept through its body, causing it to curl up into a ball, only to quickly unfurl again. The sound of mechanical grinding echoed as its foam mouth emitted a high-pitched wail. The honeycomb-like rusted holes on its surface suddenly erupted with scalding steam. The once tightly interlocked metallic scales were torn apart as if by an unseen force, flaking off to reveal the frantically convulsing crimson muscles beneath. The gastric fluids, meant for dissolving iron ore, spiraled out of control under the influence of the poison, turning against the creature itself. Tentacles exploded one by one. Drill bits and saw blades softened to a mushy state, while the suckers curled and peeled like acid-etched metal. A torrent of thick black liquid spewed forth from its foam mouth, accompanied by undigested or remnants, followed by the expulsion of all its internal organs. The acrid scent of burning rust permeated the entire valley. In a desperate attempt to save itself, the iron-devouring worm tried to regurgitate its innards. Yet the poison had already spread throughout its body, sealing its fate with death. Countless iron men emerged in response. Yet they could not locate a target to inflict harm upon the mother creature. At this juncture, the iron-devouring worm had completely lost its sanity, attacking indiscriminately and devouring the iron men. Those iron men under its control, in a fit of madness, began to assault their progenitor and even turn on each other. Jiang Chen, the instigator of this chaos, observed the turmoil below with a shudder. The iron-devouring worm would not perish immediately. Let us return for now. And tomorrow we shall see the aftermath of its rampage upon the iron men, Jiang Chen suggested to Leon. As you wish, Leon replied, as the two mounted their skeletal steeds and returned to the besieged war chariot. As night fell, Jiang Chen completed the construction of their makeshift church before retiring for the evening. Before resting, he exchanged a few words with Leon, instructing him to summon him should the monsters gather in greater numbers. 5 hours later, the sounds of battle stirred Jiang Chen from his slumber. Emerging from the bone tomb, he noted the absence of the moon on this night of the waning moon. The next full moon was drawing ever closer. With a sigh, he ignited a prepared oil barrel, illuminating the battlefield with a brilliant conflagration. This allowed him to discern the types of monsters that had launched the attack: skeleton soldiers, jawbreakers, corpse dogs, ghouls, head spiders, and gnawers. Oh, and a new variety, bat-winged succubi. With two large bat-like wings draped across their chests, the succubi, upon noticing Jiang Chen's presence, collectively soared towards him. The skeletons, lacking anti-air capabilities, were easily overwhelmed. Just as the succubi prepared to dive, a cascade of starlight shot forth from the ground, swiftly positioning itself among the throng of bat-winged succubi. Suddenly, it transformed into a towering skeleton clad in golden armor. The judgment spear descended with great force, claiming the life of one succubus, only for the starlight to reappear, shifting to another location, and down fell yet another succubus. The sudden turn of events terrified the remaining succubi, who scattered in the air, attempting to flee, but one by one, they fell victim to precise shots. What a sight to behold! Jiang Chen marveled from below, filled with admiration. The resplendent holy armor truly shone brightest when donned by Leon. Alas, I must strive to elevate my constitution to 10. After consuming a vial of berserker potion and a vial of healing potion, Jiang Chen hefted the sinister bone-cleaving blade and joined the fray. Countless limbs flew as the night promised to be another blood-soaked spectacle. In the regional channel, comments flew. The points of the general are surging at an astonishing rate. Not surprising, one becomes accustomed to it. Yet that sand coin Otsutsuki, boasting about being the strongest, can't even break into the top 5. Why bother arguing with a fool? It's merely for amusement. It's just plain irritating. Not eating durian. Dear, kind gentlemen and ladies, fellow villagers, I have not eaten for over 10 days. Could someone spare me a piece of jerky and a cup of water? I shall repay you in my next life by working like an ox or horse. What is wrong with this person? Why is he still begging? The game began on day 1. I've seen him countless times, yet his continued survival astounds me. This guy's ID is quite notorious. Once, people pitied him enough to offer him some provisions, but he has been so hopelessly stagnant, never leaving his little hut, that sympathy has faded. I can attest to this. I am a member of the Alliance. Our district leader originally intended to assist him, but he has never left his hut, refusing to confirm his position. He wouldn't even step outside no matter the threat. Players held a deep disdain for those seeking unearned rewards. Each district boasted alliance branches, and one could easily find sustenance even as mere logistical support if they were willing to cling to a powerful ally. However, this not eating durian chose the most foolish path, and it was no wonder the players loathed him. Then, unexpectedly, not eating durian sent out a message that was not begging. Not eating durian, why are you all targeting me? I have done no wrong. Why do you all conspire against me? If so, may you all accompany me to the grave. What? Are you out of your mind? Who are you talking to? Forget it. Ignore him and let him wither away. No one took his words about accompanying to the grave seriously. Not eating durian. Image. In the center of a grotesque pattern etched in blood stood an inverted cross, from which dangled a gaunt, naked man, his wrists and throat slashed, blood pooling around the eerie symbols. The man cast a look of loathing upon all. Countless maggots crawled from his eye sockets, forming a twisted message. You shall die in excruciating agony. Chapter 67. Accepting a side quest. The following morning, Jiang Chen rode with Leon to the iron mine, accompanied by a throng of skeleton soldiers. As he gazed down from a small hill, the once chaotic mining site now lay in utter devastation. Fragments of shattered human iron littered the ground. Those should have been activated iron men, but now they lay inert, reduced to mere rubble. In the heart of the mining area lay a colossal mechanical exoskeleton, its once living flesh now transformed into a pool of putrid goo. A sigh escaped Jiang Chen's lips. The troublesome iron-eating worm had been vanquished with such ease. Yet, a sense of caution took root within him. The highly toxic spider venom produced henceforth must be stored with utmost care, for even Lord-class monstrosities could not withstand it, underscoring its perilous nature. To ensure safety, he dispatched 2,000 skeletal knights to probe the vicinity, wary of any surviving Iron Men. The skeletal legion roamed aimlessly for an hour without encountering any Iron Men, prompting Jiang Chen to finally enter the mining zone. However, he remained vigilant, instructing Leon to don the resplendent holy armor for him. As for Leon, his physique was more resilient than steel. While traversing the path into the mining area, Jiang Chen conferred with Leon on the management of this iron mine. Extraction was imperative, yet he had to embark on an expedition and could not linger indefinitely. Thus, a contingent of skeletal warriors would be left behind to continue the mining operations. Though the precise number required careful calculation, Leon remarked, "The destination for our expedition is the Storm Canyon, located 500 kilometers away. We shall require at least 10 days to reach it, and upon arrival, we must eliminate the surrounding magical creatures within a 100-kilometer radius, necessitating a minimum of 13 days. With 15 days remaining until the next full moon, we have a comfortable time frame." After pondering, Jiang Chen concluded, "Let us linger here for 2 days, during which we shall mobilize all skeletons for mining tasks. I can also activate an additional 8,000 skeletons. Once we depart, they will remain to continue operations, awaiting our return from the next expedition." It was a pity that he was the sole player in the area. Were there another, the process would be far less cumbersome. The iron ore could be directly transported via the system, negating the need for the entire army to remain until they had mined sufficient resources. As they deliberated, they arrived before the mechanical exoskeleton. Jiang Chen's purpose here was to reclaim the body of the Lord-level creature, for the mining of or required no effort on his part. "Do not touch it with the holy armor," Leon cautioned, blocking Jiang Chen's outstretched hand. "Beware of the activation factor." Jiang Chen understood Leon's concern for his armor, fearing residual activation capabilities from the iron-eating worm's metallic essence. He had heard that the resplendent holy armor was once an epic piece of equipment, but had diminished in quality after languishing in this forsaken realm for centuries. He could not afford to let it sustain damage. Removing the arm guard, he secured the corpse of the iron-eating worm and commanded the skeletal warriors to gather all recoverable Iron Men bodies. He then distributed the thousands of mining tools he had prepared and set off on the return journey. Toru Shrutate, Ruchong Shriti 1, Gongshi Ni Huodu, Teikot 1500, Yo Shurgang 200, Ji Shi, Jiaodang 1. Janso Adao, Gai Bujan Wei Lingju Ji Ji Sa Ping Zhong, Oi, Daoluo, Qingtong, Jingbao Shang 1. The body had decayed too severely, yielding not even a single bone coin, Jiang Chen lamented. Upon opening the treasure chest, he discovered 2 luminous orbs, one yellow and one green. The green orb contained 1,000 iron blocks, while the yellow orb, corresponding to a premium-grade item, revealed a tome of magic. Steel body. Upon reading, you will automatically acquire the spell Steel body. Reading count: 1. Please read when rational and healthy. Calculating. Jiang Chen realized he had gleaned 2 magical tomes from the iron-eating worm. Glancing at his sanity, 95, he deemed it prudent. Without hesitation, he opened Steel body. The book bore no text. Rather, it transformed into a metallic fluid that flowed into Jiang Chen's arm. Liger 10. Yi Shi Dua Fa Su, Gangtie, Zhiqi. Gangtie, Zhiqi. Xiaohao, Wandfa Li. Kusher Chensen, Yongyo, Gangtit, Banda Yingduk. Shishir, Shrijan Wanma. Shirzu Faisen Hua. Confirming he had not erred, he noted the duration was merely 1 second. This indicated that expending all his mana would afford him a maximum of 10 seconds of hardness. TCH, a true man should endure for half an hour. He scoffed, deeming it subpar, relegating it to a mere instant defensive skill. As for the mechanical codex, Jiang Chen dared not peruse it. The last time he had read Spider Mother's tome, he had suffered an unforeseen incident that resulted in a 2-hour memory loss. Consequently, he had grown wary of any magical tomes bearing the word codex. Flesh is frail, machinery ascends. It reminds me of a certain lunatic cult, he mused. Suddenly, a notification pinged. A message from a friend appeared, sent by a collaborator. Jiang Chen clicked to view it, only to find a photograph of a bizarre, upside-down man. Li Drew. 5. Ni Lingqu, Drishanwu, Wu Jing Sangtong. Renwu Yaoqiu, Chanwang Suzhi, Zhidi. 在夜间踏入饭，找到就在身上，并完成艺术。任务完成奖励，今生50人途径。任务为完成惩罚，今生50人途径。In the instant the system notification appeared, Jiang Chen felt as if something had licked him. This was his first encounter with a side quest. Since both the reward and penalty involved the ascent of the undead, he pondered the necessity of completing the task. Jiang Chen was perplexed by the system's motives in issuing this quest. Having encountered authentic undead before, he held no interest in the path of the undead. If he were to become one, he would prefer death instead. Yet, the connection to the cursed deity compelled him to contemplate further. Jiang Chen attempted to message the player who had sent the photo, inquiring about his intentions, but the message failed to send. He had been blocked. Confusion washed over Jiang Chen. What was the meaning of this? Just then, his old squad leader sent a message. Do not enter the district channel. If anyone sends you a photo unbidden, do not open it. It is a trap. Once more, Jiang Chen felt a strange sensation, akin to a cat's tongue. Rough against his skin. In the depths of his intuition, it seemed a ferocious beast had set its sights on him. Staring at the warning from his squad leader, he swallowed hard. Jiang Chen, you are late. I've already fallen into the trap. Chapter 68. The Durian Calamity, a tragedy triggered by a photograph. Damn it. Zhang Weijian slammed his desk in fury. Another piece of bad news? Inquired his assistant. Jiang Chen has also fallen victim. The assistant's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. For such news had become all too common that day. The chaos began with a photograph that leaked from the district channel last night. A disgruntled player, feeling neglected for lack of free sustenance, had offered himself as a sacrifice, activating a forbidden ritual intended to drag all players into the mire. While the source of his knowledge regarding the forbidden ritual remained a mystery, it was evident that his aim had been achieved. Now, the entire District 07 was in disarray. The chat channels paralyzed, and paranoia gripped the players. All who had viewed the photograph found themselves ensnared by a peculiar curse, endless pain. Initially, those who received the side quest were exuberant, believing they could embark on a path of transcendence regardless of whether they completed the task. It was a guaranteed profit. However, as time passed, they gradually discerned the grim reality. At the onset, the body experiences a sensation akin to being licked by some unknown creature. It is neither painful nor itchy, thus most individuals tend to overlook it. However, this peculiar sensation gradually intensifies. Initially, it manifests as unbearable itching, compelling players to scratch until their skin is broken. Subsequently, the itch transforms into pain, a pain akin to having one's skin sanded down, leading to cries of agony. Yet, the cruel reality remains that no one is physically harming them, and their skin shows no visible damage. Nevertheless, the players are engulfed in a profound sense of suffering. Eventually, the creature's lapping becomes a voracious act of flesh consumption, its tongue adorned with backward-facing barbs, akin to indulging in an ice cream treat atop the players' bodies. With each lick, a layer of flesh is excised, inflicting excruciating pain akin to the torment of dismemberment. Those afflicted by the curse discover, in their terror, that this dismemberment is not the ultimate agony, for the pain continues to escalate. At this juncture, some observe that if an uninfected individual views a photograph, the pain experienced by the afflicted will temporarily subside. Consequently, the chat channels descend into chaos. Players, who had initially evaded this crisis by resting during the night, awaken to messages from friends, and upon opening them, find themselves infected too. In a desperate bid to alleviate their suffering, they resort to imitating those who came before them. Unless someone can fulfill the stipulated tasks, this vicious cycle will persist until every cursed individual succumbs to death. This calamity is later dubbed the Durian Catastrophe by subsequent players. Zhang Weijian steadied his emotions. This was not the time for panic. He inquired of his assistant, how many districts can still be contacted from headquarters? Initially, all had been unreachable, but now communication was gradually being restored, with comrades afflicted by the curse sacrificing themselves to remain at their posts. The assistant spoke with a choked voice. The Alliance, being the largest entity, was naturally the first target of this insidious plot, with half of the personnel at headquarters infected. Presently, only they could utilize the chat function without reservation. The thought of them enduring the torment of flesh being scraped while simultaneously contacting headquarters to report on the situation brought tears to one's eyes. The Alliance would not abandon them. Zhang Weijian stated resolutely, our immediate priority is to find a solution to this predicament. At that moment, a robust man entered the office. Saluting sharply, reporting, Sergeant, we have discussed, and I shall temporarily serve as your spokesperson. Observing the newcomer's appearance and the slight twitch at the corner of his eye, which he endeavored to mask, Zhang Weijian felt a pang of compassion. You've worked hard, my friend. Indeed, the newcomer was the second-ranked soldier king, and he too was infected. It could be said that the leaderboard had become the epicenter of this incident. For once your ID appears on the list, it is akin to a missile having locked onto its target. The background was inundated with private messages from countless players sharing the same photograph. It could be asserted that not eating durian single-handedly banned 90 of the top players. Report. The comrades in District 314 have discovered that Otsutsuki appears unaffected by the curse. They speculate that breaking through to the extraordinary may avert the curse's influence. At present, they are pursuing the Radiant Society fleet, hoping for additional artillery support from headquarters. The Soldier King delivered this vital intelligence, igniting a flicker of hope among all. Dispatch all remaining stock to them and instruct them to ensure the recovery of the extraordinary potion formula. This is an order. Additionally, try the recently acquired slumber potion scroll on those already infected. We must ascertain its efficacy. A series of commands were issued, relayed through the Soldier King to all divisions. Incredibly, despite half of the Alliance's 50,000 members being cursed, the organization miraculously began to function. In District 314, the enigmatic sea, Otsutsuki, adorned with tentacles resembling those of an octopus, piloted his vessel in solitary escape. Boom, boom. White orbs of light plunged into the water, creating massive splashes. Behind him, several warships pursued relentlessly, firing upon him. Alliance, just wait. Once I evade this calamity, I will ensure your annihilation. Otsutsuki steered his ship, harboring vengeful thoughts. One might wonder why he was alone. It was because his comrades, upon succumbing to the curse, lost their sanity in the throes of agony, spiraling deeper into aberration. These individuals possessed a notably fragile mental constitution, rendering them less resilient than other players. Meanwhile, the Alliance's fleet had located his hideout, prompting him to decisively abandon his teammates and flee. Boom. A cannonball struck the mast, sending splinters flying. Amidst the resounding crash, the ship lost its forward momentum. In District 69, the Misty Forest, Eden headquarters was embroiled in a bloody internal strife. The Lord of Eden brandished a bloodied sword, pointing it at those surrounding him. I am your leader, yet you have conspired to curse me. How could you betray my trust? Huh, leader? Do you truly believe you deserve this title? Were it not for your good fortune, do you think we would heed your commands? They were acutely aware that Eden was merely a loose coalition, with members never truly united in the past, and even less so after entering this alternate world. Each harbored their ambitions, each aspired to ascend as the leader. Take the Lord of Eden, for instance. Since his ascension, he surrounded himself with high-ranking officials exclusively from his homeland, all to guard against a coup from this faction. It is easy to imagine that when faced with a crisis, a disunited organization like Eden would disintegrate in an instant. Just as in this instance. Had you not sent the photograph to an uninfected individual first, others would have done so instead. In that case, may you all perish. In District 91, the enigmatic sea. Brother, the holy water is ineffective. I am still in agony. Fear not, my brother. I shall find a way to save you. The Sea King wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, as if the pain were his own. Their maritime expedition team had but one infected member. Yet it was precisely because this teammate was the first to notice the anomaly and communicated the situation to all members that others were spared from the curse. Gathering together, they racked their brains, yet no solution seemed forthcoming. The mission site lay in the land of the dead, situated on an entirely different map. Ultimately, unable to bear witnessing his brother's suffering, the Sea King, risking infection, opened the chat interface to seek assistance from the Alliance. Chapter 69, a message from the old class leader. Dragon Aotion, Boss Jiang Chen, please assist my brothers. They are in unbearable pain. Jiang Chen, do not rush. I am currently discussing matters with the old class leader. I will undertake the side quest. Dragon Aotion, whatever resources you require, just ask. I will procure them, even if it means selling my possessions. It was evident that Dragon Aotion was genuinely anxious, having just reached adulthood, yet shouldering burdens beyond his years. The old class leader remarked, the Alliance possesses a formula for the slumber potion, and I need to borrow your shop to announce it. Jiang Chen replied, few dare to visit my shop now. It may not necessarily be effective. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Chen's shop had also been exploited during this incident. Individuals had posted the photograph on his message board, resulting in numerous players browsing and subsequently becoming infected. Thankfully, this transpired in the late hours. Otherwise, the numbers would have been far greater. Upon discovering this, Jiang Chen instituted a ban on image uploads within his shop. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through him like a tidal wave. Gritting his teeth, he endured this onslaught, only to realize that his nails had pierced his palms and his body was drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath, he finally mustered the energy to check the message sent by the old squad leader. The Alliance has other channels. We must save whoever we can. We can no longer afford to lose so many lives. Currently, there were 320,000 surviving players, yet a rough estimate from the Alliance indicated that at least 120,000 players had been infected by the curse. Should these individuals perish, it would spell a catastrophic blow to Region 07, particularly since it included nearly all of the top players. If that were to happen, the night of the full moon would be utterly devoid of hope. In accordance with the old squad leader's directive, Jiang Chen released the formula for the sleep potion. For players in the other two maps who could not partake in the mission, this potion was a lifeline. Sleep potion induces sleep for 3 days. During this period, they would be immune to pain, but upon awakening after 3 days, they would be met with unbearable agony. Thus, the players in the land of the dead had merely 3 days to survive. In that realm, the pain was considerably less intense, likely due to their proximity to the mission location. At that moment, he opened the regional channel to witness two factions hurling insults at one another. One faction consisted of players who had poisoned the regional channel, while the other comprised those who had been infected but still possessed a conscience. Some players vehemently criticized the system for neglecting its responsibilities, allowing the curse to spread through the chat channels. Disinterested in their exchanges, Jiang Chen typed, "Tonight, I will embark on the dark strategy side quest. Those who are able, gather at 6 o'clock sharp." The old squad leader and the others surmised that the Dark Realm might lack any regional divisions, hence players would likely converge at the mission site. Therefore, Jiang Chen set a unified time to facilitate their group battle. "Isn't that Jiang Chen? You've been infected too. The top of the leaderboard shares the same fate as me." Ha ha ha. He chose to disregard such provocations, exiting the channel and allowing the public discourse to escalate. "You have received supplies from player old squad leader, 30 basic healing potions, 2 Bigfoot fruits, 1 basic enhancement stone." Old squad leader, "This is all I could find that meets your request. No need to pay me. If you encounter any alliance members during the mission, remember to lend a hand." Jiang Chen, "That's sufficient, thank you. As a member of the alliance, assisting is a given." Jiang Chen was close to leveling up, needing just 1,000 experience points in vitality and 500 in agility. His plan was to elevate these 2 attributes, consume the potion, and then augment his stats further. However, the old squad leader had only unearthed fruits that enhanced agility, which meant he would once again waste a significant amount of vitality experience. True to its name, the Bigfoot fruit resembled 2 large feet, which was hardly appetizing. Nonetheless, for the sake of survival, he consumed it. Consumed Bigfoot fruit, agility 5. Unlike the previous experience with the bloodberry, this time he did not need to vent his internal energy. Jiang Chen felt a chill coursing through his body, which was rather pleasant. The pain struck again. Well, this curse shows no regard for the occasion. An hour later, the cool sensation faded, and his agility attribute became permanently 1. Jiang Chen took out the 3 potions he had purchased from the system shop and consumed them one by one. Vitality, 78. Agility, 67. Perception, 78. He also possessed 1 enhancement stone. Jiang Chen examined his prized items: skull crown, disguise, 6-eyed mask, perception 1. Pick gloves, strength 1. And spider eye amulet, sanity recovery speed 5. Ultimately, he chose to apply the enhancement to the 6-eyed mask, as perception was currently his weak point. Identification, 6-eyed mask. Type, relic. Grade, superior. Durability, 1,500-1,500. Wearing effect, increases perception by 1, significantly extends the duration of spider vision. Prolonged wear will enhance libido. It had unexpectedly transformed into a specialized equipment for spider vision, and he had anticipated an additional boost to his perception attribute. Fortunately, he had mastered spider vision. Otherwise, the enhancement would have been in vain. He was uncertain how long the effect would last, but with only 3 hours until nightfall, Jiang Chen dared not expend mana to test it. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body stats were as follows. Name, Jiang Chen. Status, all attributes experience boost active. Age, 24. Strength, 12, 8. 2,647 8,000. Heart of Justice 1. Pick gloves 1. Radiant Holy Armor 2. Vitality, 10, 8. 1 8,000. Glorious Blessing 1. Tentacle Belt 1. Agility, 9, 7. 567, 4000. Gale Boots 2. Perception, 9, 8. 1 8,000. 6-eyed mask 1. Spirit, 10,000. Mana, 10,10. Sanity, 91. Stamina, 97. Life, 100. Talents, Survival, Lone Warrior, Steadfastness, Bug Slayer. Spells, Iron Body. Spider Vision, Spider Silk Puppet Technique, Feast of Delight. With this combination of stats and equipment, he could likely contend with most pseudo-lords whose attributes were below 15. He could only hope that this side quest would not prove overly challenging. As hoofbeats kicked up clouds of dark dust, Leon dismounted. "Let me try once more." "You've already said this is the curse left behind by the Cursed Lord. Why waste your essence?" Jiang Chen declined Leon's offer to use his light attribute essence to cleanse the curse. Leon had already aided him sufficiently, and wasting another portion of his essence was unwarranted. Yet Leon felt discontent. After all, it was a black disaster. Who could predict what might occur upon entry? However, he could not accompany Jiang Chen. "Take this spear," he said, handing over his judgment spear. Yet Jiang Chen still refused. "Leon, have faith in me. Without a weapon, how will you protect the iron mine?" "I certainly don't wish to return only to find the mine overtaken by some lord again. Ha ha ha." Jiang Chen chuckled, patting his skeletal frame. Though he jested, Jiang Chen had left the church to Leon, clearly concerned that he might not return and wanting him to have a goddess statue for company. Leon's white bones tightened, then loosened helplessly. He spoke earnestly to Jiang Chen. "You must return safely." Jiang Chen replied him, "How much better it would be if you were a woman when you said that." Chapter 70. On the Road. Time, 6 p.m. Having endured a day more agonizing than death, Jiang Chen finally awaited the arrival of night. His gaze turned to the horizon, marveling at the overwhelming encroachment of darkness. A sight that never ceased to astonish him, regardless of how many times he witnessed it. However, this time, he lacked the shelter of his small abode and was instead exposed in the wild. When enveloped by darkness, an inevitable sense of fear gripped him. The familiar surroundings vanished. And even Leon was nowhere to be seen. It felt as if he had stepped into another world. Was the night in the land of the dead merely a convergence of two realms? Upon his arrival, Jiang Chen remained acutely alert, scanning his surroundings and preparing for battle at a moment's notice. This was an unknown territory, and he had to be wary of ambushes. However, all that met the eye was an abyss of darkness. This scene felt eerily familiar. A mere 3 meters of visibility? Jiang Chen calculated in his mind that beyond this distance, nothing was discernible. The silence was profound, engendering a profound sense of insecurity. The pain had subsided, replaced by a new coordinate in his senses, likely indicating the location of the malevolent deity's statue. He pressed onward in the direction indicated, eager to reunite with the other players. The emergence of the coordinate alleviated his fears of becoming lost in the darkness. Yet, the grim reality loomed. He had no inkling of how far he would need to traverse. Thus, Jiang Chen embarked on a long and arduous trek. Time became an abstract concept. It stretched endlessly until the provisions in his backpack dwindled to near depletion. Presently, he bore a scruffy visage, with unkempt hair cascading over his shoulders. The system's countdown had ceased the moment he entered the darkness, and the regional chat was inaccessible, leaving Jiang Chen oblivious to the passage of time. It could have been a year or two. The oppressive solitude gnawed at his sanity. Throughout this ordeal, he had succumbed to despair, wept profusely, and wallowed on the ground in despair, only to ultimately gather his wits and resume his journey. Wasn't there supposed to be a great terror lurking in the darkness? Come forth, in my wretched existence. In his current state, no one would dispute that he had escaped from a mental institution. Current sanity, 10. Infected negative state, bewilderment. Bewilderment. This state results in a loss of direction and breeds doubt toward all things. Prolonged exposure will further diminish sanity. Sanity, in the beginning, Jiang Chen would restore it with a couple of potions, but as the feeling of isolation deepened, such considerations had long been cast aside. Now, he merely yearned to put an end to this wretched existence. Little 17, let us depart, shall we? Little 17, you are dead. Why do you not utter a word? Jiang Chen tugged at the rope at his waist, only to pull back the lifeless body of a head spider. Just as he prepared to summon little 18, a quivering white light suddenly materialized ahead. Light. It is light. Have we arrived? Jiang Chen abandoned the corpse and scrambled towards the white glow. At last, this accursed darkness was undergoing a transformation. But as soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the illuminated area, dozens of slimy tendrils ensnared him tightly. His body was lifted by the appendages, which attempted to strangle him, but the holy armor offered resistance. His eyes, having adapted to the darkness, were now blinded by the brightness, yet he squinted to discern the assailant's form. It was a humanoid creature resembling a sea monster, with emaciated limbs ending in sharp claws, and a crown of octopus tentacles adorning its head. One of its appendages held an oil lamp, the source of the white light. At this moment, it gazed hungrily at the bound Jiang Chen, emitting a deep, bubbling sound from its throat, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, its eyes brimming with ravenous desire. Identification: Deep Sea Fish Demon, Pseudo-Lord level. Type: Sea Monster. Strength: 15. Agility: 11. Perception: 12. Danger Assessment: A creature lurking in the deep sea. It lures sailors with its mimicry of a human baby's cries. It desires to consume me. This was Jiang Chen's immediate reaction, given its gaunt appearance. It appeared to have lingered in the darkness for an extended period. However, its prolonged torment seemed to have dulled its awareness that its prey was not yet deceased. Just as the fish demon prepared to feast, Jiang Chen had already summoned transparent tendrils, aiming his revolver at it. Bang! The gunshot echoed, the bullet piercing its temple, followed by a secondary explosion. Boom! Red and white splattered everywhere, the fish demon's headless body collapsing to the ground. A pseudo-lord had fallen so effortlessly. The tendrils lost their strength, and Jiang Chen fell to the ground. How could a sea creature appear in this place? Never mind, it was of no concern to him. Jiang Chen tore off the tendrils clinging to him. Like the 16 head spiders before, he wasted no time in stowing the fish demon's body in his backpack, a reserve for when his supplies ran out. Little did he realize, in the darkness, the long-deceased little 17 had begun to stir. It picked up the oil lamp that had fallen from the fish demon. This lamp differed from the one crafted at the synthesis station. Its frame was silver and larger, adorned with exquisite carvings. The most significant distinction was that Jiang Chen's oil lamp could not be lit in the darkness. Identification: Admiral's lamp, upgraded version of the ordinary corpse oil lamp. Type: Treasure. Grade: Superior. Durability: 1584-1600. Wearing effect: Within the illuminated area, sanity can be restored normally. In the writhing darkness, it aids in navigation. Other functions are identical to the corpse oil lamp. It aids in navigation. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on the final words. For reasons unknown, he felt that his prolonged entrapment stemmed from the absence of such an item. He lifted the oil lamp and continued forward in the direction indicated by his senses. Yet this time, he sensed something amiss. The coordinate in his perception was rapidly approaching him. No, Movement is relative. It was Jiang Chen who was advancing toward the coordinate at an incomprehensible speed. He finally grasped the meaning of aiding in navigation. The lamp operated like a curvature engine, accelerating the space enveloped in white light. Damn it. The curse system offered no hints whatsoever. At that moment, Jiang Chen recited every profane word he had ever learned. It was unimaginable how many players, like him, had met their demise in this place. Merely 700 breaths later, Jiang Chen found himself near the coordinates. There, he beheld the second creature of darkness. Boom, 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 boom. The oil lamp in his hand seemed trivial, merely allowing him to glimpse fragments of the creature's form as massive legs traversed the darkness. The footprints they left were as large as a basketball court. The enormity of their true form was unfathomable. However, upon looking up, Jiang Chen realized that these were not the limbs of giants, but rather extensions from a palace adorned with oil lamps above. The palace advanced in the darkness, supported by these very limbs, and the coordinate Jiang Chen sensed lay within the moving palace. Chapter 71, The Davis Family. Have we ensnared the church? Will we not invoke its wrath? The elders of our clan are unafraid. What do we have to fear? Moreover, we are concealed within the dark calamity. Would the church dare to enter? Indeed. Yet, the second elder seems rather displeased lately. Why is he discontent? Who has provoked his ire? He attempted to capture a soul through a dream for the purpose of preaching, but it failed. Then he discovered that the wealth left behind in our ancestral land had been stolen by a thief. That is the accumulation of several generations of the Davis family. Precisely. Thus, the second elder, in his frustration, captured another soul and imparted the preaching ritual to him, seeking to retaliate against the outside world. Isn't that splendid? It will attract more individuals to join our grand family. Indeed, to serve the great sovereign is their honor. Praise the sovereign. So, what is our purpose in descending? Of course, to capture the lambs drawn in by the second elder. But hasn't the second elder just disseminated the ritual? You've forgotten. This is the black calamity. We are immune to the constraints of time and space. While we linger here for but a moment, the outside world may have elapsed several centuries. Oh dear. I am yet to acclimate. Enough talk. Let us hasten. The lamb should be arriving soon. Jiang Chen concealed himself in the shadows, eavesdropping on the conversation of two young individuals descending from the giant palace. Their discourse was perplexing to him. Yet one truth stood clear. The collective curse afflicting the players was orchestrated by this very group. The Davis family? That name seems familiar. Yet Jiang Chen's prolonged confinement in darkness had muddled many of his memories. Were they referring to me as a thief? A sudden recollection struck him. That fateful expedition had rendered him immensely wealthy, thus that memory remained vivid. Immune to the constraints of time and space refers to the very essence of temporal and spatial realms, does it not? Pondering this alongside the characteristics of the Admiral's lantern, he deduced it must indeed convey that notion. Thus, the conspirators who ambushed Leon centuries past, and those who now jeopardize all players are one and the same. For them, the two events are merely a matter of yesterday and today. A fire ignited within Jiang Chen's eyes. How vile this group truly is. He yearned to storm the palace at once and eradicate them all. Yet, he refrained, without clarity on the respective strengths of both parties. A rash assault would equate to certain demise. Therefore, Jiang Chen resolved to first confront these two individuals, rekindling the oil lamp. He was enveloped in a radiant glow as he swiftly approached the duo ahead. Like him, they bore identical oil lamps in hand. Alas, a creature of the dark has spotted us. Flee. One of them shouted, prompting both to scatter in haste. Jiang Chen had no intention of allowing either to escape. Spider vision, activate. With this command, the silhouettes of the two were delineated in white lines within his field of vision. The revolver rose swiftly to take aim. Bang, bang. Two shots rang out, striking their thighs and subsequently obliterating their lower halves in a second explosion. Let us see how you evade now. Jiang Chen approached the two shrieking individuals. Are you human? Initially, they mistook Jiang Chen for a creature of the dark, fleeing in terror, unaware that besides the Davis family, other humans also lurked within the shadows. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of regarding them as human. Identification, cultist of the Curse Master. Category, half undead. Strength, 7. Agility, 6. Perception, 7. Danger assessment, a faithful acolyte of the Curse Master. They gain power by instigating suffering for their deity. How dare they consider themselves human? Now reduced to half undead. Tell me, how many members are within the Davis family? What is their strength? And where is the statue of the dark god located? Jiang Chen interrogated one of them. Why, you're a church knight. I knew the church wouldn't spare us. Our patriarch should never have conspired against the church. The individual, upon seeing Jiang Chen clad in resplendent holy armor and wielding a radiant sword, assumed him to be a knight sent by the church for retribution. And his fear rendered him incoherent. Speak another word, and I will slay you. Jiang Chen had no time to waste. He stepped upon the wound of the individual below him, twisting his foot with such force that the pain nearly warped the sword in his grip. I'll tell you. Please don't kill me. Traitor. Charmy, you spineless coward. The Davis family has no room for weaklings like you. Another interjected. Jiang Chen scoffed and thrust his sword forward, intending to silence him. Yet, this fellow, undeterred by pain, continued to hurl insults. Speak again, and you shall be the first to die. Remarkably, upon this casual threat, the individual fell silent, having mistakenly believed Jiang Chen was a hardened adversary. I can provide information, but you must vow not to kill us. The young man named Charmy was in a state of heightened agitation. Jiang Chen found this curious. In the eyes of these two, he detected not fear of death, but something else entirely. You lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. Do not forget your companion. I can easily interrogate him first. Should he divulge anything, you will be of no use. Under the weight of Jiang Chen's threats, Charmy finally relented, revealing that over 200 of his kin resided within the giant palace, including 13 extraordinary individuals. Among them, 2 stood at the pinnacle of power, poised to ascend to legendary status. When pressed for details about their abilities, Charmy confessed ignorance, as he was merely a low-ranking member of the Davis family. Jiang Chen then switched to interrogating the other individual, cross-referencing their accounts to ascertain the veracity of the information provided. Once he gleaned sufficient details regarding the internal structure of the palace and the precise location of the dark goddess statue, Jiang Chen resolved to end their lives. To spare them would only heighten his own risk of exposure, and besides, they could no longer be deemed human. Thus, he felt no qualms about taking action. 13 extraordinary individuals, 2 of whom stood at the pinnacle. This posed a formidable challenge. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow in concern. The greatest threat lay with the 2 at the pinnacle, for Jiang Chen, due to his experiences with Leon, understood the caliber of such power. They were akin to upper-tier lords, with base attributes exceeding 20 points. Essentially, they were 2 unweakened Leons. How was he to contend with them? Currently, Jiang Chen's attributes were as follows: Strength, 12, 10, Resplendent Holy Armor 2, Constitution, 10, Agility, 10, Perception, 9, 8, Six-Eyed Mask 1, Spirit, 10. Having lingered in the darkness for too long, all attributes except perception had reached their limit. The dilemma, however, was that even if he could transcend the extraordinary tier, he would still be ill-equipped to confront an upper-tier lord. Perhaps I should bide my time, leveraging the strength of other players. From his earlier interrogations, Jiang Chen learned that he was the first player to arrive. If possible, he wished to avoid venturing forth alone. He stowed away the other 2 oil lamps and proceeded towards the giant palace, intending to lie in wait for potential allies. However, after his departure, the beheaded corpses of the 2 Davis members eerily opened their eyes. Chapter 72, The Gathering of Players. Gerald, I truly did not anticipate that. Aside from us from the Great Xiao, an Ongsai would follow us this far. Fool, do not underestimate the iron will of the humble Amity folk. Very well. I shall no longer underestimate you. He. We are nearly there, but do remain silent. In the enveloping darkness, the white light of the Admiral's lantern illuminated the figures of 7 or 8 individuals, among whom a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes stood out amidst the 7 Asian faces. The group appeared disheveled and hurried, as if pursued by some monstrous entity. Like Jiang Chen, they too were players in the land of the dead, here to fulfill a side quest. However, unlike him, their journey had spanned only 2 months before encountering a pseudo-lord-level creature. After an arduous battle, they had slain the beast and acquired the Admiral's lantern, arriving at the coordinates shortly after Jiang Chen. Yet they had faced other troubles along the way. Their deceased companions had inexplicably revived. If they had returned to life under normal circumstances, it would have been acceptable, but each had lost their sanity, transforming into grotesque monsters. Moreover, despite having traversed a significant distance, they consistently encountered these abominations ahead. Phew, we are finally nearing our destination. Let us complete the quest and return home. One player uttered weakly. Yet, his comrades gazed in horror behind him, urgently shouting, Beware! A black spike pierced through the chest. This cautious player, who had treaded carefully thus far, lost his life merely by relaxing before reaching the finish line. One could see the bitter resentment in his eyes. It was only after the body fell that the onlookers were able to discern the assailant's visage, a slender, faceless shadow, its form seemingly woven from darkness, flickering erratically. Identification, Shadow Servant. Category, Aberrant Creature. Strength, 7, Agility, 10, Perception, 9, Danger Assessment. A monster born from the death of ordinary humans in the writhing blackness. They are the guardians of darkness and will attack any creature that intrudes into their realm. Sunlight inflicts substantial damage upon them, yet they can never be eradicated. Damn it, it's a Shadow Servant. Everyone, gather close to me, commanded the girl in charge of the lantern. The Shadow Servant was not particularly difficult to handle. The true challenge lay in the fact that this creature could never be truly slain. Recklessly utilizing sunlight could attract other terrifying monsters lurking in the darkness. The remaining players heeded her directive and quickly congregated beneath the light. This was because the Shadow Servant could not approach the light source closely, and they could temporarily evade it by leveraging the lantern's acceleration properties. However, just as they prepared to hastily escape, another monster leaped from the shadows, crashing directly into the crowd, catching a group of players off guard. With a loud thud, the lantern fell to the ground and extinguished. In that instant, the shadow servant surged into the throng, brandishing its spikes amidst the chaos. Even though they reacted swiftly, several players sustained varying degrees of injury. Observing the dire turn of events, the girl in charge of the group no longer hesitated. With a decisive snap, she crushed a small box. From the depths of the endless darkness emerged a miniature sun. The shadow servant emitted a piercing shriek as its form rapidly dissipated under the sunlight. Yet the players did not rejoice. They understood that once the sunlight faded, the shadow servant would return. Don't just stand there, quickly deal with the other one. Identification, Night Stalker. Category, Aberrant Creature. Strength, 8. Agility, 10. Perception, 15. Danger Assessment. A monster born from the death of ordinary humans in the writhing blackness. They are guardians of the dark, and no sound escapes their keen ears. This was yet another humanoid creature, its entire form beset with grotesque ears, yet thankfully, it possessed a corporeal body that could be slain. After several players collaborated to vanquish it, they hurriedly stowed its corpse alongside that of their recently fallen comrade in their backpacks. Otherwise, it would resurrect once more. Nuan, watch out behind you. Just as Nuan was about to retrieve the lantern, she suddenly heard her teammate's urgent cry. A fleeting glance revealed a towering shadow, 3 meters high, raising a massive hammer to strike at her back. Identification, Mallet Beast, Lord, false. Category, Aberrant Creature. Strength, 18. Agility, 9. Perception, 6. Danger Assessment. Beware of being crushed by its hammer. This is it, Nuan thought in her final moments. A hammer with a staggering strength of 18 points was beyond what her petite frame could withstand. Just as she braced for impact, a streak of starlight shot past her, followed by the descent of a figure clad in golden armor. Accompanying him was an exaggeratedly large cleaver. With a swift slash, the Mallet Beast's arm wielding the hammer was severed. Before it could retaliate, a long sword pierced its chest. Holy light slash. The golden radiance blazed forth like a laser, erupting from the Mallet Beast's back and obliterating its entire chest cavity. Was that it? Nuan could hardly believe her eyes as she stared at the human who had suddenly appeared before her. That was a lord with a strength attribute of 18 points. Collectively, they might not have been able to contend with it. Yet this individual had dispatched it effortlessly. What are you lingering for? If you don't leave now, more monsters will be drawn here, came a stern voice from beneath the helmet. It was only then that the group snapped back to reality, hurriedly igniting the lantern in preparation to flee. Don't forget the bodies, Nuan reminded them urgently, as the 2 white lights departed. A multitude of mysterious phantoms suddenly emerged from the very spot where sunlight had briefly appeared, crowding the darkness. Their features obscured, some even bore but a single eye. They had come seeking the coveted sunlight. After a brief survey of their surroundings yielded no results, they regarded one another before vanishing without a trace. Thank you for saving me. May I ask if you're a player? After fleeing for a while, Nuan finally remembered to pursue her savior, inquiring about his identity. However, the response she received was a wariness from Jiang Chen. Do not come too close. I need to verify your identities first, Jiang Chen replied coldly. Still ensnared in a state of confusion, harboring suspicion towards everything. Which district are you from? What is your ID? Who is ranked first? What brings you here? Nuan was unperturbed by his skepticism. After all, in this pitch darkness, no one felt secure. District 427, ID Nuan. When I left, the top of the leaderboard was the esteemed Jiang Chen, and my purpose was to complete the side quest Endless Agony, she answered truthfully. Upon hearing the familiar ID, Jiang Chen was taken aback, gazing at the figure before him, barely over 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall, and asked, You are Nuan? You know me? Nuan was astonished. She was not particularly renowned among the player community. I am Jiang Chen. I purchased a sunlight box from you, he said, producing a wooden cube in his hand. You are Jiang Chen. Yes, you even gifted me 40 of them. Have you forgotten? Jiang Chen. Hope ignited in Nuan's eyes. If it was truly Jiang Chen, then it was entirely plausible that he could slay a lord single-handedly. She quickly relayed this news to her companions, who mirrored her expression, as though they had latched onto a lifeline. That was Jiang Chen, the player whose leaderboard score dwarfed the second place by over 100,000 points. Chapter 73, Infiltration. In the giant palace, the head of the Davis family was preparing to study the captured offerings when he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy not far away. An ancient entity from the Black Catastrophe. Mobilize the giant's foot and leave this place immediately, he instructed his family members. But, my lord, the younger generation has yet to return. Do not concern yourself with them. They can sense the palace's location and will find their way back. It is imperative that we evade the Ancient One's gaze. The head of the Davis family spoke with vigilance. Those ancient beings were not to be trifled with, and each one unleashed upon the world could incite a bloody storm. In the ensuing time, Jiang Chen waited for 3 more waves of players. Some had traversed the darkness for 3 months, while others had only recently entered. Jiang Chen felt that they were not aligned on the same temporal plane. A total of 30,000 players had joined, yet only this few had successfully arrived, resulting in a severe information disparity and significant losses. Nuan sighed in dismay. Currently, there were 53 players in total. After Jiang Chen revealed his identity, they all expressed their willingness to follow his command. Jiang Chen also shared the information he had gathered thus far. The giant palace comprises 3 structures in total, and the statue of the malevolent deity we seek is situated within the central main hall. However, that location is heavily guarded, necessitating someone to proactively divert the guard's attention, ideally capturing the focus of all Davis family members. His plan is rather straightforward. Incite the players to storm the giant palace and cause chaos, thereby drawing away the majority of the Davis members. Subsequently, he will lead the strongest players to covertly infiltrate the main hall. Before we even consider our ability to access the main hall, let us address the task's requirements regarding the ritual once we locate the statue. Do any of you know how to perform it? A player raised a question. In response, Jiang Chen, while interrogating 2 young members of the Davis family, also inquired about this. They mentioned that the ritual of preaching was taught by the second elder, thus implying that his manuscript should contain pertinent records. Therefore, prior to that, we must locate the second elder's manuscript. If we split into 3 groups, we may lack sufficient personnel. Nuan expressed her concerns. I shall take on the task of searching for the manuscript. Meanwhile, one group can create disturbances within the Davis family, while another can assault the main hall. Jiang Chen, possessing the ability to transform into starlight, is ideally suited for the task of searching. The players who manage to find their way here have undoubtedly demonstrated their prowess, and with each equipped with a high-grade item, they should have no trouble delaying for a while. The task arrangement is thus straightforward. It is unavoidable, as our knowledge of the Davis family remains insufficient. Jiang Chen distributed a pair of spider silk gloves to each of them, enhancing their climbing abilities. Since he alone possesses the ability to fly, the others must ascend by scaling the giant's legs. The group ignited oil lamps and proceeded to follow the fading traces of the giant palace. Upon spotting several massive feet once again, Jiang Chen signaled and transformed into a stream of starlight, descending to the base of the palace. He grasped the foundation with both hands, selecting a relatively concealed position to peek out and confirm he had not been detected. Jiang Chen quickly climbed up, knowing that movement in his dazzling holy armor would generate noise. Thus, he stored the armor within his transformation pocket watch. The watch's hands are frozen in darkness, rendering it impossible to tell time. Transformation pocket watch, a high-grade item with a storage capacity of 5 cubic units. This item was procured for him by Long Outyin, capable of stowing away his worn gear, which can be donned again with merely a thought. Its drawback is that continuous use can lead to mental fatigue. He then retrieved the skull crown and donned it, enhancing his presence to 30, which also aided in stealth. Jiang Chen had no intention of acting just yet, as the players had not yet ascended. The opportune moment for him to act would be once they commenced their mayhem. For reasons unknown, Jiang Chen harbored a lingering suspicion that the Davis family's security was not as stringent as it ought to be. Little did he know, the head of the Davis family had temporarily abandoned many young family members to evade the gaze of the Ancient Ones, resulting in a weakened defense of the giant palace. After an interminable wait, Jiang Chen finally heard the sound of an explosion. This was the signal to act. He hastily departed from his hiding place, sprinting towards the second elder's alchemy chamber. Based on his earlier observations and the interrogation of the 2 young Davis members, he had ascertained the general location of the second elder's alchemy chamber. Is the church coming after us? I don't know, but the second elder has instructed us to apprehend the intruders. Then let us hurry. The 2 armed individuals passed by Jiang Chen's concealed position. At that moment, Jiang Chen was hidden behind a stone sculpture. Hearing their conversation, he felt a surge of relief. The second elder was not in his alchemy chamber. Opportunity knocks. Donning his holy armor, Jiang Chen transformed into starlight and directly entered the palace interior. After navigating through various passages, he finally discovered an opulent doorway. The head of the family's chamber lay to the right, so this must be the second elder's room. Sensing a restriction on the door lock, and to save time, Jiang Chen unsheathed his radiant sword and created a small hole in the door. He then transformed into starlight and slipped inside. A group of Davis members passed by. Did you hear any strange noises just now? You must have misheard. This place is protected by the second elder's restrictions. Who could possibly enter? The second elder has a fiery temper. It's best not to provoke him. If he discovers you snooping around, you'll be in for it. Let us leave. The member who had heard the noise shuddered at the thought of the second elder's fearsome visage and quickly departed with the others. Once they had gone, Jiang Chen exhaled a long sigh of relief. He then hastily searched through a pile of parchment. This is a formula for an extraordinary potion. Among the myriad scrolls, Jiang Chen extracted a parchment that appeared to be made from human skin. It contained the formulas for 2 potions, the Dragon Man potion and the Flame Giant potion. Surprised by this unexpected find, Jiang Chen quickly took a photograph before continuing his search. However, after searching for quite some time, he found no tome resembling a manuscript. Instead, he stumbled upon a plethora of tormenting experimental records. A weathered, ebony tome hung from the room's ceiling. It was only when Jiang Chen glanced upward that he noticed it. Who were they hiding this from by placing it so high? Jiang Chen muttered in dissatisfaction. He transformed into starlight and retrieved the ebony tome. It felt cold to the touch and emanated an ominous aura. The cover bore the image of an inverted cross. With trepidation, Jiang Chen opened the first page. To his delight, he discovered an illustration of a sacrificial rite that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one conducted for the durian. The lower half of the image detailed how the ritual should proceed. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to delve deeper into the text, a sudden roar erupted from outside the door. "Put down the Book of Torments." Jiang Chen's heart sank. He had been discovered. Bang! The door splintered, sending wooden shards flying as several tentacles surged into the chamber. Jiang Chen brandished his sword, ready to confront the threat. However, those tentacles disregarded him entirely, coiling toward an empty area of the room. Just as Jiang Chen pondered this peculiarity, several beams of sword light flickered, effortlessly severing the tentacles. There, a strikingly fierce woman clad in a white robe and golden hair emerged. What? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. He had thoroughly searched the room moments ago and had failed to notice her presence. Had she intended to ambush him, cold sweat would have trickled down his back. "Is it just you two little brats they sent?" She scoffed. "The church is rather presumptuous." An old man, his upper body composed entirely of tentacles, entered the room, leaving a trail of slimy residue across the floor. Identification: Nightmarish Touch, Lord Class. Type: Aberrant Creature. Strength: Agility. Perception. Danger Assessment: wherever this creature appears, misfortune is sure to follow. Sanity: 5. The Church. Jiang Chen regarded the golden-haired woman, contemplating whether she was a member of the Church of the Holy Light. Yet, her intentions remained unclear, making it difficult to discern friend from foe. The golden-haired woman spoke. "Davis family, do you truly believe that hiding in the midst of the black calamity will spare you from the Church's wrath? I have already left a beacon in your lair, and it won't be long before more come rushing in." Upon hearing her mention of a beacon, the second elder's expression turned icy. With the anchoring beacon established, the church would be able to pinpoint the exact location of the giant's palace amidst the chaos of the black calamity, leaving only annihilation in store for the Davis family. After all, they were but a modest family, dwarfed to the size of an ant in the presence of the vast church. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly locate and obliterate the anchoring beacon. A battle priest and a squire paladin had arrived. If they were to remain, they might as well stake their lives. Without first vanquishing these two adversaries, even finding the beacon would be futile. Tentacles surged forth in an instant, sweeping towards the pair, though a majority aimed at the blonde woman, sparing Jiang Chen comparatively little attention. Perhaps they deemed Jiang Chen too feeble to warrant serious consideration. Sensing this underestimation, Jiang Chen transformed into starlight, intent on fleeing outside. Yet, while the second elder may not have regarded him with importance, he had no intention of letting him escape. With a swift exhalation, he unleashed a multitude of dark, twisted, intangible tongues. These tongues pierced through the starlight, reigniting the long-forgotten agony of bone scraping and marrow extraction, causing Jiang Chen to revert from his starlight form. Several tentacles, as thick as pythons, lashed out, poised to crush Jiang Chen's skull, who, caught in excruciating pain, could hardly evade. At that moment, the blonde woman sprang forth, positioning herself before Jiang Chen and severing all the tentacles with a swift stroke of her 3 blades. Subsequently, her palm glowed, and with a firm strike above Jiang Chen's head, the agony dissipated instantly. "Has the church sent you, this mere fish, to cause me trouble? Depart at once and cease your disturbances." With gratitude, Jiang Chen transformed back into starlight and soared out the door. Do not allow that squire paladin to escape. The scripture is still in his possession. Seeing the blonde woman obstructing his path, the second elder had no choice but to summon the clan members stationed outside to capture Jiang Chen. The 3 ordinary transcendent beings outside swiftly pursued the starlight. Once the clan members departed, the second elder ceased to restrain his power, and the tentacles beneath him multiplied chaotically, enveloping the floor, walls, and ceiling in mere moments. Covering the entire chamber, the blonde woman surveyed the thrashing tentacles with an unwavering expression. "As long as I can hold out until the main force arrives, we shall be safe." In an instant, the 2 transcendent beings clashed fiercely. A tremendous shockwave erupted. The diminutive room could not withstand such a scale of combat, and the surrounding walls splintered into fragments. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, nearly depleted of mental energy, finally escaped the battlefield's epicenter. His next destination was the main hall. He wondered if Nuan and the others had secured it. A sense of dread washed over Jiang Chen as he recalled the second elder's swift return, suggesting complications had arisen among the players. As he pondered the route from his memories and prepared to depart, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly enveloped him. He instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! A blood-red figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the spot where Jiang Chen had just stood, generating a massive impact that created a crater, causing the ground to ripple like ocean waves. Jiang Chen was flung away by the residual shockwave. What devastating power was this? Using the last vestiges of his mental energy, he transformed once more into starlight to mitigate the damage from the shockwave. Identification: Living Dead, Lord level. Category: Half Undead. Strength: Agility? Perception? Danger assessment. Unlike the Morning Scab, this individual is a genuine zealot of the cursed sovereign, capable of siphoning greater power from inflicting pain. Sanity. 5. Master. Several members of the Davis family arrived, bowing respectfully. The head of the Davis family slowly rose from the crater, his rotting robes revealing stark, white bones beneath. More horrifying was the weapon he wielded. 7 players strung together by their spines, the last head still screaming. These were the players who had gone to seize the main hall. What has transpired? Reporting to the master, the church's vanguard has located this place, and the second elder is currently apprehending her. The vanguard? The head of the Davis family cast a glance at Jiang Chen, who was not even an extraordinary being. Such lowly creatures. Boom. An explosion erupted from the side hall as the second elder and the blonde woman battled outside its confines. From the looks of it, the second elder seemed to hold the upper hand, but capturing the blonde woman would still require some time. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. The head of the Davis family contemplated, then commanded, "Leave this matter to you. I shall assist the second elder." Yes. The 3 ordinary transcendent beings regarded Jiang Chen with hostile gazes. If we do not eliminate this nuisance, we shall all perish, they thought. The identification results indicated that among the 3, 2 were pursuing the path of the living dead, while 1 was following the path of nightmarish touch. All at the pseudo-lord level of power. Jiang Chen had no confidence in confronting 3 transcendent beings simultaneously. At that moment, a few panicked players stumbled into the fray. The foremost male player spotted Jiang Chen, as if he had found a savior. Before he could utter the name, one of the living dead suddenly appeared beside him, striking his forehead with a palm, leaving a grotesque bloodstain. The player then appeared to suffer endless torment, his expression contorted with pain, before in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a puddle of pus and blood. Now was the time. Holy light slash. The appearance of the players drew the attention of the 3 transcendent beings, allowing Jiang Chen the opportunity to unleash his most formidable attack, targeting the living dead who had just slain the male player. Sensing the imminent threat, the living dead dared not confront it and swiftly evaded. Yet, what awaited him was Jiang Chen's mithril bullet, fired under the influence of spider vision. Bang! The bullet struck his forehead, and with a resounding explosion, it burst apart like a watermelon. The other 2 transcendent beings could hardly fathom that, in an instant's encounter, Jiang Chen had dispatched one of their own. He possesses magical fluctuations in his eyes. It's a targeting spell, interfere with his line of sight. Upon hearing this, the other transcendent being of nightmarish touch immediately unleashed a thick mist from his mouth, obscuring his surroundings, rendering even spider vision ineffective. Damn it! Creatures of monstrous intellect are indeed far more troublesome. The moment he made his move, the opponent had already seen through one of his trump cards.